This young man, pale and sweating profusely, is named Hu Bugui, and today a beautiful woman named Shiwei came to ask if he wanted to cultivate. She could have just asked, but by pressing a sword to his throat, she made it so that even his father wouldn't dare refuse. Before Hu Bugui could even agree, news arrived that bandits had raided the village. Those thugs were incredibly arrogant and aggressive, but they were out of luck because a cultivator happened to be in the village this time. With just a few basic spells, Shiwei wiped out the entire group of bandits, leaving no survivors behind as she was furious that someone dared to interfere with her business. She wiped out every bandit within 100 miles, leaving the villagers terrified of her fiery temper. Fearing she might bury the whole village alive if angered, they decided they could not afford to offend her. They tied Hu Bugui up as a gift for her, offering the village's most handsome man for the fairy to take back to her sect and enjoy at her leisure. To prevent him from escaping, Shiwei bound him to a chair before they both flew off on a sword at breakneck speed. Thus, Hu Bugui was forced onto the path of cultivation, eventually arriving at the Haibai sect where Shiwei landed gently. She ignored Hu Bugui as he crawled on the ground vomiting and dragged him by the collar to the registration area. She forced Hu Bugui's head down onto the desk and told the registrar to sign him up first, ignoring the loud protests of those waiting in line behind them. They even questioned why a female disciple of the Haibai sect was bringing a pretty boy into the sect, so Shiwei left Hu Bugui with the registrar and turned around. Chaotic scene followed as Shiwei ruthlessly attacked everyone regardless of age or gender, leaving them begging for mercy while Hu Bugui asked the registrar if this was allowed. The man simply looked away and claimed he hadn't seen a thing before handing Hu Bugui a piece of paper. He told him to look over the registration details, which listed the requirements for becoming an official disciple, starting with reaching the foundation establishment realm before age 20. Second, the candidate had to rank in the top 10 of the entrance exam, and third, they had to be physically attractive and from a wealthy family with high-ranking parents. He threw the paper down and walked away in tears, feeling that aside from his looks he met no criteria and that cultivation felt like a political career. Before he could get far, Shiwei grabbed him by the hair and calmly told him not to worry because she would take care of him before leading him to an inn. This was where examinees usually stayed, and Shiwei told him to wait while she persuaded the others to withdraw from the exam. Hu Bugui realized that if everyone else quit, he would automatically be in the top 10, but he wondered how she planned on convincing them. Just as he finished his thought, a massive explosion erupted from upstairs, leaving him speechless at her direct methods. A short while later, Shiwei sat perched above a mountain of defeated candidates, while those who hadn't been beaten yet quickly claimed their cultivation was insufficient. The top 10 requirement was settled, so Shiwei approached Hu Bugui and said she would now help him look like a true handsome hero. She observed him in silence, and when he looked back in confusion, she sighed and patted him on the shoulder. She told him not to be sad, and that she would just go tell the elders to cancel the beauty requirement. He shouted that he was as handsome as a top-tier idol, but Shiwei simply grabbed his collar and dragged him away, saying that reaching the foundation establishment realm was the key. Shiwei blushed slightly and told him to come to her room that night so she could make him a foundation establishment cultivator, which made Hu Bugui's heart swell with excitement. He could hardly believe his own ears. When night fell, Hu Bugui sat properly in the room wearing only his shorts while Shiwei changed her clothes. Her thin inner robes revealed her fair skin, as she explained that a normal person must progress from essence refining to chi refining before reaching the foundation establishment realm. These three realms usually require 5 to 10 years, but Hu Bugui's attention was completely focused on Shiwei's chest as he asked what he needed to do next. Shiwei sat beside him and produced a small bottle of foundation establishment pills, explaining that a mortal could reach that realm in a single night by absorbing their power. She moved closer and told him she would transfer spiritual energy into his body, and Hu Bugui nodded his head vigorously and agreed to follow her guidance. In the quiet room, Shiwei's heavy breathing echoed as sweat beaded on Hu Bugui's forehead and his hands gripped the bedsheets tightly. Hu Bugui sat in meditation, trying to keep his mind steady as he obediently allowed Shiwei to transfer her power while tears streamed down his face. He wondered if he should face the situation directly as described by the legendary masters, and as he struggled with the truth, Shiwei placed her hand on his back to channel her power. Her voice was soft but firm as she told him to take the pill, and Hu Bugui looked at the medicine in his palm, wondering if it was safe as he closed his eyes and prepared to swallow it. He tossed the glowing pill into his mouth, silently praying for protection before swallowing it down. His face suddenly turned pale, while Wei remained composed, her voice soft. "You can feel my spiritual chi now. Focus on guiding it toward your danchin," she instructed. Bugui's body shook violently as Wei reached out to grasp his arm. As they drew close, she whispered in his ear, telling him to relax and use his intent to govern the chi. Her chest pressed firmly against his back. The proximity made him blush, and blood erupted from his nose like a geyser. The force sent him reeling backward, shattering his danchin and causing his foundation establishment to fail. Wei approached with a stern tone, noting his weak mind had wasted a foundation establishment pill. Bugui scrambled up, apologizing repeatedly. She produced another vial, assuring him she had brought spares. She resumed transferring her internal energy while Bugui struggled to concentrate, fearing he would be incinerated if he lost focus. She told him to maintain his state. "I will seal your frontal acupoints to lock the spiritual chi within your danchin," she said. Bugui trembled at the mention of his front as Wei leaned down gracefully. She explained that the chi would stabilize and the process would be complete if the danchin remained sealed for an hour. Her voice was steady, but as she moved closer. Another massive nosebleed erupted from Bugui, causing his danchin to burst once more. The attempt failed again, and he fell to his knees, bowing his head in shame. He apologized 1,000 times to his senior sister. Wei patted his shoulder, telling him not to worry as she had already anticipated his meager talent. She quickly produced 8 more vials, revealing she had prepared 80 foundation establishment pills. Bugui was stunned by her foresight and apologized for his pathetic aptitude. Time slipped away as they spent the night in repeated attempts, his groans echoing throughout the inn. Eventually, the room's door finally swung open. Bugui emerged gasping for air and drenched in sweat, sighing about how exhausting the ordeal was. Wei followed closely behind him. She was also soaking wet and remarked on his impressive stamina for managing 8 sessions in a single night. Just then, a sword clattered to the floor, drawing their gaze. A Haibai sect disciple pointed at them in shock, shouting that his senior sister was with a man before running away, lamenting her lost purity. The two looked at each other in surprise. On the day of the examination, Elder Wei Sheng flew into a rage, cursing loudly. Bugui weakly raised his hand to ask if the entrance trial had begun yet. Shaking with anger, the elder gestured to the empty courtyard and shouted that since he was the only candidate, there was no one left to test. Thus, Bugui passed the trial and donned the Haibai sect uniform. Wei stood behind him, suggesting his Taoist title should be Layman Wangkai. Bugui turned back to protest, arguing that while he was forced into cultivation, he at least deserved a title that sounded prestigious. Wei coolly replied that a humble name ensures a long life, adding she had considered calling him Layman Urkiu. Bugui stopped in his tracks. He crossed his arms in a huff, declaring he would quit cultivation to go home and herd buffalo. Wei sighed and reached out once more. She dragged the sulking Bugui across the ground, asking who would save the world if he quit. Bugui was left speechless by the mention of world salvation. Wei's expression turned solemn, as she revealed she had traveled far to find him because he was the child of destiny foretold by Taoist Xinghai. She claimed he was destined to save the cultivation world. They stared at each other in silence for a moment before Bugui noted the world must be in a sorry state. He was easygoing, but certainly no fool. Wei slammed a sword onto the table and addressed him directly. She claimed only the child of destiny could unsheathe the blade and challenged him to try. Bugui picked up the sword with a skeptical look. A moment later, he drew it effortlessly. He grumbled that it came out too easily without any special effects, suspecting it was a fake. Wei remained indifferent. She offered to bring other disciples to try if he didn't believe her. Bugui declined, deciding to investigate the matter on his own. Suspicious that she might have intimidated her subordinates into failing, he walked off confidently, muttering that he wouldn't be easily deceived. As the sun rose, frustrated shouts echoed from the forest as a spirit record realm cultivator failed to draw the supposedly worthless sword. Several of Bugui's fellow disciples struggled with the blade, but it wouldn't budge. Bugui stroked his chin, wondering if the claim was actually true. One exhausted disciple handed the sword to another who claimed his golden core status would allow him to succeed. He took a deep breath and pulled with all his might. The result remained the same. The disciples fell to their knees in frustration, while Bugui laughed triumphantly at their failure. Since no one else could draw the sword, he began to imagine himself being pampered by beautiful women, convinced he truly was the child of destiny. In his fantasy, girls swarmed him with adoration, praising his greatness and begging to follow him forever. Hubyugwi was incredibly smug, already envisioning a glorious future where he saved the world and expanded his harem. He took a few deep breaths and shouted, "I will definitely be the king of cultivators." Hubyugwi stood before the cliff with open arms as the waves surged high. After venting his feelings, he skipped back home. He didn't notice Shiwei appearing behind him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Want to know why no one could pull the sword?" The disciples from earlier were currently pleading with her. "Senior sister, we did exactly as you instructed. Please return our treasures to us." Shiwei knew Hubyugwi like the back of her hand. She had notified all the sect's disciples days ago. Clenching her fist, she turned to glare at them, her voice threatening, "If you let anyone else know about this." Before she could finish, the disciples immediately feigned admiration for Hubyugwi. "Junior brother is the child of destiny. If anyone says otherwise, we'll beat them up." Shiwei returned the treasures and left after a job well done. As evening fell by the trickling waterfall, the two of them spent 3 days and nights in an intense session. Inside, Shiwei was lecturing Hubyugwi. "I've taught you the history of the cultivation world. Now I will impart the 3 laws of cultivation." Hubyugwi struggled to stay awake, thinking, "Finally, I thought I was becoming a historian." Shiwei grinned. "First, be cautious in all things and hide your trump cards. Plan before acting and always eliminate witnesses." Hubyugwi's eyes widened as he muttered, "That sounds like something a villain would do." Shiwei smiled. Approaching Hubyugwi, she said seriously, "Second, remember this well, a good child must not pick up bad habits. Especially do not imitate that long Hayashin guy, showing off, provoking others, building harems, and all that nonsense." Hubyugwi grumbled, "What's the point of cultivating if I can't have a harem?" Suddenly, Shiwei swung a hammer into his face, knocking him down. He immediately apologized. "Senior sister, I was wrong." She nodded. "That's better." "I have to go out, stay home, and don't leave," she instructed. "I've set traps outside to ward off intruders. Stay put so you don't get hurt," Hubyugwi called out to her. "Wait, senior sister." Shiwei stopped and looked back. "The third rule is you must listen to your senior sister." Hubyugwi blushed and nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Elsewhere in the alchemy hall of Fushi Cave, a terrified scream rang out. "Where are my foundation establishment pills? Why are they gone?" A dark shadow appeared instantly, sounding furious. "It must be that rebellious child again." The man was Shiwei's master, Teibai Zhenren. He wailed in agony. "The sect leader demanded those foundation establishment pills. I don't want to work overtime to refine more." Teibai stomped the ground and flew off on his sword, screaming, "You brat, give back the pills." However, he slammed into a powerful barrier set by Shiwei, making him even angrier. His hands trembled as he clung to a wall. Along the way, he triggered several talisman traps that exploded before he could react. By the time he reached Shiwei's door, his clothes were in tatters. He roared, "Shiwei, get out here right now." Just then, the door swung open, hitting Teibai square in the face. Hubyugwi poked his head out and asked, "Who is it?" Teibai fell flat on his back. Meanwhile, Shiwei was flying through the clouds, thinking that she should double the number of traps when she returned. Teibai straightened his clothes and asked Hubyugwi, "Are you the cultivation genius Shiwei brought back?" Hubyugwi scratched his head shyly. "A genius." Teibai shook his head. "Whether you're a genius or not, you're my disciple now. Normally." Suddenly, his gaze landed on a corner of the room. There sat a pile of pill bottles. Teibai turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. "No way!" He rushed over and crouched down to count them. 3 fire pills, chi-gathering pills, spirit infusion pills. Aside from the foundation establishment pills, he took this many. His vision went dark as he turned to roar at Hubyugwi. "Did you eat all of these?" Hubyugwi lowered his head sheepishly. "Senior sister wouldn't let me eat meals. She only made me eat pills." Hearing this, Teibai exploded with rage. "You spendthrift, do you want me dead?" In a panic, Hubyugwi instinctively opened a scroll in his hand. A burst of flames erupted, engulfing Teibai. The blast sent him flying backward until he hit the ground. Hubyugwi hid behind a hole and peeked out. Teibai, his face charred black, muttered in despair, "Samadhi Lee fire." Hubyugwi stepped forward gently. "Master, I'm so sorry. Senior sister told me to use this if I was in danger. I just reacted instinctively. I'm so embarrassed." Teibai grabbed Hubyugwi's hand, his voice threatening. "Kid, Shiwei fed you my pills like they were rice. You're going to compensate me." Teibai's grip was so strong it felt like he would crush Hubyugwi's wrist. Breaking into a cold sweat, Hubyugwi stammered, "Why, yes, master, whatever you command." Taibai's expression turned grim as he suddenly hoisted Hu Bugui up and ran. "I'm throwing you into the furnace to refine the pills back out of you." Teibai laughed triumphantly. Arriving at the alchemy hall in Fushi Cave, he lifted Hu Bugui before the furnace and tossed him inside, shouting fiercely. "Get in there and prepare to be steamed." Hu Bugui screamed, "Senior sister, save me." Teibai quickly formed hand seals and ignited the fire. Outside the hall, the sun shone down on a peaceful scene, but it didn't last long. A massive explosion rocked the building as smoke billowed out, leaving Teibai charred and twitching on the ground. Just then, a young page poked his head through the door and said, "Master, a few days ago, senior sister came to maintain the cauldron." Taibai's veins bulged with rage. He realized she had anticipated he would use the boy for alchemy and had tampered with it beforehand. He stood up immediately and grabbed the sword from the rack. "Even so, the more you try to stop me." Taibai forcefully drew his sword, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Hu Bugui. "The more I want to refine this brat." However, the weapon in his hand caught his eye. The longsword was reduced to a mere 10-centimeter fragment. Taibai held the remnant, tears and snot streaming down his face. "My high-grade immortal sword." Fury surged through his heart. Blood erupted from his mouth like a geyser, and his hands sprayed blood like steam from a locomotive. An earth-shattering scream rang out. "I am dying of rage." Hu Bugui sat on the ground after the cauldron exploded, staring blankly as Taibai collapsed. His eyelid twitched as he thought, "Senior sister is incredible. She predicts everything." In his dream, Taibai saw himself kneeling on the ground, begging Shiwei to return his 8th-grade spirit stones. At the same time, he witnessed Shiwei bullying other disciples, ordering them to hand over all their precious treasures. They clutched their heads and lay prostrate, pleading with her. Taibai hurriedly shouted, "Do not rob the disciples." The scene shifted, and he saw Shiwei confiscating all of his medicinal pills, the very ones he had painstakingly refined to extend his life by a year. Terrified, Taibai bolted upright and screamed, "No!" Turning his head, he saw Shiwei standing beside him as she softly said, "Master, I am relieved to see you are safe." Taibai pressed a hand to his forehead and muttered, "You will be the death of me sooner or later." Shiwei ignored him and continued with her tasks. She pointed at Hu Bugui, who was kneeling nearby, and said, "Master, you should be overjoyed to have such a talented and adorable disciple." Taibai pulled Shiwei close and whispered, "Is this boy your gigolo? Why are you so devoted to him?" Shiwei looked at him with a faint smile and replied, "Why don't you guess?" Taibai frowned, wondering why this girl, who was never kind to anyone, was acting this way. Perhaps the boy was special. He stood up and announced, "I, perfected Taibai, shall take this boy as my disciple." A thought flashed through his mind. If she plays with him, then my medicinal pills will finally be safe. I am truly a genius. Shiwei stood below, watching Taibai's strange behavior, and said calmly with her arms crossed, "Master, you are old. Could you stop acting like a fool on the bed?" Taibai did not respond, instead looking down at Hu Bugui and speaking solemnly. "Little disciple, you have used too many substances, and your foundation is unstable. It will be difficult to break through to the nascent soul stage. From now on, no more substances." Shiwei stood nearby and cleared her throat. "Our master also overindulged in substances, which is why he has been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for over 100 years without breaking through." Taibai blushed and quickly changed the subject. "There is no need to slander your master. Quickly, take your junior brother to farm monsters to gain experience and temper his foundation." Hearing this, Hu Bugui's face darkened. "Farm monsters." A moment later, he looked at a demonic beast in fascination and asked Shiwei, "Is this a demonic beast? It is so adorable." In Hu Bugui's eyes, the creature resembled a large cat. He excitedly reached out to pet it, saying, "I thought they would be terrifying." Standing behind him, Shiwei nodded. "Very well. It seems you are not afraid of demonic beasts, so begin farming." However, in Shiwei's eyes, the beast appeared savage and terrifying. The scene before her became bizarre. Hu Bugui pointed at the demonic beast and said, "Senior sister, must I kill such a cute creature? It is so pitiful." Shiwei looked up at the beast and said softly, "Do not worry. Go ahead and farm. The beast will not resist." The demonic beast flinched, consumed by overwhelming fear. It recalled how, a few hours ago, Shiwei had found its family and bound its father, mother, and 2 older brothers. The 3rd brother, was also tied to the ground. Shiwei had whipped its family, warning them that if they resisted being killed, she would slaughter them all. Back in the present, the beast and Hu Bugui were hugging and weeping. "I cannot do it, senior sister. It is just too cute." Shiwei crossed her arms and frowned at the beast. "Attack him. Force him to take action, but you must absolutely not injure him." The demonic beast wailed. Finally, it steeled its resolve and attacked Hu Bugui while sobbing. As the beast's claws reached for his head, Hu Bugui turned pale with fright. A sword shot forward, instantly striking the demonic beast and piercing through its body, causing it to collapse on top of Hu Bugui. Wei looked down from above, thinking about the treachery of the world. All things are deceptive, and one must not be misled by enchanting appearances. If you are not careful, you could die at any moment. Hu Bugui nodded. I understand, senior sister. They stood up and Wei pointed toward a cave. All right, go find another one. Inside the cave, another demonic beast was trembling. Hu Bugui swung his sword with confidence, instantly hacking the snake before him into several pieces. In this manner, Hu Bugui spent the next few days training alone in the mountains. After enduring extremely grueling trials, Hu Bugui stopped for a moment, drenched in sweat and panting. I have indeed grown stronger, he said, but upon closer inspection, the snake Hu Bugui had just slain was only as large as a piece of dry kindling. While Hu Bugui was feeling smug about his achievement, He was lurking behind a cliff. His face was bruised from the beating he had received from senior sister. He thought weakly that over the past few days, this brat had only been slaying level 1 monsters and did not need his protection at all. At Wei and Hu Bugui's wooden cabin, Hu Bugui was happily holding 2 drumsticks and taking large bites. Senior sister, I slew 5 demonic beasts again today. Wei praised him endlessly as she brought out another tray of meat, telling Hu Bugui how impressive he was. Looking down at the plate, Hu Bugui asked her, Senior sister, why have we only been eating meat lately? I really want some vegetables. Wei smiled and replied, because those little fox demons you took down were so massive that we can't finish the meat. The meat immediately fell from Hu Bugui's fork as he stared in disbelief. Are you saying this is? He dazed as he recalled that day when he had hugged the beast and wailed. I can't bring myself to kill it, senior sister. Yet here he was, devouring its flesh with gusto. Hu Bugui wept while continuing to eat, saying, as expected of my first hunt, it's delicious. Wei mocked him for eating it happily after being hesitant to kill it. Hu Bugui asked with a full mouth, Senior sister, why are you still standing there? As soon as he spoke, blood trickled from his lips and he collapsed onto the floor. Wei slowly approached him. She stood over Hu Bugui as he lay there clutching his throat, his body trembling as he gasped. How can this be? Is the food poisoned? With blood-red eyes, Wei spoke in a low, warm voice. Your senior sister died by my hand. Now I shall send you to join her. With blood covering his face, Hu Bugui struggled to point beneath Wei's skirt. Your underwear is exactly like my senior sister's. You can't be an imposter. Wei was startled, her face flushing as she turned away. By now, the poison training had reached a level capable of killing even soul transformation cultivators, making food testing mandatory. Hu Bugui stood up and walked back to the table. Wei sat down and said, I used to check for poison for you, but from now on, you must learn to do it yourself. She placed a stack of books down. These are the 18 volumes of the poison canon. You must memorize them all. Hu Bugui crossed his arms, silently staring at the massive pile of books. He suddenly realized that in his journey of cultivation, he hadn't learned a single sword technique or spell. Hu Bugui pulled a needle from his rice bowl, checked its color, and remarked, It seems there's no poison. A few days later, Hu Bugui was foaming at the mouth on the table again. Wei picked up her chopsticks and explained, Poison doesn't have to be in the food. The chopsticks can be coated in it as well. A month later, Hu Bugui smiled confidently, thinking he was safe this time, only to end up foaming at the mouth once more. Wei spoke again, each dish is harmless on its own, but when combined, they create a toxin. 2 months later, Hu Bugui took a bite, chewed carefully, and shouted to Wei. Senior sister, I wasn't poisoned this time. Wei was surprised. Actually, I did put poison in it. She turned away and said, Let me call Master over to test it as a control subject. A moment later, the person foaming at the mouth on the table had changed to Tai Bai. He lamented, What a disgrace to our sect. Wei stood nearby and said, See, there was poison after all. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Perhaps you've been poisoned so often that you've become immune to common toxins. Hu Bugui pointed at the trembling Tai Bai and cried, Senior sister, stop thinking and hurry up and give Master the antidote. In the room of disciple Mu Dai, Wei used her sword to threaten him. Junior brother, take off your clothes immediately. Seconds later, Mu Dai jumped onto the bed and posed provocatively, saying, Senior sister, you should have just asked. Drooling, Mu Dai thought to himself, the rumors about her loving dual cultivation must be true. Without hesitation, Wei reached out and stripped him bare in a few swift motions. Mu Dai thought dreamily, She's so dominant. Senior sister, please be gentle. However, she did nothing to him, only taking an item before turning to leave. The sect trial is about to begin. I'm borrowing your soft body armor. Mu Dai clutched himself. Asking dazed, you don't want my body? No dual cultivation. Shiwei ignored him, returned, and tossed the armor onto the table, telling Hu Bugui. The annual sect trial is next month. Every disciple below the Golden Core stage must participate. This armor will protect you. Hu Bugui picked up the armor with a look of disgust and sniffed it. The scent is so strong. Senior sister, did you steal this from some senior brother? Shiwei ignored his question and pulled out a pile of talismans and pills. Participants are always getting injured during these trials, she noted. These are healing pills, chi-gathering pills, and explosive talismans. Take them. Hu Bugui looked at the pile and asked worriedly, Senior sister, did you steal these from Master again? Shiwei smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I didn't steal them. She then explained the situation to Hu Bugui. I knocked Master unconscious and took them fair and square. Hu Bugui was even more horrified. That's worse than stealing, poor Master. Shiwei patted his shoulder. The world below the mountain is dangerous. You could die at any moment. These things might save your life. At least Master is good for something. Hu Bugui gave her a thumbs up. Well played, senior sister. 3 days later, the sect trial assembly began and everyone gathered. At that moment, Immortal Mai Ming, the sect leader of the Haibai sect, appeared. The crowd below erupted in excitement, with female disciples screaming, The sect leader is so handsome. He's our idol. Mai Ming covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Silence, everyone. I wish to say a few words before the trial begins. Just then, it started to rain. Mai Ming frowned and flew up with his sword. Does the sky look down on me? He swung his sword at the heavens. At least wait until I'm finished speaking. The clouds immediately vanished and sunlight poured down. Hu Bugui gave a thumbs up. One sword to cleave the heavens, as expected of the sect leader. Standing beside him, Mu Dai said dejectedly, He pulls this stunt every year, there's nothing new about it. Hu Bugui asked. Is it like this every year? Brother Mu nodded. Indeed, it rains on whatever day the sect leader chooses. His luck is truly something. Everyone in the courtyard is nearly asleep. The sect leader's speech lasted for 4 hours. Afterward, everyone moved to the Pinglai Pier. Before departure, Shiwei gave Hu Bugui some earnest advice. Remember to brush your teeth and wash your face. Bathe and change your clothes often. Do not eat food from strangers, and absolutely do not forget the silk pouch I gave you. She was like a devoted mother. Hu Bugui blushed and pressed his lips together, whispering, Senior sister, could you please worry a little less? So many people are watching, I'm embarrassed. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, Isn't this the new junior brother who just joined? We are in the same group. Come gather here tomorrow. Hu Bugui turned and raised his hand in greeting. Yes, senior brother, I'll be right there. Behind him stood a group of strange-looking people. A dwarf led them, flanked by a woman and a man. Hu Bugui froze. Mai Ming narrowed his eyes with a cold gaze. Hu Bugui. This time I want you to leave and never return, so you will have nothing more to do with Shiwei. He turned to the 2 female disciples behind him. You are my #1 fan girls from the Black and White sect. I trust you to complete this mission. We believe we can seduce him. But what if the junior brother is gay? Mai Ming clapped his hands, realizing the possibility. That makes sense. Important matters must be handled thoroughly. Mai Ming then approached the male disciples. You are all famous figures, join in this time. 3 disciples immediately stripped, flaunting their muscular physiques and masculine aura. Rest assured, sect leader, we are versatile in both offense and defense. No matter what the junior brother's taste is, we can satisfy him. Mai Ming smiled. Excellent, as expected of the inner sect's premier gay squad. But immediately after, he started, Wait, what did you just call me? The 3 disciples shouted in unison, Sect leader. Mai Ming roared in anger. Is my identity as the mastermind exposed at the very start of the game? Can't you see I'm playing the mystery game? He sighed, looking up at the flying ships and soaring swords, muttering, I hope everything goes smoothly. Shiwei stood beside him and comforted him. Don't worry, sect leader, they will surely make it through. I have prepared full defensive equipment for him, so there is no need to fret. In a small room on the airship, Hu Bugui's face was flushed as blood streamed from his nose while a hand reached out to stroke his face. A mocking voice rang out, Junior brother, following that grumpy senior sister every day can't be much fun, right? Another person leaned close to his ear and whispered, Come play with us. Hu Bugui's vision went dark. Though this was his dream, he didn't dare move. He suddenly recalled senior sister Shiwei's instructions. Open the first pouch upon departure and the second during seclusion. Open the third when enemies push you toward death. She had also produced a pair of glittering golden underwear, adding, "The world is treacherous. Those who build harems often die of exhaustion. These specially made undergarments will help you avoid that. They will explode whenever you feel lust. Be cautious." Back in the present, Hu Bugui wept silently. "Senior sister, you really set me up." Facing the two senior sisters who were relentlessly seducing him, he heard, "Junior brother, why are you like this? Don't be so shy. Mau di stroke letter 1 EBFNCH, I letter 1 EBFM di stroke, O letter 1 EA1T, B letter 1 ECDN ta die." Hu Bugui wailed, his mind in a mess. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't like women, I'm gay, I like men." The two female disciples immediately stood up, pulled up their clothes, and spoke. With looks of boredom, they said, "How dull, what a waste." Hu Bugui breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. Luckily, I was quick-witted." But he couldn't escape his fate. Two senior brothers from the group appeared, shirtless, and said, "Junior brother, we heard everything. We are the same. We have no interest in women either." Hu Bugui wiped his face and sighed. "You've got to be kidding me." Turning pale, he said, "Senior brothers, I'm so sorry. I don't like handsome guys. I prefer the muscular, rugged type." The shorter disciple pointed and laughed. "That's easy. Since you like being the submissive one, you prefer big guys, right?" His entire body emitted a green light as he continued. "But don't you worry." The two immediately flexed, showing off their bulging muscles. "We are exactly the muscular type you desire." Hu Bugui coughed up blood as the two continued to beckon him. "Junior brother, come here. Let's have fun all night long." Hu Bugui huddled in a corner, his body trembling violently. "Wait, you've misunderstood. I like muscular older men, the kind you see in those adult animations." As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked through the door. "Did I hear someone calling for me?" The two senior brothers shouted. "Master, you're here." Hu Bugui was in despair. He was finished. He had truly landed in a den of iniquity with every type imaginable. The three lunged toward Hu Bugui. "Come here, let us take you to the peak of pleasure," Hu Bugui said calmly. "Wait, don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me first." He frowned, making a desperate decision. "I have mouth ulcers and a combination of internal and external hemorrhoids. Even a slight touch makes me bleed. I can't play this game for the time being." The faces of the master and his disciples instantly turned pale with disbelief. They patted Hu Bugui on the shoulder. "Junior brother, your life is truly not easy. Please take care of your health." Hu Bugui smirked. "I'm so clever." In the next room, someone remarked, "The junior brother is so young yet suffers from so many ailments. How pitiful." The master who had joined in finally said gloomily, "The sect leader wanted me to persuade such a tragic person. I don't have the heart to do it." A senior sister clenched her fists and declared with determination, "From today on, I will be the junior brother's nanny. Anyone who doesn't care for him is not human." Hu Bugui looked at the overflowing bowl of food in front of him with terror. His senior brothers doted on him, attending to his every meal. "Little junior brother, this is celestial tiger meat. Little junior brother, have some soft-shelled turtle soup to nourish your kidneys." Another senior sister arrived with a medicine chest. "Little junior brother, these pills are very effective for that." Yet another sister held up silver needles. "Little junior brother, let me perform acupuncture to soothe your aching backside." Hu Bugui felt like his life was over. This was the price of his lies. That night, Hu Bugui carried a basket filled with soft-shelled turtles. From the airship above, voices called out, "Little junior brother, take care of yourself. You must return to the sect alive." Hu Bugui shouted back, "What is the meaning of this? Why is no one coming with me? Isn't this the trial ground?" The people on the airship waved. "This is the trial for new initiates. You are the only one this year." Hu Bugui looked around. This place didn't look like a trial ground at all. Just then, a voice spoke from behind him. "Little handsome brother, you finally arrived. You kept me waiting for so long." Hu Bugui turned around to see a woman in an incredibly short skirt looking down at him from above. The sudden visual shock caused blood to spray from his nose. He quickly turned away and covered his eyes. "Don't stand so high. I can see everything." The woman jumped down. "If you saw it, you saw it. It was meant for your eyes anyway." She introduced herself. "My Taoist name is Shiyu. A dear friend invited me here to protect you, young master." Hu Bugui stuffed tissues into his nose to stop the bleeding and asked, "Why should I trust you? What proof do you have?" Shiyu pulled out a collection of bodices with the words, "She is my friend," written on them. Shiyu said, "This is your senior sister's collection. Do you recognize them?" Hu Bugui fell silent for a moment, confirming they indeed belonged to her. Using such items as tokens was exactly her style. He scratched his head and said, "This place is dangerous. I wonder what your cultivation level is, elder sister, just in case." Shiyu winked. "I am at the Tao integration stage, ranked 3rd among the 10 great immortals." Hu Bugui's eyes widened. What? Given his senior sister's personality, such shocking things were normal, so he didn't need to overreact. Shiyu raised her sword. This valley is dangerous for you. So your senior sister told me to destroy this place and then take you away to train. Hu Bugui clutched his head and cried out, "Stop! Who does things that way?" Meanwhile, at Shu Wei's residence, My Ming raised his teacup, lost in thought. I am the sect leader of the Haibai sect, the foremost of the 10 great immortals, immortal My Ming. My Ming ran a hand through his hair and declared proudly, "As everyone can see, my beauty is truly unparalleled under heaven. This face is enough to shock the world and conquer any female creature." However, he suddenly frowned, his gaze fixed intently forward. But Shu Wei, sitting opposite him, said coldly, "Sect leader, could you please stop coming to see me? You're wasting my green tea." My Ming sighed reproachfully, "But why does she ignore me like this?" He continued, "This year your junior brother is participating in the trial alone, and he's at that restless age. Out in the world, obsessive women are everywhere." If Shu Wei glanced at him and replied confidently, "Rest easy, sect leader. I have already made all the arrangements. My junior brother's actions will be flawless." She then immediately pushed My Ming out of the house. "Sect leader, if there's nothing else, please leave. I need to bathe." My Ming was stunned. "Bathe? It's only been 3 days." The door slammed shut behind him. My Ming frowned in anger, thinking to himself, "You're celebrating too early. I have always been meticulous in my work." Not only will obsessive women and men attack him, but assassins are following him as well. Suddenly, Shu Wei opened the door again and poked her head out. "Sect leader." My Ming quickly hid his somber expression, turned back and asked with a smile, "Shu Wei, is there something else?" Shu Wei tossed the cup into his hands and said, "You used this cup. I don't want it anymore, you take it." Shu Wei slammed the door shut again. My Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. "Why do you despise me so much?" His anger flared as he resolved to deal with Hu Bugui. "Damn that Hu Bugui, I will definitely see him dead." Meanwhile, near Hu Bugui, someone was lurking in the thickets. "I am the assassin sent by the sect leader, and I have been lying in wait here for hours." He was observing the situation. Shiyu moved to blow up the trial grounds, causing Hu Bugui to wail, "Oh heavens, stop!" The assassin marveled at the sight. "But this strange woman's arrival has made it impossible for me to strike." Suddenly, Shiyu's attack flew toward the assassin's hiding spot. He gasped in horror, "Oh no!" A second later, an explosion instantly rang out. The night was quiet. Hu Bugui sat upright in a chair, listening to a series of interrogating questions. "How old are you? Where were you born? How many people are in your family? Do you have a girlfriend? What's your type? How much land do you own? What do you like to eat? Do you need an introduction?" Shiyu propped her legs up on the table. She asked indifferently, "Do you really have nothing to say?" The bystanders watching this seductive scene suffered nosebleeds. "Isn't that Immortal, Shiyu? She's the one who devours men whole. I don't want to look at all, yet my Adam's apple keeps bobbing." Hu Bugui stammered, "Immortal. I know you are a prominent figure in your field. I beg you, please spare me." Beneath his clothes, the golden undergarment Shu Wei had given him felt like an invisible shackle. He grit his teeth and thought, "Why did senior sister ask her to protect me? She definitely wants my pants to explode, doesn't she?" Suddenly, Shiyu leaned in and sat down, draping herself over Hu Bugui. She cupped his face and said, "Don't worry, I only seduce, I don't force." Hu Bugui closed his eyes, pulled out a box of pills, and spoke. "This is the heart-clearing pill, which eliminates evil thoughts, enhances beauty, and boosts cultivation efficiency," he thought as he tossed a handful into his mouth. "The heart-clearing pill from senior sister will surely work." Instantly, Hu Bugui's body began to emit a radiant glow as he declared, "I am Hu Bugui. I have no desire for women or worldly affairs. No matter how the immortal tempts me, I will not waver, even if I find a naked Shiyu at my door or am pinned down by her weight." Suddenly, Hu Bugui's body glowed even brighter as the light expanded, and he muttered while looking at himself, "After nearly dying for over 10 days. I've finally reached the point of breakthrough." Shiyu scoffed at the dull man, while the assassin sent by My Ming watched from the shadows, plotting to strike during the breakthrough. "I will take your life." He recalled when Shi Wei approached Shiyu, saying that her junior brother would join the sect trials in a month and asking for her protection. Shiyu had agreed immediately, but Shi Wei warned her not to seduce him, prompting Shiyu to raise her hand and swear an oath. "You are my best friend and the only one who stayed by me despite the rumors. How could I ever steal your man?" Shiyu waved goodbye enthusiastically, but as soon as Shi Wei vanished, she whispered, "But I do love stealing other people's toys. I just can't help myself." Back in the present, Hu Bugui reached his peak cultivation state and asked the Immortal to protect him during his breakthrough, while Shiyu watched him intently. This kid doesn't react to any temptation. Is he actually gay? She wondered before telling him to focus on his meditation inside the cave. Hu Bugui asked for guidance, but Shiyu turned away, uninterested in someone who wouldn't play with her, and said she would wait outside. I'll set up a barrier for you, Hu Bugui called out, asking with a smile if she could set up multiple layers just to be safe. Shiyu sighed, noting how similar he was to Shiwei, and as she leaned against the cave entrance, she muttered about how quickly he had reincarnated. Nearby, an assassin watched through night vision goggles, realizing he couldn't win against one of the 10 great immortals and needed a way to lure her away. He took out a pen and paper to write a report to Immortal Mai Ming, stating that Hu Bugui was being protected by Immortal Shiyu. Mai Ming received the report and wondered how to lure her away, realizing he had underestimated Shiwei for hiring a Dao integration stage Immortal as a bodyguard. Mai Ming smiled, knowing Shiyu had a major weakness, and the assassin received a reply stating that Shiyu once had a boyfriend named Chuan Pu. After her best friend stole him, Shiyu offered a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones for their heads. The assassin just needed to claim Chuan Pu had reappeared to lure her away. Wearing a veiled hat, he approached and asked if Immortal Shiyu was present at this location. In a flash, Shiyu was right in front of him, demanding to know who he was and what he wanted, causing the assassin to quickly bow and speak. He claimed to have news of Chuan Pu, for whom she had offered a 100,000 spirit stone bounty, appearing in the Western Island Kingdom, causing Shiyu to grit her teeth in anger. The assassin swore it was true, and without another word, Shiyu flew off to find the vile couple, promising him the reward later. Watching her fly away, the assassin turned toward the cave, confident that as a golden core cultivator, killing a mere foundation establishment brat would be effortless. Focused on Hu Bugui, the assassin didn't notice Shiyu watching from the clouds, smirking as she waited to see who was behind the attack when his sword hit her barrier. He stared at his cracked sword and cursed, realizing the strength of a barrier set by a Dao integration stage expert. He contacted sect leader Mai Ming again, reporting that while Shiyu had left, the barrier remained and asked for further instructions. Mai Ming replied quickly, revealing he had anticipated this and borrowed a barrier-breaking tool from the Shu Shan sect. He sent it via flying sword, which streaked across the sky at incredible speed before slamming into the ground hours later. The assassin found a conch shell tied to the sword with a note containing the activation chant, "Meow, meow, 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 meow," leaving him speechless. Another note said the chant was, "My drill can pierce the heavens," making him wonder if this was some kind of joke. After a moment of mental preparation, he swallowed hard and raised the conch shell with newfound determination. "My drill can pierce the heavens," he shouted, and the conch transformed into a massive drill which he aimed at the barrier. In an instant, the drill shattered the barrier with terrifying power, leaving Shiyu watching from above with a suspicious frown. Is that the Shu Shan sect leader's treasure? Could the Shu Shan sect be the ones behind this? She wondered. On the ground, the assassin stood up shakily, trying to regain his balance as this magic treasure was incredibly powerful, but consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Even though his spiritual energy was low, he still believed he could defeat the Foundation establishment opponent before him, but reality left him utterly disappointed. As soon as he stepped forward, he discovered another barrier appearing in front of him and wondered how it was possible for there to be yet another layer. He immediately used his drill to break the second barrier, but after succeeding, he collapsed to the ground with his body trembling violently as if he had been hollowed out from within. He looked up to see another barrier standing before him, and this time he struggled with all his might to shatter the third layer. But once he finished, he fell flat on the ground with tears streaming down his face as his body had become nothing more than skin and bones. He vowed to complete this mission and earn a fortune for the greatness and prosperity of his tribe, and just then, the spot where he lay suddenly lit up. A formation appeared, and with a crisp crunch, Shiyu sat high above and remarked that it had indeed exploded, recalling how Hu Bugui had been diligently digging for hours earlier. My senior sister said to guard against fire, theft, and assassins, and that one can never have too many traps. She remembered as he had set hundreds of such traps last night. Back in the present, a medicine bottle rolled on the ground as the assassin suppressed his tremors and stood up, knowing he would have been finished if not for those few resurrection pills. He stood up with his fighting spirit restored and vowed for his tribe before gripping two swords, and charging straight toward the cave entrance. He passionately dodged all the traps Hubugui had buried, while Shiyu sat above listening to the explosions like fireworks and remarking on how passionate yet pitiful he was before he finally emerged from the smoke. His body was in tatters, but he refused to be defeated so easily and stood before the cave roaring for Hubugui to come out and meet his death. Inside the cave, Hubugui was in secluded cultivation when he opened his eyes and sensed something, feeling a seat cushion being tossed onto the ground. He realized he forgot to lay down the cushion and sat back down to meditate, thinking his senior sister was truly impressive for preparing both digging tools and a cushion in the second silk bag. He recalled Shiwei's words that a clever rabbit has 3 burrows, so he must always dig a defensive maze and use a cushion to avoid hemorrhoids during his breakthrough, and he remembered his current position. Thanks to his senior sister's magic treasure, he was able to dig such a massive tunnel in a short time, while above, the assassin silently observed the 3 cave entrances before him. He thought the target truly lived up to being the one the Haibai sect leader wanted to eliminate due to the meticulous plan, but he didn't realize that all 3 entrances were real. The assassin recklessly chose a random entrance and charged in, believing he would eventually find his target, but he was immediately attacked by mechanisms on both walls. He then stepped on a nail trap and was even scorched by fire, but he finally found an exit and sighed in relief, thinking he had finally found him until another sight met his eyes. 3 more cave entrances appeared before him with a note stating it was real or fake abode turn 83, and telling him to shout loudly if he needed help. The assassin screamed in despair and called him a love-struck pig, while on Hubugui's side, a drop of spiritual essence was slowly forming and growing heavier. That drop of spiritual essence fell and shattered, stirring the lake within his consciousness, and Hubugui opened his eyes and let out a long breath of success. He quickly stood up and sat down several times, finding that after entering the soul quietude stage, his spiritual energy had become stable and his body was more flexible. Hubugui took out the tunnel map and muttered that it was time to leave seclusion as Shiyu must be getting impatient, but 15 minutes later, he was spinning in circles while wondering where he was. Looking at the cave entrance before him, his face turned pale as he realized he was lost, just as the assassin crawled out of the cave lamenting that he never expected to be trapped to death there. He looked up and happened to run into Hubugui, causing the assassin to weep with joy as he immediately stood up and declared he had finally found him. Hubugui stood still and took a punch to the chest from the assassin, but the assassin was the one knocked back and landed headfirst on the ground. The enemy dealt 0 damage, but took 100 damage from the spiked armor's reflection, and Hubugui scratched his head and shyly apologized for wearing the armor. Outside, Shiyu wondered why there had been no movement for a while, and as soon as she spoke, the cave suddenly exploded. 2 people flew out as the assassin ran ahead screaming for him not to come closer, while Hubugui chased after him and asked the fellow to wait. He was determined to chase the assassin to the end to ask for the way out, but then Hubugui hurriedly called out to warn him about a trap over there. But it was too late as the assassin stepped on a trap and was sent flying by a stone fist, screaming in despair that he never wanted to be an assassin again before he had to support himself from the injuries. His body was covered in wounds as he turned his back to Hubugui and left while crying for his mother, and Shiyu turned to ask Hubugui with a look of doubt. She asked if he was just going to let him go without asking who was behind the attempt on his life, and hearing this, Hubugui was startled and realized he had forgot to ask. Chizayo shook her head helplessly, as this absent-mindedness was his signature style. She took out a seashell and handed it to Hubugui. You don't even need to ask. This magical treasure he used to break the barrier is the heirloom of the Shushan sect leader, Hubugui asked in surprise. Are you referring to the Shushan sect, the oldest sect in the cultivation world? Chizayo nodded, unsure why they wanted to harm anyone. Regardless, I will head to the Shushan sect tomorrow to investigate and plead for your forgiveness. Hubugui immediately knelt and grabbed Chizayo's leg. Great Immortal, why wait until tomorrow? Please go and plead for me today. Chizayo hesitated, saying she had met an old acquaintance today. My mood isn't very good. Hubugui pouted and muttered that the annoying ex-boyfriend, that womanizing playboy, surely deserved a miserable end. Chizayo grew furious upon hearing that and screamed that he wasn't allowed to speak ill of him. Hubugui trembled in fear, asking if she still hadn't moved on. Chizayo rubbed her fingers and looked away, denying it was about lingering feelings. I just see this as a good chance for a fresh start. Hubugui sighed, thinking women were easily swayed. Shizuo smiled triumphantly to herself. Besides, that despicable man died long ago and has been reincarnated with no memories. He can't cause trouble anymore. I just need to wash my hands of it. Hubyugui broke into a sweat and muttered a moment of silence for her ex-boyfriend. The next day, Mai Ming's eyes were red as his hands trembled while holding the paper. It said the cultivation world is too unfair now, and being an assassin is exhausting. I want to return to the countryside to farm. Please find someone more talented. The assassin walked away, leaning on a crutch with one hand and carrying a hoe with the other. Seeing this, Mai Ming wiped away his tears, wondering what had driven such a talented assassin completely insane. Just then, something flew in through the window. A green light flashed and landed on the ground, revealing the image of a man. Mai Ming, my old friend, are you trying to get me killed? Mai Ming asked in confusion, sect leader Shanhe, why are you in such a rush? The newcomer was the Shushan sect leader, Immortal Shanhe. He lowered his voice and asked if Mai Ming had borrowed his treasure to commit murder. Shizuo is frantically hunting for Shanhe and Zio Sandao, screaming for them to come out and face her. Shanhe hurriedly told Mai Ming that the woman was at his door with the treasure. Do you want to kill her new lover? Mai Ming asked Shanhe if great immortal Shizuo had already left for the Shushan sect and if anyone was with her. Shanhe replied that she was alone and urged him to find a solution. Mai Ming stroked his chin, thinking, then told him to stay close to her. If he couldn't, he should say I borrowed the treasure. I will go to the Shushan sect myself to explain things to her. A thought flashed through Mai Ming's mind. Shizuo wasn't with Hubyugui. This was a perfect opportunity for me to secure a promise from Mai Ming. Shanhe immediately stepped out from behind the screen to meet Shizuo, asking what had made her so angry. He invited her to sit for tea and talk. Meanwhile, in a dark place under a blood-red moon, stood the assassin organization known as Nunnery. Someone standing above announced a major contract. They showed an image of Hubyugui, stating someone wanted them to ambush the Haibai sect's trial team to kill him. The reward was 10,000 spirit stones and 30 origin-retaining pills. The assassins below grew rowdy, exclaiming that the reward was enough to last a lifetime. Suddenly, the person above interrupted them. Don't cause a commotion. I will handle this man myself. An assassin asked the eldest sister if she had a rule against killing good people, noting he was a Haibai sect disciple. He was likely a good person. The leader of Nunnery spoke up, saying she didn't want to kill good people, but looking at the reward, she declared she needed it. At the Haibai sect trial gathering point, a large sword stuck in the ground was inscribed with the monument of the Yashin sword Immortal. Hubyugui leaned against the monument and began doodling on the ground. He grumbled about being left there alone after the trial without even a barrier. He wondered what would happen if assassins showed up. Before he could finish, a woman appeared and asked if he was the Haibai sect disciple, Hubyugui. Hubyugui looked up at her, wondering if she was the bodyguard sister his senior had sent. He thought his senior sister was very thoughtful. The woman performed a few sword flourishes and smiled, saying she would answer if he truly wanted to know. She was the chief of Nunnery, Jaiyi. As soon as she finished, Hubyugui bowed and thanked her for coming to help. He peeked at Jaiyi, wondering if the head of Nunnery was a Buddhist disciple. He found it confusing. Jaiyi was stunned by him calling her brother. A sword suddenly appeared and she drew it, vowing to leave his body intact. She coldly declared he didn't need to thank her. Hubyugui's jaw dropped, realizing she wasn't there to protect him. Jaiyi shook her head. Nunnery is the world's top assassin organization. She curled her lip in disdain, wondering why someone paid so much to kill a mere early spirit silence stage brat. Her sword then vanished. Jaiyi told herself that as a peak transformation god stage expert, killing someone at the spirit silence stage was beneath her dignity. Suddenly, noises rang out. A short blade, a bottle of poison, and a rope appeared at Hubyugui's feet as Jaiyi told him to choose his own way to die. She warned him not to waste her time, leaving Hubyugui stunned by the sudden turn of events just as the Haibai sect disciples arrived. One disciple asked Hubyugui why he was there so early, before curiously inquiring about the identity of the person standing with him. Jaiyi glanced at them and declared she was a professional assassin only interested in Hubyugui, then unleashed a palm strike to drive the others away. Her cultivation was immense, sending a blast that shattered a distant cliff as she held up 2 fingers with a gentle smile. She corrected them, stating she was clearly a beauty and shouldn't be called a man, then threatened to kill their families before asking Hubyugui if he had chosen his suicide method. Sweating profusely, Hu Bugui realized her power was too great to escape and desperately searched for a way to survive. Thinking quickly, Hu Bugui made a heart gesture and confessed his love at first sight, then waited silently for Jia Yi's reaction. Legend said the proud heaven sword Immortal used this trick thrice to survive and build a harem, but Jia Yi only stared at Hu Bugui with disappointment. He realized legends were just stories and women weren't so easily deceived, yet Jia Yi suddenly blushed. Hu Bugui was shocked it worked, while Jia Yi shyly turned away, insisting her professional standards wouldn't be swayed by romance. She urged him to hurry and kill himself, leaving Hu Bugui in despair until he remembered Shi Wei's third silk pouch. The instructions said to open it when cornered, so Hu Bugui pulled out a letter and a spatial ring. The letter explained the ring held spirit stones and pills, instructing him to recite, "Whatever he pays, I will pay 10 times more." Though skeptical that a professional could be bought so easily, Hu Bugui held up the ring and recited the incantation. Jia Yi immediately turned back and claimed to be a professional before swiftly snatching the ring from his hand. She declared she would follow whoever paid the most, proving to Hu Bugui that money truly could solve anything as she inspected the ring. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of 100,000 spirit stones and hundreds of pills, while Hu Bugui marveled at her peak transformation stage perception. Jia Yi's attitude shifted instantly as she put her arm around him, declaring herself his and asking who he wanted dead. Hu Bugui tried to stop her misleading words and asked if they could avoid killing, but he noticed a strange look in her eyes. Jia Yi stared at him infatuatedly, insisting that as a professional, she couldn't take his money without performing a hit. When Hu Bugui refused to name a target, Jia Yi blushed and asked if he wanted something else since he had just confessed his love. She looked at Hu Bugui and thought that while he wasn't handsome or strong, his immense wealth made up for everything. Despite the age difference, his riches were undeniable, and she found him looking more attractive the longer she stared. Hu Bugui remarked that her mix of liveliness and shyness didn't suit her, causing Jia Yi to turn around in an instant. She boldly announced that she accepted his confession and demanded they get married immediately, much to Hu Bugui's confusion. Amidst the chaos, the surrounding disciples began loudly congratulating their junior brother on his sudden good fortune. They promised to inform the senior sister and assured him she wouldn't beat him to death, causing Hu Bugui to break into a cold sweat. He tried to explain the confession was just a survival tactic, but Jia Yi leaned in close, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Hu Bugui quickly forced a smile and claimed his love was genuine, though he was secretly weeping in frustration. He prayed the senior sister would believe he was coerced, just as a beautiful, fashionably dressed woman with purple hair appeared. When he asked who she was, she revealed she was Jia Yi, having retired from assassination and returned to her true female form. Hu Bugui took her hands and sincerely declared them Dao companions, while elsewhere, a teacup suddenly fell and shattered. Shi Wei coughed up blood during her meditation, feeling a sudden wave of unease and wondering if something had happened to him. She felt her plan should have been flawless, while back with Hu Bugui, Jia Yi began distributing pills to the He Bai sect disciples. "Consider these elixir wings my apology to everyone," she said to the disciples, who were moved to tears by this unexpected kindness. "Usually, we are the ones apologizing and offering tributes to the senior sister. Finally, someone is apologizing to us," they remarked as Jia Yi smiled at their praise. "Our junior brother found such a wonderful wife," they teased, causing Jia Yi to blush and lean against a flushing Hu Bugui. He wondered if this was what it felt like to build a harem, feeling truly blissful as time quickly transitioned to the following day. As Hu Bugui and Jia Yi sat beneath the sunset, he remarked that she looked beautiful in both male and female attire, to which she smiled. "You too, little Gui Gui, you get more handsome the more I look," she replied, but as hearts fluttered between them, Shi Yu suddenly appeared behind them. Veins popped on her forehead as she screamed in rage, demanding to know where he had picked up this flat-chested woman after only one day apart. Black-white sect disciples watched the impending jealousy match, while one muttered through a nosebleed that the newcomer's chest was impressively large and familiar. He suddenly realized she was the man-eating Immortal Shi Yu, who devoured men down to their bones, just as she drew her sword. With an explosive aura, she faced Jia Yi as neither woman backed down, prompting the terrified disciples to flee before the battle began. Over at the Mount Shu sect, a haggard Shen He clung to a pillar with dark circles under his eyes, muttering wearily as he stumbled out. "Immortal Shi Yu truly devours men whole. Little Lan Lan, you've ruined me," he groaned just as Mai Ming finally made his late appearance. Mai Ming apologized for his delay, and surprised by the quick defeat, handed Shanhe a kidney-strengthening elixir to restore his vitality immediately. He patted his shoulder in encouragement, expressing his genuine admiration, while nearby, the battle between Shiyu and Jia reached a fever pitch. Amidst the explosions, Jia looked down and mocked Shiyu, calling her a slut for clearly lusting after his manhood. Shiyu gestured her disdain, retorted that Jia was just as much of a slut, and then lunged forward with a massive wave of energy. Jia shouted back that she only wanted his money, not his body, as Shiyu's light beam sliced a massive boulder in two. Hu Buigui lay trembling on the ground, marveling at the sheer terror of a battle between the soul transformation and Dao integration stages. Shiyu approached him and asked if he heard that she only wanted his wealth, but he blankly replied that he was broke and liked her body. Enraged, she kicked him and demanded to know if he was blind, insisting that her body was clearly superior and he should prefer her instead. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly pulled back and tried to play it off as a joke to save face. She reminded him of his senior sister's teachings, prompting Hu Buigui to recall Shiwei's advice to be cautious and hide his trump cards. He muttered to himself about the rules: kill from the shadows, never challenge higher ranks, avoid arrogance, and never build a harem. Though the advice was sound, he wept, wondering what the point of cultivation was if he couldn't show off or have a harem. He pounded the ground in frustration, thinking that if he couldn't show off, he should at least be allowed to have a harem. He wondered what was wrong with wanting a harem, just as Shiyu joined his crying, admitting she only cultivated to find handsome men. She deeply sympathized with his plight, and as a moved Hu Buigui looked at her, she pulled him into a comforting embrace. "Hasn't this big sister already helped you start your harem?" she asked, while Jia watched the two of them crying together from a distance. She narrowed her eyes and muttered that while they were strange, it was touching, before everyone boarded the airship to head back. As Shiwei walked down the stairs, the trial participants returned, and she stretched while confirming her life tablet was still intact. Her expression suddenly darkened when she saw Hu Buigui had already returned, accompanied by both Shiyu and Jia. Hu Buigui waved innocently at Shiwei, claiming she was just another girlfriend and that he wasn't actually building a harem. Jia clung to him and winked at Shiwei, introducing herself as little Hui's girlfriend while Shiyu giggled behind her hand. "Shiwei, I'm also Hu Buigui's girlfriend," Shiyu added, causing Shiwei to grit her teeth in fury as blood trickled from her mouth. Hu Buigui frantically raised his hands, explaining that Shiyu was only joking, but Shiwei immediately drew her sword in response. He softly told Hu Buigui that he would help him reincarnate once more, prompting Hu Buigui to flee in a panic as Shiwei pursued him closely. Though it was romantic just a second ago, Hu Buigui was now sprinting at full speed and crying out in terror. "Senior sister, spare my life. I truly only have one girlfriend." Shiwei quickly caught up, grabbing Hu Buigui's head and pinning him forcefully to the ground. Planting her sword right next to Hu Buigui's ear, Shiwei spoke coldly from above. "Do you really think someone with your looks and cultivation would have a girlfriend?" Hu Buigui looked up at her and replied, "She isn't the type to judge someone by their appearance." Jia immediately performed a few sword flourishes and agreed, "That's right, I don't judge people by their looks." She smiled and added, "I only like him for his money." Shiwei looked at Jia with disdain. "That's even worse, yet you say it so proudly. Besides, I'm the one who gave him that money." She pointed toward Shiyu and asked, "And you, what do you see in him?" Shiyu covered her mouth and giggled softly. "Actually, he looks exactly like my ex-boyfriend." Shiwei replied flatly. "Don't you have 10 ex-boyfriends? Which one is it?" Shiyu repeated that it was the one stolen by her best friend. Shiwei covered her face and patted Hu Buigui's shoulder. "Did you hear that? One is here for money, and the other is here to get revenge for her stolen ex-boyfriend." Hu Buigui turned to Shiwei and said, "I'm fine. After all, I am a handsome man. It's nice to be pursued." Hu Buigui, Shiyu, and Jia stood in a single row. All three looked toward Shiwei with expressionless faces. Shiwei cursed inwardly, thinking these three were completely brain-dead. She frowned deeply, since things had come to this. "I can only tell you a shocking secret." Hu Buigui was stunned. Shiwei began her story, pointing at Shiyu, who initially looked like a girl in her early 20s. But in reality, she is already an old woman over 300 years old. Hu Buigui felt as if he had been struck by lightning. 300 years old? Jia, standing nearby, chimed in. "Exactly, Senior Immortal Shiyu is indeed an old lady." Hearing this, Shiyu turned and grabbed Jia's shirt. "You are the head assassin from AI and Temple, and your cultivation has reached the peak of the soul transformation stage. How can you be so shameless as to call me a fake? Jaya put her hands on her hips and replied, I am a top-tier genius. There's no way I'm over 100 years old. I just turned 90 this year. Hu Bugui felt like he was struck by lightning once again. 90 years old? Shiwei reached out to close Hu Bugui's hanging jaw and said, a young maiden can also be an old woman. Do you understand how treacherous the world is now? Hu Bugui's expression shifted instantly. He raised his hand and spoke to Shiyu and Jai Yi. You ladies have far too much experience. I cannot handle this. Let's part ways here. Farewell. Hu Bugui took Shiwei's hand and said sincerely, Senior sister. I'm sorry I was possessed by demons. I know I was wrong. He cried, saying his senior sister was the best person in the world. Shiyu spoke up from behind. Little Jai Jai, did you know? Shiwei is also over 60 years old this year. Jaya nodded. A 60-year-old mortal would already be an old woman. Shiwei covered her mouth. She waved her hand shyly and said, Oh my, what cultivator cares about age? To us, being over 60 is still like being a 16-year-old girl. Hu Bugui immediately backed away, distancing himself from Shiwei. At this moment, he was exactly 16 years old, and he looked at Shiwei, Shiyu, and Jai Yi with a gloomy expression. Hu Bugui quickly turned and fled. Women are truly terrifying, he shouted as he ran. Damn it, give me back my youth. At that moment, the three women stood together. Jai Yi was at the peak of the soul transformation stage. Shiyu was in the middle stage of the Tao integration stage, while Shiwei was the weakest, with her cultivation only at the late golden core stage. Shiwei complained, You two are intentionally trying to harass me. Jai Yi raised her hand to swear, I vow that I only wanted to swindle a bit more money. Shiwei looked at Shiyu. I wasn't the one who stole your ex-boyfriend, so why are you bothering me on purpose? Shiyu said nonchalantly, Sorry, I went a bit too far with the acting. Shiyu furrowed her brows in thought. Actually, you did steal him. It's just that you stole him in a previous life. Jaya put her arms around the necks of Shiyu and Shiwei. Now that everyone is back at the starting line, let's compete fairly. The other two let out a weary sigh of frustration. Mai Ming stood alone on the cliffside, his gaze fixed on the commotion in the forest. He sighed, thinking about the harem struggles and the constant conflicts. It was hard to distinguish truth from lies. It truly was a graveyard for brave men. Mai Ming held a lit incense stick and bowed reverently, praying for the gods in heaven to let Hu Bugui reach his grave sooner. Hu Bugui let out a scream and ran away while Shiyu and Jai Yi watched him go. Both asked each other simultaneously, Aren't you going to chase after him? Standing nearby, Shiwei interjected, He'll come back to eat on his own once he gets hungry. Jaya followed up, Do you treat him like your pet? The three stood silently in the courtyard. Shiwei waved her hand. If there's nothing left to say, then everyone go back to their own homes. The door slammed shut immediately. The two called out in unison, Wait a moment. Jaya frowned, looking at Shiyu with confusion. What should we do now? She's about to enjoy the rewards. How can we possibly compete with her? Jaya asked Shiyu, Let's cooperate honestly and sincerely. Shall we move forward hand in hand? Shiyu nodded. That's the only way. Standing inside, Shiwei peered out through a gap. It was normal for Shiyu to seduce every man she encountered. However, that assassin from AI and Temple certainly wasn't here just for money. There had to be another reason. On the other side, Shiyu suddenly cried out, Is this the reason? Jaya blushed, recalling how she fell for him the moment he confessed, and despite the deception, she still felt a sense of joy. Shiyu stared at Jaya, asking if she hadn't previously claimed it was only for the money. Jaya's face grew redder as she admitted she was just being shy and used that as an excuse, while Shiyu looked disgusted, wondering where such a naive girl had come from. Jaya's expression shifted instantly as she glared at Shiyu, asking if the man truly resembled her former lover while Shiyu looked up at the sky in silence. With a long sigh, she remarked that it was a complicated tale before closing her eyes and drifting into her memories of when she and Chu-En-Pu stood under the sun to make their vows. She swore that he was the only one she loved among her 10 relationships and that it would never change. His name was Chu-En-Pu, and they had once promised to stay together for a lifetime. Jaya raised her hand in confusion, asking what she meant by 10 relationships, to which Shiyu calmly explained that she had 10 boyfriends at the time, and Chu-En-Pu was the 10th. Jaya was left speechless by the fact that she was dating 10 men at once, noting she truly was the world's top green tea girl, and surmising that the name Shiyu must have originated from that. Shiyu didn't respond, but continued her story with a voice full of nostalgia, mentioning they were together for nearly a decade and were a couple everyone envied. Jaya curled her lip in disdain. wondering if she was the only one who saw their roles were reversed. While Shiyu suddenly remembered something and spoke with resentment about the time Chu and Poo asked who she would save if he and her other boyfriends all fell into the water. He claimed she didn't love him because she hesitated to choose, but Shiyu spoke with a sense of grievance, noting that they all had nascent soul cultivation, so falling into water shouldn't have mattered. One day, her most sincere feelings were betrayed by her own best friend, causing Jia to interrupt with suspicion, noting that despite the different makeup, that friend looked familiar. Shiyu nodded with indignation, confirming that the woman was the previous incarnation of senior sister who Byugui named Shiwei, and she gritted her teeth as she continued. She explained that she only befriended Shiwei so that she could one day steal her boyfriend, prompting Jia to sigh and remarked that her personality was truly terrifying. Shiyu blushed and spoke softly, admitting that when she saw him again at the Trial Valley recently, she realized her love for him remained. She hesitated, even considering starting over with him, before Shiyu warned Jia that if she tried to take him, she would lead a force to wipe out her entire convent, to which Jia calmly replied that he couldn't be stolen, as while blood might run dry, a first love could never be discarded. Shiyu scoffed, mocking her for being over 90 years old without ever having a first love, which made Jia angry as she insisted she took love seriously, unlike Shiyu who would take any man, prompting Shiyu to point a finger at her. She remarked that with her eternal wall personality, it would indeed be difficult to find a lover, causing Jia to puff out her cheeks and suggest they change the subject as Shiyu stepped closer. She whispered that if they both truly loved him, they should compete fairly, even offering to teach her the secrets of breast enhancement, which deeply moved Jia. After calling her kind, the two decided to form an alliance, but as they looked up at the sky, they accidentally noticed two figures standing close together behind the clouds. Byugui affectionately called out to his little junior sister, and the person opposite him responded tenderly, leaving Shiyu and Jia below to look at each other in shock, wondering who that woman was as they stood beneath the Haibai sect's Zio Feifeng. This was the gathering place for female disciples, where the elder in charge, exalted Immortal Qin Yang, who ranked 9th among the 10 great immortals, was currently bathing in the lake. Her back alone was enough to make one's heart flutter, as she was elegant, dignified, and as gentle as the moonlight shining over the cultivation world before she pulled Byugui along. With a cold voice, she noted he was the first person in nearly a century who dared to peep at her while she bathed, though Byugui quickly explained that it was all just a misunderstanding. He claimed he was merely passing by, but the other disciples immediately accused him, telling their master that he was the same pervert who had been stalking them before. Qin Yang glared at Byugui with murderous intent, questioning how he dared to lay a hand on her disciples, causing Byugui to burst into tears as he insisted it was another misunderstanding, and that he had only wandered in because of severe emotional trauma. Byugui cowered among the female disciples as a voice suggested stripping him naked to parade through the streets or turning him into a eunuch, causing him to weep. He begged for forgiveness from the senior sisters until a hand was raised in the crowd, as someone suggested that everyone might have misunderstood this senior brother. Byugui looked up and felt as if a goddess had descended when a girl with blue hair and sparkling pink robes emerged from the crowd. Qin Yang turned and asked Baiye how she could be so certain they had misunderstood this pervert, to which Baiye pointed at Byugui, identifying him as the disciple of Master Teibai, senior brother Byugui. Byugui looked up at them as Qin Yang remarked that they might have truly misjudged him, and Byugui whispered that he was glad the misunderstanding was cleared. When he asked for the logic behind it, the female disciples burst into laughter, stating the entire sect knew Byugui didn't like women and preferred muscular older men. They concluded he naturally wouldn't peep at women bathing, leaving Byugui's face darkened as he felt his life was at a dead end despite escaping death, while Qin Yang helped him up. She apologized for the misunderstanding, but Byugui replied that the martial ant didn't need to apologize as everything was his fault, prompting Qin Yang to rub his head coaxingly. She noted that since he had seen their bodies, he should do her a favor to make amends, after which he was wrapped up like a cocoon, slammed onto the ground, and even kicked for good measure. Qin Yang stood at the door and shouted for Teibai, claiming his young disciple had peeped at her and her students, and demanding 2 foundation establishment pills to keep the matter from spreading. Byugui lay on the ground, feeling too miserable to live. Taibai's voice echoed from within, "Kill him if you wish, I have no such disciple." Qin Yang and the others outside fell silent immediately. Byugui scrambled up and wailed, "Master, save me, Otherwise, I'll be chopped up for dog food, Tai Bai shouted back firmly. Who are you? I don't know you. Qin Yang pointed at Hu Bugui and asked suspiciously, what on earth did you do to make that old man loathe you so much? Bai Yi, standing nearby, spoke up quickly. Master, please don't worry. I can break through to the Foundation establishment stage on my own. Foundation establishment is dangerous. If you fail, your body will be damaged. You are only 14. You cannot be so reckless. Hu Bugui, eavesdropping on the conversation, thought to himself that failing Foundation establishment would harm the body. I seem to have failed 6 or 7 times. No wonder senior sister fed me medicinal pills like they were rice. He looked up at Bai Yi with eyes full of infatuation. She is only 14 and so adorable. Hu Bugui furrowed his brows with determination. She just saved my life, I must help her, he spoke out loudly. My senior sister has plenty of Foundation establishment pills. Let me take you to get them. Hearing this, Tai Bai voiced his support. Exactly. Go find Shi Wei and stop bothering me. Thus, Qin Yang, Hu Bugui, and Bai Yi departed together on a cloud. Hu Bugui turned to Bai Yi and thanked her. I am grateful for your help earlier. Bai Yi blushed and whispered, Senior brother, do not misunderstand. I simply could not stand by. Hu Bugui watched her shy demeanor with adoration, wondering if this was a true maiden. She is so lovely, I think I am in love. Bai Yi glanced at Hu Bugui and thought, why did he feel so familiar the moment I met him? It is as if we knew each other in a past life. Their hearts raced as they stood close. They looked at each other with flushed faces, both sharing the same thought. I think I like him, and I think I like her. Shi Wei stood before them, stunned. You. Hu Bugui and Bai Yi approached hand in hand. He smiled and said, Senior sister, this is my girlfriend, and she needs a Foundation establishment pill. Shi Wei massaged her forehead and sighed. As expected, it has happened again. Night fell and the moon hung high. Shi Wei climbed onto the roof, recalling Bai Yi's image from that afternoon. For 700 years, she had appeared by Hu Bugui's side in every lifetime. Shi Wei muttered, after that, the two of them always fall in love at first sight. It never changes. She pondered, who exactly is she and what is her purpose in approaching Bugui? Shi Wei braced herself and stood up decisively. Regardless of her goal, it is best to deal with her cleanly as a precaution. Then she suddenly remembered. But before that, I must deal with that assassin. At that moment, Jia was seducing Hu Bugui. Young man, do you wish to study the great Tao of life with me? Hu Bugui huddled in a corner, trembling as he begged for mercy. Big sister, can you please go outside? I want to sleep. She sat drinking tea and said coldly, go out. If we leave, this beautiful night will be wasted. Hu Bugui cried out for his senior sister to save him. Just as he finished, Shi Wei kicked the door open and looked at Shi Yu and Jia Yi coldly. If you sincerely seek help, I will show mercy and save you this once. Jia Yi cupped her face and blushed. A threesome or a foursome, I wouldn't mind either. Shi Wei gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. There is no need to rush. She held up a vial of medicine and spoke with a calm yet chilling voice. You are already dead. I have poisoned the tea with a colorless, odorless toxin. Jia Yi and Shi Yu immediately spat out the tea. Shi Wei placed a hand on Shi Yu's shoulder and said indifferently, you have a Tao integration cultivation. If you circulate your energy to neutralize the poison now, you might still save your life. Shi Yu complained. We were supposed to be friends. Shi Wei's voice dropped as she watched Shi Yu's retreating back. From the moment you conspired with Bugui, we were no longer friends. Jia Yi crouched on the ground, looking up with a silly grin. I didn't drink the tea in the room. Shi Wei stood with her hands on her hips and looked at Jia Yi. Though you are an assassin, you are a much better person than Shi Yu. Jia Yi nodded. It's more accurate to say there aren't many people worse than her. Shi Wei beckoned Hu Bugui over. Bugui, come here, I have a few words for you. Hu Bugui crawled out from the corner and asked nervously, what do you want, senior sister? Saving my little life is more important. Shi Wei squeezed his face. She turned to Jia Yi and said, actually, I won't stop you two from being together. However, this man is the type who can change his affections several times in a single day. She turned Hu Bugui's face toward Jia Yi. If you still don't mind someone like him, then give him a kiss to prove your determination. Jia Yi blushed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Hu Bugui. Since you put it that way, I won't be polite. Jia Yi leaned in and planted a kiss on Hu Bugui's cheek. Shi Wei chuckled softly. Very good. A second later, she raised her hand. My hand was covered in poison. I just rubbed it all over his face. Seeing blood trickle from the corner of Jia Yi's mouth, Shi Wei mocked. You're dead, soul-sent assassin of the Temple of Purple Love. A ring of spiritual energy immediately surrounded Jia Yi. She looked at Shi Wei with resentment. You dared to toy with the feelings of an innocent girl like me. Blood also trickled from Shi Wei's mouth as she growled. Anyone who seduces him must die. Besides, you're nearly 100 years old. Who are you trying to fool by pretending to be an innocent girl? Jaya's face turned pale as she collapsed to the ground. I'm not 100 yet. I'm only 90. Looking at Jaya lying there, Hu Bugui asked worriedly. Senior sister, you won't really poison her to death, will you? Shi Wei walked over and dragged Jaya by the leg. She has a peak deity transformation cultivation. She won't die that easily. Now I must cremate her to ensure she's dead for good. Hu Bugui hurriedly tried to stop her. Senior sister, please let her go. All of this is mine. Shu Wei turned back with a cold, menacing look, warning Hu Bugui that anyone who dared to seduce her man would face certain death. Hu Bugui trembled, sensing his senior sister's terrifying darkness. After walking a short distance, Shu Wei suddenly turned her head. In a frigid tone, she added that Jia was the one who previously tried to kill him, so such a person could never be trusted, then gave Hu Bugui instructions. Go wash your face immediately so the poison doesn't seep into your skin. Take the antidote from the cabinet and use it now. Shu Wei lowered her head slightly. Her sharp eyes glared at Hu Bugui as she warned him to remember from now on, do not touch the mortal world and do not establish a harem. Jia lay silently on the woodpile. Her weak eyes lacked the strength to resist. Shu Wei looked at her and said in a low, cold voice that perhaps she truly loved him. She stood nearby holding a torch. With a decisive voice, she stated she couldn't leave any danger behind, then dropped the torch onto the wood beneath Jia, giving her no more chances. Hu Bugui rushed forward at his top speed, screaming for her to stop immediately. He lunged to catch the falling torch and successfully grabbed it at the critical moment. However, his momentum caused him to slam into the tree trunk. He jumped up, threw the torch down, and asked his senior sister anxiously why she had suddenly become so cruel. He wondered if this was a test his senior sister was putting him through. Shu Wei smiled gently but mysteriously, saying she couldn't explain it clearly to him. But everything she did was for his benefit. She drew her sword, and instantly hundreds of blades fell from the sky. Shu Wei ordered him to get out of the way. The swords pointed directly at Jia. Hu Bugui shouted in panic, pleading for his senior sister to wake up and stop obsessing over such trivial matters. Shu Wei suddenly coughed up blood, and the swords in the sky vanished. She knelt on one knee, clutching her chest as a familiar sensation returned. Recalling her previous seclusion, her face turned pale as she wondered if her end was near since she had been coughing blood frequently. Hu Bugui ran to support her, asking anxiously if the poison on her hand had entered her body. Shu Wei shook her head, saying it wasn't poison, but rather her internal spiritual energy becoming chaotic. She raised her sword again, intending to channel her spiritual energy for the Great Thunder Law Array. At that moment, someone caught her blade with 2 fingers. Mai Ming stood before her and told her calmly to settle down and not be so impulsive. Hu Bugui called out to the sect leader. Mai Ming picked up Jia Yi and said gently that she was his disciple, not an outsider, so she wouldn't harm his junior brother and there was no need for such caution. He continued softly, noting that intense emotions could easily lead to cultivation deviation and physical harm. After speaking, Mai Ming flew away with Jia Yi, leaving a final message. He told Shu Wei to take care of herself as he took his disciple away. Hu Bugui breathed a sigh of relief, glad the sect leader arrived just in time. Shu Wei stared at Mai Ming's retreating back and remarked coldly that his arrival was indeed timely, as if he had been waiting nearby all along. Hu Bugui quickly supported Shu Wei and urged her to return to her room to heal. Meanwhile, at the sect leader's residence, Mai Ming focused on transferring spiritual energy to Jia Yi, causing the toxins to leave her body as black mist. He muttered that before Shu Wei's seclusion. He had carefully poisoned her to prevent her from using her magic. He turned to Jia Yi and said craftily that without Shu Wei's protection, it would be easy for her to recover and kill Hu Bugui. Jia Yi glanced at Mai Ming and replied firmly that she was no longer an assassin and would not carry out his mission. Mai Ming sneered. He asked if she truly cared for that boy, reminding her that she was the leader of the IAM assassins, a cold-blooded killer who doesn't blink. Jia Yi frowned and replied that if the sect leader told her why he insisted on killing Hu Bugui, she might consider continuing the mission. Just then, Shi Yu appeared from outside, his voice ringing out as he questioned why the leader of the Haibai sect wanted to kill a lowly cultivator. The door swung open as Shi Yu entered sternly, suggesting it wasn't as simple as wanting to kill a romantic rival because he liked Shu Wei. Mai Ming was startled, but quickly regained his composure, remarking that Shi Yu's stealth technique was impressive enough to hide even from him. Shiyu didn't let up, demanding to know who Hu Bugui really was and why Shu Wei was so determined to protect him. My Ming's face darkened as he replied curtly that he couldn't say, but that Shiyu only needed to know Hu Bugui must die. Shiyu refused to give up, asking why it was a secret. My Ming closed his eyes and sighed, saying it was because he didn't want Shu Wei to be killed as well. Shiyu watched silently as My Ming transferred energy to Jia Yi, then issued a warning. He threatened to tell Shu Wei and Hu Bugui everything if the truth wasn't revealed. My Ming spoke with authority, stating that only if the Shan sanctioned Biduan Divine High Immortal. Boming High Immortal and Modi Old Immortal agreed could he speak. Shiyu was stunned that they all knew Hu Bugui's identity, and My Ming nodded. He confirmed that killing Hu Bugui was a decision made by the five of them, then approached Shiyu with a warning that he was just a man. You had better not do anything unnecessary. That night at the residence of Shi Wei and Hu Bugui, Tai Bai was checking Shi Wei's pulse while she lay still on the bed. Sitting beside her, Tai Bai spoke pensively, noting that aside from some chaotic internal energy, he found nothing wrong with her body before bowing his head in thought and asking a question. He asked what her current symptoms were, and Shi Wei slowly replied that she felt frustrated. Her thoughts were in disarray, her blood flow felt blocked, and she was unable to sit or stand still. Tai Bai raised his eyebrows, and after a moment of reflection, concluded that the young lady was suffering from lovesickness, causing Shi Wei to sit up and look at him in surprise. She questioned if her master actually knew how to heal anyone, pointing at Tai Bai and insisting that the old man was nothing more than a quack. She told her junior brother not to believe him, but Hu Bugui was currently lost in shock, with the words, "Senior sister likes me," repeating endlessly in his mind. Shi Wei slapped his face hard to remind him not to get ahead of himself, while on the other side, Shiyu stood in silence for a moment. Then she widened her eyes and asked My Ming what the true relationship between Shi Wei and Hu Bugui was, noting how Shi Wei had always protected him in their past lives. My Ming replied sorrowfully that it had been this way for 10,000 years, not just 2 lifetimes. Shiyu was stunned by the mention of 10,000 years, but My Ming covered his mouth and cleared his throat, stating that saying more would break the rules, though he could swear an oath. He declared that the only person he wanted to kill was Hu Bugui, glancing away as he added that only through his death would Shi Wei be set free, prompting Shiyu to leave immediately. Inside, Jia Yi continued to question Immortal My Ming, asking if revealing so many secrets meant he would kill her if she refused to obey him. My Ming looked at her with a smile, saying he enjoyed talking to intelligent people, but Jia Yi frowned and asked why they needed her if all 5 great immortals wanted Hu Bugui dead. She noted that with their power, killing him would be trivial, so My Ming clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the moon, explaining that the 5 of them took turns taking action. It was his turn now, but he could not strike personally. When a surprised Jia Yi asked why, My Ming blushed and admitted Shi Wei would loathe him, leaving Jia Yi speechless as he told her she would become his personal disciple. He ordered her to find an opportunity to kill Hu Bugui at the Black-White sect, but Jia Yi looked directly at him and confessed that she also liked Hu Bugui, causing My Ming's lips to twitch. He sternly told her that what he said to Shiyu applied to her as well, warning her not to act on emotion lest she lose her life as time passed by. A few days later, while Hu Bugui was practicing outside, Shi Wei called out to him that it was time to eat, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. This lasted until junior sister Bai Yi suddenly fell ill, causing a rice bowl to shatter on the ground as Hu Bugui yelled that his senior sister was too much, while Shi Wei floated aimlessly on the lake. She muttered that from her past life to this one, she was repeating the same mistakes, wondering why he left her in every lifetime and what she had done wrong as she recalled the past. Hu Bugui had screamed at her, asking why she felt the need to kill everyone and what her goal was, before reaching out his hand and demanding the antidote. He threatened to sever all ties with her and stormed off without eating, bidding her farewell as Shi Wei watched him in silence until someone suddenly appeared by the lake. My Ming spoke up, asking Shi Wei if she still didn't understand her mistake, calmly explaining that the young man desired freedom while she constantly sought to bind him. He said that was why the boy wanted to leave her, so Shi Wei slowly sat up, adjusted her clothes, and calmly raised her head to look directly at My Ming before pointing her finger at him. With a composed yet stern voice, she remarked that a pervert was lurking nearby, startling My Ming, who asked when she had learned to joke like that, but she ignored him and questioned the sect leader instead. She asked why he kept following her, to which My Ming replied without hesitation that it was because he liked her, causing Shi Wei to lower her head and speak softly. She admitted she didn't understand what liking someone felt like, while elsewhere, Hu Bu-gui was blowing on food and gently feeding Bai Yi, wondering if this was that very feeling. Bai Yi shyly thanked him for saving her, calling him kind for helping her take her medicine and expressing her embarrassment, which made Hu Bu-gui blush as he spoke up. He told her not to thank him since the medicine was from his senior sister, though she was also the one who poisoned her, prompting a curious Bai Yi to ask about his relationship with her. She mentioned hearing that his sister doted on him with an extreme level of care, so Hu Bu-gui sighed and explained that she had suddenly appeared at his home one day and forced him into cultivation. Since then, she had saved him countless times, and his voice grew heavy as he suggested that perhaps his own uselessness made her worry that everything posed a threat to him. Hu Bu-gui clenched his fists, vowing that once he became strong, his senior sister would no longer have to worry, but Bai Yi interrupted, saying she felt he was misunderstanding something. On the other side, Shi Wei stood up and asked the sect leader to move aside so she could go home and cook for her junior brother, but Mai Ming asked why since the boy had severed ties with her. He wondered how the boy could return so quickly, but Shi Wei smiled and insisted he would, and indeed, a short while later, Hu Bu-gui came crawling back in a pathetic state. He muttered that his senior sister was beautiful, generous, and kind, admitting his mistake and begging her to give him the underwear talisman. The underwear talisman was a protective item Hu Bu-gui was wearing that could only be removed with a specific incantation, and he clutched his lower body, crying for his senior sister to save him because he couldn't take it anymore. Shi Wei handed him a talisman and softly told him he was free to go wherever he pleased, provided he returned in time for dinner. From then on, Hu Bu-gui always came back punctually. Standing nearby, Mai Ming shook his head at Shi Wei, remarking that her methods were quite unscrupulous. Shi Wei frowned, muttering to herself about whether it was right to grant the young the freedom they craved, even as blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth again. She secretly watched Hu Bu-gui spending time with the female disciples while her bleeding grew worse, yet she gritted her teeth and insisted on giving him his freedom, claiming their bond was entirely pure. Suddenly, she saw Bai Yi pulling Hu Bu-gui away to go sightseeing together, causing blood to pour from Shi Wei's mouth like a fountain as she tried to reassure herself. She told herself there was no need to worry since they only invited him because they thought he had no interest in women. But in an instant, a massive bear appeared and threw Hu Bu-gui's group into a panic. Shi Wei watched silently from behind a boulder, thinking to herself that Hu Bu-gui would be fine since it was only a rank 2 demonic beast. However, the bear quickly took down 2 of them, leaving them in tears as they lamented that their master hadn't given them any Dharma treasures and that their first real battle was terrifying. On the other side, both Hu Bu-gui and Bai Yi were also under attack, with a flustered Bai Yi apologizing because she had not yet reached the Foundation establishment realm. Hu Bu-gui also cried out that his senior sister had not yet taught him any combat sword techniques. Shi Wei watched the scene and shook her head in frustration at their incompetence, drawing her sword as she realized she couldn't let him wander freely. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Shi Wei's head, causing her to fall forward and cough up blood, but she knew she had to intervene as the demonic beast went on a wild rampage. The author, possessing a perfect score in beast language, translated that the poor demonic beast was merely acting in self-defense after a series of attacks. It stood still, looking at the disciples scattered across the ground, until Hu Bu-gui stood up using his sword for support, telling himself he had to turn the tide since his senior sister wasn't there. He pulled out a talisman, and seeing this from a distance, the demonic beast unleashed its power and charged at him, yet Hu Bu-gui remained calm and smiled. He tested his luck by dodging with a couple of talismans before unleashing thousands more, sending the demonic beast into a panic as it turned to flee. Hu Bu-gui pointed his sword at the beast and commanded the talismans to fly forward, invoking explosive, rupture, blast, and the auspicious triple treasure. The talismans rained down on the beast and exploded like fireworks, allowing Hu Bu-gui to walk away smugly, believing that true men never look back at explosions. Suddenly, a dark shape lunged out from the smoke and loomed over Hu Bu-gui's head as the demonic beast roared manically, preparing to strike while Hu Bu-gui realized he was in trouble. Just as the beast opened its maw near Hu Bu-gui, a sword flew out of nowhere and pierced its head, pinning the creature firmly against a nearby cliffside. Hu Bu-gui immediately recognized his senior sister's weapon and shouted out for her, just as a frail hand reached up from the ground. Shi Wei lay collapsed on the ground in a pool of blood, prompting Hu Bu-gui to rush over and ask what happened before he later tended to her under a tree while Bai Yi and the other disciples bowed in gratitude. They thanked her for the rescue, but Shi Wei, with blood spilling from her mouth again, claimed she was just passing by and lent a hand because they were in danger. Hu Buigui panicked and begged his senior sister to stop talking since her blood was flowing like a waterfall, but Shi Wei simply patted his shoulder to comfort him. She told him not to worry, claiming it was just her monthly bout of coughing up blood, leaving Hu Buigui to stare at her blankly before bowing and apologizing for his previous harsh words. He admitted he was wrong, and Shi Wei narrowed her eyes at him, whispering that she would forgive him only if he broke up with that junior sister. Hu Buigui quickly pulled Bai Yi into an embrace and asked his senior sister how she could be so heartless as to let this fragile girl suffer the pain of a broken heart. Bai Yi gave Shi Wei a pleading look, but Shi Wei remained indifferent, replying that she was indeed heartless and that a block of wood like her had no feelings. Hu Buigui's body trembled as he told Shi Wei not to force him. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees and declared that he truly wanted to experience love. Shi Wei fell silent for a moment before sighing and agreeing, though she turned to Bai Yi and added that she wanted to tag along whenever they went on dates. Bai Yi grumbled about her being a third wheel, but Shi Wei's blood began to spray like a geyser as she threatened to die right there if they didn't agree. Ignoring Bai Yi's annoyance, Hu Buigui held her shoulder and swore that they would bring their senior sister along on every date from now on, which Shi Wei found acceptable. She then stumbled and fell forward as Hu Buigui screamed for her not to die, while back at the Black-White sect, two female disciples were gossiping. One mentioned that the sect leader had taken a new disciple who hadn't left the main hall in days, while the other joked that the trend had shifted from handsome men to handsome disciples. They remarked that the sect leader was certainly quick to follow the latest trends, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a newcomer. Gwenny smiled and told the two ladies they shouldn't spread such false rumors, noting that the sect leader of the Black-White sect was a respected top immortal who would never act improperly with a disciple. The two women immediately agreed with the handsome man, and as they watched Gwenny walk away, one of them wondered who he actually was. "He is not a member of our sect," the other person replied. "He looks somewhat familiar to me, it seems." Just then, Gwenny spoke up from Mai Ming's side, "Brother Mai Ming. So you actually have the spare time to come find me today?" When you stepped inside, his voice ringing out, "I am here to collect the payment for the medicine." "The previous prescription is now due for payment," Gwenny continued, and Mai Ming responded with an air of indifference. "Wait a few more days," Gwenny said, unable to hide his suspicion as he asked bluntly, "Is my medicine not effective?" Mai Ming shook his head, his voice filled with mystery. "It is excellent. The victim still hasn't realized they have been poisoned." Gwenny continued to press him. "Then is my price too high?" Mai Ming immediately denied it, claiming that for such an undetectable poison, the price was not expensive at all. Gwenny began to show his irritation. "Then why does sect leader Lan want to withhold my payment?" Mai Ming lowered his gaze, his voice sounding troubled. "The sect only recruited one disciple this year, and the tuition is negligible, so our income cannot cover the expenses." Gwenny brushed past Mai Ming and walked straight inside. "If there is no money, I will take some magical treasures and secret manuals to settle the debt." Upon looking inside, his eyes widened as he saw Jia Yi tied up and hanging from the ceiling. She appeared to have been bound for several days. Gwenny stared at Jia Yi in silence before turning back to clasp his hands toward Mai Ming with a knowing tone. "I never imagined the sect leader would have such preferences." Without waiting for Mai Ming to explain, he immediately turned to leave, saying, "I have overstayed my welcome. Farewell." Mai Ming hurriedly pulled Gwenny back, his voice urgent. "Brother Gwenny, you have it all wrong. This is my disciple. I am merely punishing her for failing her mission." Gwenny brushed Mai Ming's hand aside and spoke sympathetically. "Sect leader Lan, there is no need to explain. I understand completely." With that, he vanished like a gust of wind. He left behind a final remark. "I heard you two have been at this for days. Do take care of your health." Mai Ming stood frozen in silence, feeling utterly helpless as the misunderstanding had grown far too large. He stepped inside and looked up at Jia Yi, his voice full of blame. "This is all your fault. If you had just killed Hu Buigui, none of this would have happened." Jia Yi lowered her eyes and remained silent. Mai Ming grumbled to himself, "If word of this gets out and Shi Wei misunderstands, what am I supposed to do?" Meanwhile, Shi Wei was coughing up blood with a soot-covered face while being carried on Hu Buigui's back. The two happened to run into Gwenny, who stared intently at Hu Buigui. His eyes were filled with suspicion. "My friend, you look quite familiar." Suddenly, Gwenny cried out, "Big brother." Hu Buigui looked at him blankly, muttering, "Big brother." Gwenny smiled and cleared his throat, speaking calmly. Pardon my rudeness. Is your name Hu Bugui? Hu Bugui nodded. Seeing that Hu Bugui's hands were occupied, Gwenny excitedly reached out to grab 2 tufts of his hair and asked, Is your Taoist title Layman Wankai? Hu Bugui frowned, his voice laced with irritation. If you dare mention that title again, I will definitely give you a thrashing. He then asked, Furthermore, who are you? Gwenny introduced himself formally. I am Gwenny, a rogue cultivator. I have come today specifically to visit sect leader Lan. Hu Bugui looked at him with a suspicious gaze. I have never heard of a Gwenny. Shiwei spoke up from behind to explain. Gwenny is a renowned genius in the cultivation world, having reached the peak of the soul transformation stage before the age of 80. Rumor has it he is very passionate and gentle, making him even more beloved by the people than sect leader Lan. Hu Bugui nodded in admiration. Oh, that is truly impressive. Gwenny asked joyfully, Big brother, where are you headed? But he immediately realized his demeanor was somewhat inappropriate. He quickly regained his composure and asked seriously, Where are you going, brother Hu? Hu Bugui glanced back at Shiwei. He replied, My senior sister is injured, so I am taking her to see our master for treatment. Hearing this, Gwenny immediately produced a small golden pill and spoke softly. This is the 9 Revolution 9 Lotus pill, capable of curing 100 ailments. I would like to gift it to your senior sister. Upon seeing Shiwei's appearance, Gwenny hesitated for a moment before continuing. Please use it for her recovery. Gwenny smiled, recalling a painting he had once seen. This woman bore a striking resemblance to the person in the portrait his big brother cherished. He thought to himself, I never expected to meet Big Brother and his wife in their youth. Inside Shiwei's small wooden cabin, she was leaning against the bed. While Hu Bugui sat beside her, feeding her water, he placed the glass on the table after she finished and turned back. Even though I have reconciled with senior sister. He glanced toward Shiwei, thinking to himself, I still feel like senior sister is just putting on an act. Hu Bugui pondered. His senior sister had suddenly been injured without any clear cause. Even Master cannot identify the ailment, which is highly suspicious. He also thought about the demonic beast they had encountered. How could a group like us be defeated by a low-level beast? That creature was definitely arranged by senior sister. Tai Bai frowned as he spoke. It is clear that you all are simply too incompetent. Most disciples could easily slay that kind of demonic beast. Hu Bugui was stunned. Wait, is that true? Tai Bai shot him a glance. That demonic beast only looks terrifying. Furthermore, it is immune to ordinary fire attacks, but its actual strength is quite mediocre. He continued his lecture. Moreover, your senior sister was gravely injured while trying to save you, yet you still doubt her. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Hu Bugui lowered his head. Hasn't senior sister done things like this many times before? My suspicion is perfectly reasonable. Tai Bai reached out and smacked him on the head. Reasonable, my foot. Go and apologize to your senior sister immediately. Hu Bugui was left reeling from the blow. Tai Bai stood up and said to him, Today, I place Shiwei's blood into the alchemy furnace. A batch of qi recovery pills was instantly ruined. This proves she has indeed been afflicted by a strange poison that is colorless, tasteless, and undetectable. Hu Bugui clutched his swollen cheek and asked in a panic, Master, are you saying senior sister has been poisoned? Tai Bai raised his leg and kicked Hu Bugui in the rear. Panicked my foot. Don't disturb me while I'm researching the antidote. Hu Bugui was kicked right out the door, tumbling down the stairs like a ball. He landed flat on the ground like a sprawling frog, and as he turned his head, he saw Baya standing there, looking down at him with suspicion, asking, Senior brother, what kind of skill are you practicing? Hu Bugui looked up and replied that he was strictly reflecting on himself for doubting that senior sister was faking her illness, and before Baya could respond, he added, However, junior sister, since this is your zodiac year, you're wearing such provocative red underwear. But he immediately took a kick to the face from Bai, and after standing up, he stuffed paper into his nose to stop the bleeding. Hu Bugui asked Bai if she was being cold to him, to which she calmly replied that Master told her to reevaluate her feelings and not be ruled by temporary emotions. Then she looked directly at him and said, Senior brother, you have no cultivation. Your looks are mediocre, you're poor, and you're also a lecher. Baya continued her blunt assessment. Thinking it over, it seems you have no redeeming qualities, so I... At which point Hu Bugui stood frozen like a statue as if struck by lightning, muttering for her to stop talking. Baya became so anxious that her stress was triggered, so she quickly pulled out a ginseng root and shouted while gnawing on it, Senior brother, don't get the wrong idea. Even though you're like a piece of trash with no merits, I still... She suddenly had a nosebleed, her face flushed, and she stammered that she liked him. Hu Buqui pointed out her nosebleed and then looked at the mangled ginseng in her hand, asking her what she had just been eating. Baiyi was on the verge of tears as she realized she had eaten the 10,000-year ginseng intended for eldest senior sister, pacing around in a panic and wondering what to do. "What should we do? That was meant to cure eldest senior sister," Hu Buqui said as he patted Baiyi's shoulder, comforting her by suggesting they just claim eldest senior brother only gave her half. Baiyi praised his intelligence, but then Hu Buqui pointed at the ginseng and asked if he could lick the saliva off it, prompting a disgusted response from her about him being a pervert. However, she then hugged Hu Buqui and admitted she liked his perverted nature, to which he laughed while scratching his head and asked who eldest senior brother actually was. Suddenly, a noise came from the bushes as two figures from the Haibai sect who were spying on them lamented that things had gone terribly wrong. "Our pure junior sister has been infected by his perversion," one disciple said to the other, suggesting they tell eldest senior brother that Hu Buqui had eaten half the ginseng, and that he's framing him by saying only half was given, so let's see if eldest senior brother kills him, to which the other disciple gave a thumbs up and praised his cleverness. The two happily plotted to find eldest senior brother to kill Hu Buqui and reclaim junior sister, while inside a room, Mai Ming and Shanhe were drinking tea. Mai Ming turned to Shanhe and explained that he had been summoned to identify someone's true form. Then he unrolled a portrait of Ji Yi. "Actually, she might not be human, but rather the object of our search," Shanhe said as he examined the painting, noting it was the only thing capable of restoring his past life memories. "Do you suspect it has attained a spirit form?" Shanhe asked, and Mai Ming nodded, admitting he lied about why he kept her and would kill her once her identity was confirmed. Mai Ming sipped his tea, remarking that they must finish the job to save effort, while Shanhe happily noted their 10,000-year mission was finally ending, just as Shi bent down to pick up a pill when a disciple approached. "Senior sister, why are you here? Aren't you ill?" the disciple asked, so Shi hid the pill behind her back and coughed twice, claiming she was just walking to ease her fatigue. The disciple bowed and told her to take care of her health, secretly thinking it was great she was sick so they wouldn't be robbed anymore. However, as he turned to leave, Shi pulled him back and asked why he hadn't left a gift since he knew she was sick, leaving the disciple on the verge of tears once again. "No problem, senior sister," the disciple said, and after he left, Shi looked at the green stone in her hand, thinking it must be worth a lot of spirit stones. When she returned home, Tai Bai was waiting and asked if she had robbed her fellow disciples again, but Shi argued that they were get-well gifts rather than stolen goods. Tai Bai shook his head at her ability to rob others while sick and asked if she was faking, mentioning he saw Hu Buqui and Baiyi visiting her, which caused Shi to cough up blood in shock as Tai Bai rushed to catch it in a basin. "You really are seriously ill," he exclaimed, saying he would take the blood for testing before running off with the basin and promising to save her, while Shi muttered to herself. "Master is so indifferent to me that my condition must be quite grim," she muttered, just as someone called out from behind her, saying they heard she was ill. The visitor was Dongfeng Yuzhe, the head disciple of the Haibai sect, who asked about her health and mentioned he had sent a 10,000-year ginseng via Baiyi for her to receive. Dongfeng Yuzhe recalled the disciple's reports that half of the 10,000-year ginseng he intended for her had been taken by Hu Buqui. He frowned, thinking that since he told Shi the truth, Hu Buqui wouldn't be able to deny it, but unexpectedly, Shi coughed up blood again at the mention of Baiyi. Dongfeng Yuzhe quickly caught the blood in a basin and asked if he should find the sect leader due to her severe condition, while secretly planning to keep the blood for himself. Shi wiped her mouth and hurriedly thanked eldest senior brother for his concern before excusing herself, claiming she had urgent matters to attend to. Dongfeng Yuzhe stood behind her, his voice echoing as he told Shu not to forget to accept his 10,000-year ginseng, while she stared doubtfully at the scrawny twigs before her as Hu Buqui thumped his chest with pride despite the 2 streaks of blood running from his nose. He insisted that it was indeed the 10,000-year ginseng gifted by their first senior brother, and was truly an extraordinary treasure, prompting Shu to point at him and ask why his nose was bleeding. Hu Buqui hurriedly covered his nose in embarrassment, claiming he was suffering from internal heat, while secretly thinking that the little junior sister's saliva on the ginseng was simply too irresistible. He claimed he had accidentally consumed too much, so Shu turned to Baiyi and asked why she was also bleeding, to which Baiyi calmly replied that she had internal heat as well while secretly worrying if their senior sister had caught on. Terrified that they might be discovered, Shu picked up a few strands of the ginseng root and shook her head, remarking that their first senior brother was always such a fool. Believing he had been swindled by a merchant, Bai Yi and Hu Bugui immediately feigned tears for their pitiful brother before exchanging glances and praising their own cleverness, while Dongfeng Yuzhai let out a sneeze in his empty house. He lamented that he had sold his entire house to purchase that 10,000-year ginseng in hopes that Shu Wei would understand his feelings, just as someone entered the room and called his name. Nai Ming turned to him and asked if he had gone to give Shu Wei another gift, to which Dongfeng Yuzhai replied that he heard she was ill, prompting Nai Ming to draw his sword in a reproachful manner. He scolded him for selling his chief disciple token and threw the sword back to Dongfeng Yuzhai, stating that he had retrieved it for him this time. He warned him not to make such a foolish mistake again, causing Dongfeng Yuzhai to bow his head and obey his master as Nai Ming patted his shoulder. With a serious tone, he told Yuzhai that his great talent should not be ruined by worldly desires, even as he secretly cursed the brat for trying to steal the woman he wanted. Nai Ming warned him that the sect's martial arts competition was approaching, and he might lose his chief disciple position if he remained distracted. But Dongfeng Yuzhai blushed and insisted that Shu Wei was special because she was the only one who didn't scold him. Claiming he could never let her go, he immediately knelt and begged his master to help him pursue his true love. Nai Ming was left speechless and wanted to strike his disciple, while elsewhere, Shu Wei remained unusually silent as Hu Bugui knelt at her feet and pleaded with her. He expressed his desire to join the sect competition to test his own strength, but Shu Wei coldly replied that his strength was already known to be at the very bottom and required no testing. Hu Bugui remained determined, arguing that one cannot see a rainbow without weathering the storm, and that night he found himself tied up in the courtyard during a heavy downpour. Soaked from head to toe, he muttered to himself that he was only tied there because he told his senior sister he wanted to experience the wind and rain, and he remained bound to the post even as the sun rose the next morning. Shu Wei eventually came out and untied him, causing Hu Bugui to collapse instantly as she gently asked if he had seen his rainbow yet. Hu Bugui shook his head with tears streaming down his face, so Shu Wei grabbed him by the collar and dragged him inside, telling him to go back to his cultivation. She told him he wasn't qualified for the competition yet, as the clouds drifted peacefully around the mountains, marking the start of the Hebai sect's decennial martial arts tournament, where high-level pills and artifacts were the prizes. The top 10 participants could choose any item they desired, though Dongfeng Yuzhai had held the champion title for the past 30 years without anyone being able to challenge his position. Nai Ming told Dongfeng Yuzhai that he would help him pursue Shu Wei on the condition that he convinced Hu Bugui to enter the competition, leaving Dongfeng Yuzhai feeling quite confused. He asked the sect leader why it was so important for Hu Bugui to participate, but before Nai Ming could answer, he suddenly had a realization. He assumed that Hu Bugui was also pestering Shu Wei, and that his master wanted the boy to see his own inadequacy and give up, which moved Dongfeng Yuzhai deeply. Nai Ming returned to his room and laughed triumphantly, knowing that as long as Hu Bugui participated in the match, he could be killed accidentally on the arena stage. Jia smiled and agreed to the task while hanging upside down from a ceiling beam, coldly asking Dongfeng Yuzhai if she could be let down now. She dropped to the ground as her bonds were released and dusted off her clothes, noting that killing her first love would require a higher payment. When she asked for a small increase in pay, Nai Ming shut her down by complaining that last year's recruitment was poor and his income had dropped. He claimed he had to spend a fortune on assassins and had just spent more to redeem his foolish disciple's sword the day before. He insisted he was out of money because of the upcoming competition prizes, so Jia grumbled that she wouldn't take spirit stones or pills this time. Jia brandished a rope and demanded 300 feet of the Hebai sect's specialty Immortal binding rope instead, even performing a demonstration with it in her hands. Nai Ming turned to leave, but then immediately drew his sword and pointed it at her, asking if she thought 300 feet of such a rope was common string. He threatened to destroy her entire family if she pushed further, causing Jia Yi to retreat in terror and quickly apologize while withdrawing her request. Nai Ming pressed his advantage, demanding that she return the 100,000 spirit stones and pills he had already given her, to which she softly complied. She agreed to the sect leader's terms and walked away, reflecting on her life as an assassin named Jia Yi who was being forced to kill her first love. What should I do? Waiting is the only option. Mai Ming turned around and suddenly asked if her true form had been revealed. Inside the room, Shanhe held the primordial spirit mirror. This Mount Shu treasure can see through the souls and true appearances of all things. He told my Ming that his suspicion was correct. That great erotic energy has truly attained a spirit form. My Ming stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and remarked that she had been acting all along. Her real goal is to help Hu Bugui recover his memories. Shan He nodded in agreement and then asked my Ming if he was truly that destitute. Perhaps I should offer you some financial aid. Touched, my Ming embraced him, calling him a good friend. Shan He smiled, finding those words strangely unfamiliar. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was hanging upside down. Frowning, he introduced himself as Dongfang Yuzhai, the head disciple of the Black and White sect. Bound like a cocoon and dangling from a tree, Dongfang Yuzhai wondered what to do after falling into a trap while searching for Shiwei. Waiting was his only choice. Holding the immortal binding rope, Shiwei explained that it was a specialty of the Black and White sect. Without the specific incantation, even someone at the peak deity transformation stage couldn't escape. Baya sat beside the bound Hu Bugui. In a pleading voice, she asked her senior sister to release him, knowing the rope's power. Hu Bugui looked at her with gratitude. Junior sister, I appreciate your concern, but if our senior sister refuses to let me participate, I am willing to remain bound like this. However, Baya was just an ordinary person who hadn't reached foundation establishment. She wailed, asking why he was crushing her and complaining about her leg pain. The immortal binding rope on Hu Bugui loosened. Shiwei sternly warned him that swords have no eyes and he could die brutally in the arena. Hu Bugui felt a bit fearful, doubting his fellow disciples would be so cruel. Shiwei coldly replied that impostors might infiltrate the sect and act with such brutality. Hu Bugui solemnly asked what would happen if he could protect himself. If a villain fails a single move, the sect's many masters will immediately subdue him. Shiwei then ordered him to rob 3 Golden Core seniors to prove his strength. Hu Bugui was stunned by the mention of the Golden Core stage. His current level was only Soul Quietude, while the Golden Core stage was much higher. This was truly a challenge beyond his current rank. Hu Bugui gave Shiwei a thumbs up, looking confident as he declared that if other protagonists could overcome higher-level challenges, so could he. Shiwei smiled and determinedly stated that if he could rob 3 Golden Core seniors within 10 days, she would allow him to join the competition. Hu Bugui and Shiwei high-fived, promising to keep their word, though Baya standing nearby felt that something was amiss. She muttered that her senior brother had likely been deceived again. As the sun rose, a flushed and panting Baya said she could no longer move her legs. Hu Bugui was also flushed and breathless, but encouraged her to persevere a bit longer. He took large, careful steps, warning her that the area was full of traps. He told her to follow his footsteps to avoid injury. Baya clutched her leg in pain, while Hu Bugui gently urged her on, saying they were almost clear. Baya asked if he was exaggerating the danger. Suddenly, Baya spotted something strange and turned to find a giant human cocoon. After a silent moment, the upside-down Dongfang Yuzhai spoke coldly. Hu Bugui pointed at him and questioned Baya. He asked if she still thought he was exaggerating, and Baya nodded repeatedly. Dongfang Yuzhai shouted, asking the two of them to let him down. Hu Bugui shook his head, noting he didn't know the incantation for the immortal binding rope. Dongfang Yuzhai then pleaded for them to call for help instead. Hu Bugui flatly refused, fearing he might be a villain. Baya leaned in and whispered to Hu Bugui that the man seemed to be their first senior brother. Hu Bugui looked skeptically at the giant cocoon as Baya explained that Dongfang Yuzhai was a genius and the only disciple to reach the nascent soul stage, serving as head disciple for 30 years. Hu Bugui chuckled at the mention of the nascent soul cultivation. Inside, Shiwei clutched her chest and coughed up blood, muttering that she needed to quickly train him to protect himself. Just then, Hu Bugui's voice called out from outside, announcing he had captured a nascent soul master. Shiwei was shocked by the mention of a nascent soul. She opened the door to find Hu Bugui carrying Dongfang Yuzhai on his back. Hu Bugui remarked that since a nascent soul was higher than a golden core, it should count toward his mission. Dongfang Yuzhai greeted Shiwei, saying he was there for a medical checkup. Shiwei stood stunned as 1/3 of the mission to rob 3 golden core masters was suddenly complete. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the task was done. Hu Bugui and Baya set out again, with him boasting that he had caught a nascent soul master in less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea. Baya praised him, impressed that he could just pick up a nascent soul master while out. Hu Bugui gestured and asked if she wanted to see something even more impressive. Baya nodded shyly and slowly lifted her leg to remove her shoe. Hu Bugui then produced a bottle of medicine. His gaze lingered on her fair, delicate feet as he mentioned he had thoroughly studied the 18 volumes of the poison canon, and that this medicine was highly effective. The brush glided softly over Baya's instep as she stared blankly at the 2 dots marked on her foot, asking Hu Bugui in confusion what he was doing. Hu Bugui narrowed his eyes and replied, "Of course," before suddenly tossing the brush aside and shouting at the top of his lungs that something was wrong with his lively and adorable junior sister Baiyi. "Our kind and warm-hearted girl has been bitten by a venomous snake," he bellowed with all his might. "Someone come quickly. Junior sister Baiyi has been bitten." A massive crowd surged from the distance, kicking up clouds of dust as the black-white sect disciples charged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "Junior sister, we're here to save you," they cried, rushing to Hu Bugui to ask about her condition, while he pointed at Baiya's foot and claimed she had been poisoned by a snake bite as she watched with wide eyes. Realizing the situation, she clutched her head and groaned about being dizzy, prompting the disciples to exchange glances and ask what they should do now. Hu Bugui immediately replied that they must suck out the poison, 1 mouthful each, before producing blindfolds from nowhere and telling the 3 senior brothers to wear them to maintain propriety between genders. The disciples praised his thoughtfulness as they lifted Baiya's foot, only to be instantly dazed by a foul stench, thinking to themselves that this was exactly what they expected from their junior sister. There was a stench within the fragrance and a fragrance within the stench, a truly wondrous sensation, yet they had no idea the foot they were about to kiss actually belonged to Hu Bugui. He had marked 2 dots on his own foot and shouted for the next person, and after a short while, the disciples who had finished sucking the poison collapsed with foam at their mouths. Hu Bugui stepped forward to inspect them, muttering about finding which of the 3 was at the golden core stage as he searched their robes and looked at the tokens in his hand. He sighed with disappointment since all 3 were only at the spirit connection stage, shaking his head as he realized that such foolish people could never have reached the golden core stage. Baiya turned to ask what the next step was, and Hu Bugui grinned, saying they would do it again before once more screaming that something was terribly wrong. His cries about the lively, adorable, and kind-hearted junior sister, Baiya, being bitten by a snake echoed through the mountains, drawing shouts from others promising to save her. At that moment, a man dressed in black and white knelt and loudly reported that, just as the Heavenly King had predicted, the black-white sect spies had news. The sect leader's wife was indeed mysteriously and seriously injured, leading the man at the table to order further investigation as Gwenny scratched his face and spoke. He remarked to the people playing mahjong with him that it seemed the black-white sect leader had purchased medicine from him specifically for his sister-in-law. He wondered aloud if his medicine had failed despite him providing the antidote from the start, then chuckled and noted that if his sister-in-law fell gravely ill soon, their demon sect would rise to power even faster, prompting the 3 other mahjong players to warn him anxiously that the sect leader would kill him if he heard such words. Gwenny slowly explained that Big Brother had told him how he fell into the demonic path to seek revenge after his wife was murdered by the black-white sect leader. That was how their demon sect was founded, and as Gwenny spoke, he grew more excited and stood up, declaring with determination that their sect would grow incredibly powerful. He vowed to annihilate the entire cultivation world in 300 years without leaving a single soul alive, while the other 3 sighed in boredom, having heard this story countless times. Their ears were tired of hearing it, reminding him that they were all eventually wiped out, and that he, their second brother, had even been blasted through time and space to go missing. Gwenny looked at them seriously and explained that he had established the demon sect 300 years early and gathered them there specifically to change the future. A blue-haired man with earrings spoke up, mentioning how their village was devastated by the cultivation world's wars and that he, the sole survivor, also sought vengeance. However, he felt that destroying the cultivation world was an impossible dream, causing Gwenny to slam the table in anger and ask why they were being so pessimistic. He gestured wildly, reminding them that 10,000 years ago, that Great Lord had nearly wiped out the entire cultivation world, leaving only 5 high immortals remaining. He insisted they would succeed in 300 years, but a pink-haired woman sighed and told her second brother that it wasn't that she didn't believe him before mentioning Hu Bugui. She urged him to consider the man's behavior over the past dozen episodes, noting that he didn't look like a powerhouse at all, which caused Gwenny to turn around. He confidently replied that although Big Brother was currently a fool, he would become incredibly formidable after his dark awakening, then asked the man with hair like Goku if he agreed. Old Fifth irritably replied that he was about to win and suspected his brother was sabotaging his hand, causing Kweni to fly into a rage and choke him for caring more about mahjong than their serious conversation. As the others tried to calm him down, the future of the demon sect seemed bleak with such a rowdy group, while the formidable sect leader they were discussing was elsewhere. He was standing under a tree, surrounded by a heap of black-white sect disciples lying unconscious and foaming at the mouth, as he stared at the two shimmering tokens in his hand. He sighed, noting that the mission was accomplished in the blink of an eye, but by the next day, everyone was frantically searching for him and asking if he had been found. The senior brothers he had tricked began scouring the area for revenge, with one of them slicing a massive boulder in half while roaring in fury that he wasn't there. Some used lightning to churn the water while others scaled the trees to search, yet no one could find their target. The disciples shouted in unison that the senior sister was gravely injured and could no longer protect Hu Byugwi from his certain demise. In reality, Hu Byugwi was trembling in a secret tunnel right beneath their feet, sighing as he prepared to use his trump card. Minutes later, Hu Byugwi dashed away with the mob in pursuit. The disciples cursed his arrogance until he suddenly stopped at a towering cliff. He turned and taunted them to follow him if they dared before leaping into the abyss, and the disciples followed without hesitation. Vowing he wouldn't escape, the group crashed to the ground and immediately stood up, shouting that Hu Byugwi had nowhere left to run. Suddenly, their noses bled as they saw Qin Yang and the female disciples bathing. Bai Yi and the others screamed, calling them perverts. Hu Byugwi pointed at them, claiming they were peeping and trying to silence him, while secretly smirking at his successful ruse. He had intentionally led them to the Xiao Feifeng bathing area. A furious Qin Yang ignored the disciples' desperate attempts to explain themselves. Qin Yang did not say another word, simply opening her hand to let a brilliant spark of light ascend into the sky. A massive chessboard manifested above as she coldly told them to die first and explain later, invoking the starry chess array. Chess pieces rained down like explosive projectiles, creating a cloud of dust everywhere except for the spot where the women stood. The disciples lay defeated in small craters, as Hu Byugwi realized the senior aunt had used one of the sect's 3 great secret techniques. The incident forced many injured participants to withdraw. Hu Byugwi felt the murderous glares of the wounded disciples and feared for his life. Shi Wei advised him to make more friends and fewer enemies, noting that his impending death was drawing near. When he pointed out her own many enemies, Shi Wei coolly replied that men let her rob them willingly, so no grudges were formed. Hu Byugwi grumbled about the lack of gender equality, but Shi Wei reassured him she would join the competition to protect him. Deeply moved, Hu Byugwi praised her kindness while wondering why she still cared for him despite his constant mischief. The logic seemed flawed until he recalled Bai Yi's suggestion that he might have been Shi Wei's lover in a previous life. His junior sister had wondered if that past connection was the reason for the senior sister's extraordinary devotion to him. He considered the idea but felt she was too calm for a lover. Then, a sudden realization struck him as he clapped his hands. He joyfully concluded he must be her son in this life, as a mother would naturally be happy for her son's luck with women. Shi Wei watched his sudden celebration with confusion, while rumors of Hu Byugwi entering the martial arts competition spread like wildfire. One disciple wept over how many bathing women Hu Byugwi had seen, while another expressed pure envy at the situation. They plotted to take revenge for the injured senior sister by targeting Hu Byugwi during the upcoming matches. The disciples rallied together, forming an alliance to overthrow the tyrannical senior sister and punish the lucky pervert. Their fervor vanished instantly when Shi Wei appeared behind them, asking what they were discussing as they fled in terror. Peace returned to the Haibai sect until villagers arrived to beg sect leader Mai Ming to start the assembly and bring rain. With the crops dying of thirst, the Haibai sect's grand martial arts competition officially commenced. As rain poured down, Hu Byugwi praised the sect leader's passive ability while admiring the beauty of the drenched female disciples. Hu Byugwi and the others cheered for the sect leader, who looked down with a cold, piercing gaze. Mai Ming wondered if Jia was still pretending, and if she would truly kill Hu Byugwi, who he believed was doomed. On the field, other disciples glared at Hu Byugwi, vowing to kill him as the matches finally began. Spiritual energies collided violently on stage, as disciples traded blows with fire walls and powerful physical strikes. Amidst the flashing lights and sounds of impact, Hubugui marveled at the high level of both combat prowess and beauty on display. Hubugui pointed toward the stage and asked in amazement why their sect's average level of beauty had suddenly risen, while Shiwei responded with a calm expression. What was it again? Great talent and good looks are prerequisites for joining the sect. Did you forget? Hubugui recalled the recruitment elder's image and asked her, but weren't the disciples' looks quite average before? Shiwei glanced over, her voice full of disdain. Perhaps you don't know, but everyone's appearance has always been top tier. Before joining, they all looked quite majestic. However, after joining, they all became bald, just like that recruitment elder. It's only after applying makeup that they regain their beautiful appearances. Shiwei concluded, that is exactly the sensation you're perceiving. Hubugui stood frozen, speechless, wondering what on earth everyone had endured after joining the sect. This makeup technique was truly formidable. An announcement rang out. Next match, Hubugui versus Xiao Ting. My Ming calmly took a sip of tea and said coldly, I've already warned Xiao Ting many times. Hubugui, you won't be able to escape. Hubugui stepped onto the arena as if taking a stage, waving to the audience. Hello everyone, hello everyone. Below the stage, Bai Yi and the female disciples cheered loudly. Go, junior brother, you can do it, senior brother. Meanwhile, the male disciples had the opposite reaction. Give our junior sister back. Die, you weakling. You'll definitely be eliminated in the first round. Hubugui merely smiled without responding. He raised his hand and made a declaration. I will win this match without even having to make a move. Just as he finished speaking, a rotten cabbage flew onto the stage, accompanied by Ling Ziqi's scream. Stop standing there talking nonsense. Kill him now, kill him. At that moment, someone approached Xiao Ting and whispered to him. He was startled. What, is that true? Immediately after, an announcement sounded. Latest news, disciple Xiao Ting's engagement was called off back home. He has returned to his village and forfeited the match. The announcement continued. The winner is Hubugui. The disciples who were throwing vegetables onto the stage were stunned. What exactly had just happened? High above, my Ming immediately spat out his tea. That day, everyone witnessed the true strength of Hubugui. During the second match, Hubugui raised his sword and declared, Lose to me, and I'll give you a pair of senior sister's original scent underwear. His opponent immediately nodded, dropped his blade, and fell to the ground, exclaiming, Such a powerful sword! In the third match, Hubugui held up a photo album. I found a collection of lewd photos of a certain senior sister in this senior brother's room. Before he could finish, that senior sister rushed in and beat the opponent relentlessly, cursing, Pervert, you lecher. In the fourth match, a tall senior brother carrying a saber stepped up. Hubugui covered his mouth and whispered, Someone claims to be a manly top. But in reality, he's a little bottom. That senior brother's face instantly turned red. His eyes widened, he dropped his saber and looked bashful. Don't reveal my secret. The audience looked at each other in confusion. How shameless, they protested. Stop using schemes. If you have the guts, use your actual strength to fight. So shameless. Hubugui's lips twitched. Strength, no problem, I'll show you my strength. Hubugui's new opponent stepped onto the stage and said confidently, Junior brother. I've only been in the sect for a year, so you should make the first move. Hubugui didn't hesitate. He reached into his robe and pulled out a stack of talismans. There were hundreds of thousands of them. The senior brother's face turned pale when he recognized them. Auspicious triple cannons, senior sister's enhanced version. Hubugui waved his hand, and the talismans flew straight at his opponent. A terrifying explosion shook the three realms, sending the senior brother flying backward onto the ground. The announcement rang out, The winner is Hubugui. The disciples below watched in stunned silence, speechless. Bai Yi jumped for joy. Senior brother is amazing, he's made it to the top 4. My Ming frowned. He hadn't expected this kid to reach the semifinals. His lip twitched. He also hadn't expected the disciples to be so terrified of Shiwei. My Ming looked down and sighed. Are they really this scared? Below, a disciple knelt and pleaded, Eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister, please spare me. I admit defeat. Please don't hit me anymore. In the second arena, Shiwei lifted her teacup and asked leisurely, I heard someone thought I was gravely injured and wanted to play tricks. She scanned the crowd, her cold gaze making the other disciples look away. Those below were drenched in sweat, avoiding her eyes. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. One disciple turned to the person next to him. Senior sister has never participated in the sect grand competition before. Why did she join so suddenly this year? The other frowned. You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Several disciples huddled together, whispering. Didn't you say senior sister was in poor health? Why are you so scared? even though she claims to be at the Golden Core stage. She kills other Golden Cores instantly. Another disciple cried, "Senior sister is definitely hiding her true power. Even if she's injured, she can still kill us as easily as turning over a hand." Just then, Shiwei stepped onto the stage and stood before them, her cold eyes looking down. "I've never joined the sect grand competition, so you must all be curious about my cultivation level." She stood there and released her spiritual energy. Instantly, a massive crater appeared where she stood, the explosive power terrifying everyone. The surrounding crowd began to whisper incessantly. Dongfeng Yuzhai frowned, his eyes widening and pupils shrinking. "Late nascent soul stage, she far surpasses even me." The announcement rang out again. Everyone in the second arena has surrendered. Shiwei advances directly to the top four. The disciples bowed respectfully. "Farewell, senior sister." Watching Shiwei's retreating figure, the others whispered among themselves, suddenly feeling that the senior sister who used to beat them was actually quite gentle. Hu Bugui chased after Shiwei and asked curiously if she had been hiding her true strength all along, while she softly replied as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She explained that one must keep their trump cards and cultivation hidden until absolutely necessary, prompting Hu Bugui to ask if she had not just revealed them now. Shiwei gave a thumbs up and told him not to worry as she had 3 layers of trump cards, and this was only the first. But as Hu Bugui praised her, she suddenly coughed up a torrent of blood. Hu Bugui cried out in panic at the sight of the gushing blood and called for his master, while high above, Tai Bai was drunkenly gulping down wine where the elders sat. Wiping away tears, he lamented that his disciples had all reached the late nascent soul stage, while he remained stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage. As he bemoaned his miserable life, Mai Ming patted Tai Bai's shoulder and told his old friend not to be sad, promising to help him find a way to break through. Tai Bai, who was only 150, was so drunk that he pointed at the nearly 400-year-old Mai Ming and told the old brat to shut his mouth. He then threw his arms around Mai Ming and sobbed about wanting to reach the nascent soul stage to preserve his youth, while Mai Ming gently patted his head and told him not to cry. Sitting nearby, Qin Yang felt utterly exhausted watching the 2 old men embrace, wondering what kind of spectacle they were making by hugging each other in front of everyone. Tai Bai snapped back that the nearly 300-year-old woman was just jealous because no one wanted to hug her, prompting the narrowing-eyed Qin Yang to bind him with ropes and ask the sect leader for permission to kill him. Mai Ming urged Qin Yang to calm down and empathize with Tai Bai, whose wine bottle rolled away as he remembered being a genius who reached the peak of the Golden Core stage at 20. Yet over a century later, he still had not broken through and even had a shattered cultivation base, leading the nearby disciples to sigh at how pitiful Master Tai Bai truly was. Hu Bugui bit his lip as tears welled up, realizing his master had such a tragic past, and vowing to treat him better from now on while Shiwei sat across from him. She indifferently replied with a simple okay, leaving Hu Bugui stunned by her apathy just as Bai Yi ran over to congratulate him on reaching the semifinals. Hu Bugui immediately took Bai Yi's hand and thanked everyone for their support, declaring his determination to reach the finals and claim the grand prize. Shiwei stepped forward to ask if they were only participating for the prize, prompting Bai Yi and Hu Bugui to immediately begin describing the reward together. Bai Yi named the emerald green flying jade feather raiment, and Hu Bugui added that its platinum quality made it extremely valuable as Shiwei tilted her head at them. Seeing Bai Yi in her green outfit, Shiwei noted the significant age difference but remarked that it suited her well, leading Hu Bugui to ask if she truly thought so. Hu Bugui vowed to charge into the finals to win it, but Shiwei simply smiled and reminded him that she was his next opponent. Shiwei frowned as she watched Hu Bugui and Bai Yi being affectionate, adding that she had no intention of going easy on him while Mai Ming remained lost in thought. The matches had been underway for some time, but he suddenly realized a significant problem and frowned while trying to recall the tournament bracket. Mai Ming looked confused because he had clearly placed Ji Yi and Hu Bugui in the same bracket, yet she was now in the 3rd competition area. He wondered why she was in the 3rd area, where Ji Yi stood waving her hands before a simple flick sent her opponent soaring into the sky and crashing headfirst into the ground. As Ji Yi was declared the winner of the 3rd area and advanced to the final 4, the disciples below stared and grumbled that there must be cheating since she was the sect leader's close disciple. Ji Yi's next opponent was Dongfeng Yuzhai, who stepped onto the stage drenched in sweat and muttering to himself that there was no way he could win. Dongfeng Yuzhai stood among the disciples looking visibly terrified, while the others shouted their protests and accused the sect leader of being unfair and cheating. They claimed the sect leader was targeting the first senior brother and pitied him, while Ma Ming sighed to himself that he had completely miscalculated. He pensively reviewed the tournament chart, realizing that under the current circumstances, Ji Yi and Hu Bugui would never face each other unless they both reached the finals. Ma Ming wondered if she had ruined his plan beforehand as he looked toward Shi Wei, just as an announcement declared that Ji Yi would not compete in the finals. Consequently, Dongfeng Yuzhai automatically advanced to the finals, and on her way back, Ji Yi was stopped by someone whose shoulder she patted while asking if he was happy despite not winning a single match. Dongfeng Yuzhai's lip twitched as he replied that she seemed much happier than him, while Ma Ming handed a list to a disciple and instructed him to post the tournament order on the bulletin board. The disciple obeyed the sect leader but was knocked unconscious before he could post it, allowing Ji Yi to snatch the announcement and read it. She then flashed a sinister smile and decided to change the results, leading to the final outcome where Hu Bugui was declared the winner of the first competition area. Shi Wei won the second area, Ji Yi the third, and Dongfeng Yuzhai the fourth, after which Ji Yi excitedly met with Shi Wei to boast about her handiwork. Junior sister Shi Wei is truly talented. By following your advice, I successfully avoided that little turtle. Shi Wei smiled, noting that the sect leader was still too naive to defeat Hu Bugui. Suddenly, Shi Wei's expression shifted. Noticing her silence, Jia Yi tilted her head curiously, only to see Shi Wei gritting her teeth in frustration. If I had known, I would have let you beat him to death, Shi Wei muttered. Jia Yi asked in confusion what had provoked her this time, but Shi Wei just reached out and pinched her cheeks. She turned Jia Yi's head toward where Bai Yi and Hu Bugui sat together. Bai Yi spoke softly, remarking that the emerald-green soaring jade raiment was truly exquisite. Hu Bugui nodded confidently, assuring his junior sister that he would definitely win it for her. Jia Yi curled her lip, admitting that she was starting to feel regretful as well. In the semi-final arena, Hu Bugui scrambled to dodge an explosion behind him, screaming for his life. The shockwave sent him flying before he slammed headfirst into the dirt. On the other side, Shi Wei swung her sword, relentlessly striking Hu Bugui's backside. At that moment, she resembled a cold, merciless disciplinary machine. Hu Bugui wailed in pain, asking if he had upset his senior sister again. Shi Wei replied calmly that she wasn't angry in the slightest. Standing among the crowd, Jia Yi's face turned bright red as she sighed. After being battered, Hu Bugui pushed himself up and looked directly at Shi Wei, insisting he had to win that celestial robe regardless of her mood. He pulled out 3 medicinal vials in red, blue, and yellow, resembling traffic lights. He introduced them as the Essence Retention Pill, the Qi Retention Pill, and the Spirit Retention Pill. Hu Bugui downed them all at once and tossed the empty vials aside. His body surged with spiritual energy as he activated the triple nourishment opening. Gripping his sword, he told Shi Wei to forgive him for unleashing his ultimate technique, leaving the crowd stunned. Everyone wondered if the pill-popping little prince actually possessed a finishing move. Bai Yi jumped for joy, praising her senior brother's coolness, while Shi Wei doubted she had ever taught him such a thing. Hu Bugui began forming hand seals, claiming he had spent half a year preparing this technique and asking if she truly didn't recognize it. Shi Wei's eyes widened in realization, and Hu Bugui nodded. The other disciples gasped, noting that even the eldest senior sister looked tense, wondering how powerful this move could be. Hu Bugui pointed at Shi Wei and declared that he was the one who had stolen 15 pairs of her missing underwear over the last 6 months. He threatened that if she didn't surrender, he would take action. He threatened to give those worn undergarments to the most perverted senior brothers in the sect. The entire arena fell silent, save for someone snorting at his audacity. A massive bolt of lightning descended like a divine judgment, marking the birth of a legend. It was the Great Thunder Tremor Law, a late-nascent soul stage technique, striking directly at Hu Bugui. The strike landed precisely on the weakling who was only at the early Spirit C stage. As the smoke cleared, Hu Bugui remained intact, fortunately not having been turned into ash. Hu Bugui exhaled a thin trail of smoke and weakly apologized to his senior sister. Dongfeng Yuzhai gasped, amazed by the sheer strength of the man's defensive capabilities. Bai Yi covered her mouth in worry for her senior brother. Meanwhile, the disciples below gave him a thumbs-up in admiration, impressed by the man brave enough to steal the eldest senior sister's undergarments. Shi Wei walked to the edge of the crater where Hu Bugui lay and coldly asked if he was still breathing. Hu Bugui scrambled to his feet, trying to reassure her. He claimed he wasn't seriously injured thanks to the defensive talismans she had given him previously. Hearing this, Shi Wei pulled out a thick stack of talismans and challenged him. She offered him more defensive talismans so she could strike him a few more times. Hu Buigui spat out a mouthful of blood and lamented how cruel his senior sister was. Blood trickled from the corner of Shi Wei's mouth as she expressed her genuine rage. Hu Buigui immediately turned tail and bolted, screaming in terror. He cried out that he had learned his lesson and would never show his face again, but he didn't get far before Shi Wei struck him with another bolt of lightning. The disciples below turned pale, suddenly feeling a wave of sympathy for the man as Hu Buigui collapsed onto the ground. He grabbed the leg of the presiding elder nearby and begged him to declare the match over because he was surrendering. The elder looked down and mockingly suggested he trade Shi Wei's worn underwear for the declaration. Hu Buigui nodded frantically, promising all 15 pairs to him. The elder turned and gave a thumbs up to Bai Yi. Yi Ming, who was controlling the situation, was very pleased and promised a salary increase. The announcement rang out that the semifinals had concluded, with the eldest disciple of perfected Tai Bai, Shi Wei, emerging as the victor. Afterward, Hu Buigui lay motionless on the ground while Bai Yi and Jai Yi came to tend to him. Bai Yi urged him to stay still as he mumbled incoherently. He whispered that since his senior sister made it to the finals, they could still obtain the raiment. He mentioned their master said Shi Wei might have been poisoned. Since the emerald green soaring jade raiment was immune to all toxins, her condition might improve if she wore it. Bai Yi looked down and told him to stop talking and rest. Other disciples looked at Hu Buigui with a mix of resentment and admiration, wondering how he was still alive. The referee then announced the final match, and Dongfang Yuzhai stepped onto the stage. He was introduced as the beloved senior brother Dongfang Yuzhai. The elder then introduced his opponent, Shi Wei, who was currently coughing up blood, as the beloved senior sister. Dongfang Yuzhai stepped forward with a worried expression. "Shi Wei, are your injuries still not healed?" Shi Wei coughed up blood but replied calmly, "Oh, I'm fine, thank you for your concern." The disciples below glared at Dongfang Yuzhai and questioned, "Are you even a man?" Dongfang Yuzhai reached out and said gently to Shi Wei, "If it's inconvenient to fight today, why don't we reschedule?" Unexpectedly, Shi Wei flatly refused. She stood up and turned to leave. "No need, senior brother, I concede." Dongfang Yuzhai suddenly shouted, "Wait, Shi Wei," then he said with determination. "Don't be so quick to talk about winning or losing. I have something to say to you in front of everyone." Mai Ming, sitting above, immediately became alert. Was this fool planning to? Before he could finish the thought, Dongfang Yuzhai loudly declared, "I like you, Shi Wei, become my dual cultivation partner." However, Shi Wei responded decisively, "I don't want to." Dongfang Yuzhai was instantly frozen in place. The disciples below were also stunned. As expected of the senior brother, so blunt. As expected of the senior sister, so heartless. Mai Ming, sitting at the top, picked up his tea. He muttered, "I knew this guy had no hope." But Dongfang Yuzhai loudly asked again, "Then Shi Wei, do you already have someone you like?" Shi Wei blushed and nodded. Mai Ming spat out the mouthful of water he hadn't swallowed yet. Shouts of surprise echoed throughout the Haibai sect. "What?" Dongfang Yuzhai stood frozen in the wind. "Hello everyone, I am Dongfang Yuzhai. The girl I like already has a boyfriend." Shi Wei spoke up. "The person I like has the highest cultivation in the world. He can fight the 5 great immortals alone. Though his hair is white, he still looks very young." The atmosphere became even more silent. Mai Ming muttered, "Wait, what Shi Wei said is, she's talking about you, right? Sect leader, the one who can fight the 5 great immortals alone. That's only you, isn't it?" Dongfang Yuzhai said with a broken heart. Master stole his disciple's girlfriend. Mai Ming was extremely embarrassed and waved his hands. "Everyone, you've misunderstood. The person she's talking about is..." Before Mai Ming could finish, Tai Bai rushed out from nowhere and grabbed his collar. "I didn't expect you to seduce a female disciple like this," he roared. "I don't agree to this marriage. The one with the world's best cultivation, white hair, looking young but actually very old." Mai Ming could only purse his lips and said aggrievedly, "It's not me, don't misunderstand." Hu Buigui rubbed his chin. "No wonder senior sister acts so wildly in the sect." Jia Yi, standing nearby, reminded them, "I think you two have misunderstood." Dongfang Yuzhai on the stage made up his mind. "No, even if the opponent is master. I cannot give up." He raised his hand and said, "Shi Wei, I have long surpassed the sect leader to become the world's #1. Besides, I am younger and more dashing than him." Mai Ming gritted his teeth. "More handsome than me, this rebellious disciple." Shi Wei nodded, "But your flaws are too great." Dongfang Yuzhai beat his chest and asked, "What flaws do I have?" Tell me quickly, I'll fix them all, Shu Wei said softly. You're too handsome, your talent is too good. Dongfeng Yuzhai broke into a sweat. Your family has too much money. You're too kind-hearted. Dongfeng Yuzhai was speechless. Aren't these supposed to be strengths? Mai Ming whispered to Tai Bai. Shu Wei likes wicked people with poor talent and humble origins who do evil things. Isn't that me? Tai Bai covered his face and sighed. My disciple's taste in men is beyond saving. And so, the famous martial arts competition of the Haibai sect ended in an uproar. Dongfeng Yuzhai remained frozen on the stage. Hu Bugui spoke to Bai Yi in disbelief. I didn't expect senior sister and the sect leader to be like that. I'm truly shocked. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. I even suspected that senior sister liked senior brother. Jia Yi chimed in from the side. I think there's something wrong with your suspicion. Just then Shu Wei's voice rang out from somewhere, startling both Hu Bugui and Bai Yi. What are you two talking about? They turned around to see Shu Wei standing behind them with a murderous expression. Hu Bugui stammered, See, senior sister, are you still angry? Bai Yi whispered, Senior sister, a bad temper makes you age faster. Suddenly, a set of clothes was thrown at Hu Bugui's feet. Shu Wei said, This is the feather robe of your little girlfriend. It's for you. Hu Bugui and Bai Yi looked at each other in confusion, then both realized at once. So that's how it is. The two knelt down and obediently offered the feather robe to Shu Wei. Senior sister, this robe is for you, Hu Bugui said. I heard this robe can cure all poisons, so I wanted to win it for you. Bai Yi nodded, That's right. Shu Wei hadn't expected this reason and was stunned. A second later, she immediately smacked Hu Bugui on the head. Are you stupid? If this thing worked, I would have taken it from the sect leader long ago, understand? Hu Bugui, with a bump on his head and his mind spinning, said. That's right, after all, senior sister and the sect leader have that kind of relationship. As soon as he finished, he took another punch to the face. Shu Wei scolded him. Stop talking nonsense. I said it wasn't the sect leader. Hu Bugui lay sprawled on the ground as Shu Wei dragged him away. He stubbornly asked, Then who exactly is the person you like? Shu Wei replied indifferently, Keep guessing. Jia Yi also tried to slip away. She said goodbye to Bai Yi, Then I'll be going first. But before she could take a few steps, she was grabbed by the head. Where do you think you're going? Mai Ming said gloomily. You need to explain the competition matter to me. Then Mai Ming glanced to the side, and a face that looked 90% like Shu Wei's caught his eye. He muttered, Junior sister. Bai Yi hurriedly waved her hand to wake him up. Sect leader, the seniority is wrong. Only then did Mai Ming snap out of it. Oh, it's you, running to Hu Bugui. Why are you still practicing cultivation? You've changed so much I barely recognized you. Bai Yi listened to these words with a head full of questions, unable to understand a single thing. Yiming spoke to Bai Yi without rhyme or reason, asking why she chose this hairstyle and telling her to find a chance to send someone away. Then he grabbed Jia Yi and dragged her off before Bai Yi could respond. With a farewell, the two departed, leaving a bewildered Bai Yi behind. After returning to her room, she sat down and sighed, thinking the sect leader must have mistaken her for someone else. He even called me junior sister, she said, turning to ask Qin Yang if the sect leader ever had a junior sister, to which Qin Yang quickly replied that she herself was his junior sister. Is there something you want to say? Are you hiding something from me? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before recounting the entire story to Qin Yang, explaining every detail with great care. While Qin Yang listened intently, she stroked her chin in thought after hearing the tale, noting how strange it was that the sect leader mistook Bai Yi for his junior sister. It was indeed bizarre. She recalled rumors from 40 or 50 years ago that when Shi Wei first joined the sect leader also frequently referred to her as junior sister. Then Qin Yang gently patted Bai Yi's shoulder. It seems you and Shi Wei share many similarities, she said. Then she produced a jade comb and suggested that Bai Yi try changing her hairstyle. After a few strokes of the comb, Bai Yi began to look exactly like Shi Wei. Qin Yang continued for a bit longer before suddenly covering her mouth in shock, prompting a confused Bai Yi to ask what was wrong. Master, is something wrong? Does it not look good? Qin Yang reacted immediately, saying it was a bit frightening and better to change it back. Then she turned to leave with doubt rising in her heart. It felt as though she had stumbled upon a massive secret. This matter was a true enigma that even the immortal Qin Yang did not dare to question the sect leader about directly. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui's life entered a new chapter. Shi Wei lay bedridden with a severe illness as Hu Bugui asked her anxiously if she was all right. Senior sister, are you okay? Tai Bai explained that her condition had worsened because she exhausted too much spiritual energy during her match with him on the dueling platform. Wei said tremulously that she felt her time was short and many wishes remained unfulfilled. Hu Bugui wept, promising to help her achieve whatever she desired, which was exactly the opening Wei wanted. She quickly responded that it was his responsibility now, handing Hu Bugui a stack of papers and telling him to post the notices. Hu Bugui looked at the sheets and read the message. Starting today and for the next month, those with grudges or debts to settle should do so. Wei will not interfere and only hope you all strike with sufficient force. Hu Bugui wept silently while Tai Bai sat nearby, praising his disciples' bravery for essentially asking others to beat him. Once the notices were posted, the situation escalated. Bai went to check on Hu Bugui, asking if he was all right after hearing he had been repeatedly beaten lately. Hu Bugui raised his hand with a forced, awkward smile. "I am fine, just a bit bruised," he said, trying to remain optimistic by claiming his senior brothers were being gentle. Then he stood up and handed a set of feathered robes to Bai. "Senior sister told me to give these robes to you as they suit you well," he said. Bai softly thanked him, but suddenly a voice rang out from behind Hu Bugui. "Junior brother Hu Bugui is busy socializing with our little sister, I see." This was the sixth group arriving for revenge, causing Hu Bugui to turn around and plead through his tears. "Senior brothers, please be gentle." Deep in the forest, two figures were talking as a male disciple chuckled at the female disciple beside him. "Junior sister, there is a small grove here. Why don't we do something embarrassing?" The girl blushed and called him a nuisance, though her tone suggested she didn't mind. As the two entered the woods hand in hand, they were startled to see Hu Bugui lying on the ground being pummeled by several senior brothers who were laughing triumphantly. "You are quite well behaved today." With his clothes in tatters, Hu Bugui looked miserable. The two hiding in the bushes whispered, wondering if that was their junior brother. The senior sister replied that she had heard he was quite flamboyant, and it seemed to be true. They left the area, but Hu Bugui's screams continued to echo through the trees. The senior brother pointed toward the woods and smirked, remarking on how stimulating the junior brother's cries were, while the female disciple replied that she could hardly compare. Once the crowd realized Wei would not stop them from beating Hu Bugui, they grew even bolder. While Wei and Hu Bugui were eating at the wooden house, a disciple approached. A male disciple asked for permission to borrow Hu Bugui for a beating. Even when Hu Bugui went to the latrine, people would come looking for him. "Hold it in for a moment, junior brother. Wait until we finish beating you before you go." They wouldn't even let him sleep, waking him up just to deliver another thrashing. At times, Hu Bugui disguised himself as a woman, but he was immediately recognized and mocked for thinking a dress would hide his identity. This continued for an entire month. Hu Bugui became haunted by the words, "junior brother." Driven to his limit, he finally snapped and screamed at them to stop their relentless attacks. Suddenly, Hu Bugui's power exploded as he challenged them to all come at once. He then realized he had achieved a breakthrough, while Tai Bai stood nearby, radiating a gloomy murderous intent. Standing there coldly, perfected Tai Bai felt extremely uncomfortable having been out of the spotlight for so long, while Hu Bugui danced joyfully around him. "Master, I have reached the golden core stage." Tai Bai's lip twitched. It had been over 100 years since he himself had a breakthrough, yet Hu Bugui was boasting about it. "I have reached the golden core stage after only 2 years of cultivation. Am I not a genius?" Tai Bai trembled with rage at these words and immediately lashed out with his immortal binding rope. He hung Hu Bugui upside down from the eaves and announced loudly that anyone could strike his disciple as hard as they wished. As Hu Bugui dangled from the branch, a large group of senior and junior brothers gathered around. They did not hesitate to punch him right in the face while mocking him, saying they heard he reached the golden core stage and wanted to offer their congratulations with their fists. Someone even pulled out a spike and said as they struck him that the golden core stage was not so impressive, and that hitting his fangs would be more fitting, while others were even more cruel. One man pulled out a stack of suggestive photos and flaunted them before Hu Bugui, sneering that he heard his junior brother wore thongs and offering these adult images as a gift. Then they produced a photo of a muscular master and mocked him, asking if they had forgotten that their little junior brother preferred straight, middle-aged men. Hu Bugui wailed in pain, but no one listened until Wei appeared and calmly told them that the limit for beating Hu Bugui had been reached, prompting the disciples to stop and line up immediately. They agreed with their senior sister as Wei glanced at Hu Bugui, whose face was beaten beyond recognition, while the other disciples began to whisper among themselves. They wondered if they had gone too far and angered her, but to their surprise, Shi Wei gave them a thumbs up for their precision before generously handing out spirit stones and pills as payment for the others. Clutching their spirit stones, the disciples walked away gossiping about whether their senior sister had a hidden agenda, fearing that her sudden change in behavior was a terrifying omen. Still hanging upside down, Hu Bugui groaned that he was sorry and would not cause any more misunderstandings, so Shi Wei untied him but kept him bound as she dragged him away. She claimed she was only helping him improve his strength and sat down to seriously explain that, based on her experience, after reaching the soul quiet stage. One only needs to be beaten for a few months to advance to the golden core stage, leading Hu Bugui to scream in disbelief at such a despicable method. She pointed out that he had already reached the golden core stage after only a month of being beaten, and Hu Bugui muttered that at least the method had been effective before asking a question. He asked why he was still tied up, and Shi Wei stood before the podium to explain that, according to her experience, to advance beyond the golden core stage, one simply needs to be beaten by women for a few more months to reach the nascent soul stage, and despite Hu Bugui's tearful protests, Shi Wei insisted it would not hurt to try just as Shi Yu appeared. Shi Yu agreed that the idea was worth a try, causing Hu Bugui to scream in terror at the thought of a Dao integration stage expert being the one to beat him. He feared for his life as Shi Yu raised her hand, manifesting a sphere of spiritual energy in her palm while promising to be gentle with him. Hu Bugui watched her hand approach as she repeated her promise of gentleness, but even before Shi Yu's hand could touch his face, the aura of the spiritual sphere reached him. Hu Bugui immediately suffered a double nosebleed as the pillar he was tied to snapped in half, sending him spinning away like a top while his screams echoed through the air. He crashed into a large boulder and spent over a month recovering, and once he was wrapped like a mummy and hung up again, Shi Wei reassured him that the next person's cultivation was not as high as Shi Yu's. Shi Wei pointed to Jia Yi standing nearby to begin the second round of training, leaving Hu Bugui weeping on the pillar and begging for his life since she was still at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. A girl suddenly rushed over to tell Shi Wei that something was wrong with their master, prompting Shi Wei to calmly ask if his lifespan had finally run out. The girl shook her head and explained that the master was about to break through, while elsewhere, Mai Ming pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse as Tai Bai's body began to glow. Standing before Mai Ming, he asked if it was really so hard to believe that he was preparing to advance to the nascent soul stage. Mai Ming remarked that being a top-tier alchemist at the golden core stage was already impressive, so reaching the nascent soul stage would be truly heaven-defying for someone like Tai Bai. He was ranked 10th in the world of alchemy, and Mai Ming clutched his head as he recalled their old agreement that Tai Bai would leave the Black-White sect upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Tai Bai took Mai Ming's hand and sincerely told the sect leader not to worry, as he would never leave the man who had first taken him in. Mai Ming was deeply moved by Tai Bai's loyalty, but their emotional moment was soon interrupted by the arrival of Shi Wei. Shi Wei asked her master why he was bothering to break through when she was so busy, which infuriated Tai Bai as he thought of that brat at the golden core stage. He felt he would lose all face if he did not advance, leading Shi Wei to mutter that the immense pressure from her junior brother was what drove her master to seek a breakthrough. She asked if the master would reward her junior brother for his achievement, but Tai Bai grumbled and begged his disciple to show her master a little concern for once. Thus, Shi Wei and Hu Bugui decided to guard the door for Master Tai Bai, posting a long notice stating that the great Master Tai Bai was currently in seclusion. The sign asked not to be disturbed, and Hu Bugui remarked that his senior sister truly did care for their master, though Shi Wei replied she was only worried the good man might explode. She claimed she was standing guard to be ready to save him, prompting a terrified Hu Bugui to ask what she had done with the origin-transforming pill the master had kept for years. Having waited for this day to advance, he opened the mystic gourd, which released a dazzling light that filled the cave where Tai Bai was seated. Shi Wei informed Hu Bugui that she had already taken the essence floral pills meant for their master's breakthrough, and mixed them into the meal. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Bai's terrified scream echoed from within, "My top-grade medicinal pills," he wailed, trembling as he clutched the container. He dropped the box and collapsed to his knees in despair. What sin did I commit to deserve this? Outside, the north wind howled amidst drifting snow as Shi Wei poked her head in. "Master, you should just give up," Shi Wei said. Tai Bai wept. "I'm getting there." She handed him water, noting that despite his age, a breakthrough wouldn't lead to much more progress, whereas his junior brother had a bright future and deserved the opportunity. Dejected, Tai Bai told her, I can't defeat you, so whatever you say goes, but I just want some peace. Shi Wei immediately closed the door and departed. Slumping to the floor, Tai Bai looked up and pitied himself. I'm the youngest in the Council of Elders, yet I look the oldest, he sighed. If not for my miraculous alchemy skills, I don't know how much they would mock me. Tai Bai closed his eyes. Forget it, let it all go. Everything is vanity. He entered a meditative state, letting fate take its course. Seeing Shi Wei emerge, Hu Bu Gui immediately asked, Senior sister, how is Master? Is he furious? Shi Wei looked at him solemnly and said, Master says your future is brighter. He believes you are better suited to use the origin flower pill. Hu Bu Gui bit his lip. Master cares for me so much. He immediately knelt and bowed toward Tai Bai's room. Master, your disciple will never forget your great kindness. I will repay you for the rest of my life, he vowed. Shi Wei continued. Master also said that since you recently broke through, you should take some pills to stabilize your foundation. Hu Bu Gui left in tears. Master, you are too good to me. I'm truly moved. Hu Bu Gui sobbed. Shi Wei comforted him. Don't cry. I'll take you to Master's pill room to find what you need. The two then departed. Silence fell outside the door. Inside, Tai Bai spoke in despair. I never said that. Don't talk nonsense. Though he rarely lost his temper, things were different now. Tai Bai Zhenren's current attempt at a breakthrough was a monumental event for the entire cultivation world. Inside the Haibai sect, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Elder Nuki noted that Tai Bai Zhenren had relied on his alchemy to enjoy the privileges of an elder, if he successfully broke through this time. Another person chimed in, I fear his status within the sect will surpass all other elders. A third person agreed, this is not good at all. Meanwhile, whispers filled the pill tower. After a century, Tai Bai Zhenren had finally reached the peak of the golden core stage. If he succeeded, no one in the tower could rival his alchemy. From the Medicine King Valley, a woman spoke softly. He has broken through, so it's time to settle the debt from over 100 years ago. Holding an iron plaque, Mai Ming announced, the Pill Tower Master has invited Qin Yang and me to the celebration. They immediately flew off on their swords, leaving the elders watching in awe. As expected of the Pill Tower, they quickly mobilized the sect leader and immortal Qin Yang. Elder Nuki nodded. We must also act now and gather disciples to obstruct Tai Bai Zhenren's breakthrough. Meanwhile, Tai Bai meditated alone in his cave. Without the aid of pills, he could only progress slowly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Tai Bai, I heard you're breaking through. Is there anything I can do to help? Elder Nuki walked in and asked, It took me 10 years to advance from the golden core to the nascent soul stage. Perhaps my experience will be of use to you. Tai Bai smiled in response. 10 years, huh? Thank you very much. Elder Nuki then pulled out a collection of adult photos. These are the divine principles I've kept hidden. I'm giving them to you to use during your seclusion. Looking at the suggestive images, Tai Bai angrily threw them to the ground. You want me to suffer from chi deviation, don't you? He immediately kicked Nuki out. Goodbye and don't come back. Tai Bai returned to his meditation, trying to clear his mind and focus. But suddenly another photo came flying in from outside. Nuki called out from outside, Don't be shy, Tai Bai, it's just a small token of my affection. Tai Bai roared, Get lost. The next day, the savory aroma of grilled meat wafted into the cave. Inside, Tai Bai took a deep breath, the smell of grilled meat. Outside, 2 disciples were roasting meat and commenting, This smells amazing, as expected of the ancestral secret recipe. Tai Bai opened the door, looking murderous. Are you 2 grilling meat here just to cause trouble? The terrified disciples replied, Our master told us to come here for you. Tai Bai growled and shouted, Get out of here. Immediately after, a group of disciples carrying chandeliers appeared at the cave entrance, dancing boisterously. The 4th square dance of the Haibai sect, the vast horizon is my love. Tai Bai gritted his teeth, trying to endure the racket. So noisy. Endure, just endure. The square dancers finally dispersed, but then 2 others approached. They whispered, Have you heard? The eldest senior sister is about to empty Tai Bai Zhenren's pill room. Tai Bai struggled to stay calm. It's just a few pills. Don't get distracted. Then another couple appeared, acting affectionately. I truly love you so much, junior sister. And I love you too, senior brother. Tai Bai felt dazed by the flurry of romantic gestures surrounding him. At the cave entrance, the pair continued their display. Wait until I break through to the nascent soul stage, then we'll get married, all right? The female disciple nodded. It's a deal. No marriage until the nascent soul stage. Tai Bai immediately coughed up blood and clutched his chest. No marriage until nascent soul. My heart hurts so much. 10 days passed before Shi Wei came knocking. Master, are you still alive? It's been 10 days, so I've come to check on you. She pushed the door open to find Tai Bai sprawled on the floor. Forget the breakthrough. He turned his head toward Shi Wei and sighed. I'm suddenly feeling very weary. Being at the peak of the golden core stage is good enough. I won't try to break through anymore. Suddenly, Hu Bu Gui appeared to cheer him on. Don't give up, Master. He clasped his hands and said solemnly, Master, I have investigated and found that someone is deliberately disturbing your meditation. Perfected Tai Bai raised his hand, and Hu Bugui grasped it firmly, declaring, Master, rest assured. I will never allow anyone to bother you again. Tai Bai's eyes welled with tears as he asked, My disciple, are you actually concerned for me? He glanced at Shi Wei and added, In all my years of living, this is the first time a disciple has shown me such care. Someone should really take notes, he remarked. Afterward, Shi Wei asked Hu Bugui how he intended to stop others from bothering their master. Hu Bugui tightened his fists. Naturally, I will let my strength do the talking, he replied. He then knelt before Shi Zio and pleaded, Please help me defeat everyone who tries to disturb my master. Shi Wei mocked him, noting that he was actually using someone else's strength to speak for him. Shi Zio smiled and replied, Bugui, your timing is poor. I must go disperse my cultivation during this period. Hu Bugui was stunned. Disperse your cultivation. Shi Wei explained that due to her unique constitution, unrefinable spiritual energy accumulates in her body, requiring periodic dispersal. Shi Zio gave a charming smile. It is a pity you haven't learned my cultivation method yet, otherwise I could transfer this excess energy directly to you, she said. Hu Bugui blushed as he imagined the scene, sighing with regret. He decided he had to seek out Jia Yi instead. However, Jia Yi also turned him down, apologizing, Sorry, little Wang Kai, but I've taken a contract to assassinate someone in Shuzhou. Finally, Hu Bugui returned to Shi Wei, hoping his senior sister would assist him. To his surprise, as soon as Shi Wei opened her mouth, a torrent of blood gushed out. Seeing her coughing up blood again, Hu Bugui realized he had no choice but to handle the matter himself. Within the Haibai sect, two disciples were chatting as they walked. Old Wu mentioned he had heard about the disturbances at the place where perfected Tai Bai was meditating. His companion, Old Gu, replied, Is that so? Let's head over there quickly. Hu Bugui blocked their path and said, Senior brothers, please wait. The senior sisters of Zio-Phi Peak asked me to deliver a message to you. Both men asked in unison, Junior brother Wang Kai, what is it? Speak quickly. Hu Bugui put on a righteous front and replied, The senior sisters said they've been bored lately, and since the Immortal isn't home, they want to invite you over to play some games. Upon hearing this, the two began to drool with infatuated expressions, boasting that they were quite skilled at games. They quickly flew off on their swords as Hu Bugui waved them goodbye. Have fun, senior brothers. Hu Bugui then moved to a pavilion where voices could be heard plotting further ways to annoy Tai Bai. The group was brainstorming various methods when Hu Bugui stood outside, clasped his hands, and asked, Is senior brother Ding of Zigui Peak here? He pulled out a pink envelope and said, A senior sister asked me to give this letter to senior brother Ding. Several men in the pavilion turned around, claiming they were all named Ding and asking who he was looking for. Hu Bugui scratched his head with a sheepish grin and said, I don't know the specific name, but how do you senior brothers feel about this confession letter? The men named Ding immediately lunged forward to snatch it, each shouting that it must be for them and accusing the others of being shameless. A brawl broke out over the single letter while Hu Bugui watched blankly. Eventually, one senior brother managed to grab it and shouted, Let me see what is written. The paper read, Senior brother Ding, we were so entangled in passion until dawn last night. I wonder if we can continue today. I will be waiting for you at the usual spot. That senior brother's nose began to bleed as his face flushed. A moment later, he slammed the letter down and yelled, Which one of you bastards snuck out? We agreed to help each other. The others picked up the letter and read the explicit contents, feeling deeply embarrassed. They began to suspect one another, with one claiming he hadn't even experienced his first love yet. Another argued that with his physical health, he couldn't possibly last all night. The last one spoke up, saying he didn't enjoy outdoor trysts. Hu Bugui watched the four of them sit down to calmly analyze the situation. There is a liar among us, they concluded. Suddenly, Hu Bugui spoke up. The truth is simple, and I have a way to find the culprit. The senior brothers immediately turned to ask him how. How? Tell us quickly. Hu Bugui thought for a moment before saying, The culprit from last night must have exhausted his energy. You senior brothers just need to hold a martial arts tournament. The one whose strength is flagging is surely the culprit. The men nodded in approval, agreeing it was a logical plan. To avoid suspicion, they all began to fight with everything they had. Hubyugwi slipped away quietly, feeling relieved. He told himself that while he had deceived them, this method wasn't efficient enough, and he needed a more centralized plan. Suddenly, he saw Baya standing before him. An idea struck Hubyugwi, and he laughed out loud. Baya turned around and asked in confusion, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Hubyugwi leaned in and whispered into Baya's ear. After hearing him, she cried out in shock, "What? Someone wants to harm perfected Tai Bai?" Hubyugwi nodded. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "That's why I need you to do me a favor." Baya asked blankly what she needed to do. A moment later, she heard Hubyugwi scream at the top of his lungs. "Help, someone come quickly," Hubyugwi shouted as he grabbed little junior sister Baya. "Strip everything off for me right now." Immediately, several disciples descended from above, cursing him as a beast. "Release our adorable little junior sister," they roared. Hubyugwi gave a wicked laugh and reached out, saying, "I won't let go. In fact, I'm going to touch her right now." He then turned and bolted, shouting, "Catch me if you can." Consequently, a marathon of people began chasing Hubyugwi through the normally quiet Haibai sect. "Die, Hubyugwi! I must avenge our junior sister!" Hubyugwi cried as he ran, daring them all to catch him. Baya watched from above, deep in thought. She realized her senior brother was sacrificing his own reputation to divert everyone's attention. Shiwei appeared behind her and asked, "Are you really going to let him use you like that without any regard for the cost?" Baya feigned innocence and asked what her senior sister meant, then glanced at Shiwei, her lips mouthing that she had stolen him back. Shiwei observed Baya, having felt she was a bit of a manipulative fox ever since they met 700 years ago, yet Baya simply smiled back. "I won't lose, senior sister," Baya said, while Shiwei cursed internally, wondering if she was truly a wench as Hubyugwi ran past crying. "I would have cut you down if this weren't a magic-restricted zone," Hubyugwi shouted as he sprinted toward the cliff with the others hot on his heels. They yelled for him to stop running, but Hubyugwi suddenly halted, flashed his middle finger, and laughed as he stepped backward into the abyss. He plummeted down the cliff while the disciples lunged forward, swearing to kill the brat, until the leading senior brother abruptly stopped the group. "Wait, does this place look familiar?" he asked as memories flooded back of the area where the female disciples of the small peak usually bathed. The leader warned of a trap ahead, but someone argued that since Immortal Qin Yang and the sect leader were at the pill tower, they had nothing to fear. With a nosebleed, he claimed that knowing beauties were bathing ahead, and not peeking would be a disgrace to his manhood. Ignoring the warning, they leaped down immediately, shouting for the sisters, only to faceplant into the ground with a series of loud thuds. The pool had been recently renovated and drained of all water, leaving the crowd to witness Hubyugwi snitching to the female disciples. "Look, sisters, I told you these men would try to sneak a peek while the Immortal was away. Their audacity is boundless." The senior brothers scrambled to explain they were framed, but the women had already heard their earlier declarations about peeking. "You said a man isn't a man if he doesn't peek at bathing beauties," a senior sister noted, asking if that passionate speech was also a lie. She seized the chance to bring up past grievances, mentioning how they used to harass the sisters under the guise of wanting to play games. "Was it also a setup when those perverts came to our doors before?" she asked as the brothers desperately tried to claim they were being framed. "Believe us or not, we were truly set up," they cried, but the senior sister drew her blade, coldly stating that a man's words are nothing but lies. As the leader drew his sword and the other women followed suit, the male disciples fled while Hubyugwi sneered, telling them to remember this. Thus, the male and female disciples engaged in a friendly and intimate exchange, while Hubyugwi watched the chaos with his hands on his hips. Proudly thinking his intellect had triumphed again, he felt like the chosen one, while Shiwei watched from the shadows, moved to tears by his growth. Hubyugwi walked away with a light heart, unaware that he was about to face a new dilemma involving the elder's secret schemes. Specifically, Elder Nushi was in the middle of confessing his feelings to Immortal Zai Wei, telling her he had loved her for a long time. Just as he suggested they cultivate together, Hubyugwi appeared out of nowhere and yanked down the elder's pants, daring him to a fight. Exposed before his beloved, Elder Nushi watched as she called him a good person before running away, commenting that his underwear was too gaudy. "I am not worthy of your aesthetic tastes, farewell," she called out, leaving Elder Nushi to cry out in vain as she disappeared. Infuriated, Elder Nushi turned to Hubyugwi and mockingly asked if the boy thought his own appearance was so wretched that he needed a new life. "Do you want me to help you reincarnate and start over?" he growled, clenching his fist and causing the ground beneath Hu Bugui to explode. Hu Bugui lay in the crater, baffled as to why he was being attacked when the sect strictly forbade magical combat between members. Elder Nushi explained that such rules only applied to disciples, not elders, before forming a hand seal to summon his heavenly Dharma idol. A massive phantom of the elder appeared, roaring in rage at the one who had cost him the love of Zai Wei after 200 years of pining. He raised a foot to crush Hu Bugui into a pulp, and though the boy pleaded for mercy, he was beaten until he foamed at the mouth. "Your feet smell terrible," Hu Bugui groaned as a small, round object resembling a button suddenly rolled out from beside him. Elder Nushi's massive phantom was instantly sucked into the object, leaving the elder unable to maintain his heavenly Dharma idol as it vanished. Elder Nushi stared at the object in Shi Wei's hand, unable to believe that it was a legendary tool of the Ao Tian sword Immortal. "The spirit horse-killing coin," he screamed, shocked to see one of the only 3 sets of the Ao Tian sword Immortal's treasures in existence. "The other sets have been lost to time," Shi Wei said, handing the device to Elder Nasha. "You may give it a try." Suddenly, a spiritual horse manifested. It raised its leg to stomp on Elder Nasha, who shrieked, "Spiritual chi manifestation! How terrifying!" The horse's hoof slammed directly into his face. It then soared into the sky, baring its teeth in a grin and neighing loudly. Elder Nasha lay flattened on the ground after taking a direct kick to the face. "This truly is the treasure of the Yashin sword Immortal," Shi Wei remarked, asking if Elder Nasha wished to continue. Hu Bugui hurriedly intervened. "Senior sister, stop using your spiritual power or you'll cough up blood again." Elder Nasha scrambled up, knelt properly, and raised his hand to swear an oath. "I swear I will never trouble you again," he cried before bolting away, shouting that he had to return home to clean up after his master's animals. As he left, Hu Bugui frowned, watching Elder Nasha with suspicion. The man had made promises before, yet here he was again, bringing a mob to harass Teibai Zhenren. "You allow your disciples to act without restraint or respect. Do you still refuse to admit your crimes?" Hu Bugui shouted at Elder Nasha. "You swore you wouldn't bother us anymore," Hu Bugui cried. Elder Nasha sneered. "Do you have proof? Who saw it? If you're so capable, call the heavens down to testify." Hu Bugui was stunned by such blatant shamelessness. Elder Nasha continued to scream, demanding they hand over the culprit. Meanwhile, inside, Teibai Zhenren looked up at Shi Wei, who stood beside him. His long-simmering resentment finally erupted as he blamed himself for allowing his disciples to be bullied by their peers. Teibai stood up, deciding to step out and see just how much an elder's reputation was worth. However, Shi Wei pulled him back down, reassuring him, "Master, please focus on your seclusion. I can handle this." She produced a box and handed it to him. "This is a void refining pill I prepared for my junior brother, but I would like you to use it now." Teibai opened the box to find a void refining pill, a precious medicine used to break through from the soul transformation stage to the Tao integration stage, significantly increasing the chances of success. Moved to tears, Teibai wept. "I don't know where you obtained such a high-grade pill, but my disciple, it seems your conscience hasn't been fed to the dogs after all." Shi Wei smiled and said, "Rest assured, Master, the origin of this pill is perfectly legitimate. You may use it." Teibai looked up at the sky, deeply moved that his disciple cared for him so much. Shi Wei quickly departed, thinking that only by helping her master break through sooner could she prevent Hu Bugui from doing more foolish things in his attempts to protect him. Looking down at the mob led by Elder Nasha, she realized she had to use her trump card to end this chaos. As soon as the crowd saw her, they began to shout, "She's out! She's finally come out!" "Senior sister," Hu Bugui called out. Shi Wei raised her hand and said, "You don't need to do anything. I'll settle this quickly." Hu Bugui hesitated, "But senior sister, your injuries." Elder Nasha pointed directly at Shi Wei's face. "The karma from your past deeds is finally catching up to you." Shi Wei didn't respond, simply stepping silently to the side. Her hand gently flipped over a patch of earth. Unable to contain his rage, Elder Nasha barked, "Don't you dare look down on me." Shi Wei merely looked down at the formation diagram beneath her feet. Her face showed signs of exhaustion. She placed her hand on the formation, then slowly looked up, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. "In that case, please, after you." The moment Shi Wei pressed her hand down, the ground within a 100-meter radius was upturned. A blinding pillar of light shot into the sky as the formation was instantly activated. Shi Wei smiled, her voice soft yet resolute. "The formation has been unleashed." Elder Nasha stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at her. A sense of dread washed over him. I am Elder Nasha, so why does it feel like this opponent is using cheats? Around him, the disciples were being violently assaulted. Unable to react in time, Elder Nasha hurriedly circulated his power to steady himself. He then asked Shiwei suspiciously, "How do you know such a high-level formation? Furthermore, when did you even set this up?" Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Shiwei coldly replied, 30 years ago. When the sect was being renovated, I secretly laid this formation here to prepare for a day like today. She turned to Hu Bugui with a gentle smile. It was originally meant to protect your seclusion, but I suppose I'll use it for master first. Hu Bugui looked thoughtful, wondering to himself, I wasn't even born 30 years ago. Just what is the connection between my senior sister and me? Elder Nasha was nearly completely frozen, yet he still tried to curse her. Shiwei, the sect leader, will never forgive you for this. As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Nasha was completely encased in ice, becoming a frigid statue. Before Shiwei and Hu Bugui, 101 ice statues stood in a bizarre display. Hu Bugui couldn't hide his amazement. Heavens, this formation is incredibly powerful, though it doesn't quite look like the Immortal execution formation I imagined. She continued to explain, as most people believed the Immortal execution formation was a bloody slaughter array. But that wasn't the case. Shiwei took every opportunity to educate Hu Bugui, noting that modern cultivation wasn't just about training. It also relies on the spiritual qi within the body to maintain growth without regression. Spiritual qi is the very lifeblood of a cultivator. She glanced toward Elder Nasha. This immortal execution formation is merely a technique that forcibly drains the spiritual qi from the body, she said coldly. Shiwei then produced a golden hammer and handed it to Hu Bugui. Go on, I'll leave the rest to you. Hu Bugui asked in confusion, Why are you giving me a hammer? Shiwei grinned, her voice full of encouragement. Smash them to pieces, giving them an extra beating is only natural. Hu Bugui's hands trembled as he took it, a sense of unease rising within him. Senior sister, they are all our fellow disciples. Hu Bugui prayed silently for someone to come and save them. And just then, a blinding light descended from the sky as a voice rang out commanding the array to break, instantly shattering the ice and freeing the sealed disciples as a sword plunged into the ground. It was the array-breaking sword, a treasure specifically designed to dismantle complex formations, and the man who stepped onto its hilt was Dongfang Yuzhai. He looked sternly at Shiwei and told her to show mercy where possible rather than slaughtering her own sect members, though inwardly he marveled at her ruthless nature. Shiwei explained that they had plotted against her master, and she was forced to retaliate, a claim Hu Bugui supported by noting they had intentionally disturbed their master during his secluded meditation. They had nearly caused their master to suffer a cultivation deviation, yet Elder Nasha lay on the ground screaming that they were lying and had never plotted against Teibai Zhenren. Hu Bugui shouted back in anger that while his master was a bachelor in seclusion, they had brought adult books, flirted outside his door, and even held a barbecue. Dongfeng Yuzhai turned to Elder Nasha and declared that such cruel actions were unforgivable by heaven before drawing his sword to leave in frustration. He stated he should not have saved them and bid them farewell, leaving Elder Nasha stunned and unable to comprehend the logic of the youth before he turned to walk with Shiwei. Since the formation was already destroyed, Elder Nasha glanced at the disciples behind him and challenged Shiwei to see how she would handle being outnumbered, causing her to sigh. She looked up with a smile and admitted she hadn't wanted to reveal it so early, but she had secretly added extra ingredients to all the qi condensation pills her master refined today. Her voice was soft yet clear enough for everyone to hear that those who had taken the medicine would find their spiritual energy dissipating if they stopped for 2 months. Elder Nasha broke into a cold sweat while the disciples huddled together, whispering that they had all used Teibai Zhenren's pills and calling the act utterly shameless. They wondered if she was merely bluffing, but they felt their senior sister was truly capable of such a thing as Elder Nasha rubbed his chin. He told the disciples not to panic because he had a solution, but a moment later he immediately knelt at Shiwei's feet to beg for the antidote and promised never to be arrogant again. The disciples were frozen in shock at his spineless and shameless display, while Shiwei looked down at Elder Nasha. She told him the antidote would be provided once her master emerged from seclusion, but suddenly a hissing sound echoed from the cave and Hu Bugui turned back in alarm. Teibai was inside, trembling with rage at the mention of adding ingredients to his pills, and screamed Shiwei's name. He roared that she dared to ruin his 100-year reputation for alchemy, recalling how people used to tell stories about his excellence in the past. Teibai Zhenren's pills were once considered top tier and sold for half the price of others, earning him the title of the most handsome genius and the #1 producer of pills before his cultivation stalled. He knew nothing but alchemy, yet now people were protesting against him and accusing Teibai Zhenren of manufacturing counterfeit pills. Teibai exploded with rage at the thought of his reputation being tarnished, and a rainbow pillar of light descended directly onto the great tree where he was meditating. Hu Bugui stared up at the light in shock, realizing it was where his master was, while Elder Nasha gritted his teeth as suspicion rose in his heart. He wondered if Teibai Zhenren had actually broken through, as the aura far exceeded the nascent soul stage. The cave opened, and Teibai stepped out with a murderous aura entirely different from before, coldly declaring that he had nothing left but his alchemy. He vowed to tear apart anyone who dared to ruin his profession, leaving Hu Bugui looking completely dazed. Elder Nasha also failed to recognize him and shouted to ask who he was, stating that outsiders were not permitted to intrude upon the sect. Teibai was furious and pointed at his own face as he yelled that he was Teibai Zhenren and asked if they were all too blind to recognize him. Hu Bugui muttered that his master was an old man and couldn't be this handsome, so Shiwei quickly produced a mirror and stood behind Teibai. She told him he had advanced, and as Teibai looked into the mirror, his face turned red while he wondered who the handsome man was before realizing it was himself. He smugly remarked that he was only half as handsome as he had been in his youth, leaving everyone speechless before Hu Bugui stepped forward. He was happy to see it was really his master, but Teibai immediately grabbed him by the ear and asked if he had just called him an old man. Hu Bugui cried out in pain and claimed he had also said his master was very handsome now, while Teibai turned his gaze toward Shiwei. He asked if she had really added extra ingredients to his pills, and she raised her hands to explain it was just a lie to intimidate the others. Elder Nasha sighed in relief that she had only been scaring them, and Teibai also breathed a sigh of relief that his pills were untainted. However, he immediately swung his hand toward Shiwei and shouted that lying would ruin his reputation, continuing to chase her for tarnishing his name. Teibai finally caught Shiwei, grabbing her and delivering several sharp swats to her backside while scolding her for stealing his pills and teasing him. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, remembering how he had never dared to punish her before. Now that he had finally achieved his revenge, the onlookers were left speechless by his erratic behavior, with Elder Nasha muttering about Teibai Zhenren's state of mind. He wondered just how much resentment the man had harbored as Shiwei sighed in helpless resignation, unable to break free from her master's confinement. Shiwei suspected her master's rage had allowed him to skip 2 levels and reach the soul transformation stage, while Hu Bugui covered his face, impressed his senior sister could remain so analytical in such a shameful position. Suddenly, Teibai snatched Hu Bugui as well, landing several blows on him in the blink of an eye while barking that the boy had caused him no small amount of trouble either. Terrified by Teibai's ferocity, Elder Nasha and his companions tried to sneak away, realizing that the newly ascended Teibai Zhenren was now someone they couldn't afford to provoke. However, Teibai's gaze shifted toward them as he reached out to seize Elder Nasha, delivering a stinging slap across the man's face. He berated them for disturbing his seclusion, attacking his disciples, and looking down on him, leaving Elder Nasha's face swollen like a pig's head. Elder Nasha was now certain that Teibai had reached the soul transformation stage, a terrifying prospect since he was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, just as Teibai grabbed another victim. He demanded to know if they had mocked him for being weak, and before the man could answer, Teibai kicked him away, accusing him of spreading the rumor about his wife kicking him out. Next, Teibai seized another person who had complained about his pills being hard to swallow, and after venting his frustrations, he turned his attention toward a nearby group that had yet to be punished. He questioned them about bullying Shiwei when she was 12, leading Hu Bugui to mutter about how incredibly vengeful their master truly was. He remarked to Shiwei that their master was quite protective, but before he could finish, she coughed up blood and collapsed, prompting him to scream for his senior sister in a panic. Hu Bugui cradled Shiwei and shouted for Master Teibai to come quickly, realizing that people only truly appreciate what they have once it is gone. As the flowers in the courtyard bloomed, Hu Bugui wailed for his sister to return, only for Teibai to shout from inside that she wasn't dead yet as she lay quietly on her sickbed for 5 days. As her condition worsened, Teibai found himself unable to diagnose her illness, clenching his fists and cursing his uselessness despite his years of studying alchemy. Hubyugwi lunged forward to grab Tai Bai's legs, begging him to save her, and the two embraced and wept together until Jia suddenly burst through the door, claiming she had a way to save her. They turned to ask her how, but Jia's expression grew grim as she recalled Mai Ming's command to kill Hubyugwi so Shi Wei would wake up, after which he would claim they had eloped. Jia hesitated while Hubyugwi waited in anticipation, eventually telling him that his senior sister would only recover if he left the Haibai sect immediately. She figured that if she was going to lie about them running away, she might as well make it a reality, but Hubyugwi only looked at her in confusion, asking what she meant. Jia didn't answer and instead grabbed his hand to pull him away, but Tai Bai intercepted her, demanding to know where she was taking his disciple. Jia told him to let go before it was too late and struck him with a palm, calling him an old fool and telling him not to interfere as Tai Bai was sent flying out of the house. He crashed through a wall and tumbled across the yard before landing, realizing that her martial arts did not belong to the Haibai sect as he lunged back to attack her. He demanded to know her identity and why she was kidnapping his disciple, but Jia simply kicked the newly ascended soul transformation cultivator in the face, telling him to stay out of her way. The force of Jia's kick was immense, sending Tai Bai flying nearly 100 kilometers until he slammed into a cliffside and was buried under falling rocks. Hubyugwi screamed for his master, but Jia cut him off, saying the old man wouldn't die before hoisting him onto her shoulder and taking flight to escape. She needed to move fast to prevent any reaction, but she suddenly spotted Mai Ming standing before her with an inscrutable smile, asking where his dear Jia was going. Jia demanded to know why he was there, while Hubyugwi cried out that the sect leader should help because his master had been injured, but Mai Ming only smiled and told the young disciple not to worry. He pointed at Jia and darkly claimed she had only approached him to assassinate his senior sister, who was currently suffering from her poison, leaving Jia stunned. He continued by claiming she was actually an undercover assassin from the Kui nunnery, clutching his head in feigned agony over his blindness in accepting such a disciple. As Hubyugwi recalled the name of the assassin organization, Jia screamed that he was framing her to silence her, but Mai Ming simply raised his hand and offered a cold apology. He declared they would die together as several array fragments instantly surrounded them, intending to lock the two of them inside a cage. Hubyugwi screamed in desperation, begging the sect leader to save his life, but Mai Ming only looked down at him with a chilling, indifferent gaze. He replied slowly, stating that everyone already knew. The best way to deal with a terrorist is to eliminate both him and the hostage, he muttered to himself. That way, when Shi Wei wakes up. How could she possibly know I was the one behind it all? High in the sky, where Hubyugwi and Jia stood, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. The destructive force was so immense that the forest below was completely warped. Mai Ming stood on high, looking down with a smug smile. Amidst the thick smoke, a figure suddenly soared upward. It was Jia, moving at a terrifying speed. She launched a direct assault on Mai Ming, screaming, "How dare you deceive me?" Mai Ming quickly swung his hand, manifesting a spiritual shield to block the strike. "Did you really think I didn't know your true identity?" In the blink of an eye, Mai Ming vanished from sight, only to reappear abruptly behind Jia. He raised his sword and whispered, "Farewell." A massive explosion rang out, the light so blinding it eclipsed the sun. Jia plummeted toward the ground, blood spraying from her mouth. Mai Ming raised his hand, and thousands of spiritual swords materialized in midair. He spoke softly to the tiny sword spirit, "Do not interfere. Go back to your carefree life." Thousands of blades rained down on the free-falling Jia. In her daze, her memories finally came flooding back. Indeed, she was merely a sword spirit. Her sealed memories returned. That white-haired man had fought against the entire world just to save her. What did it matter if he made an enemy of the whole world? As corpses piled up like mountains, the only light remaining shone upon him and his blade. The man's lips moved slightly. With blood staining the corners of his mouth, he said, "In the end, you are the only one who hasn't betrayed me." He gripped the sword and looked up at the celestial immortals and soldiers in the sky. His voice was full of defiance. "Then come, fight me." Later, many craved to possess that sword spirit, the blade of that man. It was truly extraordinary, but anyone who owned it met an early grave. "This sword curses its master. After I die, bury it with me. It must never return to the world." As time passed, the sword gradually absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Jia sat on the sword's hilt, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. She had worked hard to cultivate into a sword spirit, but now everything seemed so tedious. In her small form, she snuck out of her cultivation grounds to wander the streets. Seeing the injustices of the world, a surge of indignation rose within her. Those who bullied others and those who were wicked all deserved to die. She raised her hand, delivering a fatal sword strike to end the villain. From then on, Jia never stopped her crusade. She punished the wicked because, in her eyes, they all deserved death. Gradually, Jia founded an assassin organization called the Mercy Nunnery. This was a gathering place for righteous assassins dedicated to punishing scoundrels. One day, she told her subordinates, 500 years have passed and everything has become dull. I will erase my memories and become a child again to enjoy life once more. You all must keep the Mercy Nunnery running. And so, every time she turned into a child, her subordinates would find a way to bring her back. They always said, "Big sister, we have found you." Once, she turned into a child in the hands of an emperor, but she was still discovered. Her subordinates said, "This is our big sister, let us take care of her." Another time, she transformed into a rabbit, surprising everyone. "Big sister, are you playing as a rabbit this time?" Those images flashed through Jaya's mind. She smiled and murmured, "So it was you. No wonder I fell in love at first sight." Her tears began to fall. And her body shattered into pieces, vanishing completely. The sword fragments embedded deep in the ground also faded away. Mai Ming stood on high, watching the scene unfold. Now, besides Shi Wei, no one else in this world was connected to him. He waved his hand, pulling Hu Bu Gui out from the clouds. Mai Ming looked at him and spoke slowly, "Next, it's your turn." Hu Bu Gui was terrified, recalling the dangerous situation just now where Jia Yi had sacrificed herself to save him. But the sect leader had killed her. Could it be that the sect leader had orchestrated everything? Mai Ming looked at him, silently calculating. "Hu Bu Gui, oh Hu Bu Gui, no one can save you now." Just then, two figures appeared behind him. A voice rang out, "Bu Gui, why haven't you thanked the sect leader for saving your life?" The newcomers were Tai Bai and Shi Wei. Mai Ming was startled. But he quickly regained his composure. "That's right, Hu Bu Gui. I placed that barrier on you. How could I possibly kill you along with the assassin?" Mai Ming was displeased, but he knew he couldn't kill Hu Bu Gui in front of Shi Wei. He had to wait for another chance. Afterward, the three of them, Hu Bu Gui, Tai Bai and Shi Wei, sat together on a flying sword. Hu Bu Gui turned to Tai Bai and asked, "Master, senior sister, I don't think Jia Yi meant to harm me. But I suspect the sect leader is up to something." Tai Bai replied sternly, "You can have your suspicions, but do not voice them. Until you are strong enough, play the fool and act as if you know nothing." Suddenly, Tai Bai transformed into Shi Yu. She covered her mouth and continued, "It's hard to distinguish friend from foe. What you see may not be the truth." Meanwhile, Shi Wei sat nearby, adjusting her hair. When she removed her ornaments, the person before them was clearly Bai Yi. Hu Bu Gui exclaimed in shock, "Great Immortal and Junior Sister." He leaned close to Bai Yi's face. "I didn't expect Junior Sister and Senior Sister to look so much alike, especially their features." Hu Bu Gui pondered, could they be sisters? Not considering their ages. Shi Wei was 70 while Bai Yi was only 14. Could they be ancestors of one another? Bai Yi looked indifferently at Shi Yu and said, "I don't think senior brother needs to play the fool. He really is one." The three quickly landed where Tai Bai had been knocked into earlier. Hu Bu Gui ran over and asked, "Master, do you need me to pull you down?" Tai Bai's spiritual power erupted as he refused. "I can get out myself." Suddenly, smoke billowed out as Tai Bai reverted to his elderly form. With darkened eyes, he opened his mouth to plead, "Disciple, please lend your master a hand." Hu Bugui reached out to grab his head and hoisted him up. Tai Bai knelt on the ground in agony. His foundation was unstable after the breakthrough, causing him to revert to his original state. Hu Bugui offered some comfort. "Master, you actually look more handsome like this." Before Tai Bai could respond, his silhouette began to fade and slip away. As Hu Bugui and Shizayo dragged him along the ground, Hu Bugui said, "We should prioritize finding a way to save senior sister first." Tai Bai lamented, "You really are becoming more like her every day." Inside Shi Wei and Hu Bugui's wooden cabin, Hu Bugui looked at him and pondered, "Is master reliable? Should I tell him what happened today?" Tai Bai then spoke up. "After spending so much time at the cliff, I've finally devised a plan to save your senior sister." Hu Bugui remained silent, prompting Tai Bai to ask timidly, "Disciple, don't make me feel awkward. Can't you say something?" Hu Bugui finally spoke, "So, master, what plan have you come up with?" In his mind, he decided to stay cautious and figured it was best not to mention the sect leader to his master. Tai Bai raised his hand to explain, but before he could speak, Bai Yi suddenly appeared and said, "I heard that the perfected one hails from the Medicine King Valley. Are you planning to go to the Medicine King Valley for help?" Tai Bai's lip twitched as he replied, "You are quite a clever young lady." At that moment, Mai Ming appeared, clapping his hands, and said, "That sounds like a good idea. I will personally look after Shi Wei. Tai Bai, you and your disciple should depart immediately." As Mai Ming walked past Shi Zio, he frowned, remembering how she had just deceived him. "If you interfere again, I won't show any mercy," he warned. Shi Zio covered her mouth and laughed. "Your reactions are quite fast. You truly live up to your reputation." Mai Ming then turned to Bai Yi. "As for you, your master is about to enter a 6-month seclusion. Return to the sect immediately." Bai Yi nodded and replied, "Understood, sect leader. Your disciple obeys." On the roof, a crow landed, its red eyes gleaming as if it were recording everything that transpired. Thus, the master sent Tai Bai and Hu Bugui on their way to the Medicine King Valley. Hu Bugui sat on the flying sword, worriedly thinking, "The sect leader and those people definitely want me dead. I cannot let my master get involved." Tai Bai suddenly called out to him, "Disciple, do not worry too much. Your senior sister is currently under the sect leader's personal care." Hu Bugui twitched his lips, thinking, "That only makes me more worried." As they flew over the spot where Jia Yi had fallen, he looked down. Hu Bugui lowered his head and said to Tai Bai, "Master, wait a moment. I want to go down there for a bit." He then stood in the middle of the clearing, looking around and recalling the events. The sect leader's sudden execution of Jia Yi was far too abrupt. There must be a hidden motive. He picked up tiny fragments of a broken sword and wondered, "What is this?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as images flickered by. A massive surge of memories overwhelmed Hu Bugui, leaving him stunned as he wondered, "Was that person me?" Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes as Tai Bai's voice echoed in his ears, "Disciple, disciple." Hu Bugui opened his eyes dizzily to see Tai Bai's blurred figure. Tai Bai hurriedly asked, "Disciple, are you all right?" Hu Bugui sat up and scratched his head. "Master." He looked at his hands and thought, "These are Jia Yi's memories. Could that great war have been?" Hu Bugui felt a bit dazed as he recalled when senior sister Shi Wei taught him modern history. She had said that the modern era of cultivation began 10,000 years ago. Back then, Dao integration high immortals were everywhere. Hu Bugui had raised his hand to ask, "Then why are there so few high immortals now?" Shi Wei shook her head. "A great war resulted in the deaths of 10,000 high immortals. The cultivation world has never regained its former glory." Hu Bugui asked again. "What was the cause of that great war?" Shi Wei replied. "It was a struggle for the final chance of ascension." She pointed to the board. "Once one achieves ascension, their soul becomes immortal. That is the supreme realm every cultivator pursues." Back in the present, Hu Bugui mounted the flying sword and left with Tai Bai. He still felt that senior sister Shi Wei had left something unsaid back then. He turned to ask Tai Bai, "Master, do you know anything about the Great War from 10,000 years ago?" Tai Bai replied, "There aren't many records of that war, and its cause remains unclear. There are even rumors that the entire cultivation world was wiped out by a single person, though no one knows who." Hu Bugui recalled the image of the white-haired man he had seen and fell into deep thought. One person against the entire cultivation world. Could it be? He grinned and said boastfully, "That person couldn't have been me, right? How cool." Tai Bai interrupted him, "Stop asking such nonsense. Hurry up and learn how to fly a sword. Isn't it embarrassing to always hitch a ride on someone else's?" Hu Bugui felt a bit sheepish, as he was already at the golden core stage but still didn't know how to fly. The two chatted for a while as they sped along, finally arriving at their destination. Hu Bugui urged, "Master, we can't afford any delay. Let's head inside." However, Tai Bai was in no rush. He leisurely pulled out a mirror and a comb, sat down, and said, "Wait a moment, let me finish grooming myself first." Hu Bugui watched his master tidy up his bright face and even spray some perfume. Confused, he asked, "Master, who are you preparing to go on a blind date with?" Before Tai Bai could answer, two figures appeared on the peaks on either side and shouted, "Halt! Who goes there?" "I have changed my name and recently resumed my cultivation under the title Teibai, specifically coming to visit the Medicine King Valley Master." Hu Bugui looked at him with disdain, learning his master's real name for the first time. The two guards approached with their swords drawn, skeptical of the name Teibai. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Where is he? The Valley Master's nemesis has arrived." In an instant, thousands of people appeared. They surrounded the two of them, screaming for their blood, seeing a golden opportunity to claim a reward. Hu Bugui swallowed hard, feeling a wave of anxiety. "Master, these people are at least at the nascent soul stage," he whispered. Teibai, breaking into a cold sweat, admitted they couldn't win. Hu Bugui moved closer to him. "Master, I think we should." Teibai nodded, agreeing it was their only choice. Immediately, both of them knelt on the ground and cried out, "Spare us, heroes, we surrender." The three standing before them showed no mercy, ordering the crowd to keep attacking. They continued to hurl insults, calling them scumbags and telling them to die. "I must avenge the Valley Master." The two were instantly electrocuted until they were charred. Hubyugui's clothes were burned away. Looking at the equally bald Teibai, he asked, "Master, what exactly did you do to their Valley Master?" Inside the hall behind a curtain, a woman laughed loudly and asked Teibai how he dared to return. Teibai, tied up like a cocoon on the floor, offered a greeting. "Momo, it's been a long time. How have you been?" She replied that she was not well at all and ordered her men to throw the old man into an oil trench for 3 months. Hubyugui shouted, "Don't hurt my master, let me go." She granted Hubyugui's wish by hanging him over a massive vat of oil. Hubyugui stared in horror at the bubbling liquid and screamed, "Is this some kind of mistake? It's bad enough it's oil, but why is it boiling? Master, you brought this on yourself." He thrashed in the air like a fish out of water, crying out that he was about to die. Teibai looked at him speechlessly and said, "Disciple, I'm actually a bit touched." The person behind the curtain stepped out, mocking Hubyugui's cries of "I'm dying." Liangmo stood before Teibai and smiled, saying his disciple was quite amusing. Hubyugui rolled his eyes and yelled, "I'm not Hubyugui, I want to sue my master." He then saw Teibai and Liangmo acting affectionately. Liangmo said, "Zayaraba, you've been gone for over 100 years. I missed you terribly." Teibai happily replied, "Momo, I thought of you every day." Hubyugui was stunned, unable to believe the Medicine King Valley Master was a young girl involved with his master. Realizing the connection, Hubyugui pointed at Teibai and accused him of committing a crime by seducing such a young girl. He rushed to hug Teibai, sobbing that he couldn't let his master fall into sin. "One scumbag in this story is enough, and that's me." Teibai grabbed him and explained, "This is your master's wife. She is 147 years old. Because she reached the nascent soul stage at 14, she kept her childlike appearance." Liangmo pursed her lips nearby. "Mention my age again, and I'll beat you to death," she threatened. Hubyugui looked at his young-looking master's wife and marveled at how terrifying a woman's age could be. After that, they enjoyed a meal together as evening approached. Suddenly, everyone was poisoned. Hubyugui and Teibai collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Liangmo stood over them with her hands on her hips, coldly asking Teibai if he really thought she'd forgive him so easily. She grabbed him and shouted, "You said you'd return to marry me once you reached the nascent soul stage, yet you vanished for over a century." Just then, Hubyugui raised a hand and weakly called out to her. "It's not that master didn't want to return," he said seriously. "It's because he failed to break through for over 100 years. Liangmo looked at him skeptically. "How are you still able to speak? Why haven't you collapsed?" Hubyugui raised his hand, his spiritual energy surging. "Thanks to my senior sister's training, ordinary poisons can't harm me. Ordinary poisons can't touch me." Liangmo narrowed her eyes, impressed that his sister could train him to resist such toxins. She immediately released Teibai. He fell and hit his head. Liangmo asked Hubyugui what he meant, her eyes filling with panic as she realized she might have misunderstood Teibai's hidden cultivation level. Hubyugui cupped his hands and reported, "Mistress, my master is so weak now. How could he possibly have a nascent soul cultivation?" Liangmo rushed back to hug Teibai, her voice trembling. "So that's it, I misunderstood him." Hubyugui added another comment. "However, master did break through to the soul transformation stage recently. But he was beaten back down to the golden core stage." Liangmo grew angry again, doubting anyone could jump from golden core straight to soul transformation. She threw Teibai against a pillar, accusing him of lying to avoid her. Suddenly, Teibai's body began to glow. A surge of primordial energy erupted. Enveloping Liangmo, Teibai regained his handsome appearance and held her, saying, "Momo, I really didn't lie to you. I truly skipped 2 levels." Liangmo clung to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Zayaraba, you're so handsome, I believe you now." Teibai gently stroked her head and spoke softly. "My disciple is carrying a strange, potent poison. Can you help me find a cure?" Liangmo nodded decisively, promising to take care of it. Hubyugui watched their intimacy from a distance. He muttered about his disappointment with the world. Unbeknownst to the 3 of them, 2 figures were lurking outside the window. Sect leader Ru Lan's words echoed in his mind. The Valley Master would surely enter seclusion for research, providing the perfect opportunity for them to revolt and seize power. Mai Ming stood still, admiring the scenery with a smug smile, thinking that Hubyugui never expected him to have planned a rebellion within Blaze King Valley to ensure he died a gruesome death. It would have nothing to do with him, and Shi Wei wouldn't suspect a thing, yet Mai Ming didn't realize she had already awakened. Shi Wei lay on her bed muttering that not coughing up blood felt strange and faking illness all day was exhausting. She recalled the events of the previous month after the great sect competition when Shi stood by her sickbed and mentioned that the pill she provided had been verified by Medicine Formula Valley. It was indeed the 9 Revolution 9 Lotus pill, so Shi Wei took it back, thinking Gwenny was truly a good person before quickly swallowing it and speaking to Shiyu. Next, she would fake her illness to deceive everyone, warning that while she was unconscious, the sect leader might try to kill Hu Bugui and asking her to keep a close watch. Shiyu told her not to worry since he was her boyfriend, and she would naturally save him, while Shi Wei gazed out the window with sorrowful eyes, having lived through 6 lifetimes. Although her memories of each life were fragmented, the memory of her first life from 10,000 years ago was entirely lost, yet she still remembered Shizayo. Furthermore, she only recalled being close friends with Immortal Shizayo in her past life, and had no memory of Bugui being Shizayo's boyfriend, wondering if that was part of her lost memories. Shi Wei smiled, thinking the sect leader must know the reason why she had to protect him, and who he truly was to her. Shi Wei muttered that it was time to clarify everything, while Lan Mingzhu continued his task as a calm voice rang out. He introduced himself as Lan Mingzhu, the sect leader of the Black and White sect, stating he wanted to share a secret before pointing sternly and noting they likely didn't remember his real name. Suggesting they review everything from the beginning, he held up 3 fingers and began his tale, explaining he had memories of 6 lives, the first being a Shushan disciple in love with his junior sister. An image appeared of his younger self with short, high-tied hair holding hands with a girl amidst pink bubbles, and he noted that 500 years later, he had reached the Tao integration stage. However, he was killed during the Great Immortal War, shown by an image of someone kneeling before a burning palace in a desolate scene, as Lan Mingzhu continued his somber tale of his second life. He was reborn as a genius cultivator, and in his mind, he saw an image of a young man standing tall with one hand raised high and the other placed over his heart. With a confident look, he declared his love for his junior sister, but then bitterly added that the Great Immortal War had unexpectedly not yet ended, and he was killed once more. Amidst the smoke and flames, the young man lay broken and defeated, as he helplessly recounted his third life where he transmigrated to become a student in a different world. He was then killed by a vehicle, shown by an image of a student being struck by a truck while crossing a dark road, before Lan Mingzhu proudly continued about his 4th life, returning to his original world to cultivate using cheats. Known as the proud Heaven Sword Immortal, he recalled standing atop a high mountain with his arms raised to the sky, laughing loudly that he had finally returned. His voice then turned resentful as he noted that the wretched Great Immortal War still hadn't ended, recalling someone flying high and looking down at a figure absorbing surrounding light. His voice softened with pride as he explained that this time, he possessed a cheat system and emerged victorious in the Great War, looking back on the past with a hint of nostalgia. An image showed him with his hands behind his back, gazing at a beam of light piercing through dark clouds while clutching a command token, but then his voice grew somber. Ultimately, the Tao integration immortals perished, leaving only 5 of them remaining, and he thought of those 5 individuals, which included himself and Zio Sandow. The other 3 remained unknown, and he remarked sarcastically that everyone had likely guessed that the person was Hu Bugui's previous incarnation, shown as a cold, white-haired man. As an immortal aura manifested, Lan Mingzhu recalled sitting with the other 4 and mentioned that the man had reached the half-step ascension stage, making his soul nearly immortal. It was unimaginable what would happen once he reincarnated, so Zio Sandow, with a dark and murderous expression, declared they would kill him as soon as he was born, forcing him through hundreds of cycles. His soul would eventually be completely obliterated, and once the plan was approved, Lan Mingzhu gleefully explained that the 5 of them had made a pact. It would take turns dealing with that man's reincarnations, and as he finished his story, Lan Mingzhu set his nail file on the table with an arrogant glint in his eyes. He boastfully stated that they had dealt with that man 660 times over the past 10,000 years, causing Shiyu to sigh in weary frustration upon hearing this. She remarked that their actions were inhuman and questioned why he only mentioned 4 lives when he claimed to have lived 6. Lan Mingzhu explained that his 4th and 5th lives were identical, where his lifespan ended, and he used his remaining power to preserve his memories for reincarnation, and he was now in his 6th life. Shiyu turned to them with a look of surprise and suspicion, asking if Zyro Sandao was the same, but Zyro Sandao immediately raised his hands in denial. He claimed he hadn't died that many times and only possessed memories of 3 lives, prompting Shiyu to slam her hand on the table and stand up, staring at them as she asked about Shiwei's situation. Lan Mingzhu closed his eyes with a sorrowful expression, noting that Shiwei had lost her memories and was always trying to save that man, before opening them to add that after her lifespan was exhausted. Lacking sufficient cultivation, she could only discard her spiritual root and preserve her memories to undergo reincarnation, having already endured 6 lifetimes. Zio Sandao cut Lan Mingzhu off, prompting a look of utter helplessness from him as he explained that her memories were fragmented. Zio Sandao noted that she only seemed to retain memories she considered vital, which made Shiyu think irritably that she remembered that man but not her. It appeared she viewed her as insignificant, while Lan Mingzhu clenched his fist on the table and spoke sorrowfully of how Shiwei's soul and spiritual root were being eroded by 10,000 years of reincarnation, causing her emotions to fade. He recalled the image of a girl smiling while holding a cat, remembering how she used to be so full of laughter before his expression hardened once more. Only by utterly annihilating that man's soul could Shiwei finally be free, he and Zio Sandao said as they approached Shiyu with cunning expressions. They warned her that she was already in their league and couldn't back out, causing a sweating Shiyu to quickly insist she would never dare oppose the 5 great high immortals. She raised her hand and swore loudly that she would never involve herself with Hu Bugui again, though she secretly mocked the oath she had just taken. She had never kept a single promise, but Lan Mingzhu suddenly looked at his nails and mentioned that he had already sent people to capture all of her boyfriends. He warned her not to betray them, leaving Shiyu stunned as she realized why they had been so willing to reveal the truth to her. Apologizing silently to Shiwei for being unable to help, she placed her hand on the table and asked why they always referred to him as that man. She asked what Hu Bugui's name was 10,000 years ago, which startled the 2 men into realizing they had forgotten, leading Lan Mingzhu to ask Zio Sandao for the name only to be asked the same in return. The 2 of them seemed to reach a silent understanding as their expressions grew even more solemn before Lan Mingzhu finally spoke up. They admitted they didn't know his name and simply called him that man, with Zio Sandao adding that he was the one whose name could not be uttered. Shiyu looked at them with disdain, mocking the fact that they had been fighting for 800 years without even knowing their opponent's name. Blue portals suddenly manifested, as Lan Mingzhu declared that the time for a political upheaval within medicine, King Valley, had finally arrived. 2 figures emerged from the portal to report that the Valley Master had entered seclusion for alchemy, ensuring that their coup would proceed without error. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui rested his face in his hand while working, lamenting how bored he was now that his master and his sugar mommy had retreated into a cave. A girl suddenly appeared behind him and asked what era he thought it was, mocking his use of the poison testing methods from the 18 Fists of Poison manual. Hu Bugui turned to ask what he should use instead, prompting the girl to pull out a needle and begin her introduction. She suggested the Myriad Poison Protector, the latest treasure from Medicine King Valley, and demonstrated by dipping it into his rice while claiming no poison could escape it, all before charmingly quoting a price of $19.98. She offered it for only $998, and though he eventually bought it, he now found himself staring speechlessly at the object stuck in his meal. As he wondered what to do with the needle, a voice called out to the black and white sect disciple, asking why he was still using such an outdated version of the Myriad Poison Protector. A seductive young woman appeared, and just as he suspected, she began pitching the professional version of the Myriad Poison Protector, which boasted higher success rates and included effective recipes. Using her charms, she offered it for $2,999 instead of the original $4,999, but a flustered Hu Bugui insisted that his current one was sufficient. He ended up buying it anyway, and now he stared in frustration at the 2 expensive needles sticking out of his bowl of rice. When yet another person appeared to ask if he was still using that device, Hu Bugui's eyes filled with a resolute determination not to be swayed again. He slammed the table and turned to snap at them, asking if there was a Supreme Plus Max version next, but something suddenly brushed against his neck. The attacker looked at him and asked what he was babbling about, stating he was there to take his head, just as Hu Bugui's image began to blur before him. He was shocked to find that the boy had moved behind him, and when Hu Bugui asked what they wanted, the man turned and pointed his sword at him, amazed that his strike had been dodged. He told the boy that Medicine King Valley was under their control and to die quietly, while elsewhere, masked men similar to Hu Bugwi's attackers blocked the entrance to the women's baths. They warned the female elders to stay in the bath if they didn't want to be exposed, prompting two of the women to cover themselves and curse their attackers for being so shameless. In another area, an empty wine jar rolled across the floor while three men drank heavily, with the masked man in the center sipping from a small cup while the others chugged from jars. He muttered that they had lost all hope now that the Valley Master's husband had returned, vowing not to go home until they were drunk, when suddenly the other two men reacted. They slammed their jars down and began to wail that they were the Valley Master's true loves, while back with Hu Bugwi, a large, bald man appeared. "Speak up, right now, the Valley Master's people are all under my control, and Medicine Formula Valley has a new master," he continued coldly. "Kid. There is no grudge between us, but I have accepted a commission and have no choice," he said, slowly drawing his sword. In that slow moment, he suddenly lunged at Hu Bugwi with blinding speed, swinging his blade and saying, "Forgive me." Hu Bugwi quickly blocked the strike, gritting his teeth. "Forgive you? Like hell I will." He struggled to hold his ground, his voice filled with determination. "I'm not ready to die yet." But then the man shoved him violently against the wall, causing a loud crash upon impact. Hu Bugwi fell to the ground, his mouth bloodied, yet his gaze remained fixed and alert to his opponent's every move as the man raised his sword defiantly. "Everyone must die eventually, just die a bit sooner and don't be so tense." Elsewhere, Tai Bai and his wife, Liang Mo, were watching the battle through a crystal ball. "As expected, they have rebelled," Liang Mo remarked. Tai Bai nodded, his voice laced with worry. "This is a disaster." He stood up resolutely. "I must go save my disciple." But Liang Mo quickly grabbed him to stop him. "Wait!" Tai Bai turned back and asked urgently. "You said Shi Wei already sent word to the 10 Friends High Immortals." "Even with arrangements, my disciple is in grave danger." Liang Mo remained calm and explained. "Last time, the High Immortal came to me to test the 9 Revolution 9 Lotus pill and spoke of more than just coup precautions." She then produced a letter. Tai Bai took it, puzzled. "A letter?" Liang Mo nodded. "She gave me this and told me to give it to you at this exact moment." Tai Bai opened it to read and gasped in surprise. "This is Shi Wei's handwriting," the letter read. "Master, I suspect my junior brother is hiding something if he encounters danger at Medicine King Valley. Please just observe for now. He will surely reveal his secret." After reading, the master looked at his disciple's current situation through the crystal ball and exclaimed, "Could it be this kid, Hu Bugwi?" Despite his injuries, his gaze remained firm as he said coldly, "Who dares disturb the Valley Master while he refines medicine for my senior sister?" Suddenly, the man froze as dark energy began to envelop the disciple. Amidst the swirling shadows, he looked up with a solemn expression. "Prepare your own coffin." Suddenly, the scene shifted to Hu Bugwi looking like a student, sitting in a classroom with his chin in his hand and his eyes closed in thought. "Don't you all see? Transmigration stories are everywhere these days." Then he pointed seriously at a website image and said, "But I don't care about showing off, making money, or chasing girls. I just want to live a normal life." Next, an image appeared of him with a hoe over his shoulder. Standing in a rice field surrounded by scarecrows, he looked toward the sun and exclaimed, "But as you might have guessed, I've already transmigrated." Then he shouted at the sky, "Is this a joke? I didn't want to transmigrate." He continued to yell, "Can't you just let me live a normal life?" At that moment, dark energy began to surround him, incinerating the entire rice field. Witnessing this, he said helplessly, "Not only did I freaking transmigrate, but I also have a cool cheat system." The story continued with two birds perched on a branch, seemingly eavesdropping through a window. Inside, a white-haired young woman pressed a sword to his neck and asked, "Young man, I see you have extraordinary talent. Come practice cultivation with me." His voice echoed as if narrating, "And then a fairy lady actually approaches me to start cultivating. It's exactly like the scripts." Then an image of him looking serious appeared. Yet a slightly comical tone emerged along with his voice. "According to online tropes, I'm about to flip the script and become the most obnoxious kind of protagonist." Next, an image showed him dancing happily as he thought, "To make my senior sister give up on me and avoid cultivation, I decided to become a perverted scumbag." Then a scene appeared of him watching a girl bathe with a lecherous expression. He wore a haunting smile and thought, "A protagonist this rude and disgusting couldn't be found even with a lantern." But then he remembered the girls surrounding him and grumbled, "Why are there still so many girls clinging to me?" he thought worriedly. The world line is a shackle. Could it be that my rebellious behavior can't change fate and will still turn me into a top-tier protagonist? As he watched the white-haired girl sleep, a thought crossed his mind. I'm just an ordinary person. Just then, an image of a girl falling amidst sharp blades appeared. He thought again, I don't want anything to do with any of you. Returning to the confrontation, dark energy swirled around his body and the surrounding space. He decided, but since I've made my choice, it's time to start the hack. Hearing this, the bald man's expression soured as he asked scornfully, What nonsense are you spouting? He lunged with his sword, shouting, Just fight me. But as the blade neared, he caught it with just 2 fingers. A surge of dark energy from his hand shattered the sword. Suddenly, a golden light mixed with streaks of darkness enveloped the man, who screamed in agony. My primordial spirit! Then he slashed through the man with his sword. With traces of dark energy still lingering in his eyes, he asked coldly, You dared to disturb my senior sister's treatment. Are you all prepared? The golden energy faded and the bald man vanished. The remaining crowd asked in a panic. Who exactly are you? He didn't answer, acting in silence. Suddenly, he appeared before one of them and ended him with a single strike before he could react. He said, I'm just a transmigrator. I can appear anywhere. Despite coughing up blood, he sneered. This old man has reached the deity transformation stage. Even if my body perishes, my primordial spirit is immortal. No sooner had the words left his mouth than golden energy surged around him, forcing a scream about his primordial spirit as he suffered the same end as the first. He hurled the body toward the remaining 3 to serve as a grim warning, his gaze cold with murderous intent as he mocked the old man's previous outcry. Are you really doing this again? Are you an idiot? He leveled his sword at one of the 3, who began to shake, and asked if they were as foolish as the 2 elders. Upon hearing his words, the 3 of them immediately dropped to their knees in terror. They kowtowed and begged, claiming to be clever and pleading for the master to spare them, but he coldly stated that today's events had nothing to do with him. Those 2 elders killed each other, understood, a trembling man replied. We understand, the great master wasn't here and did nothing. He turned away and spoke casually, noting that no one would disturb the Valley Master while refining the antidote for his senior sister, allowing him to return to his role as a pervert. He sighed, ignoring the 3 behind him, only smirking about how satisfying it was to peek everywhere. Unbeknownst to him, 2 others watched this through a crystal ball. On the other side, Tai Bai's face turned pale as he muttered about his perverted disciple. So it was all an act? Liang Mo replied that he was merely hiding his strength, though his perverted nature was likely genuine, causing Tai Bai to break into a cold sweat. Not only is he hiding his power, but this kid Hu Bugui has a terrifying mindset. Liang Mo felt helpless, insisting he was just acting on his true, perverted nature. Over by Lan Mingzhu, 3 people stared intently at a green gate, from which a group emerged carrying a man riddled with sword wounds. Reporting to the Immortal, Hu Bugui is dead. Upon hearing this, Lan Mingzhu signaled with his hand and spoke with great satisfaction. Well done, well done. He then stepped outside, dancing joyfully like a child, and exclaiming that today was a glorious day where everything succeeded, just as a door slowly creaked open. It revealed a beautiful blue sky as 2 figures, one tall and one short, stepped out. They were Tai Bai and Liang Mo. The 2 emerged from a cave adorned with strange carvings and surrounded by exotic flora. Seeing them, Hu Bugui, still covered in swords, ran over happily to ask if the antidote for his senior sister was ready. Seeing his state, the 2 were wide-eyed with shock before Tai Bai cried out in panic, asking his disciple how he ended up stabbed like that, reaching out before he could even touch him. The swords embedded in Hu Bugui suddenly snapped and fell to the ground as he calmly explained to his master that it was all a ruse. He then seriously explained that while his master and mistress were in seclusion refining medicine, the 2 elders had rebelled and nearly killed him. Consequently, he faked his death to escape the disaster. Tai Bai anxiously grabbed his shoulders, asking about the elders' fate, while Liang Mo stiffly joined the act, asking how such a thing could happen. Let me go destroy them. Hu Bugui smirked, saying they had turned on each other and were both dead, prompting the 2 to respond in unison with feigned sorrow. That truly is a tragedy. Hu Bugui then seriously asked his master to stop the small talk and produce the antidote, causing Tai Bai to hang his head and sigh heavily. Liang Mo also sighed and shook her head, causing Hu Bugui to cry out in alarm, wondering if the antidote wasn't finished as he stood frozen while Tai Bai and Liang Mo patted him. Perhaps due to her short stature, she patted him in an awkward spot while they both offered apologies, claiming they had tried their best, which left Hu Bugui in tears. He stammered that it was impossible before kneeling and wailing that his senior sister was the best in the world, and had only ever been the one poisoning others. How could anyone else harm her? Suddenly, Tai Bai and Liang Mo exchanged looks and burst into laughter, with her teasing that he had fallen for it as Hu Bugui broke into a sweat. Filled with doubt, he watched as Liang Mo stopped laughing, approached him, and revealed that his senior sister's poison had actually been cured a month ago. She was only faking her illness to uncover the final truth. Hu Bugui asked in shock, "What?" as Liang Mo remarked on how deep his feelings for his senior sister truly were. "Your mistress is very moved." However, Hu Bugui pointed to where she had patted him and noted that she had struck his groin 3 times, a fact Liang Mo suddenly realized. She then rushed into Tai Bai's arms, crying that her body had been defiled, while Hu Bugui stroked his chin, thinking the situation felt like a lawsuit as Tai Bai comforted her. "Don't cry, this doesn't count." The scene shifted to Lan Mingzhu, who began to sing as he walked toward a small house. Great joy spans 5 months. Beautiful dances soar every day. The sun refreshes each dawn, and the blooming flowers are our smiles. He abruptly stopped singing and opened the door, a golden medicinal pill having mysteriously appeared in his hand. He approached the bed where a girl lay and told Shu Wei it was time for her medicine. Sitting beside her, he offered the pill and promised she would suffer no more after taking it. His expression darkened as he added that once he dealt with Hu Bugui a few more times, she would be free from pain forever, as Lan Mingzhu suddenly recalled a memory. A bouquet fell as he stood with short hair behind a tree, watching the girl in another man's arms. He muttered that if she hadn't been taken from him, she wouldn't have sacrificed herself to save that man. An image of a man holding a seemingly dead Shu Wei appeared, followed by a vision of a woman cradling a child as he continued his reminiscence. Nor would you have spent 10,000 years searching for his reincarnation. Then, an image of someone enveloped in a glowing sphere emerged. He muttered that she had even sacrificed her lifespan and destroyed her spiritual root to preserve her memories, followed by an image of a withered person with closed eyes. He imagined Shu Wei walking upon an infinity symbol and declared that it was that man who had trapped her in a cycle of painful reincarnation, preventing her from gaining freedom. Suddenly, Lan Mingzhu laughed loudly and shouted that in a few more decades, it would all be over, but an unexpected voice instantly silenced him. "You're being too loud. Could the sect leader please be a bit quieter?" He turned around to find that Shi Wei had already sat up and was staring directly at him. Breaking into a cold sweat, he tremblingly asked how she had woken up, to which Shi Wei covered her mouth and replied that she had never been unconscious from the start. "I heard everything you said," she added, causing Lan Mingzhu's face to turn pale as he stammered, You heard it all." Overwhelmed by regret, he clutched his face and screamed that villains truly die because they talk too much, while Shi Wei began her extraordinary deduction. She concluded that in her first life, she and Hu Bugui were killed by them, hearing which Lan Mingzhu immediately grew tense and hurried to clear his name. He claimed it wasn't him, but another high immortal who harmed them, prompting Shi Wei's expression to turn into a terrifying demonic visage as she demanded to know why that immortal wanted to hurt them. Breaking into a cold sweat, he awkwardly replied that he didn't know or couldn't say, so Shi Wei changed tactics, using her charms to entice him by promising to reconsider his feelings if he told her the truth. Hearing this, his face flushed, and his mouth hung open before he turned serious and agreed to tell her everything, beginning with how Tao integration high immortals were once everywhere. Despite their numbers, no one could achieve ascension, and while many claimed to be high immortals, rumors eventually spread that a girl who looked like Shi Wei possessed a secret that would allow one to transcend and ascend. Returning to a scene from 10,000 years ago, the Shushan sect leader, Shan Shuang Dao Ren, told Shi Qiuzhu that regarding the rumors about her, he wanted her to tell the truth, promising to protect her if she revealed everything. Shi Qiuzhu, Shi Wei's first incarnation, acknowledged her master as he explained that the world is divided into pure and turbid, and spiritual qi cannot be fully refined. He added that humans themselves generate turbid qi, illustrated by the image of a person surrounded by golden energy that eventually transformed into a Teiji symbol. He explained that after the Tao integration stage, turbid qi prevents spiritual qi from being refined and causes it to accumulate in the body, forcing everyone to periodically disperse their cultivation and leaving them with no hope of ascension, before turning to ask Qiuzhu. He then asked Qiuzhu if she truly had never dispersed her cultivation after reaching the Tao integration stage, and she honestly replied that she thought everyone was just like her. By the time she realized what was happening, the rumors had already spread, and she didn't dare tell her master, leaving him agape as he realized she could truly refine infinite spiritual chi without needing to disperse her power. She bowed her head and confirmed she had never been affected by turbid chi, to which the master smiled kindly and repeatedly muttered that it was for the best. She looked up to ask what he meant, only to see a terrifying expression on his face as he spoke. "Of course it's good," he said while gathering golden energy behind his back. "The rumors are true, and now I finally have hope for my own ascension." He launched an attack at her, shouting that after 360 years in the Tao integration stage, he finally had a chance to ascend, leaving her in a state of confused horror. She cried out to her master as his technique drew near her head. His face twisted with cruelty as he told her that her death would be worth it if she helped him become the first true immortal in 10,000 years. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the roof as tiles came crashing down, accompanied by a cold voice remarking on how disgusting humans truly were. The old man turned to see a figure sitting atop the rubble, and as he demanded to know who it was, a youth stepped forward while chewing on a blade of grass and picking his ear. It turned out that the youth was the first incarnation of Hu Byugwi, known as that man, and he spoke with fury, cursing the old man for being willing to sacrifice his own disciple just to achieve ascension. He moved with incredible speed, appearing behind the girl in an instant like a passing breeze, and placed his hand on her shoulder while authoritatively declaring that she belonged to him. With a stern expression, he warned the old man not to dare lay a finger on her, which sent the old man into a fit of rage as violent energy erupted around him. The old man roared, wondering where this brat had come from, as a sword forged from pure energy manifested in his hand. A mysterious formation appeared behind him, along with countless swords pointed at the youth, as the old man shouted that he would never forgive him for repeatedly causing trouble for Shushan. "I will absolutely not forgive you today," he shouted, seeing which the youth casually spat out the blade of grass and told the girl to step aside for a moment. Before she could even speak, he tossed the blade of grass into the air, where it transformed into a radiant sword that he caught as energy surged around him. "Isn't it just the peak of Tao integration?" he remarked before they both lunged at each other, causing massive damage to the building. A burst of energy sent them both flying into the air, where he used his sword to block the old man's strike, but his lack of experience caused him to be slammed back down to the ground. As a large crater formed, the old man hovered in the air and gathered energy into his sword, screaming for the thief to die while Lan Mingzhu watched the battle with wide eyes. He introduced himself as Lan Mingzhu, a disciple of Shushan, and as he stood there watching the building crumble, he muttered that he had witnessed the great chaotic battle of 800 years. During the fight, the old sect leader swung his sword down, but the youth quickly dodged, leaving a long gash in the earth and putting the old man on high alert against the boy. The elder resumed his assault, but he parried the blow, their blades colliding with a shower of sparks and a massive explosion that sent boulders drifting into the air. He maneuvered nimbly across the floating debris, and seizing a moment of distraction, he delivered a lethal strike, planting his boot firmly against the old man's face. Hurled backward, the elder landed on all fours and spun around, only to find that he had vanished as a menacing voice echoed, "Where exactly are you looking?" He then delivered another kick to the old man's face, sending him crashing into a massive boulder as a sword plunged deep into the earth. The defeated elder lay exposed, wondering to himself who this youth truly was, as he could not sense even a trace of the boy's cultivation level. How can he possess such terrifying power? With a look of grim determination, the old man roared, "It seems I have no choice but to summon the Purple Azure twin swords." Golden array instantly manifested beneath his feet, as he commanded the Purple Azure twin swords to emerge, while the clouds above parted to reveal a celestial circle holding two blades. One azure and one purple, the blades slowly descended, their colossal size in comparison to the old man leaving everyone in utter shock. The strain of the summoning caused the elder to cough up blood, yet confidence flickered in his eyes as he realized the heavy killing intent of the twin swords required a swift conclusion. Below, Qiu Zhu screamed for him to flee, warning that he could not withstand their sect's supreme treasure, but he merely turned his head and uttered a single word as the old man exerted his full strength. Directing the twin blades toward him, the elder bellowed that it was too late to escape and vowed to strike him down as the swords lunged forward like lightning. In that critical moment, he felt a surge of power and swung his blade to block the assault, shouting that he could do it. but his sword shattered and he was hurled back as the twin blades smashed through solid rock. He collapsed into a seated position while the old man gestured wildly, commanding the purple azure twin swords to soar upward before decisively bringing his hand down. Howling in agony, the elder watched as the two swords hovered above the youth before suddenly plunging downward to trigger a massive explosion. There might pierce the cliffside, driving him into a cavern filled with blades until the twin swords finally halted, leaving the sect leader to collapse in blood and admit he would have lost had the boy endured a second longer as Qiu Zhu fell to her knees. Reaching out as if to grab hold of something, she cried out in protest while Lan Mingzhu watched from a distance, remarking on the absolute ferocity of the purple azure twin swords. He was certain the youth was dead, yet to his surprise, a boulder split apart to reveal the young man, shirtless and alive, who opened his eyes and spoke. "I am the sentience born from the sword mound," he declared as a strange energy radiated from him, adding that he was grateful for the strike against his true essence. Lan Mingzhu stood there with his mouth agape in shock at the bizarre sight, stammering in disbelief as a massive, mysterious vortex materialized before him. Meanwhile, the man raised his hand and declared that his sword of destiny was comprised of every discarded blade within Shushan, clenching his raised hand into a firm fist. Upon closer inspection, the vortex was revealed to be formed by countless blades, with pairs of swords plunging into a strange, spherical mass of energy. The sect leader cried out, wondering if the monster intended to refine every immortal sword the Shushan sect had discarded over tens of thousands of years, as the blades began to merge into a singular, massive weapon. Suddenly, an object enveloped in azure energy plummeted to the ground, revealing itself to be a colossal sword forged from many smaller blades, standing upright directly before him. Sensing something was wrong, the sect leader took a defensive stance and urgently summoned the purple azure twin swords, which obeyed and lunged straight for the young man's head. Yet his expression remained perfectly calm as he remarked that perhaps this time would be different, rotating his hand in a signal that caused something to streak across the air. It pierced through the twin blades and triggered a violent explosion, while he casually noted that it was indeed possible as a sword continued to spin steadily in the sky. The weapon then plunged into the earth beside the startled sect leader, who, after a moment of shock, examined the blade and spoke with renewed confidence. "The purple azure twin swords are the supreme treasures of Shushan. How could any mere blade possibly?" He cut himself short as he felt something go terribly wrong within his body. He coughed up a large amount of blood and collapsed to the ground, his head lolling to the side as he trembled and gasped that the twin swords were linked to his very soul. Could the twin swords have been? From a distance, the area resembled a smoking wasteland where the elder's twin blades had been sliced clean in half by his opponent's weapon. As they began to fade, he approached the fallen man and remarked that even as the Shushan sect leader, he had forgotten that the purple azure twin swords originated from the sword mound. He placed his hand on the blade, absorbing a stream of white energy as he continued, explaining that a millennium ago, Shushan did not actually forge its own weapons. Every immortal sword came from the sword mound, he said, as a strange energy shattered the blade in his hand while he noted that a sword's form is shaped by its master. He was shrinking the massive sword to a size he could wield, while the sect leader lay in a pool of blood, struggling to ask what kind of blade could possibly end his life. He replied coldly that it was the elder's own murderous intent toward her that would claim his life, raising his sword just as Qiu Zhu rushed over, screaming for him to stop and spare her master. On the other side, the trembling elder sect leader stammered, "Monster, the cultivation world will never," but he was cut off. A fierce wave of sword chi slashed down, likely ending his life instantly and leaving behind only a desperate plea for mercy. That sword chi wasn't just aimed at him. It surged toward the mountain, catching an innocent bystander on the peak in its wake. Lan Mingzhu suddenly stopped his tail, prompting a curious Shiwei to ask what happened next, but he only shrugged, saying he had died then. He pointed to the image of the mountain being sliced and explained that he was the bystander who died instantly, so he was unsure of the aftermath. Lan Mingzhu could be seen standing there, shouting that he was a goner, which led Shiwei to look at him with a gaze full of contempt. She remarked that he died quite quickly for a sect leader, but he explained that his primordial spirit escaped in time to preserve his memories. As an image of his innocent primordial spirit playing in the forest appeared, Shiwei asked about her committing suicide to save Hu Buqi. He sighed helplessly, explaining that happened 150 years later, and that since his spirit survived, he began his cultivation from scratch. his primordial spirit appeared as a rabbit-eared figure in meditation, causing a curious Shiwei to ask why he had taken the form of a rabbit. He gloomily explained that Shushan was so remote he couldn't find a human body even after flying for 7 days, so he chose a rabbit to avoid fading away. Next, an image of a soot-black man with rabbit ears peeking at 2 children appeared as he recounted traveling hundreds of miles to find a human village. He finally found a human village, and as the dark-skinned rabbit-eared man smiled deviously at the children, Shiwei spoke up. She said she had no interest in his wicked deeds of stealing bodies to cultivate, and told him to just reveal the final outcome. He nodded and continued, explaining he spent 150 years in that wasteland before reaching the integration stage and returning to the world as an adult. Standing with his back to the distance, he suddenly noticed something and broke into a cold sweat, wondering if that figure was, as a giant green sphere appeared. Inside were many people, and he cried out in terror, asking why the cultivators were still fighting as Hu Buqi appeared with white hair, surrounded by a crowd. One of them pointed a sword at him and shouted for him to hand over Qiu Zhu or be buried there, to which Hu Buqi only responded with a sneer. He asked how many people had already said that before raising his sword, which was shrouded in sword qi, and charging into the crowd. He struck out, but the man blocked it. Hu Buqi gritted his teeth and vowed that no one would touch a single hair on her head as his opponent crashed down. The man gasped in shock as Hu Buqi looked down from above, watching him crash. Then someone in the crowd shouted, "Dragon binding lock." A chain flew toward him, but Hu Buqi nimbly dodged it and used a point on the chain as a foothold to move swiftly toward the man. He delivered a knee strike to the man's face, sending him tumbling into the forest with a heavy impact, after which Hu Buqi paused with a frown. He then severed a man's arm, making him scream in pain, and coldly remarked that they were ignorant of the true path to ascension before slicing another man in half. He cut down yet another man and declared that he would slaughter every expert at the integration stage to see who would still dare to covet her life. Lan Mingzhu watched the battle trembling and sweating, muttering that integration stage experts were being sliced like vegetables and that he should flee. Suddenly, he saw a beam of light heading his way and barely managed to curse before the ground exploded, costing him another of his lives. The scene shifted to a beautifully decorated cave where a woman's hand reached out from a crystal, revealing it to be Qiu Zhu. She stepped forward and thought to herself that upon waking, she saw beams of light shining on him, making it clear that he was fading away. She realized he had been by her side, but as she stared at him, she wondered who he was and reached out her hand to touch his face. As she tried to touch him, his face began to crumble, and for some reason, tears fell from her eyes as she reached up to touch her own cheek. She wondered why she was suddenly crying and tried to wipe the tears away, but they wouldn't stop. Suddenly, a single tear fell onto his shoulder. Where the tear landed, his body began to shatter and dissolve into light, and she instinctively reached out as if trying to catch him. She reached toward him, but when she closed her hand, he had already vanished completely, leaving her kneeling alone beside the sword. She looked up toward where he had disappeared, tears streaming down her face as she whispered that though she didn't know him, she knew she loved him. Her voice echoed through the heavens and earth, saying she forgot everything, yet her soul still remembered him, decades later in a bustling city. As she walked down the street, someone suddenly called out, asking if the beautiful lady had time for tea. Hearing this, she turned with a radiant smile, wondering if it was him. However, the sight struck her like a bolt of lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief at the large, chubby young man standing there acting adorable. Holding a withered flower, he claimed he felt they were lovers in a past life, but she turned away and ignored him, leaving the young man feeling awkward. He then held the withered flower out to her, saying the flower was lovely, but she was even more so, though his attempt at gifting it looked quite ridiculous. She hesitated to accept it, but upon closer inspection, she realized something as her eyes sparkled like she had found what she had been longing for. It turned out to be the image of him holding a flower before her, so she agreed to take it. Nearby, 2 people drinking water burst out laughing, catching her attention. A person in the shop looked at her and asked what was wrong with her taste, wondering why she would let such a fat man flirt with her. Hearing that, the young man rushed over and startled the person, putting on a terrifying face and asking who they were calling fat. Terrified, the person noted his incredible speed and high cultivation. The young man challenged him to a duel, but the person quickly claimed to be from the Shushan sect. Before he could finish, the young man lifted him up and told her they would meet another day. She blushed and nodded in agreement, standing there deep in thought. However, 48 years passed without seeing him again until a beggar approached her for food. Looking closely, she blushed, realizing it was him. They had met again, surrounded by falling petals and a fragrant atmosphere. The scene shifted to the beggar eating rapidly while speaking. He thanked her for the meal and promised to serve her like a beast of burden. Seeing him eat so fast, she shyly told him to slow down so he wouldn't choke. But then the beggar collapsed and choked to death. The scene changed to her bathing under a waterfall while a youth peeked at her. He was then eaten by a bear. Over 300 years, they met 13 times, and he died every single time, leaving her feeling emotionally drained. In the next scene, she stood by a youth who asked a child for their candied haws, promising a great treasure in return. She then acted adorable and called him a handsome man, suggesting they cultivate together, but the youth looked at her with a solemn expression. His face then turned into a lecherous grin as he agreed. She thought that with cultivation he wouldn't die so easily, but while she was flying on her sword. He sat there shouting in excitement about flying on a sword, but he became so thrilled that he slipped and fell before she could react. His piercing scream scattered the birds in the forest. In his 14th life, he died from falling off a flying sword. During a sex entrance exam, a youth cheered while his opponent held a sword calmly. The youth suddenly became provocative, but he soon found himself lying on the ground. With a sword piercing his stomach, her voice announced his 15th life ended at the hands of a rival. The scene shifted after a group of bandits was wiped out. A youth in green was with someone whose intentions were unclear until they drew their weapons. According to her, he was killed by the bandits' comrades seeking revenge. Her voice rang out again, noting his 16th life ended from being riddled with holes. In a wealthy household, a swaddled infant began to speak. The baby greeted them and asked for their guidance, shocking the nanny. It was him, having retained his memories after reincarnation. The girl holding him panicked and threw him to the ground, screaming that a talking baby was a monster. In his 17th life, he died from being dropped, living for only a few minutes. He shyly admitted he was no longer a virgin, and she immediately stabbed him. She then lowered her sword and wondered what she had done in her fit of rage. Her voice noted his 18th life ended because he lost his virginity too soon. Though she was once hopeful, the repeated failures eventually led to her despair. Just as she was about to give up, he finally arrived and reached out to her, apologizing for making Qiu Zhu wait so long. She realized that in the last 300 years, this was the first time he had reached the Tao integration stage and regained his past memories. He sat by her bedside and promised to protect her from then on. Now old and wrinkled, she felt her life coming to an end and told him to leave before the 5 great immortals arrived, but he held her hands firmly. He smiled, saying their mortal grievances must end there, and told her to wait for his return. She tried to reach out as he walked away, but she couldn't stop him. Finally, amidst a sea of flames, her voice revealed that he never returned. The scene shifted to someone entering a room with an ancestral tablet, offering a way to preserve past memories. As blue threads floated in the air, her voice echoed that the method required trading a portion of one's spiritual root for a portion of their memories. And so she did it. She thought that while retaining some memories, it also meant erasing others. The images of her and him gradually faded from her mind. Her voice continued. Emotions and cultivation experiences related to him were completely wiped away, leaving her with a cold, detached gaze. The scene shifts to a white-haired girl gazing at the sky. Her youthful voice wonders why she wants to save a man, yet questions the necessity of doing so. Her face is filled with confusion as another version of her voice speaks. Finally, love has been purged, and an image of her younger self appears. With her hands behind her back and a cold expression, she says the reason no longer matters as long as he is saved. Back in reality, she reads a document with a weary look. She holds a long scroll and reads that 700 years later, he has died over 400 times and is no longer compatible with the Tao integration realm. She continues, noting that the situation is worsening. She imagines him as a degenerate with his arms wrapped around 2 women. Suddenly, Lan Mingzhu raises his hand to ask why he and the 4 great immortals are missing from her memory. She explains they were merely passers-by, so she erased them all. Hearing this, he steps away and sighs in relief, muttering that it is better they were forgotten. He recalls the time he and that man clashed in battle. Back then, he had screamed at someone who wanted to initiate the final war. He ponders this with a grave expression. There was only one time he recovered his memories, but I dealt with him. He remembers casting a spell on the man who lay there as if asleep. He mutters that men should only appreciate long legs and large breasts, must know how to peep, and that having many wives is only right since women don't love men who aren't a bit wicked. He continued to brainwash him, saying life is incomplete without a harem. He recalls educating the man's soul to be a scumbag while a curious pair of eyes watched through a door. He thinks about how the previous Shu Wei saw him. The little girl was trying to peek at what was happening inside. Then he smiles confidently. Fortunately, those memories are gone. Lan Mingzhu looks at her with a gentle gaze and says he has told her everything he knows. Shu Wei, be my girlfriend. She responds shyly with shimmering eyes and honest words, saying she is not the junior sister he once knew. The only purpose of my life is to protect him. She blinks, tears welling in her eyes. Her elegant face grows even more beautiful as she speaks sorrowfully. Sect leader, we cannot be together. Lan Mingzhu stands frozen, his eyes filled with sadness as he watches her hurry away. The pain of rejection stings his heart. She bows quickly in farewell, thanking the sect leader for his years of care before asking to be excused. Seeing her figure disappear, he rushes after her, shouting for her to wait. His hand brushes against her, nearly causing him to fall face first as he panics. She turns back with a look of surprise. At this moment, he truly lived up to the title of a simp. Looking at her flowing hair with affection, he says they can stay. He promises not to tell the other great immortals. She is slightly taken aback by his overwhelming infatuation. Suddenly, she turns with a nonchalant gaze. She points at him and tells him to keep his promise. He clasps his hands to reassure himself, but deep down, he senses something is wrong. He looks dazed, feeling as though he has been tricked. From a distance, Shu Wei calls out that she is going to Radiant King Valley to bring her junior brother back. He accidentally mentions a dark memory. Didn't Hu Buigui die? Shu Wei is instantly triggered, sprinting backward toward him at a terrifying speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. She listens intently without showing any emotion. Startled, he quickly waves his hands, telling her it was nothing and urging her to leave. She sets off toward the distant mountains once more. He watches her go, his heart in turmoil. Hu Buigui cannot break through to the Dao integration realm. The sword spirit born from the sword mound is dead, so he can no longer recover his memories. He decides to let Shu Wei go. Hu Buigui sits dejectedly, resting his chin on his hand while eating grapes. At a dining table for three, he is served enthusiastically by Tai Bai, and Liang Mo he sits across from the two of them as they act overly affectionate. My love, have a grape. One is shameless while the other is sweet and sentimental. It is quite a display of public affection. Tai Bai picks up another grape. His attitude shifts instantly as he looks at him. He says once this is over, his senior sister will come to the valley. Hu Buigui feels suffocated by their romance and raises a point. If we know someone wants to rebel, why don't we stop them? Tai Bai pays no mind to his poor disciple. He is too busy doting on his wife. Holding a wooden comb with a smirk, he covers his face and whispers to Momo, offering to brush her hair. A moment later, he remembers and tells Hu Buigui that they have already detained the families of those elders. If they dare to cause trouble, they will all be killed. Hu Buigui looks at him with a strange expression. He bluntly asks if that isn't too cruel, lost in thought about the prospect of a massacre. Smoke and fire billowed into the sky as he murmured to himself. At this rate, the rebellion can be suppressed without my intervention, but a sudden realization struck him that things were far from simple. Panicking and breaking into a cold sweat, he cried out that they had fallen into a trap, just as someone rushed in from outside to rescue him from the predicament. Valley Master, your niece wishes to see Teibai Zhenren, the messenger announced, prompting all three to stand as Liang Mayan waved cheerfully from Teibai's side and agreed. I shall take Zio Bai to her then, she said, leaving Hu Buigui dazed and muttering niece in confusion until Shu Wei appeared, greeted her master and mistress and whispered with Teibai, who confirmed her suspicions were correct. The two began communicating in a bizarre manner that resembled a circus performance to onlookers, with Shu Wei leaning forward and pointing toward her head. Teibai spun his hands like a fan dancer before they shared a long silence, which ended when Shu Wei calmly reported that the man had been acting all along. Teibai relaxed his gaze as if he had expected this and asked when her suspicions began, prompting a furious Shu Wei to recall helping a smug Hu Buigui, and noting that a Foundation establishment pill usually only requires 2 attempts. She explained that while success usually takes 2 or 3 tries, he required 8, and her doubts grew as she remembered him defending against a mountain of talismans. Her suspicion deepened when he relied solely on talismans without using any other spells, leading her to have inner disciples, and 10 immortals put him to the test. They had struck his head repeatedly to force him to reveal his true strength, but the attempt failed, leaving Teibai to ponder and analyze the situation. Gesturing as he spoke, Teibai suggested that the man likely believed he was safe within the sect and wouldn't be allowed to die, which is why Shu Wei continued her explanation. She explained that she used the chaos in Yueng Valley to make him believe he was beyond rescue and force his hand, making a slashing motion across her throat to signify a finishing blow. "Master, please continue to feign ignorance regarding my junior brother's true power," she urged, to which Teibai stood tall with hands on his hips and gave a carefree smile, telling her not to worry. He promised to assist her despite not knowing the exact nature of her relationship with Hu Bugui, and she looked back at him with a gaze full of resolve. "Master, I wish to reveal everything to you if you are willing to listen," she said, as sunlight bathed the scenery before the great gate, while the two continued their discussion in that strange tongue. Teibai was overwhelmed by the information she shared, breaking into a cold sweat as he marveled at the mention of a great war from 10,000 years ago. Questioning how things could be so complex, his expression darkened like a villain as he asked if she feared he might kill her for revealing the secret of ascension. Shu Wei remained unperturbed, replying that she had no fear because her master would likely never reach the Tao integration stage in his lifetime. Those blunt words struck him so deeply that he coughed up blood and clutched his chest in pain, while Shu Wei turned her attention toward Liang Mayan. Seeing the sparkling eyes of her mistress, Shu Wei curiously asked for her opinion, causing a blushing Liang Mayan to stare at Shu Wei's ample chest and hesitate. "No, I was just wondering," Liang Mayan replied with a serious expression before leaning in to whisper a question about how to increase her bust size. Hu Bugui stood frozen with dark circles under his eyes as if his soul had departed, while Shu Wei stood behind him with hands on her hips, scolding him for nearly letting her be killed by the rebelling elder. She warned him to practice diligently from then on, but though he slumped and turned toward her familiar voice, he didn't seem to process a single word she said. She summoned a shimmering rope and emotionlessly coiled it up, telling him he was too weak and should use it for self-defense as he reached out to take it. He cradled the rope like a priceless treasure and gazed at it intently, thanking his senior sister and promising to dedicate himself to his cultivation. He stared into the distance with the weary eyes of one who had seen too much, his inner voice screaming in confusion about what was actually going on. Wondering if he had overthought things, and if this wasn't actually a scheme orchestrated by his senior sister, he hid the treasure behind his back and asked another question with lingering unease. When he asked if she had discovered the mastermind behind the scenes, she avoided his gaze with a hint of melancholy, but calmly replied that the truth had been uncovered. She claimed the sect leader was responsible and wanted him dead, causing him to jump in shock and cry out in a fit of disbelief and reproach. He demanded to know what he had done to deserve death, so Shu Wei began calmly listing his offenses, any one of which would have been a capital crime. First, she noted that he had stolen the Shiyu Immortal from the sect leader, then did the same with junior sister Bai, and even took Jai Yi, whom the sect leader also adored. She continued that he had snatched her away as well and even killed Jai Yi out of spite, sounding increasingly frustrated on the sect leader's behalf as she recounted his deeds. She glared at him as if to pierce through his soul for his romantic entanglements, while he stood there dazed and acting innocent, wondering to himself what was happening. Realizing he had stolen the sect leader's love interests 3 times, he concluded it was only natural for the man to want him dead and vowed to stop flirting with women. With a faint, sarcastic smile, she remarked that she had killed 2 birds with 1 stone and asked if he finally understood the importance of not building a harem. Untouched by the midday dust of the mortal world, she approached and sincerely patted the shoulder of the young man who was dazed by fate's cruel joke. "I have explained everything clearly to the sect leader. It was all a misunderstanding, and he has forgiven you," she said as the foolish youth asked a question. "Senior sister, how did you explain it?" he asked as she recalled her exaggerated account, imagining the seductive Shiyu Immortal while repeating that Shiyu liked him, but he always refused. An image of Bai Yi grinning appeared as he called him a likable piece of trash, while Shi Wei excused it by saying her junior brother hated Bai Yi's sweet yet dark nature the most. Then it was Jai Yi's turn. In her memory, she saw her carrying a sword and looking on sharply, telling a customer to pay first before receiving any service. With a convincing explanation that Jai Yi and her junior brother only had a financial relationship like a staff member and a client, Shi Wei concluded her dramatic presentation. Waiting for the impact of her revelation before Lan Mingzhu, Han smiled with satisfaction, hands on his hips and face turned to the sky, saying it was all just a misunderstanding. Afterward, they returned to the Heibai sect, a mountain perpetually shrouded in mist where overgrown moss took the shape of two hands holding a gourd. As the sunlight shone down and the sacred temple awakened, the small girl Liang Mayan used all her strength to shout at the uninvited guests. "I won't let you leave," she said with a gloomy frown and a meaningful look, noting that Xiao Bai only returns once every century and wouldn't leave forever after just one visit. Tai Bai glanced at her and immediately understood, switching to an intimidating tone with narrowed eyes as he firmly told his disciples they had heard him. "I cannot return to the Heibai sect with you," he stated before suddenly changing his tone and running toward Liang Mayan, whining that he couldn't bear to be apart from her. Liang Mayan responded on the same eccentric wavelength, saying she couldn't leave Xiao Bai either, as they embraced passionately with faces turning as red as boiled shrimp. Ignoring Hu Bugui and Shi Wei, Tai Bai held her tightly and shyly suggested to Mayan that they get married and go on a honeymoon. She nodded gently and agreed to marry and go on a honeymoon, while Tai Bai turned back to his disciples with a look of disdain, announcing he had to stay to get wed. He waved them away, telling them to leave because a spring night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and they shouldn't disturb him, leaving Hu Bugui and Shi Wei with nothing but awkward smiles. Thinking that if they weren't embarrassed, then others would be, they watched Tai Bai and Liang Mayan kiss passionately as the atmosphere heated up, causing Hu Bugui's face to darken. He muttered that his master was being too reckless just as the towers began to shake violently, sending birds into a frenzy and making small animals like geckos shriek. The mountain exploded and dust filled the air as disciples from Xuankong Island appeared in the distance, asking with grim expressions what was happening. They all stared at the anomaly as the dark sky unleashed a terrifying power that blew apart the central area, leaving them wondering why a sandstorm had appeared in the deep forest. A disciple exclaimed, asking if the sacred ancient tomb had been activated, before they told each other to stay and watch while they reported back to the island master. Under the quiet night sky, Hu Bugui stood beside Shi Wei and suddenly went dazed, his face filled with confusion until Shi Wei noticed and asked what was wrong, to which he tensely replied that something was calling him. Midst the vast desert dunes, a sharp sword stood firmly planted, emitting strange signals while surrounded by a dark, ominous aura that made it difficult for anyone to approach the jade-green blade. No matter how brightly the galaxy sparkled at night, it could not compare to the desert region currently enveloped in a powerful and imposing shroud of light. Two massive humanoid stone statues stood on either side of a Xuanwu statue guarding the courtyard as a melodic song about the cold winter night drifted through the air, while a figure sat gloomily on the roof. Watching the commotion below, someone was dancing joyfully on top of a coffin at the center of the formation, which was also the source of the melody heard earlier. Singing about how cold the winter night was, it turned out to be the energetic Jai Yi, who was nimbly hopping and clattering across the wooden surface of the coffin. Seemingly possessing endless energy, she sang about catching grasshoppers in the northeast before performing a divine spin. She flipped and balanced on the coffin with one hand as if to say hip-hop never dies, then gleefully raised two fingers and continued singing about the tiny northeast. She sang about having no home in Dalian, while a white-haired old man leaning on a staff appeared and stared at her in speechless disbelief as she continued her extroverted tango. With her hands and feet moving in sync with her swaying head, she looked completely immersed in the moment, prompting the old man to timidly speak up. Dressing the person atop the high coffin, he pleaded for the young lady to stop dancing on his casket since his soul had not yet fully dissipated. She pulled back her hands and placed them on her hips, innocently asking if he hadn't taught her this himself, claiming to be the proud heaven sword Immortal. The old man was horrified as he recalled the terrifying memory of Jai Yi climbing onto his coffin and pounding on it repeatedly while screaming for him to wake up. "Now let me tell you, isn't it because you were so bored after returning here that you knocked on my coffin every day just to call me up for a chat?" In the dim space, the pitiful old man's ghost pleaded in desperation, but the cold girl declared that even if she were injured and unable to leave, she would die of boredom without someone to talk to. The old man knelt and kowtowed piteously, begging for his soul to endure a few more years, yet he only felt a sense of helplessness as he wailed in pain. He lamented why he had carried the sword of that great god of slaughter, calling it a karmic sin, as the flawless jade-green blade suddenly emitted a deep purple radiance. The sword fell from its rack and hovered in midair, leaving the two nearby staring at each other in shock as they watched it absorb the surrounding dark essence. The old man shouted to ask what was happening while Jaya watched the blade intently, muttering that he had returned, as Hu Bugui spoke with confidence, his left eye burning with murderous intent. He asked if they intended to interfere with his senior sister's treatment, and if they were prepared, while Jaya resolutely summoned the sword back to her grasp. She and the sword seemed to merge into one as her overwhelming aura shattered all nearby restraints, and she screamed with all her might that she had to go find him. The sword soared upward, piercing through every obstacle and leaving behind ruins and thick dust as it reached the highest point of that bizarre dimension. It struck the barrier of the formation, causing its energy to deplete, while Jaya sighed anxiously as the intricately carved blade pointed forward with sharp intent. Unable to shatter the shield, the small sword fell helplessly in a perfect spiral before plunging into the coffin right beside where Jaya stood. The old man shrieked about his coffin, but Jaya remained silent, drawing the sword as her powerful aura surged, pointing it forward with a firm resolve to escape as she spun and charged at the barrier. However, the result remained unchanged, as the barrier proved as resilient as nylon, repelling both her and the sword back to their starting point. The old man wailed about his coffin, so shocked that his nose began to bleed as he dodged a massive blast from Jai, who charged again with a cold, expressionless face, claiming they had broken countless immortal swords. Jai flew in every direction within the confined space, striking the formation at the speed of light as the sharp tip of her blade worked at maximum capacity. The blade grew red-hot and emitted sparks as it carved long streaks through the air, and though Jai screamed in her desperation, she still could not sever the boundary of this place. Her body was consumed by resentful strikes as the desert reflected the faint stars of the night sky, and the ground shook with an explosion that resembled a pine tree, with Jai acting as the brightest star merged with her sword. She emitted beams of light that heralded a disaster, for while the shield was extraordinary, even a hidden needle would eventually pierce through. The barrier swelled like a bubble from the chaos Jaya stirred within, and as the rising star flew straight, it created a streak of light that caused the shield to evaporate into the desert air. Near a few ancient trees in the wilderness, the sword plunged into the peak of a sand dune, where an exhausted Jaya whispered for him to come find her. Then she gradually faded away along with the murderous aura surrounding the sword, leaving the old man standing under the light filtering through the hole in the roof. Surrounded by the remnants of the suppression formation on the pillars, the scene looked like a tragic stage as he wailed piteously about his ruined coffin. From deep within the forest, the young Hu Bugui stood upon an ancient branch and gazed into the distance, looking quite strange as if he could not believe what he was seeing. He remarked in astonishment that a desert in the middle of a forest was truly a wonder of the century, while Shiwei flew on her sword beside him and teased him. She noted that a golden core cultivator who couldn't fly on a sword was perhaps the true wonder of the century, as the starry night sky contrasted with the freezing atmosphere below. Shiwei gracefully tucked her hands into her sleeves and looked around, noting that a desert appearing here meant it was either an ancient secret realm full of treasures or a graveyard of corpses. She uneasily warned that there would be many hidden traps and dangerous magical beasts to watch out for, while Hu Bugui was overcome with absolute terror. Drenched in sweat and blood, he raised his hands in defense against a dark shape behind him, screaming for his senior sister to stop explaining. Before Shiwei stood a writhing beast kicking up sand, its massive gray scales and sharp teeth snapping aggressively at Hu Bugui, who was trapped within its damp maw. He looked at her piteously as she seemed unbothered, calling out for her to save him, while Shiwei leisurely observed his ridiculous predicament. She merely cupped her ear as if listening intently and shouted back, asking if he had said he could handle it himself, while secretly plotting in her heart. Hoping to uncover the truth, she told herself to see how long he could keep up his act, even as he reached the limit of his endurance. He felt like a piece of raw meat in a grinder, his limbs trembling with exhaustion as he screamed for his senior sister to save his life before the snake's mouth finally snapped shut. With saliva dripping from its massive teeth, the beast swallowed him whole, yet it remained unsatisfied, its eyes glowing like hellfire as it glared hungrily at Shiwei. Its belly bulged from its meal, while Shiwei stood with a face as cold as ice, disappointed by her opponent's weakness as she summoned her radiant sword, her robes fluttering to reveal her fair legs. Radiating an imposing aura, she leaped into the air and extended her arm, her gaze as sharp as a blade as she shouted, "Sect esoteric art." The great thunder array technique activated as blue electricity surged through her body into the blade, unleashing a barrage of lightning that sent the monster flying. Dazed and reeling, the ground around it shattered as Wei summoned a blinding radiance, shouting the sect's secret art, 3,000 sword kills. Every strike converged on a single point before she landed gracefully, waiting for the dust to settle, only to find the beast still standing with hateful, bloodshot eyes. Wei curled her lips and remarked casually that the serpent's cultivation was quite high, then swiftly dodged a sudden, vicious counterattack. Narrowly escaping the serpent's gaping maw, she watched as it slithered in a zigzag pattern, pursuing her with terrifying speed. Wei remained agile, dodging left and right, while inside the snake's gullet, Bugui's mind went blank as he whimpered that he was surely going to die. A beam of immense power descended to end the life-and-death chase, and as Bugui lay motionless, a sharp blade flashed, slicing the serpent into segments. Wei quickly evaded the massive beams of light carving through the monster as it roared in agony, its severed remains crashing into the dusty earth. Bugui dragged himself out of a large gash, stammering his thanks to his senior sister before looking around in wide-eyed shock, feeling as though he had been reborn. He continued to plead for help until a tall, muscular man wearing a headscarf appeared, flexing his massive arms and asking if his junior brother was all right. "Judging by your attire, are you from the Hibai sect?" he asked, leaving Bugui stunned as the two remained there, one hovering and the other standing. Conversing beside the foul-smelling remains of the serpent, Bugui bowed respectfully and thanked the senior for saving his life as a disciple of the Hibai sect. When asked how he should be addressed, the man flashed a confident, pearly-white smile and introduced himself as Immortal Bei Ming, the Lord of Chuankang Island. His arrogant laughter rang out as he spread his arms, emitting a mystical seven-colored aura that his disciples seemed to synchronize with immediately. They took to the air in a passionate formation to bolster his majestic presence as he shouted, claiming this territory was first discovered by Chuankang Island. Asserting that the land belonged to his island, he stepped forward and tilted the confused Bugui's chin up, addressing him coldly as little brother. "This is the perfect moment for a reality check," he said. "You can leave now, just don't interfere with my official business," before glancing to his right. Pointing toward the disciples surrounding Wei, he added that his senior sister had to leave as well, though she seemed indifferent to the unfolding chaos. She covered her face and cursed silently, nearly having forced him to reveal his true strength. Now, the awkwardness between the senior and junior spread to everyone watching. Bugui stammered that the Immortal was standing too close, before asking if wearing a fur coat in the middle of a desert wasn't a bit too hot. Immortal Bei Ming's face darkened in speechless frustration, while the other fur-clad disciples silently agreed with Bugui, calling him a hero. The question they didn't dare ask has finally been voiced by someone else, provoking the Immortal to leap up and kick Bugui to the ground. With blood spraying from his nose, he barked, "You idiot, that's called fashion, do you understand?" before pointing toward Wei. "Hurry up and kick these two out of the secret realm," he barked, but Liang Mayan shouted back that since this place was closest to King Flame Valley, he had no right to expel them. Tai Bai approached threateningly with his wife on his back, his gaze locked onto Immortal Bei Ming as he asked if he thought his fashion made him special. "You're just a minor medicine-selling valley master at the soul transformation stage," he yelled, waving his arms wildly and screaming that provoking him would lead to their deaths. His entire body glowed with the light of vengeful fire like a super lamp before the couple, just as a group of people arrived from the void on a flying carpet. Lan Mingzhu, Xiao Sando, and Shiyu appeared atop a massive cloud, with Lan Mingzhu gently advising brother Bei Ming to calm down and discuss things peacefully. Shiyu stepped forward and said in a gentle tone, "We are all friends, wouldn't it be better to cooperate?" causing Immortal Bei Ming to immediately act like a bashful teenager. He acted coyly, asking Shiyu why she had come, a sight that filled Bugui with an immediate sense of revulsion. Seeing the muscular man acting as shy and timid as a young boy, he couldn't believe his eyes and gasped with his mouth wide open. "Muscular Immortal, you're definitely a bit off," he muttered, as the scene shifted to a small wooden cabin nestled under an ancient tree in the quiet night. Moonlight bathed the forest as Lan Mingzhu clasped his hands, thoughtfully noting that it would be improper for people of their reputation to rob graves themselves. Bei Ming agreed bluntly that it wasn't right, and Liang Mayan nodded in agreement as Lan Mingzhu continued. He smiled and suggested letting the youths under 100 years old do the digging for practice. Bei Ming gave a sinister grin, agreeing for his genius's sake, while Liang Mian plotted to increase his medicine sales. Lan Mingzhu considered the proposal advantageous as he observed the two cunning individuals before him, each harboring their own hidden agendas, while he remained equally confident. You likely remain unaware of the prowess of our Haibai-sex twin killers, he thought, as the scene shifted to a dim room with charcoal black and translucent white walls where a door creaked open. Hu Bugui wore a playful expression as he cornered a fair-skinned young man in an atmosphere thick with deception, warmly advising him that the martial world was a treacherous place. A young man must learn to protect himself when venturing out, leaving the boy flushed red with agitation and struggling to breathe as he stammered out a question. Deftly producing a hairpin, he cheerfully veered off-topic to explain that using the myriad poison ward before meals meant his mother would never have to worry about him being poisoned again. He claimed that for a small fee, one could take the myriad poison ward home immediately, but the young man quickly realized this was a silver-tongued multi-level marketing scam and shouted for him to get lost. As they stood pressed against the wall, someone suddenly collapsed from the dining table behind them with a pale face and foaming at the mouth. Yet Hu Bugui seemed entirely unsurprised as he spoke. Hu Bugui remarked that the fellow disciple had likely been poisoned, causing the fair-skinned youth to panic and scream in shock with his eyes wide and mouth agape. Thus, the sale of the myriad poison ward was a success, and as a lavish feast of stir-fried meat, roasted pork, and honey-glazed suckling pig sat on the table, the buyer finally took his seat. He hurriedly and curiously aimed at the bowl of white rice, testing it with trembling hands, while a heavy pouch of coins was surreptitiously passed from one hand to another as Hu Bugui stood by. Wearing the face of a man who specialized in orchestrating every scandal, he smiled and thanked the man who had just received the money for his cooperation, calling it his well-earned fee. The young man who had bought the hairpin rushed over just in time to witness this shady transaction, pointing his finger in stunned indignation. Toward the man who had faked being poisoned, who stood there nonchalantly with foam still on his lips, he roared at them for conspiring to deceive him. It turned out the foam was merely a prop, and the man who had feigned the poisoning immediately flashed an innocent smile, driving the buyer into a fit of crimson-faced rage. He gritted his teeth and told him to drop the act, asking how he could swindle his own fellow disciple, but Hu Bugui quickly moved to embrace the angry buyer. As the buyer stared back with deep suspicion, Hu Bugui began to soothe and coax him, asking if he truly didn't want to seek his revenge. Meanwhile, the man who had faked the poisoning took the opportunity to slip away from the scene, while the remaining two leaned in close to whisper secrets. Hu Bugui leaned down to whisper the details of his scheme, and the buyer, proving to be quite clever himself, listened to the swindler's plan before nodding in agreement. With a dark smile of agreement, he signaled his understanding while Hu Bugui, the rising director, grinned mischievously and told him he only needed to stand there. Reaping the benefits of his own script, the buyer clutched his chest and gasped that the air was toxic, and even his myriad poison ward couldn't detect it, causing the fleeing man to freeze in terror and drop his coin pouch. The buyer collapsed onto the floor, still giving his all to the performance as he cried out that he was dying, prompting the first actor to rush back and cradle his supposedly fainting senior while asking what was wrong. Hu Bugui stepped forward like a savior, holding a glowing pink treasure as he softly announced the arrival of the professional edition of the myriad poison ward. Featuring enhanced toxin detection, and even including an antidote, the buyer lying motionless in his comrade's arms managed to sneak a wink at the camera. The man who had faked the poisoning earlier was now forced to act out a scene of frantic worry, shouting that he would buy it regardless of the price. He reached out to take the glowing pink artifact, though his heart was filled with doubt as he stared at the object in his hand with a look of utter disgust and speechlessness. The buyer miraculously recovered right before the eyes of the victim, and after finishing his performance, he gleefully accepted his payment from Hu Bugui as they both smiled with satisfaction. While the other man finally realized the harsh truth, he helplessly pointed at the two cunning rogues and asked his senior how he could betray a fellow disciple like that. The two fellow disciples spoke scathingly, claiming he was the one who had conspired with an outsider to trick them first, while the other retorted that since his purchase cost 1,998 and the other's was 4,998, he had profited more. Hu Bugui quickly slipped away with a scheming grin, not forgetting to mock them before closing the door by telling them to take their time arguing as he took his leave. The door to the dim room closed as he went trotting down the hallway, laughing like an innocent child, because all the money he spent had been recovered. At that moment, Lan Mingzhu and Bo Ming happened to witness the scene, and Bo Ming pointed toward the fleeing Hu Bugui before turning to address Lan Mingzhu. Sect leader Lan, you must not allow that monstrous brat into the secret realm, Bo Ming insisted, while Lan Mingzhu suppressed his pride with a feigned cough. He replied that it would be difficult since the boy was not yet 20, leading Bo Ming to suggest that if his own young genius didn't go, then Lan's little monster shouldn't either. Agreed, the two men said as they shook hands firmly and spoke in unison, and a few days later, a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the desert secret realm. The crowd split into two groups while the two leaders stood apart in a corner, where Bo Ming, his face purple with rage, let out a cold sneer as he prepared to confront Lan Mingzhu. The man judging with a curled lip pointed at the innocent Hu Bugui and said, "Didn't you promise not to let this kid participate?" Lan Mingzhu was also furious. Raising two fingers, she said, "I knew you wouldn't keep your word. Didn't you bring someone along too?" Being exposed directly, Bei Ming shouted in shock. "What? I clearly told him to dress in women's clothing and sneak into the ranks. How did you find out?" Lan Mingzhu then pointed toward someone wearing a revealing sea blue outfit. "With those floral patterns as large as muscles, your little genius looks like that. Only a fool wouldn't notice him." The two turned their backs on each other. Sulking but sharing the same thought about broken promises, Lan Mingzhu turned and spoke loudly to the 5 tense disciples standing behind her. "Disciples, be careful of that man disguised as a woman. His cultivation has reached the deity transformation realm. Once inside, join forces and eliminate him immediately." On the other side, Bei Ming said with a sharp gaze, "The Hebai sect has a chaotic demon king. Everyone must be careful, do not be tricked into buying his goods." Unexpectedly, he had been talking to thin air all along, while the source of his anxiety was at a stall across the street, where enticing sales pitches rang out. "In the dangerous secret realm, buy pills to save your life. Medicine King Valley agent, buy 3 and get 1 free." As the Medicine King Valley banner fluttered, hands reached out from the crowd to place orders. "I'll take 3 healing combos." I want a beauty and skin nourishing set." Seeing this scene, Bei Ming merely curled his lip, too exasperated to even speak. Previously, the sect leaders were often idle, searching for treasures themselves. The 3 of them, including Immortal Bei Ming, Lan Mingzhu, and Shan He, were now hovering in midair. Between them stood a pillar reflecting images of massive mountains and forests, radiating a powerful aura. Since their cultivation was high, they had no need for medicine, which had made business sluggish. Meanwhile, Liang Mo lay stretched out on a wooden bench with a weary and gloomy expression. However, once the disciples under 100 years old entered the secret realm, her stall immediately became bustling. Disciples were busy serving and advising non-stop. "Restock quickly. Recovery pills are sold out and the beauty pills are gone too." In contrast to before, she was now overjoyed. Excited by the booming business where demand exceeded supply, joy was evident on Liang Mo's face, as if she were surrounded by piles of spirit stones. Suddenly, Immortal Bei Ming arrived and asked, "Why are there so many different sects here? You didn't spread the news, did you?" Upon hearing this, she immediately became flustered and anxious, her voice stammering. "Am I really the kind of person who would reveal the secret of the realm just for business?" Her eyes avoided his out of fear. It seemed she was indeed the culprit. Immortal Bei Ming's attitude suddenly shifted. Turning from gentle to fierce and irritable, Liang Mo was so terrified that sweat poured down like rain. She bit her lip and stammered, "That matter?" "Well, before hastily bolting from her seat. She vanished before him, leaving only a few perfunctory words. "The pills are all sold out. Everyone return to the valley." Hearing their leader's command, the disciples immediately prepared to leave. Ready to flee, they shouted in unison, "As you command, Valley Master." This was likely the first time Immortal Bei Ming had witnessed such a scene, leaving him utterly astonished. He had easily let Liang Mo escape right before his eyes. From above, her group looked like a disturbed nest of ants, scurrying chaotically in all directions. He remarked, looking at this, "There are likely no fewer than 10 sects and nearly 100 people." Then he turned to speak to the genius. "Little genius, as soon as you enter the secret realm, you must deal with the Hebai sect first. Understood? As you command, sect leader." This man was Zhu Tiankai, 32 years old, the top genius of Chuan Kong Island, who had already reached the deity transformation realm. News of his appearance spread quickly, forcing the Hebai sect to convene an emergency meeting to discuss a counter-strategy. Lan Mingzhu calmly advised her fellow disciples, "The genius of Chuan Kong Island is extremely formidable. Everyone must be cautious and not let him launch a sneak attack." Dongfeng Yuzhai replied anxiously, but he has reached the deity transformation realm. He could easily wipe us all out. Shi Wei immediately reassured him. Don't worry, senior brother. My junior brother and I have already found a way to deal with him. From a distance, Hu Bugui's hurried footsteps echoed on the grass as he hid behind a tree. He suddenly shouted, startling the beautiful girls nearby, Hey, the little genius of Chuen Kong Island is so handsome. Then he moved to another spot. His voice echoed through the forest, Handsome my foot, he looks just like a pig's head. Hu Bugui's antics threw the situation into chaos. It was as if a heated debate were taking place. The genius began to show his irritation, the veins and tendons on his forehead bulging visibly. Hu Bugui continued his teasing, Let's join forces to take down that pig head. The mocking and disrespectful words caused Zhu Tiankai to gradually lose control as his fury began to erupt. The atmosphere around him grew heavy and somber. Hu Bugui continued to mock him. How could a pig head possibly be a genius? It must be a lie, it's terrifying. I won't be able to look at a pig's head the same way again. Zhu Tiankai's rage reached its peak. He gnashed his teeth and huffed before screaming in fury. Despite his burly physique, he was wearing a graceful long dress meant for a woman, making everyone who saw him unable to suppress their laughter. All of you, shut your mouths! Zhu Tiankai nearly lost control, and in an instant he sent the entire group flying. Panic ensued as people trampled one another to escape his pursuit. I will kill every last one of you, he roared, his bloodshot eyes appearing utterly terrifying and as ferocious as a rabid beast. Immortal Bo Ming stood frozen, unable to intervene. Meanwhile, Bu Gui was praised by Dongfeng Yuzhai, the senior brother of the Hebai sect, who said, Junior brother, I truly admire you, as she led the group forward. The report says the pighead has been lured away. Let us set off as well. Within the desolate, ruined, and secluded desert, only the heavens and the earth served as their companions. Swirling winds and gravel swept through the air, yet not a single soul appeared across the vast expanse of sand. Their group pressed on across the dunes, leaving deep footprints etched into the golden sand. At that moment, the four great heavenly kings appeared, and Gwenyi, the leader of the group, declared, Our mission this time is to eliminate the disciples of the Hebai sect. Upon hearing those words, the girl, Dongfeng Yuzhai, immediately followed up with her response. Even if he is destined to lead the immortal realm in 3 centuries, if we strike him down now, will another take his place? Gwenyi asked with an air of indifference. Do not fret, we shall eliminate Dongfeng Yuzhai first and worry about the rest later. While we are at it, kill that Zhou Tiankai as well, for he will become a nuisance in the future. His tone grew frigid as he continued. The primary mission of the 4 great heavenly kings is to safeguard our eldest brother's life. Do not allow him to perish within this secret realm. A terrifying glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Furthermore, seize whatever treasures you find in the realm. There is no harm in killing and looting. When you then broke into a savage, haunting grin that would leave anyone paralyzed with fear. He added with a chuckle that if the opportunity arose, they should kill their sister-in-law and frame the leader of the Hebai sect to force their eldest brother to succumb to darkness. The other 3 replied in unison that their second brother was trying to accomplish far too much at once. They then scolded him, warning that if their eldest brother discovered that final convenience, he would surely beat Wenyi to death. Ignoring their remarks, Wenyi remained nonchalant, yawning as if he couldn't care less. He raised his hand and clenched his fist with intense resolve, declaring that there was nothing to fear, for fate did not exist and everything was forged by human hands. Lan Mingzhu laughed uproariously and replied that he was Wenyi, a good man. His face beamed with pride and determination, but his expression abruptly shifted from joy to a visible, irritable scowl. I must annihilate the world of cultivation. I was once merely an ordinary child from a village. He reminisced about his past as an innocent boy who spent his days playing in the fields and catching insects for fun. However, those peaceful days were short-lived, and the first tragedy of Wenyi's life soon struck. When I was 5 years old, my mother fell ill. Then a cultivator arrived and promised to cure her. That cultivator possessed long, straight, silvery white hair and a tall, slender frame. He gently comforted Wenyi, telling him to rest easy and that he would return to save his mother once he finished his business at the sect. 3 years later, the cultivator returned, but it was already too late. Standing before Wenyi, the man was stunned to see the boy sobbing. I am truly sorry. I meditated for a brief moment, and it turns out 3 years have passed. Where is your mother? My mother passed away long ago. Wenyi's voice was laced with bitterness and grief as he pointed toward a small, moss-covered grave behind them. When I was 12, a pair of cultivators arrived at our village and fought in the sky. when you witnessed this rare spectacle as the female cultivator shrieked irritably, calling the man a heartless scoundrel who only cared for his own pleasure. The male cultivator did not back down and immediately retorted, calling her the heartless one who didn't care for him. Their argument grew increasingly violent, and Wenya's village was horribly devastated by their fiery battle. The flames incinerated everything, leaving both people and animals engulfed in a sea of fire as desperate screams echoed everywhere. Aside from me, not a single soul in the village survived. The young Wenya could only stand there in a daze, watching his village burn to ashes, powerless to act. Suddenly, the female cultivator's voice drifted from behind him, wondering what to do since they had accidentally destroyed a village and been seen. Tears streamed down Wenya's dirty, pitifully thin face as he overheard those words. The conversation between the two cultivators continued unabated. "It is simple, wouldn't silencing him solve everything? That is a wonderful idea." Moments later, dark clouds began to gather in heaps, and the sky was suddenly shrouded in gloom. As the heavy clouds rolled in, a torrential downpour began to fall. The rain brought a cool breeze that somewhat soothed the village burning in the crimson sea of fire, leaving behind only ash and ruin. The houses were charred so badly that their original shapes were unrecognizable, and in that pouring rain his body finally collapsed. 2 large puncture wounds were visible on his chest, with blood flowing out incessantly. In that moment, a single question kept circling in his mind. Why could those who seek immortality be so heartless? He felt the profound injustice and the grievance he had to endure because of those 2 strangers. He was just an ordinary boy. He was just growing up, yet the pain he had to bear was far too great. At that exact moment, his body began to show strange signs as a surge of black energy appeared and enveloped him. Why are ordinary people treated like mere ants, to be trampled upon without mercy? Then, the sound of hurried footsteps splashing through puddles echoed as someone approached him. It was then that I met a deity whose face was expressionless and whose clothes and hair were soaked by the rain. "If you agree to belong to the underworld forever." As he spoke, the magical orb in his hand slowly descended. From that point on, my life had only one purpose. The deity lifted Wenyi and carried him away into the dark storm. Kill every cultivator and destroy the world of cultivation. The flames of vengeance burned within him as his voice rang out with finality, calling upon all those trampled by cultivators that the time for revenge had arrived. Everyone on his side charged into battle simultaneously, shouting to kill all cultivators and liberate all of humanity. The assassins moved like lightning, launching a swift assault forward. Their group stood out amidst the vast desert, clad in black robes and white masks with long silver hair fluttering in the wind. Thick smoke blanketed the sky, causing the opposing crowd to hesitate in fear. "Who is it?" A sudden smoke screen was deployed, leaving the enemies with no time to react. He appeared abruptly before one of the men, baring his teeth in a cold grin. After dealing with one, he leaped into the air and lunged forward with his sword as fast as the wind. With a cold and efficient strike, he severed the man's right arm. Blood sprayed everywhere as the man shrieked in agony, wondering if that was an immortal sword. How could it not fear his protective spiritual energy? Everyone trembled before him as one person in the crowd shouted for the others not to fear and to prepare for the enemy. Before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a technique, wielding a sword in each hand as he leaped high into the air, leaving dozens of people below in a state of shock. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense, and everyone stood frozen, not daring to move, while the girl's face suddenly turned pale as a wave of intense dread washed over her, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. In her panic, she spun around and braced herself in a defensive stance, though things were proceeding quite smoothly on the other side of the battlefield. Wenyi swiftly and cleanly dealt with the stone monster, taking down his opponent with ease and landing safely without a single scratch. Atop a high mound, Bei Gui and senior sister Qiuzhu sat leisurely eating watermelon with relaxed expressions, while the disciples behind them cheered loudly for their senior brother. "We are counting on you," they cried, just as Yuzhai tossed his sword into the air, where it spun once before he began to manifest the great divine thunder art. His voice rang out with authority as his hands moved nimbly to perform magical gestures. His eyes focused intensely as a swirling vortex, an explosion emerged to sweep away all obstacles, causing the stone monsters to vanish into nothingness with the first form, demon sealing. Sharp blades moved continuously to form a protective circle around him, and the giant stone men standing behind him suffered the same fate as their bodies were torn into pieces. The fragments crashed to the ground with a bone-shaking thud, while on the other side, slices of juicy, bright red watermelon had been prepared, prompting Bei Gui to exclaim as he shared them. As expected of senior sister, you are truly impressive. Another senior brother laughed and asked if there was any more melon, to which Bei Gui quickly brought out another plate to serve everyone, shouting that it was coming right up. They ate while discussing Yu Zhai's battle, noting how the endless waves of stone statues seemed never-ending and praising their senior brother's incredible skill. Voices full of admiration rose amidst the sound of loud chewing, which only served to infuriate Yu Zhai, who snapped at them, asking where they had even found so much watermelon. "Come over here and lend a hand," he yelled, and the disciples obediently complied just as a massive dark shadow suddenly loomed before them. This stone monster was far from ordinary compared to the previous ones, as it began to detach its body parts and rearrange them into a completely new form. The process of merging its parts seemed difficult and time-consuming, with the sound of clashing stone echoing until its massive body was finally complete, featuring perfectly formed arms adorned with a glowing golden bracelet. The final boss's appearance was revealed as a three-headed, six-armed stone statue, with a muscular, solid build that stood tall before him with a cold and expressionless face. Upon seeing the monster's new form, his comrades scrambled to flee, with Bei Gui shouting back that they were leaving the senior brother behind to handle it. With a mischievous tone, he began to put on a show of crocodile tears, his face contorted in mock sorrow as he cried out for his senior brother. "You were a good man in life, and we will never forget you," he wailed, his long streams of tears trailing off into the wind as he ran. Yu Zhai stared back with a look of utter disbelief and awkwardness, clearly shocked by the formidable monster before him as sweat poured down his forehead like a river. The six-armed stone demon was no longer motionless. It fixed its gaze on its opponent and unleashed a devastating blow, prompting him to react instinctively. He raised both arms to shield himself as the light from the demon's attack illuminated the entire sky, its power manifesting as a massive, destructive circle. The sheer destructive force was so terrifying that anyone watching would tremble and flee immediately. But a moment later, Bei Gui turned back to check on the situation. Sure enough, the radiant blast reached the crowd and sent everyone flying backward, the resulting aftershock leaving behind a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, senior brother Yu Zhai fortunately remained alive, though his clothes and hair were left in tatters, realizing the stone demon was too much to handle. He decided to retreat, as the six-armed stone demon's power was truly on par with the soul transformation stage. But as he fled, he encountered Qiu Zhu standing in his path. She stood tall before the danger without a hint of fear, and as he rushed past her, he gave her a look of disbelief and turned back to warn her. "Shu Wei, what are you doing? Let's go." Ignoring his warning, she silently walked toward the stone demon, whose blood-curdling howls echoed through the air and sent shivers down everyone's spines. At that moment, Shu Wei performed a strange and baffling action, clasping her hands as if in prayer while continuously murmuring something under her breath. It turned out to be the lyrics of a familiar lullaby that any mother in the world would sing to her young child. Her voice rose sweetly and gently, singing of a mother's love from the moment of conception and promising protection within her arms through every storm. The warm, melodic tune seemed to soothe everyone's souls, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became unusually gentle as Yu Zhai stood frozen, bewildered as to why Shu Wei was singing to the stone demon. He wasn't the only one wondering why she was singing. The other disciples were equally confused, yet the result was utterly unexpected. The stone demon gradually calmed down, ceasing its rampaging and screaming to kneel obediently and listen to her, leaving Bei Gui's group agape at how the creature had suddenly become so docile before its body began to shrink. Its three-headed, six-armed form vanished, transforming into an ordinary stone statue of a young man that repeatedly called out to Shu Wei, "Mother, mother, mother." Perhaps her sweet singing touched Enham Ma's soul as Wei gently stroked its head, causing 2 streams of tears to roll down its cheeks. She explained that the master of this place was an orphan, so he left a secret mantra when creating Enham Ma, leaving Bei Gui and Dongfeng Yuzhai in awe of its magic. However, the 2 men felt a hint of jealousy at her feminine and tender treatment of the stone creature. Furthermore, she and the creature embraced warmly like a mother and child reuniting, as Wei softly told Enham Ma not to cry while offering it granite to eat. Upon hearing this, Enham Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement as it accepted the gift from the one it viewed as a mother, devouring the meal before Wei asked if it was delicious. She then asked if it would help her kill a certain person. showing a portrait of a genius that Ma obediently acknowledged with a thumbs up. It immediately rushed off to find the target with the joyful expression of a child, while Wei noted that it would obey as long as it was fed granite. Gui marveled at how she knew these secrets, while he looked at the sky and remarked that the great genius was a good person despite only appearing for one chapter. Over 400 years ago, on a night with a perfectly round blood moon, Wei stood in the courtyard with her sword, coldly asking Yi if she had killed everyone in the village. Perched on the roof, Yi calmly replied that the village was full of bandits who deserved death for their heinous crimes. Wei frowned and questioned why an innocent traveler had also been killed, pointing her blade toward the corpse of an unfortunate young man. Yi awkwardly claimed it was an accident before suddenly remembering something and rushing toward the young man regardless of his consent. She explained that as a sword spirit, she would manifest as a blade and fly toward him, warning that her tight embrace could be fatal. A stunned Wei stammered, "Oh, brother sword spirit, you look very familiar," prompting Yi to stroke her chin and try to recall if they had met before. Then she suddenly cheered happily, identifying Wei as her sister-in-law, which left Wei utterly bewildered by the revelation. Looking down at the youth Yi had accidentally killed, Wei wondered if they shared a karmic bond from a past life, while Yi expressed shock that she had no memories. Yi approached and placed her hands on Wei's shoulders, but when asked about the past, she sadly admitted she didn't know the details as she lacked sentience back then. Suddenly, Yi grabbed her wrist and began pulling her along, claiming she had a way to help her regain her memories. As they sped through the crimson light reflecting off the ground, the ghost of the unfortunate young man appeared to complain about their lack of respect. The blood-red sky and the constant cawing of crows added to the eerie and desolate atmosphere of the surroundings. The scene shifted to Wei and Yi standing on a divine sword, confronting a massive serpent monster. Yi's shouts quickly reduced the monster to tears as she threatened to turn it into medicinal wine, causing the hideous creatures to bow in submission and flee. Yi confidently stated that they wouldn't dare return, then began forming seals with her small hands. A gentle sound like a mother's lullaby echoed as Ma stood tall, listening to Yi's warm song about a mother's love for her child. She handed a piece of granite to Ma as a reward and commanded it to take them to the Great Hall, explaining that it would follow orders if fed. Ma's massive form proved useful as it lifted them both up, cradling their small bodies in its hands. Following Yi's command, it immediately set off toward the Great Hall, leaving enormous footprints in the golden sand with every step. After a long journey, they reached the Great Hall, which was protected by a magnificent barrier that Yi easily passed through to reach her true form. As soon as Wei touched it, the barrier violently repelled her, sending debris flying as she coughed up blood and was thrown onto the sand. Yi turned back too late, apologizing as she realized that nothing except spiritual entities could pass through the seal. Wei called her a forgetful person, while a divine sword on a black stone radiated a powerful aura, containing a mysterious power they were determined to claim. The three of them stood on a massive divine sword looking down at the turtle-shaped stone hall, and Wei signaled for everyone to move out. She warned that her current cultivation level would mean certain death against such a high-level barrier, but Yuzhai noted he couldn't sense any such energy. She explained that an ancient celestial created this place with a subtle barrier, and that the obvious hole was likely a trap to lure them in. The dark opening looked like a gaping mouth that seemed ready to swallow anyone who stared too long, and the others nodded in agreement. "Oh, that makes sense. Caution should always come first." Yuzhai and Gui's expressions are unintentionally hilarious as they both stroke their chins, acting as if they understand everything. Looking upward, they remark that their cultivation levels must be too low to detect the barrier, while Wei holds a shimmering blue seashell treasure in her hand. "Since it is a secret realm, there is bound to be a barrier, so I have prepared a magical artifact. It turns out the glowing shell she is holding is the Shushan realm-breaking treasure." Gifted by Wei receives praise from everyone once again for being a senior sister who prepares for everything. Now, recite the incantation and shatter the barrier. Her tone is slightly sharp toward Gui as she hands him the artifact. Upon taking it, Gui suddenly notices a strange slip of paper inside with writing on it. "My drill can pierce the heavens." This leaves him flustered and unable to hide his embarrassment, remarking that the incantation is quite unsettling. He suggests it would be better for their eldest senior brother to recite it. Then Gui quickly passes the artifact to Yuzhai. Upon seeing the paper, Yuzhai stares at it and immediately grimaces, sweat pouring down like a river as he thinks to himself with a pained expression that he should have refused earlier. Suddenly, the surrounding junior brothers cheer loudly, shouting how handsome their eldest brother is and telling him to go for it. Asking if everyone wants to see how cool their eldest brother can be, Yuzhai grits his teeth, swallows his anger, and crushes the paper, determined to proceed regardless of his dignity. Preparing for action, he raises the artifact high into the air, and instantly a blinding blue light radiates outward as he shouts, "My drill can pierce the heavens." Yuzhai bellows the incantation with a powerful voice, causing the ground to tremble, while Bugui watches with a suppressed smirk and an indescribable expression. While Yuzhai pours all his strength into the spell, the people around him start joking and laughing. Yuzhai glares at them, muttering under his breath, asking who was just laughing. Bugui and the others cover their mouths and giggle, asking what their eldest brother is talking about and insisting he looked cool, so why would they laugh? Yuzhai responds with a frown, questioning if that is true. They immediately put on innocent faces and shout in unison that it is true and no one would dare trick him. Suddenly, a strange beam of light shines down onto the roof of the main hall. The scene shifts back to the desert where a fierce chaotic battle is unfolding. Chu Tiankai, his body covered in scratches and scars, struggles to crawl back up to continue the fight. Yanmo grips a long, sharp sword with an imposing aura and a cold face, holding up a wooden sign while parrying with his blade. "This is the person I must kill. You are not allowed to kill him." Amidst the battle between Tian Kai and Yan Mo, a new character named Wenyi appears and looks indifferently at Yan Mo. He remarks that it does not matter which of them kills him. Since Yan Mo cannot communicate with outsiders, he simply raises his wooden sign. "Mother told me to kill him. Only I can kill him." A moment later, Wenyi invites Brother Stone to go ahead, a statement that, to the stunned Tian Kai, is no different from bringing the god of death closer to him. Yanmo immediately enters a high-alert combat state, clenching his fists as a brilliant aura radiates from his body, making Tian Kai tremble in fear and cry out for him to stop. Chu Tian Kai confidently introduces himself, claiming to be a genius with extremely high physical defense, attempting to delude himself. He claims he is not afraid of the little stone at all, but as soon as he finishes speaking, he takes a direct punch to the face, losing teeth and bleeding from his nose. Chu Tian Kai is resentful that the stone used a magical attack instead of a physical one. When he is flustered, praising Brother Stone's powerful attack, to which the stone raises a sign thanking Uncle for the compliment. When you smile freezes at being called Uncle. Without hesitation, the stone swings his arm, transforming his power into a lethal flying disc, and launching it straight at Chu Tian Kai with a cold gaze. The distance between them closes in an instant as the light from the stone's power illuminates Chu Tian Kai's face, causing him to scream for help and flee in panic, just as a sword flies in from nowhere. The sword lands beside Chu Tian Kai while elsewhere, a wooden plank is pierced and shattered, followed by the wailing of a ghost crying out in despair. "My coffin," Bugui exclaims with sympathy for the poor ghost, but Shiwei reminds him that it is just a lingering soul and not worth their attention. Elsewhere, Dongfeng Yuzhai is assigning tasks, telling everyone to split up and search for treasures while watching out for traps. As soon as he finishes, the disciples vanish, leaving only their acknowledgement of his orders. Meanwhile, Bugui and Shiwei are observing something when Shiwei suddenly remembers that her true form is on a rack in the middle of the main hall. As she is lost in thought, Bugui interrupts to ask what she is looking at, and immediately after, Shiwei suddenly vanishes from right in front of him. Chu Tian Kai is now in despair, bracing for the stone's attack, but strangely enough, nothing happens. He is so shocked he cannot close his mouth, wondering what is happening, when suddenly his hand grips a sword. Power flows from the blade through his body, and blue streaks appear on his skin. Chu Tian Kai feels a surge of confidence, as if he could defeat any opponent. Casting aside his previous fear, he shouts in delight about how incredible this power feels. He then charges straight at the stone, and the two engage in a fierce battle. Chu Tian Kai lands on the ground with a triumphant look while the stone shatters into pieces. The head rolls away, leaving everyone astonished. Chu Tian Kai even stomps on it, crushing it completely, before turning to glare at Gwenyi and demanding an answer. "Do you intend to kill me as well?" Gwenyi asked calmly before suddenly lunging at Chu Tian Kai. He screamed that the sword belonged to his elder brother, knowing well the balance between yin and yang. Living beings possess yang energy while the dead carry yin. Gwenyi realized the blade was the death grudge sword. Knowing his own power was forged from his brother's malice, Gwenny gathered two massive energy spheres to strike. He unleashed a powerful blow that sent Zhu Tiankai flying, shouting that the sword belonged to his brother. He insulted the cross-dresser as unworthy of the blade, but Zhu Tiankai slowly stood up and gripped the sword. Like a demon from hell, Zhu released a terrifying surge of energy that made Gwenny's legs tremble in fear. Terrified to the point of nearly losing control, Gwenny could no longer stand and knelt before Zhu Tiankai. With his mind consumed by the urge to kill, Zhu Tiankai loomed over the gravely injured and desperate Gwenny. Overwhelmed by the murderous aura, Gwenny prepared for death as Zhu Tiankai raised the sword to strike. Instead of attacking, Zhu Tiankai pressed the blade to his own neck and screamed, "Kill!" as Gwenny watched in shock. Gwenny mused that suicide was still a form of killing, just as Hu Bugui rushed over yelling for him to stop. Hu Bugui shouted that suicide solved nothing, but he arrived too late and scolded the man for his foolishness. Hu questioned why a cross-dresser would end it all, prompting a frustrated Zhu Tiankai to argue back with his last breath. Zhu explained his master forced the clothes on him, leaving Hu Bugui surprised that the man was still alive. Gwenny praised his brother for achieving the impossible while Hu Bugui kindly offered to save the dying man. Hu promised to heal him, but Zhu Tiankai accepted his fate, knowing his damaged primordial spirit was beyond normal medicine. Hu Bugui offered a primordial spirit restoration pill, but Zhu Tiankai only coughed up blood in response. Determined to save him, Hu administered the pill, and Zhu Tiankai fell into a deep sleep as his spirit began to mend. Before drifting off, he muttered that the great master was kind, leaving Hu Bugui relieved that he had made it in time. Gwenny was furious that the enemy was saved, but Hu Bugui simply replied that saving a life requires no reason. Gwenny wept, feeling this hero wasn't the brother he knew, while Hu Bugui focused on the sword on the ground. Sensing the energy coming from the blade, Hu Bugui reached for it despite Gwenny's sudden, desperate warning. It was too late. Hu Bugui had already pulled the sword from the earth before Gwenny could finish his sentence. As Hu Bugui asked what was wrong, a massive surge of power suddenly erupted and enveloped him completely. A violent vortex swept through the area, recalling a memory of Gwenny's brother warning him never to touch the sword. Gwenny had begged to hold it just once, but his brother knew exactly what he was planning. His brother warned that anyone below the deity transformation stage would die instantly, though Gwenny remained skeptical. Ignoring him, his brother called out to a Shushan sect disciple who was flying past them in the sky. The man who landed was Lan Mingzhu, a soul who had reincarnated into this world from 3 centuries in the future. His brother asked Lan Mingzhu to hold the sword, but the man's hand turned bright red the moment he touched it. The sound of searing heat filled the air as ashes swirled around Gwenny, who suddenly witnessed a terrifying sight. A massive pillar of light descended from a circle in the heavens, drawing the attention of everyone in the region. As the light faded, Hu Bugui emerged and marveled at the grand display before spotting Gwenny nearby. Hu asked if he saw the divine light, but a pained Gwenny replied that surviving such power was a miracle in itself. Hu Bugui looked at the sword and thought, "Why is the power of this blade so similar to mine? Could there be some mystery behind it?" Suddenly, he sensed something. He gazed into the void where a strange energy had manifested, his heart filled with curiosity. What was happening? Then a powerful surge of energy enveloped him. The sword flew from his hand as Hu Bugui struggled to stay upright. Gasping for air, he wondered what on earth was happening, feeling as though his body had nearly been drained hollow. Suddenly, Jia Yi appeared. That was such a refreshing sleep. Hu Bugui stood frozen, staring at her in a daze. She gently placed her hand on his head and asked in a tender voice, "What, you don't even recognize me?" Hu Bugui thought to himself, "Jia Yi, that's impossible." Suddenly, a realization struck him. Without hesitation, he pointed at the person before him and asserted, "You must be Jia Yi's daughter." He felt his reasoning was perfectly sound. Since Jia Yi was nearly 100 years old, having a daughter seemed perfectly normal. However, Hu Bugui was immediately met with a punch and a scolding. "Daughter, my foot, I am Jia Yi." She grabbed his collar and asked suspiciously, "Has your memory still not returned?" Hu Bugui was bewildered. "What memory?" Jia Yi sat directly on him, thought for a moment, and then realized. "I remember now. His cultivation is too low to break the memory seal on the sword." Hu Bugui remained confused. "The sword's memory? Besides my memories from before transmigrating, is there something else?" From a distance, 2 people ran toward them, shouting, "What happened?" Jia quickly replied, I Jia have returned with all my memories intact. This left Shiwei and Dongfeng Yuzhai standing in stunned silence, speechless. After a moment, Dongfeng Yuzhai spoke up, Jia, this little girl must be Jia's daughter. As soon as the words left his mouth, he also received a swift blow. Shiwei stood to the side thinking, last time she was an adult and I managed to kill her easily. This time she's a child, should I let it go? But Jia overheard her thoughts. Jia turned and said, being jealous of a sword spirit, you're truly pathetic. Before Shiwei could respond, she continued, you're all here looking for treasures, right? Do you want me to lead the way? Jia thought gleefully, I'll go empty out that old man's treasury. The person she was thinking of suddenly felt a chill down his spine, sensing something was very wrong, to avoid suspicion. Hu Bugui had to invent a new identity for Jia. This little sister is Jia's daughter. Everyone, please look after her. Dongfeng Yuzhai couldn't help but wonder. I heard the sect leader and Jia often played games behind closed doors. Could this little girl be? He seemed to have figured it all out. So that's how it is. Everyone gathered around Jia. Little sister, do you want some snacks? Do you really understand this ancient tomb? Meanwhile, he concluded. This is the sect leader's illegitimate daughter. We mustn't be disrespectful. Elsewhere, Lan Mingzhu suddenly sneezed, but ignored it and continued playing chess. Shiwei winked and asked Jia, has Hu Bugui regained his memories yet? She quickly replied, his cultivation is insufficient to break the sword's memory seal. Jia still held a grudge against Shiwei. My memories are fully restored. You clearly knew who I was. Yet you let Lan Mingzhu kill me. Shiwei could only feign innocence and look away. How annoying. Little girl, stop staring at me like that. A moment later, Dongfeng Yuzhai spoke up. It's getting late. Let's hurry and find the treasures. As he stepped forward, his foot landed right on the great genius's head. Dongfeng Yuzhai was startled. I didn't realize there was another person on the ground. Hearing this, everyone gathered around to gossip. It's true, there's a dead body right here. Shiwei felt displeased, thinking, everyone is so focused on Jia that even I didn't notice there was someone lying on the ground. The great genius lay on the ground, weeping silently. Am I so invisible that no one noticed a man of my size? Suddenly, all eyes turned toward Hu Bugui. Dongfeng Yuzhai spoke up to reassure him, don't worry, junior brother. Even though you killed the great genius of Hanging Void Island, we won't tell a soul. Shiwei even suggested a way to handle it. Let's cremate him. Then mix the ashes with sand to ensure no trace remains. Hu Bugui looked bewildered upon hearing this. Is there some misunderstanding? As Shiwei dug a hole, she replied, don't worry, dead men tell no tales. Hanging Void won't come for revenge. Hearing this, the great genius sat up in a panic and screamed, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet. He then had the decency to explain. A stone-headed fellow suddenly rushed out to kill me earlier, but brother, who saved me? Dongfeng Yuzhai was skeptical. A stone-headed person just randomly tried to kill you. Shiwei spoke up warily. That must have been a guardian of the secret realm. We must be careful from now on. We really need to be cautious. Dongfeng Yuzhai was suddenly at a loss for words. Someone else spoke up sarcastically. You've already befriended someone from Hanging Void Island. Junior brother is truly impressive. Once the commotion settled, they continued their search for treasure. Someone in the group remarked. We were so distracted by the sect leader's illegitimate daughter and junior brother's social climbing that we seemed to have forgotten something important. Kweni was deeply puzzled that no one had asked about the towering black pillar from earlier. How strange. Looking at the group ahead, he grew even more confused. Furthermore, I'm only a few dozen meters away from them, yet no one has noticed me. A moment later. Hu Bugui and his companions finally slowed their pace as they all realized that the good-natured Kweni had been present just moments ago. It was a close call, as the sect leader had strictly warned them. They were instructed to act as if they hadn't seen Kweni if they encountered him to avoid his debt collection. In a serene location, Lan Mingzhu stood alone in deep thought, murmuring to himself. He believed that a successful harvest this time would allow him to settle his debts with Kweni, as he was truly the most impoverished sect leader in the history of the Haibai sect. Immortal Bei Ming approached from nowhere and asked if the recent pillar of light hadn't seemed familiar, prompting Lan Mingzhu to question him back with suspicion. When asked which light pillar he meant, he replied that he had seen nothing at all. Both then looked at Immortal Bei Ming and concluded he must have been hallucinating in the desert heat. On the surface, Immortal Bei Ming maintained a gentle smile and agreed, yet he was certain he hadn't been mistaken, as that was undoubtedly the power of that specific individual. He realized he had to inform the other immortals immediately that the person might have returned, and that there was a traitor in their midst. Elsewhere, 2 large holes had been carved into the ceiling as Ji continuously delegated tasks, noting that the second pillar on the left contained magical scrolls. High-level cultivation techniques were carved inside the coffin, while the stone tablet in front held the secret key to the treasury. He reminded them to take the ashes, as the remains of an immortal were also valuable treasures. The old man wept uncontrollably as he watched his possessions and even his own ashes being taken away. Seeing this, Hu Buigui asked Ji if this soul counted as a treasure. He wondered if they should bring it along, but Ji replied without hesitation that the old man knew nothing but how to talk, so he likely wasn't a treasure. Hu Buigui observed the old man closely and remarked that it was his first time seeing a soul, thinking it must be rare. The old man shouted in anger, telling him to stop talking if he didn't understand. He claimed that a talking remnant soul was extremely rare, but then he suddenly fell silent, staring intently at Hu Buigui's sword as if seeing a familiar figure before bowing respectfully. He humbled himself, calling his own soul mere trash and agreeing with everything Hu Buigui said. After finishing their collection, Hu Buigui's group ended up with a massive haul. This treasure hunt was significantly less dangerous than previous ones, and everything went smoothly as the Haibai sect returned safely with an immense amount of gold and jewels. Lan Mingzhu was very satisfied with the bountiful harvest, yet he found Immortal Bei Ming's current attitude quite baffling and asked what was wrong. Immortal Bei Ming pointed toward Chu Tiantai and demanded to know why only one of their people remained. Lan Mingzhu speculated that the secret realm must have been too perilous. Immortal Bei Ming snapped back, dismissing the danger since Lan Mingzhu's disciple hadn't even lost a single hair. Lan Mingzhu proudly boasted that it was because his disciple was exceptionally talented. He then pointed out to Immortal Bei Ming that other sects were in even worse shape, as not a single person from those groups had returned. Seeing that they were in a worse state than himself, Immortal Bei Ming was left speechless, though he still wondered what had actually occurred inside and where the other disciples were. Chu Tiantai reported to his master that the beasts and stone golems in the secret realm were incredibly powerful, explaining that he was nearly killed and only survived thanks to his friend Hu Buigui. Hu Buigui blushed and replied awkwardly that he had only done what was expected of him. Meanwhile, Immortal Bei Ming fell into a deep, pensive silence. He stared at the sword in Hu Buigui's hand, thinking that the great weapon had finally found its way to him. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lan Mingzhu's joyful laughter while Xiao Sandao and Shiyu chatted nearby. They were busy debating whether medium-rare or well-done steak tasted better, which greatly irritated Immortal Bei Ming as suspicion began to grow within him. He was certain that those two had betrayed him, and concluded that the individual had reclaimed his own personal sword. He knew it was only a matter of time before the man's memories were fully restored. After some contemplation, he announced to his disciples that he would be going on a long journey. He ordered them to practice their cultivation diligently and avoid causing trouble, having decided to seek out the old immortal Mo Dai in the western desert. The disciples obeyed their island lord. Since ancient times, Xuankang Island had belonged to Bei Ming Yunhai, and the western desert was thousands of miles away. Though the desert appeared desolate, the city within was bustling. The old immortal Mo Dai was leisurely playing his flute as snakes slowly crawled out from a jar. They introduced themselves as a trio of fake beauties, swaying their bodies to the music of the flute and leaving the surrounding men completely mesmerized. The men marveled at how adorable and curvaceous they were. Immortal Bei Ming was stunned by the scene, wondering what on earth was going on. According to cultivation legends, the old immortal Mo Dai remained an ordinary person until the age of 80. Then, for unknown reasons, he was suddenly blessed and ascended to the He Dao stage in a single day as if reborn. He claimed that if one heard the Dao in the morning, they could die content in the evening, and he no longer cared for worldly affairs. Afterward, he lived in seclusion in the Great Desert and was known as Immortal Mo Dai. Immortal Bei Ming spoke up in frustration, asking if Mo Dai had really done nothing but play with snakes for the last 700 years. He loudly announced that the person had returned and that the Haibai and Shushan sects had betrayed them. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly dispersed to keep their distance. Immortal Mo Dai stopped playing his flute and stated that he had studied the methods of time travel for over 700 years without any success. At that moment, a realization struck the old man. Centuries ago, he decided that if he could not travel through time to see AKB, he would simply create it himself. Old Immortal Mo Dai was determined to reach the pinnacle of cultivation to become Kang Yuan Kang, all while remembering Lan Mingzhu. It was Lan Mingzhu who had introduced him to the wonderful world of AKB, leaving High Immortal Bei Ming utterly bewildered by names like Kong Yuan Kang and AKB. Lan Mingzhu had once written a few lines to the old Immortal that brought him immense joy, as he had long been obsessed with AKB. He regarded it as a supreme law, while Lan Mingzhu believed he held the protagonist's script and had been pondering a specific issue for 10,000 years. Only 5 individuals knew the secret of ascension, and if the other 4 also sought to ascend, he would have to eliminate them to ensure his own safety. As a precaution, Lan Mingzhu introduced the 10 friends to Xiao Sando, but unexpectedly, Xiao Sando became so infatuated with them that he was effectively neutralized. Furthermore, Lan Mingzhu studied the great summoning art to bring students from other worlds to purchase items, primarily BL novels and manga. He then moved on to meet his next target, High Immortal Bai Chen, who brought gifts and was immersed in BL, though old Immortal Mo Dai had different ideas and disliked cultivation. His greatest regret was that his cultivation level remained stagnant despite his efforts, and while Lan Mingzhu troubled him, a solution was quickly found. He decided to let the old man be brainwashed by beauties, and upon hearing this, Mo Dai's eyes sparkled with the desire to become an idol, though Lan Mingzhu disagreed. He argued that no one would watch an old man perform as an idol, so the old man became a fanatic fan instead, but Lan Mingzhu wasn't finished yet. He had mastered a technique that could kill the old Immortal instantly, by simply announcing one day that AKB had disbanded. Mo Dai would be so devastated he would bash his own head in, and though Lan Mingzhu walked away calmly, he remained worried that only the dazed Kong Yuan Kang could threaten Shu Wei, while High Immortal Bei Ming stood like a log. He had no interest in women, singing, or dancing, appearing as a man without desires who viewed wealth as trivial, while Lan Mingzhu clutched his money tightly. Yet he felt no joy at all. Despite achieving his goal, he remained unsatisfied because he could not influence the man through any means. He understood that those who were fanatically devoted to cultivation were the most dangerous, and High Immortal Bei Ming's only wish was to return to the Western region desert. He informed old Immortal Mo Dai that their group of 5 were the world's protectors and that the other person was returning, but the old man seemed confused, though he appeared to be the most sober one. He realized that cultivation could not save the world due to its inherent limits, and that only ideals and love could build a better world, a sentiment of love and peace that many agreed with. High Immortal Bei Ming was left speechless, feeling as though everyone there had lost their minds, yet he refused to give up and pointed directly at old Immortal Mo Dai. He loudly proclaimed that he had not yet lost, mentioning a rumor that in the next life, that person had pursued the most stigmatized idol. He claimed only the brain-dead liked idols, prompting the Snake Beauty Trio to tearfully ask the old Immortal if it were true that only fools liked them, looking utterly pitiful. This caused the bystanders to glare at High Immortal Bei Ming in warning for his words, while a furious Mo Dai comforted the trio and vowed to thrash the scoundrel. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, leaving both High Immortal Bei Ming and old Immortal Mo Dai stunned. The newcomer was Hu Byugui. His eyes lit up at the sight of the Snake Beauty Trio, and he collapsed to the ground in adoration, begging to become their fan as he could not contain his excitement. Old Immortal Mo Dai turned to High Immortal Bei Ming and asked if he hadn't just said people hated idols, to which he could only mutter that he might have misremembered. Just then, a gentle hand appeared along with an announcement that the Snake Trio would be holding their first large-scale concert today. Members of the Shushan sect and Jai Yu would all attend, though Lan Mingzhu was preoccupied with other thoughts. He wondered if expanding the idol business could bring profits to the Black and White sect, while Bei Ming grew disgusted by Mo Dai's emotional reaction to the crowd. But Bei Ming felt no joy, wondering what kind of bizarre plot this was as his veins bulged in a fit of near madness while looking at Hu Byugui. He then looked at Shu Wei Lincoln, who was also there for the tribulation, before asking Lan Mingzhu about the profit split for promoting idols, while Mo Dai happily planned to form a 48-member group. High Immortal Bei Ming felt agonized and confused as the other 2 ignored him, leading him to suspect that the 3 of them had been working together all along. He bitterly imagined that they had already obtained the method for ascension and were intentionally excluding him, causing a surge of fury to erupt within him. He felt those 3 had dared to toy with his emotions, just as Xiao Sando appeared and asked why he had come to the Black and White sect, mentioning he had business with him. High Immortal Bei Ming glared at him with disdain, calling him a traitor and claiming he had long known about the conspiracy involving the three of them. Xiao Sandao was bewildered by the situation, wondering if there was a conspiracy when he only wanted to discuss the path to immortality with him. Immortal Bei Ming felt a stir in his heart, thinking the man might reveal the secrets of ascension, yet his impulsive nature still flared. Do not think that telling me the method of ascension now will earn you my forgiveness, for our paths diverged the moment you lot stopped associating with me. He gathered his energy and hardened his resolve, vowing to kill that man and seize the secrets of ascension for himself. Before departing, he warned Xiao Sandao that the three traitors and that man should prepare for their deaths, as he began to scheme in silence. Those three have completely changed, so now I only need to find the last person, whom he remembered as the most ruthless killer of all back then. She was responsible for half of their total victories, but since she belongs to no sect and travels alone, finding her was proving to be a difficult task for him as he gazed at the vast land. Immortal Bei Ming felt a sense of uncertainty regarding her current location, so he decided to descend to a certain place and patiently ask around. He asked the local men if they had seen this beauty, but it seemed largely ineffective as they all claimed to have never seen her, yet he refused to give up and continued his search. Soon, the entire street was filled with the voice of Immortal Bei Ming asking if anyone had seen her, and while some gave him hope by saying they had, another rumor began to spread about a pervert searching for beauties everywhere. A man in red spoke with great authority, mentioning that a notorious pervert had recently appeared in the Heibai sect, and a man in blue quickly agreed with him. I have heard of him as well, for in just 1 year he became one of the 4 strongest, ambushing senior sisters and bullying senior brothers to dominate the sect in a terrifying manner. The man in red suggested that there must be someone pulling his strings from the shadows, someone whom even the entire Heibai sect fears. The man in blue speculated that he might be the young master of a hidden sect, while the man in red added that he had recently saved the life of Nu Jai, the genius from Xuankong Island. The man in blue realized he was talking about the super genius who reached the soul transformation stage at 30, and the man in red continued, saying she was nearly killed by a demon in a secret realm, which astonished the man in blue. He was impressed that even a soul transformation stage cultivator was no match for the creature, and he became curious about the pervert's name while the man in red tried to remember it. As he was muttering the name, Immortal Bei Ming suddenly rushed in shouting, "Hu Buqui" repeatedly, and his own thoughts began to shift. After careful consideration, he realized those three had been diligent for 10,000 years and could not be traitors, and as a thought struck him, his eyes widened in realization. Immortal Bei Ming remained skeptical, wondering if the people backing him were from the Heibai sect in Shushan, while a waiter in the tavern gave him a warning. He was told not to sit on the windowsill, but Immortal Bei Ming ignored the remark as he was lost in thought, telling himself that he was the great Immortal Bei Ming. He was one of the 5 who had killed that man, and after a moment he stepped down and walked forward before suddenly stopping to weep, lamenting that he was different from the other 4. He remembered Lan Mingzhu telling him that the person had already been dealt with, which was the truth, and he was furious that he had arrived too late for the final battle. He threw a tantrum, questioning why it happened when he was prepared to risk his life, while Lan Mingzhu tried to comfort him and told him not to cry. It was considered normal for the 4 heavenly kings to have 5 members, and so he decided to join the 5 great immortals. Immortal Bei Ming punched a stone pillar with all his might, because he understood that he was indeed different from the other immortals. Despite his heartache, he had to admit he was useless, but to prove he was not inferior, he resolved to deal with Hu Buqui's final incarnations, though he soon began to hesitate. He considered the secret sect backing the man, and decided to let it go for now as he stood there in deep thought. For some reason, the 2 men in blue and red were lying on the ground, and even the waiter asked him in frustration why he had been brooding for so long. Finally, he barked back, asking what he meant by "forget it," noting that it was a hidden sect, and only the heavens knew how many true immortals were there. He argued that only an idiot would provoke them, stating that he had no desire to see his own sect annihilated, while later that night, whispers were heard coming from the bushes. 2 workers from Jiao Wei's Zi nunnery were plotting carefully, stating that their target this time was Hu Buqui and they must succeed. They declared that he must die a miserable death for kidnapping their eldest sister, but then someone appeared and asked them what they were doing. The 2 of them froze in place as Bai Yiling and Zai Qi appeared, and Zai Qi covered her mouth in surprise as she thought of something. She asked if they were busy and offered them some paper, not daring to look at them, and the two workers took it while thanking the beautiful lady. Bai Yiling ran off after giving them the paper, reminding them to choose a better spot and bring paper next time, leaving the two workers unable to explain themselves. They could only nod in agreement, but a moment later they realized her implication and wondered why they would need paper when they weren't even taking a dump. The two workers thought the Haibai sect disciples were far too naive for not realizing they were villains breaking into the sect. But then Dongfang Yuzhai suddenly appeared and pointed at them. It turned out these two were self-proclaimed villains all along, and the workers immediately dropped their act, exclaiming that they had been exposed and proving the Haibai sect's reputation was well-deserved. One of them frantically waved his hands, claiming it was a misunderstanding and they were just visiting a friend, but Dongfang Yuchi didn't buy it and drew his sword to attack. "Visit who? Don't think you can deceive me with a made-up name," he barked, but the two workers suddenly shouted the name Hu Bugui, causing Dongfang Yuchi to hesitate. He then burst into laughter, realizing they were friends of junior brother Hu and admitting he thought they were villains, before offering to give them directions to his residence. The two workers accepted the directions with profuse thanks, and as Dongfang Yuchi walked away saying he just enjoyed helping others, their expressions immediately shifted back to malice. They chuckled, noting that the rumors were true about the Haibai sect disciples being fools, and then they began navigating through the silent night using the map. After passing this point, they reached their destination, but just as they spotted a room with joy, they noticed talismans on a tree, and one of them reached out to touch them. The talismans instantly glowed, releasing a burst of energy that sent them flying to the ground, prompting the two workers to curse as the cycle of traps continued. The series of traps lasted for an entire hour before they finally encountered Hu Bugui, who watched the two exhausted and battered workers with a weary expression. He sighed, lamenting how people kept intruding despite his warnings, and as he tied them up, he reminded himself that the Haibai sect was, after all, the greatest sect in the world. He wondered how such lowlifes could sneak in and suddenly suspected a spy within the sect, so he sternly demanded to know who let them in, only for the workers to mockingly refuse to answer. "Besides, you're already a dead man," they sneered, and as a crowd suddenly appeared laughing savagely, Hu Bugui gasped in shock at how this was even possible. He wondered if the sect's barrier had failed, while the two captives regained their confidence and asked their comrades to show him how they entered, prompting someone to toss down a sightseeing ticket. One of them spoke up, revealing they had purchased entry tickets at the foot of the mountain, where a 6S-rated cultivation world scenic area was bustling with sales. Each ticket cost 100 spirit stones, which was too pricey, so they bought a group pass for 5 people at 80 each, as a man in a demon mask happily shared his deal. "I bought a 5-year pass for 10 visits annually at a total of 1,000, which is a steal," he boasted, while the others sighed, suspecting they had been swindled. Hu Bugui watched the crowded scene as Lan Mingzhu arrived to check the situation, promising a reward at the end of the month for the high ticket sales, which left the young lady overjoyed. As Lan Mingzhu turned to leave, he muttered to himself that no one would believe he had actually opposed the commercialization of the Haibai sect. This was all the result of someone's actions from a century ago, starting when Lan Mingzhu's master, Immortal Qiu Shui, made an announcement. "Little Lan, I have decided to pass the position of Haibai sect leader to you," she said, back when the sect had become the world's greatest under her command. However, Lan Mingzhu refused due to his insufficient cultivation, prompting a surprised Immortal Qiu Shui to ask why and try to tempt him by saying he could do anything he wanted with the female disciples. Lan Mingzhu remained firm in his refusal, stating he had no desire for the title and pointing out that she only wanted him to take over because she couldn't pay her bills. She wanted her disciple to take the fall for her debts, which included 19,000 spirit stones for medicinal pills that were already 500 years overdue. With interest, the total had ballooned to over 11 million spirit stones, because Immortal Qiu Shui had recruited so many disciples and bought massive amounts of pills, creating a mountain of debt. Her spirit collapsed at the sight of the debt notices, and she threw a tantrum in front of Lan Mingzhu, declaring that she was resigning from her position as sect leader immediately. Terrified by her outburst, Lan Mingzhu said nothing and became the new sect leader with a forced smile, setting a small goal to pay off 1 billion spirit stones through a century of business. The debt was finally cleared, a story recounted by a masked man who claimed that was exactly how things had unfolded in the past. Hu Bugui listened with a grim expression, but remained sharp enough to question how such villainous-looking people were even allowed onto the mountain in the first place. The group didn't take his insults lightly, shouting that their big sister had gone on a mission to kill someone and vanished, demanding to know what he had done to her. "I'll chop you into mincemeat for the dogs to avenge our big sister," one threatened, though another chimed in, telling his comrade not to insult dogs like that. He argued that no dog would eat such filth, while a frustrated Hu Bugui told them not to cross the line, claiming he had no idea who their big sister even was. The captives replied that their big sister loathed evil and sought to eliminate all villains, being known in the martial world as the friend of justice, Jai, before pressing a blade to his throat. Hu Bugui thought for a moment before exclaiming that he understood, and despite their stubborn questioning, he began to speak to them in a much gentler tone. "Listen, you have to believe me," he said, mimicking Jaya's mannerisms as he asked them if that was indeed the big sister they were looking for. Following that conversation, there was no doubt that the leader of the Love Nunnery was Jai Yi, causing the masked group to fall silent before one of them suddenly launched an attack. "Do you think wearing that big sister headband will make us spare you?" they shouted in unison, raising their axes high. Every member of the Wenzai AI sect possessed a cloth big sister headband, as they all adored Jai Yi and found the accessory adorable and stylish, leaving Hu Bugui speechless. Realizing these mindless fanatics were beyond reason, they pressed their attack, claiming the headband he wore was an ugly, blatant counterfeit. Hu Bugui nimbly evaded their strikes, but they refused to relent, swearing to hack him apart while he noted that no one else was around. He considered revealing a fraction of his true power since the coast was clear, but his plan was instantly thwarted when he spotted someone approaching in the distance. The masked assailants grew even more enraged by his wandering gaze, shouting insults just as Bai Yi arrived and cried out in alarm. "Senior brother, watch out!" she screamed, and as Hu Bugui turned toward her, he was struck, feeling his soul nearly leave his body as blood began to flow. Hu Bugui's only concern at that moment was whether his junior sister had witnessed his failed attempt at a perfect dodge, yet he still found the spirit to mock his foes. "I am a golden core stage cultivator, so don't even dream of landing a hit on me," he boasted, though the masked man pointed to the blood on his axe and claimed otherwise. "Furthermore, my cultivation is at the nascent soul stage, far superior to yours," the man added, and as he spoke, Hu Bugui's blood sprayed out like a fountain, dislodging a medicine bottle. Hu Bugui remained defiant, insisting that a mere axe could do nothing to him even against a nascent soul expert, while the masked man mocked him for trying to hide his injuries with medicine. "Stop slandering my integrity. When did I ever take medicine? Show me the evidence," Hu Bugui retorted, grabbing Baya's hand to seek her support. "Little junior sister, did you see me swallow anything?" he asked, and she gave the exact answer he wanted, praising his incredible strength instead. The masked men were instantly smitten by Baya's perceived kindness, assuming she was merely protecting a villain's dignity, and they politely ushered her aside to keep her from harm. As soon as she moved, they resumed their assault, labeling Hu Bugui a villain who not only stole their leader's headband, but also dared to seduce an innocent girl. Hu Bugui fought back with everything he had, furiously questioning why they demanded Jai Yi one moment and tried to murder him the next. "Do you people have any morals?" he yelled, but they ignored him, unleashing a massive surge of energy that culminated in a deafening explosion. Terrified, Baya screamed for her senior brother and turned her fury toward the masked man who had pulled her away, demanding to know their identities. "Why are you trying to kill my senior brother?" she demanded, but Hu Bugui's confident voice emerged from the thick smoke, assuring her he was unharmed. The masked men were stunned that a golden core cultivator could shatter their fusion technique, while Hu Bugui raised his sword as the haze began to dissipate. He knew he had to maintain his heroic image for his junior sister without exposing his deepest secrets, moving with the speed of a lightning bolt. Hu Bugui decided to unleash his ultimate technique, Spring Cloud Sword, 10,000 armies folding his hands and chanting as the masked men trembled in fear. They recognized it as a secret art of the Haibai sect as two crossed swords manifested, and Hu Bugui's silhouette began to blur in the air. Nearby Haibai sect disciples saw the signal but chose to ignore it, with one even suggesting they prepare a coffin to collect Hu Bugui's remains instead of helping. Another voice mockingly suggested bringing 2 shovels to bury their junior brother, yet Hu Bugui remained strangely composed despite the lack of backup. "It doesn't matter if no one else comes because my senior sister definitely will. This move is actually a summoning ritual for her," he claimed. However, Baya shattered his hope by reminding him that the sect leader had taken the eldest senior sister and senior brother to Mount Shu that morning. Hu Bugui's expression instantly turned grave before he suddenly dropped to his knees, begging his attackers for mercy and offering them anything they desired. The masked man sneered at his sudden plea, stating that he only wanted Hu Bugui's life and nothing else, just as Gu Liang appeared on the scene. Struggling under the weight of a heavy object, Gu Liang announced his arrival by stating he had come to deliver a coffin, much to the masked men's alarm. Fearing a Haibai sect rescue mission, the masked men panicked until Gu Liang clarified he was only there to provide a coffin for his junior brother, Hu Bugui. After dropping off the casket, he quietly took his leave, casually telling the masked men to enjoy their killing spree. Moments later, another disciple arrived with yet another coffin, asking if Hu Bugui needed it, followed by even more groups of disciples appearing. They urged their junior brother not to be shy and to accept their gifts, and soon a large pile of coffins had been delivered to the site. The masked men began to question if these people were truly allies or enemies, while Hu Bugui joked that he had enough coffins to start a business. Those who are too exceptional often face envy. Not wanting to waste any more time, the masked group prepared to strike again. It would be a waste of all these coffins not to kill someone. Just as the leader was about to strike, Hu Bugui smiled calmly. "Did you think I was truly begging for my life? While you were all busy vomiting, my immortal binding array was already complete." He slammed his hand onto the ground and shouted, "Ropes, rise!" A rope suddenly shot up from beneath the earth, lunging straight at the masked group. One of them cried out in terror, "How can there be so many immortal binding ropes?" Hu Bugui laughed and replied, "I have over 100 yards of this rope." As he slowly clenched his fist, the ropes tightened around the masked men. Within moments, every single one of them was bound tight. Hu Bugui rested his sword on his shoulder with a smug expression. "The tables have turned. These coffins are indeed reserved for you." He leaped into the air, intending to finish them with his full strength. "You despicable cowards, I won't show any mercy." A sword strike brimming with immense energy descended, snapping the ropes before it even made contact. The masked group was sent flying as the overwhelming energy caused everything, including them, to vanish. Hu Bugui stood there dazed, wondering what had happened. "How was my immortal binding rope broken? Why are they unharmed?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "A divine sword that can shatter Dharma treasures. We are truly fortunate." The masked group stood tall before him once again. Hu Bugui's face turned pale as he stammered, "Everyone, please stay calm, let's not be hasty." Suddenly they all knelt and bowed their heads. "We were blind to not recognize the big boss. Please, Great One, quell your anger." Hu Bugui was speechless until Jia Yi appeared with a satisfied smile. "I'm glad you remembered my teachings." Standing atop Hu Bugui's head, she lectured them. "That's right, this is the person I told you about, my elder brother." The masked group looked at Jia Yi in astonishment. "It's the big sister, but she's turned into a puppet." Meanwhile, another character named Gu Liang introduced himself as a pure soul within the Haibai sect. It was common knowledge that the Haibai sect's entry requirements were grueling. Foundation establishment stage, under 20, and a top 10 finish in the entrance exam. One needed good looks, exceptional talent, and immense wealth. Furthermore, my grandfather is a naval legend, my father is a sect commander, and my mother is the king's sister. Within the sect, anyone not born into a cultivation lineage was looked down upon. Some who were more talented than others had already perished. The great beast's power within me is reaching its limit, yet some rely solely on their looks to survive or buy pills and treasures. To them, money is no object. Gu Liang took great pride in being an ordinary person who relied on his own strength. He secretly vowed that one day he would trample them all under his feet. But for now, someone was literally stepping on his head. "Well, I told you to get some pills from Hu Bugui. How dare you refuse?" Gu Liang clutched his head in fear. Hu Bugui is in the golden core stage and has the eldest senior sister's support. Who would dare provoke him? The man prepared to teach him a lesson. "So, you'd rather provoke me instead." Later, Gu Liang walked alone, his heart burning with resentment. He told himself that he would never submit to such villainy. With a swollen face, he muttered that a great man must endure. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. He prayed that through hard work, he would eventually crush his enemies beneath his boots. Gu Liang's fists clenched in disgust, particularly toward Hu Bugui. "We both came from the mountains, so why is his cultivation progressing so rapidly? He even has a powerful backer," he thought. Gu Liang was determined to find a chance to beat Hu Bugui. Just then, a masked man appeared. Big boss, a Haibai sect disciple wants to crush you. How should we deal with him? Despite his injuries, Gu Liang remained alert. Who are these people? I have no intention of hitting their leader. Suddenly, Hu Bugui appeared before him. Hu Bugui scolded the masked group. Don't be disrespectful. This is my senior brother who has helped me many times. They quickly helped Gu Liang up and apologized profusely. Our apologies, Big Boss's brother, please forgive us. Gu Liang was utterly confused by the situation. Hu Bugui hesitantly explained that they had decided to become his subordinates. Gu Liang sat in a corner, whispering, "What the hell is going on? How does Hu Bugui have so many followers? Is he the young master of some secret, powerful clan?" He recalled Hu Bugui's usual goofy demeanor and found it hard to believe. How could a noble heir look so foolish? Gu Liang stammered, "Junior brother Hu, I heard you're from a mountain village. Where exactly is it?" He then pointed to the figure on Hu Bugui's head and asked awkwardly, "Is that little fellow some kind of spirit?" Hu Bugui quickly reassured him, "It's just a sword spirit. It's not as mysterious as an actual spirit entity." Gu Liang felt a wave of inferiority. A sword spirit? There aren't even 3 of those in the entire world. Even the sect leader doesn't have one. He told himself he couldn't afford to offend him. I can't mess with that little junior brother. From that day on, everyone's attitude changed. Gu Liang acted strangely, saying, "Junior brother, what do you want to take from me today? Let me get it ready." Others were equally bizarre. "Layman Wang Kai, if you need anything, just ask this old man. I'll take care of everything." They seemed like entirely different people. They even welcomed Hu Bugui to inspect their cultivation progress. Hu Bugui felt terrified and suspicious, wondering if everyone had lost their minds. Wherever Hu Bugui went, everyone greeted him with respect as senior brother, and even the newest disciples knew of him, calling out, "Senior brother Hu." They mentioned joining this year and expressed their deep admiration, praising senior brother Hu for reaching the Golden Core stage in just over 2 years, a true talent, and asked for his guidance. Hu Bugui did not hold back and responded simply, saying it was quite easy. Taking plenty of medicine will do. He even generously shared some, saying, "Here, have some of this medicine." The 2 newcomers grew to admire him even more. They marveled at how generous senior brother Hu was. Watching from afar, Dongfeng Yuzhai felt a surge of anxiety. Shi Wei had reached the nascent soul stage, and junior brother Hu had already attained the Golden Core. He felt quite uneasy. He thought to himself that if this continued, the gap between him and Shi Wei would only widen. With newfound determination, he vowed to become much stronger. Just then a voice called out, "Young man, do you wish to grow stronger?" Dongfeng Yuzhai recognized the speaker and pondered. "You are Guanyi, a sincere and enthusiastic person." At that moment, Guanyi recalled a conversation from a mahjong game. In the secret realm, Dongfeng Yuzhai was always with the eldest brother, making it impossible for them to strike. They had to find a way to deal with him, and someone suggested luring him down the mountain. "Then we will kill him." The pink-haired girl wondered how they could trick him into leaving the mountain. The 4 fell silent for a moment before resuming their mahjong game. "Super hand," he shouted. 13 orphans spoke up vaguely, suspecting they were intentionally changing the subject. When he grew angry, hoisted him up and barked, "We are discussing something important. Why are you only focused on gambling?" The other person then made a suggestion. "Instead of killing Dongfeng Yuzhai, why not let him be corrupted so we can use him as we please?" Guanyi thought this was a decent idea. He thought that the man was indeed naive and easily deceived. Thus, Guanyi approached Dongfeng Yuzhai and whispered, "Little brother, I understand the difficult situation you are in." He presented several arguments. "You like Shi Wei, but she pays you no mind. You are the head disciple, yet you have only reached the Golden Core, while Shi Wei is already at the nascent soul stage. You worry that Hu Bugui will surpass you. You fear others saying you resemble sect leader Lan, or that you are his illegitimate son." Words like unrequited, weak, jealous, and illegitimate child pierced Dongfeng Yuzhai's mind, yet he tried to maintain his composure. "I'm not worried about that last part," he replied. When he continued, "Some even say Shi Wei and I look very much alike, perhaps we are siblings." Dongfeng Yuzhai reacted indifferently, asking, "Is that so?" Inside Guanyi's head, numbers were spinning. Although he only wanted to get his eldest brother's attention, he had intentionally made himself resemble his sister-in-law. Sweet words continued to flow from his lips as he said, "I am on your side and will give you some 3-flower qi refining pills to use." Dongfeng Yuzhai opened the pill box and asked suspiciously, "These are high-grade pills. Why are you helping me?" Guanyi lied through his teeth without hesitation. "Actually, I used to have feelings for Shi Wei as well." He even conjured up an image of Shiwei being bullied in his mind to evoke genuine emotion. Thinking of Shiwei being humiliated by that pervert breaks my heart. He threw his arms around Dongfeng Yuja and wept piteously. Junior brother, you must save Shiwei from that pervert's clutches. However, a moment later, Gwenny's expression returned to a cold indifference. Use them without worry. There are extra ingredients in the pills. Within 3 months, you will suffer cultivation deviation. Dongfeng Yuzhai hesitated, making Gwenny feel anxious. He wondered if the man suspected him, but then he realized Dongfeng Yuzhai was simply saying, "This doesn't feel right. It would be better if I paid for them." Gwenny breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fine, as you wish." Inwardly, he thought that he shouldn't underestimate this man's intelligence. Even as the Alliance leader 300 years later, he is still the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfeng Yuzhai left, saying, "Wait for me. I'm going home to sell everything I own to pay you." Just then, Hu Bugui appeared. Gwenny flashed a friendly smile and said, "I'm here, eldest brother." But suddenly his eyes widened. "Eldest brother, death-searing soup." He then asked, "Do you think it's nutritious?" Hu Bugui replied, "It probably is," but wondered to himself what was wrong with the man and why he was mentioning death-searing soup. Gwenny didn't linger. "All right then, I'm going home to cook." As he ran off, he thought about the death-foe flame that his eldest brother had obtained. He likely retrieved it after slaughtering 10,000 immortals. Furthermore, his eldest brother had given him a portion of that power. If they resonated, he would be exposed. Gwenny ran even faster. He was determined to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait, Senior Gwenny." Hu Bugui called to him again, saying, "This junior has something to ask of you." "Please wait, Senior." Gwenny suddenly recalled his eldest brother's words. "This black flame is the aura of despair from the battle 800 years ago." His eldest brother had slaughtered nearly 10,000 high immortals. The murderous intent, grievances, and deathly aura were like lingering spirits gnawing at his internal organs. Afterward, it merged into his eldest brother's soul. They were reborn as one. It wasn't until he received a gift from his eldest brother that his own soul absorbed this terrifying power. Gwenny remembered clearly that when encountering this power, swords, artifacts, and spiritual techniques would all dissipate. It was known as the Cultivator Killer. He reflected that if his eldest brother used this flame, he would also resonate with it. But there was something even more important, a game his eldest brother often played. Gwenny felt extremely flustered. His eldest brother loved to poke at the flames in his own eyes and even found the resonance between them to be quite amusing. Gwenny had no choice but to play along, saying, "Yes, it's very interesting, like a telepathic connection." Suddenly, his eldest brother placed a hand on Gwenny's head and warned him, "If you ever say such wicked things again, I'll snap your neck." Thinking of that, Gwenny chuckled foolishly. He truly wanted his eldest brother to pat his head. Hu Bugui watched this scene, unable to comprehend what was happening. He asked, "Are you all right, Senior? Why are you laughing so wickedly?" Gwenny coughed and replied, "I'm fine. What do you need from me?" Hu Bugui got straight to the point. "Are you skilled in alchemy, Senior? I have a few questions." Gwenny replied, asking about alchemy. "Isn't your master, Teibai Zhenren, also a master of alchemy?" Gwenny asked. Hu Bugui replied honestly, "This matter must be kept from my master and senior sister." Gwenny looked puzzled. "What kind of secret is it?" Hu Bugui scanned the surroundings for eavesdroppers before whispering, "Senior, I am clearly at the golden core stage. However, the spiritual chi in my body is no different from the foundation establishment stage." "Why is that?" Hearing this, Gwenny felt a chill down his spine. He was deeply moved to be sharing a secret with his big brother. Seeing his strange reaction, Hu Bugui curiously asked if the senior had heard him. Gwenny quickly replied, "I heard you. You have a golden core cultivation, but your spiritual chi is only at foundation establishment, right?" Hu Bugui was elated. "Exactly, that is the situation." He added, "Because of that, I can't fly on a sword and I can't even use basic spells." Gwenny pondered for a moment. Normally, this happened due to severe injury or an exhausted lifespan. Hu Bugui denied it. "I'm not injured, nor do I feel like I'm dying." "Then I understand your problem," Gwenny deduced. He thought of a possibility. Could it be the black flame? Hu Bugui continued with another question, lowering his voice again. "Actually, I accidentally formed a black golden core." Gwenny was stunned by the news. A black golden core. He recalled what his senior brother had once told him. The black flame was terrifying and required a massive amount of spiritual chi to suppress. It must never be misused. His senior brother had also advised him to try and understand the way of the black flame if the opportunity arose. Gwenny covered his face and sighed heavily. "I think I see what's happening." Perhaps my transmigration here has affected Big Brother's cultivation process. He placed a hand on Hu Bugui's shoulder and said sincerely, Big Brother, you've hit the jackpot. You should be celebrating. Hu Bugui was surprised to be called that. Wenny didn't explain much, only saying before he left, just keep practicing, good luck. Internally, he was overjoyed. Big Brother had refined the black flame and was now invincible. Hu Bugui stood there dazed. Was it really okay? He kept thinking about how unusual it was for one person to produce two golden cores. He thought about the golden flame in his left hand and the black flame in his right. If those two flames were to merge, they would surely, but they vanished instantly. Hu Bugui was a bit disappointed. Forget turning into a fire lotus. Even an explosion would have been fine. What kind of nonsense is this vanishing act? Just then Bai approached, startling Hu Bugui. Oh no, was I caught? He frantically called out. Junior sister, let me explain. I was just practicing a spell. Bai looked as if she had seen everything and asked suspiciously, a spell? That's impossible. Hu Bugui was breaking into a cold sweat. His junior sister didn't seem to believe him at all. Could he no longer hide it? Suddenly, Bai covered her face and burst into tears. This is wonderful. Senior brother has finally learned his first spell. We must celebrate. Hu Bugui breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was normal for a golden core to know a spell. Their conversation was overheard by Gu Liang. What? Junior brother Wangkai knows how to use spells now. Less than 3 seconds later, announcements echoed everywhere. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, junior brother Wangkai can use magic. Hu Bugui watched Gu Liang run off screaming, unable to understand why his knowledge of spells terrified everyone so much. Bai kindly explained. Until now, we all misunderstood. We thought you only knew how to consume pills and use talismans. Hu Bugui suddenly felt something was off. Wait, it's not a misunderstanding. It seems I really only know those two things. Just as he finished speaking, Jaya flew past and greeted him. She stepped forward to announce that the sect leader had returned and was summoning all disciples for an important announcement. Hu Bugui instinctively repeated, important. The disciples gathered quickly. Hu Bugui curiously asked Shiwei what was going on. She replied solemnly, from this day forward, the cultivation world will no longer be at peace. Her gaze was intensely focused. She had been present at Mount Shu with the others. Zio Sandow spoke seriously. My people found a dying message and remnants of magic within the secret realm. It was likely the work of the demon sect. Beiming Shangxian added, a young genius reported to me that the monsters in Gueni's secret realm tried to kill him. Lan Mingzhu was skeptical. Could Gueni be associated with the demon sect? Zio Sandow agreed. The more someone looks like a good person, the more likely they are to be a villain. Soon, a report arrived stating that the major sects had suffered heavy casualties while exploring the secret realm. Lan Mingzhu asserted the truth. The demon sect has been investigated and they are the culprits. Hearing this, the disciples were in an uproar. The demon sect, why? Have they returned to the martial world? Lan Mingzhu continued. The leader of the demon sect is likely someone we all know. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at Hu Bugui. I think it's him, a familiar face. Wait, that's not right. He whispered to Shiwei, are they doubting me or you? To his surprise, she had already stepped away from him and added, they are doubting you, of course. Baya chimed in, senior brother, so you're the demon sect leader? No wonder you're so incredibly despicable. Hu Bugui shouted in frustration, is there some mistake? Have you ever met a demon sect leader who doesn't know a single spell? Some other disciples agreed. True, a demon sect leader couldn't be this weak. Lan Mingzhu intervened, telling them to stop joking. The demon sect leader is not Hu Bugui. He then declared, the leader of the demon sect is that warm and enthusiastic Gueni. This news shocked Hu Bugui even more. How can that be? Is Gueni a bad guy? Dongfeng Yuzhai was equally stunned. Impossible, he is clearly a good person. Yet everyone began to categorize him. He was a genius, he loved helping others. And he was handsome. You can tell just by looking at him that he's a bastard. Hu Bugui protested. Everyone, your standards for identifying a villain are way too strange. Lan Mingzhu hereby declares a sect lockdown to prevent demon sect infiltration, permitting only tax collection teams to enter or leave. With a potential war against the demon sect looming, we must increase our reserves of spirit stones and medicinal pills this year. To guard against ambushes, Lan Mingzhu decreed that only golden core disciples and above may collect resources, including Hu Bugui. A muscular senior encouragingly told Hu Bugui that they were on the same team, while Hu Bugui feigned a look of apprehension. Hu Bugui asked for guidance as it was his first mission, prompting the senior with the top knot to realize he had only joined 2 years ago. Since it was natural for junior brother Wang Kai to lack experience, the two seniors began explaining the process to him. Cultivation requires vast amounts of pills and stones, but searching for these treasures manually is as inefficient as seeking a needle in the ocean. Thus, the best method is to have the large towns we protect assist in the collection, a point the muscular senior strongly agreed with. These periodic collection trips are known as Zhangfan, a revelation that made Hu Bugui realize the true nature of their task. Despite the lockdown, Hu Bugui found it strange that the sect leader specifically used the term tax collection for their mission. As Hu Bugui pondered this, the senior with the top knot urged him to hurry, noting that they had a heavy workload and limited time. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to stop them, telling the group that they no longer needed to head out. Hu Bugui asked senior sister Shiwei why she was there, and she calmly inquired about the details of their collection mission. The muscular senior reported that they needed 10,000 caddies of spirit stones and 20,000 herbs from various regions. Shiwei declared she would provide the resources herself, then immediately grabbed Hu Bugui's hand and led him away. The two seniors were left in awe of her immense generosity, though the one with the top knot was confused about their next move. The muscular senior suggested they continue their collection anyway, so they could exceed the quota and earn a reward from the sect leader. After the senior agreed, Shiwei led Hu Bugui away so quickly that he couldn't help but ask where she got such a vast supply. She explained the stones were gifts from fellow disciples over millennia, while the herbs came from her master's private stores. Though impressed by her capability, Hu Bugui still questioned why she was so intent on preventing him from leaving the mountain. Shiwei revealed that the demon sect had already slaughtered over a dozen golden core experts, and he would surely perish if he left. Hu Bugui remained restless before sleep, unable to believe her explanation as he suspected his confinement was linked to the Zhangfan. He found the periodic collection of resources from the towns to be incredibly suspicious and could not wrap his head around it. Determined to find the truth, he tried to sneak out but was immediately blocked by Shiwei, who asked where he was going. He desperately feigned a stomach ache, claiming he needed the latrine so badly he might soil the bed if he didn't leave. Jia appeared and asked Shiwei why she was obstructing him instead of helping, to which she replied that she was not like him. She admitted she lacked the courage to defy the entire cultivation world, while elsewhere, a man knelt before Elder Nashi. The man reported that they lacked the manpower to find treasures due to the sudden tax hike right before the autumn harvest. Nashi questioned their loyalty with a terrifying expression, warning that they would not survive a demon sect attack without protection. He threatened to replace anyone who refused to comply, prompting the crowd to vow their full support in defeating the demon sect. In a quiet corner, a child asked his grandfather about his parents' whereabouts, learning they were searching for herbs and stones. The grandfather comforted the boy, saying he would one day become a cultivator and escape the hardships his parents endured. He explained that cultivators are exempt from taxes, do not have to scavenge in the wilderness, and do not need to toil in the fields. When the child asked why the older sister was still farming, the scene shifted to Li Yuji busy working in her rice field. She found farming far more agreeable than being an assassin, though she wondered if anyone still remembered her existence. Afterward, she continued casting spells, using the flying sword harvesting technique, followed by the flying sword plowing technique, and finally the sowing technique. Everything was done with precision. After sowing the seeds, she used a talisman to irrigate the field, and water began to pour down. Watching the clouds continuously spray water, Li Yuji felt very satisfied. Harvesting, plowing, sowing, and irrigating, using magic for farming was truly efficient. The child standing nearby asked why she was farming since she was a cultivator. Li Yuji stroked the child's head and said the cultivation world was terrifying and no place for good people like them. She smiled, thinking magic was a wonderful thing that shouldn't be used for fighting. Nothing was better than one person being able to farm 10,000 acres. Suddenly, someone ran from afar shouting for help. "Immortal lady, save us!" The farmer pleaded. "Immortal lady, in my daughter's husband's village, the seeds are about to rot in the ground. Please help us," Li Yuji replied. "It's fine, I'll handle it." The farmer was deeply grateful. "Thank you, immortal lady. Without you, we would surely starve to death." Li Yuji acted as if it were no big deal. But there was no other choice, as almost everyone in the village had gone to dig for spirit herbs and spirit stones. The child watched everything with great admiration. "Sister is so great," Meanwhile, at the yamen, a dejected official said, "No one is harvesting anywhere this year. We probably won't collect any taxes." Suddenly, someone ran in to report, "Sir, all the taxes have been collected." This news took the official by surprise. The messenger continued, "I heard an immortal lady used magic to help us with the harvest." The official couldn't stop grinning upon hearing this, noting that cultivators still had a conscience. However, there was still bad news. "But sir, our finances might be in deficit this year." The official slammed the table. "Why, weren't all the taxes collected?" The messenger replied timidly, "Because over 380 people in the county were killed by demonic beasts while digging for spirit herbs and stones. The compensation funds have been depleted." Hearing this, the official lost his temper and screamed, "What? The compensation funds are gone." In a fit of rage, he threw things off his desk and shouted, "Who authorized the distribution of compensation?" The messenger could only stand there silently. "They work for the immortal masters, so it's not the court's responsibility. Why pay compensation?" As soon as he finished, the messenger was kicked out of the room with an order, "Recover all the compensation money or I'll take it from you." The messenger hurried to reply, "Yes, sir, I'll do it right away." Just then, someone flew by and landed in the forest in front of a house with a red sign. Li Yuji, her face covered, spoke up, "Don't you feel the cultivation world has been too much lately? They don't care about mortal lives at all." The masked person quickly replied, "The demon sects of every generation are indeed terrifying. It's understandable they'd react so strongly after the cultivation world was nearly destroyed several times. But if you want to do something, we can't decide on our own. Why don't we go ask the eldest brother and sister for their opinion?" Night fell. This was the time when the world's top assassin organization, NZI, began its operations. This organization served justice and only killed the wicked. A dark figure slowly stepped out. Li Yuji told herself she joined the organization because she admired their style. But there was another reason, of course, to earn money. However, she still didn't understand why the leader of this organization was from the Haibai sect. When she arrived at the Haibai sect's gate, she met a guard. "Miss, to prevent demon sect infiltration, we are currently closed to outsiders." Li Yuji immediately acted gentle. "Please be understanding, big brother." She even grabbed his arm. "I'm just a weak woman. I don't look like someone from a demon sect at all." The male disciple said, "Don't think you can charm me with your looks. No entry means no entry." But his face was turning red. Li Yuji secretly praised him. As expected of a Haibai sect disciple, he was very principled. Unfortunately, that thought only lasted until the disciple spoke again. "Everyone, whether they sell vegetables or meat, must buy a ticket to enter." Li Yuji gave a forced smile and repeated, as expected of a Haibai sect disciple, very principled, when she stepped inside. Another problem arose. The Haibai sect was so vast, where would she find that person? Suddenly, she saw a painting and wondered, "Is there really nothing wrong with this painting? This new boss is so young, and there's even a big sister above him." She began to search her memory. "Furthermore, I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before." Out of nowhere, a disciple appeared and pointed at the painting. "Isn't this junior brother Wang Kai?" Li Yuji asked in surprise, "Fellow Taoist, do you know this person?" The male disciple replied nonchalantly, "Wang Kai is his Taoist name." As expected, the more rustic the name, the stronger the combat power. He is a disciple of Teibai Zhenren. "Why are you looking for him?" Li Yuji quickly thought of an excuse. "I'm a fellow villager of his. Could you lead me to meet him?" The male disciple turned back, his expression as calm as ever. He replied, "Fine, follow me." Li Yuji couldn't help but admire him. As expected of a Haibai sect disciple, he remained unmoved by beauty. Suddenly, the disciple saw Dongfeng Yuzhai, and his face lit up like he'd found treasure. "Eldest senior brother, you're back. Are you tired?" "Do you need me to give you a massage?" Li Yuji muttered, breaking into a cold sweat. "I heard the Haibai sect has many strange people. Seeing it today, it's certainly true." Before her was the sight of two men being affectionate. But in reality, it was, "I'm a straight man, a real man." The image of the Haibai sect in her heart instantly collapsed. Li Yuji was speechless. Suddenly, two women with swords chased a masked man. They shouted, "Catch the underwear thief!" Then someone else was being beaten. "You dare come to my house to collect taxes? Do you have a death wish?" The beaten man could only beg for his life with his last breath, pleading for his senior brother to spare him. While in another corner, two girls were gossiping about how bathing had become dull lately since no one was peeping anymore. Along the way, Li Jiayu overheard some shocking news regarding the eldest senior sister's undergarments being circulated within the sect, and they were trying to figure out a way to purchase one. She couldn't help but wonder if the world's greatest sect was truly like this. But after a while, They finally arrived at their destination as the male disciple pointed toward the front. That was junior brother Wang Kai's residence, so Li Jiayu turned to thank the man for leading the way, but he suddenly shouted a warning for her to wait because there was something ahead. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion erupted, forcing Li Jiayu to dive to the ground while muttering about whether someone was insane for setting so many traps within their own sect. She suddenly realized they were traps and quickly took out the painting to check, becoming certain that scoundrel had set them just as Hu Bugui opened the door and asked who was there. Li Jiayu acted frightened, claiming she was a lowly person from the Zi nunnery who had a request for the boss, all while her mind was filled with endless questions. She wondered why he was the leader of the Zi nunnery and what had happened during her year away, until Jia Yi appeared and invited her inside upon hearing about the nunnery. Li Jiayu nearly fainted at the sight of her, and seeing that the conversation would likely be a long one, Hu Bugui proceeded to close the door. Jia Yi explained that she was the sword spirit within his blade, which meant the Zi nunnery belonged to him, leaving Li Jiayu psychologically shaken by the mention of a sword spirit. There were only a few such spirits in existence, making her wonder who this man truly was. She believed a powerhouse like him might be able to persuade the great sects to spare the common people. Hu Bugui invited her to sit and calmly asked what was the matter, so she went straight to the point, requesting him to descend the mountain and save the common folk. Hu Bugui smiled brightly upon hearing her request to save people, suddenly recalling Shi Wei's words about him being the chosen one from Taoist Xinghai's prophecy. He was destined to save the entire cultivation world in the future, and he finally realized his senior sister hadn't lied to him, as the opportunity to save the world had finally arrived. However, his joy was short-lived as Hu Bugui soon grew somber, sinking into deep thought, yet the more he pondered the situation, the more he felt a certain way. Saving the world seemed like such a hassle, making him wonder why he had to do it, while Li Jiayu, confused by his sudden change in attitude, asked him what was wrong. Hu Bugui walked over to a chair and lay down comfortably, replying that he only wanted to be an ordinary person and questioned why he had to be the one to save the world. Li Jiayu questioned him, noting how excited he had just been, but he simply brushed it off by claiming she must have been mistaken and had definitely seen wrong. Refusing to back down, she argued that the land was currently barren, the people were unemployed, and countless families were being destroyed as people died of hunger. Hu Bugui reasoned that in such a vast world, there would always be hardships that couldn't all be resolved, but she indignantly retorted, asking if he intended to just do nothing. Seeing the tension, Jia spoke up and told her not to get agitated, but to explain what had happened, so Li Jiayu began recounting how they were preparing for war. The demon sect and the cultivation world demanded increased tributes of immortal herbs and spirit stones, leading to widespread outrage, as they threatened to kill anyone who failed to meet these quotas. Although the people resisted, they ultimately had to choose between their lives and their harvest, concluding that the tributes for the immortal masters had to be paid in full. It was currently the harvest season, yet because of the required tributes, the commoners were forced to abandon their fields to search for spirit stones and immortal herbs. This resulted in a massive amount of food rotting in the fields and countless villages running out of provisions as everyone searched for more resources. To find more spirit stones and herbs, people ventured into the deep forests and mountains only to be killed by demonic beasts, leaving many villages in a state of total starvation. On her way there, she saw many abandoned villages where people had fled, and she slammed the table, cursing that cultivators were perhaps even more cruel than the demon sect. Hu Bugui was shocked to realize the resources were stolen from the people, making cultivators no different from bandits, until Shi Wei entered and told them to stop, claiming she didn't know if it was true since she never left the mountain. Li Jiayu couldn't believe her response, so Hu Bugui proposed descending the mountain to see the truth for himself, but Shi Wei coldly asked what he intended to do even if it were true. Seeing that he couldn't answer, she continued to question whether he intended to betray the sect for those commoners, and if he even possessed the capability to do so. Hu Bugui gloomily stated he only wanted the truth and didn't want to use stolen resources, which made Shi Wei's eyes flare with anger as she turned to leave, telling the others to protect him since she wouldn't be going. Hu Bugui remained dazed, wondering if his senior sister had just agreed to let him leave, and he later walked quietly along a stone path with Li Jiayu as they took in the scenery. After a while, he asked what the purpose of cultivation was in this world, and Jiayu replied that her only goal was to become a sword that could protect her master. Li Jiayu added that she had initially started cultivating to earn money and improve her family's living conditions, just as Bai Yi appeared from nowhere and joined the conversation. To consolidate their rule, talented royal descendants were required to cultivate, which was why she had been sent to the Haibai sect, startling Hu Bugui as he asked his junior sister why she was there. Bai Yi smiled and presented a pass, explaining that the eldest senior sister had sent her to deliver it and that she also wanted to go down the mountain to explore. At this moment, Shi Wei stood alone on high, pondering Hu Bugui's question and asking herself why she cultivated. Her answer was that through cultivation, death would not come so easily. Secondly, cultivation would allow her to recover her lost memories. And finally, it would enable them to remain together for all eternity. Whether for 100 or 1,000 years, Shi Wei always knew her cultivation was solely for the sake of their bond, as Hu Bugui took the command token to descend the mountain. He awkwardly stammered that they were a scouting squad tasked with heading down the mountain to investigate the situation in various regions, which puzzled the two guarding disciples. "Junior brother Wang Kai, didn't the senior sister forbid anyone from leaving? Why are you on a mission?" one guard asked while checking the token and pointing at Bai Yi. Furthermore, junior sister Bai Yi has not yet reached the golden lamp stage and is unqualified to join the scouting squad, leaving Hu Bugui sweating and unable to respond. As he struggled for words, Bai Yi quickly interjected with an excuse, claiming she was the Empire's third princess and possessed the authority to inspect local regions. The two gatekeepers were stunned to hear this, as were Hu Bugui and Li Jiayu, who were equally shocked to learn she was the third princess. Seeing their shock, a guard asked why they were so surprised if they were all on the same team, prompting Hu Bugui and Li Jiayu to shout in unison. They quickly explained that the third princess's identity was a secret, and they were only startled because she had unexpectedly revealed it herself. Both spoke the exact same words with the same explanation, a perfect coincidence that allowed the three of them to depart past a beautiful, serene waterfall. As they walked, Hu Bugui praised Bai Yi, calling her a clever junior sister for thinking of pretending to be a princess to intimidate the guards. Bai Yi softly replied that she wasn't pretending and truly was the third princess, then quickly added more as Hu Bugui looked on in shock. She asked if she had never mentioned entering through the back door before, causing Hu Bugui's face to darken as he recalled secretly watching her bathe. Unable to help himself, he knelt to confess his crimes of peeping and begged for mercy, only for Bai Yi to extend her leg and ask him a question. She asked if he wanted to see a bit more now, terrifying Hu Bugui into kowtowing and refusing, while Li Jiayu watched from afar and asked Jia Yi about their relationship. Jia Yi speculated that they were in a romantic relationship, causing Li Jiayu to admire him even more for conquering a princess. Elsewhere, Lan Mingzhu was focused on reading. He slowly asked Shi Wei why she had allowed him to go now, even though she had previously refused his request to let the man join the scouting squad. His tone was accusatory as he asked if she wasn't afraid he would discover the true nature of the relationship between cultivators and mortals, while Xiao Sandao joined the conversation. He asked if she wasn't afraid that he would make the same choice again after understanding everything, and Immortal Bei Ming added that compared to her ascension. They feared this incarnation of Hu Bugui more, noting that in the 400 lives where he didn't die young, he always chose to destroy the cultivation world. Shi Wei remained silent, so Lan Mingzhu sternly warned her that he might have been lenient if the man had stayed obediently as she requested. But since he intended to overturn the world ruled by cultivators again, Lan Mingzhu declared he would no longer show her any respect, while the others mocked his dramatic acting before Shi Wei vanished. Xiao Sandao patted Lan Mingzhu's shoulder, remarking it would be great if he had such courage when facing her in person, to which Lan Mingzhu replied seriously. He insisted that if Hu Bugui truly chose that path, he would not be swayed by his feelings for the woman, just as a disciple arrived with a report. The disciple announced that the senior sister wanted to see the sect leader, sending Lan Mingzhu into a joyful frenzy at the thought of Shi Wei seeking him out. Immortal Bei Ming and Xiao Sandao were not surprised, seeing him as a hopeless case, while the scene shifted to the dead of night. Li Jiayu focused her energy and remarked that even her seniors couldn't handle such a difficult task, though she was confused about one thing. She wondered why she was the only one who knew sword flight, to which Hu Bugui explained that he drank, and one should not fly while drinking. Bai Yi piteously apologized, explaining she was only at the spirit record stage and couldn't fly yet, leaving Li Jiayu exhausted from carrying 3 people on one sword. Hu Byugui suggested they descend to rest before an accident occurred from the overload, and they soon landed with a series of thuds. Elsewhere, a man was being tortured. A man wielding a whip shouted that he had already halved the county's spirit stone quota, yet they still failed to collect enough, threatening the battered official. The official piteously explained that the Immortal had first increased the quota fivefold before having it, meaning it was still more than double the previous year's amount. The man with the whip slapped the old man's face again, shouting, "Keep talking and see if I give you that discount. Keep babbling. And I'll make you end up like the others in the magistrate's office." As he prepared to strike again, a voice cried out, "Cultivators are bullying the people." "The judge of justice has arrived," the man with the whip barked. "Who is it?" Suddenly, he froze in shock at the group standing before him. It was none other than Hu Byugui's group. The man with the whip snarled, "Where did you come from? How dare you interfere with my sect's business?" Hu Byugui was equally furious. "I don't care about your sect. If you bully the commoners, we will intervene." A battle erupted as Li Jiayu cheered, "Big brother, I'm rooting for you." However, Hu Byugui began to sweat as he looked at his opponent. He hadn't noticed before, but this guy was at the Golden Core stage. Sects were constantly descending the mountains lately. Golden Core cultivators were truly everywhere now. The problem was, he couldn't reveal his true strength in front of his junior sister. Just then, the man with the whip charged again. "Kid, you want to play with me?" Hu Byugui made a decision. There was only one way. His plan was to let Jia handle it. As soon as Jia entered the fray, she shattered the man's whip and sent him flying. Battered and broken, the man screamed, "How is this possible?" Fortunately, he still had his pants on. Hu Byugui appeared like a god, declaring, "With your pathetic strength, there's no need for me to personally step in. Now get lost." As soon as he spoke, the man with the whip scrambled away, calling out, "Senior, I apologize. This junior failed to recognize Mount Tai. I won't do it again." Hu Byugui stretched as if exhausted. "It's over." Li Jiayu's eyes sparkled. "Big brother, you're so amazing." Meanwhile, Baiyi remained skeptical. "Beautiful, can't you see? Your senior brother simply couldn't win, so he didn't fight," Baiyi remarked. Above them, Jia kept stomping on Hu Byugui's head. "If you use me as your lackey again, I'm going on strike," Jia warned. Hu Byugui tried to appease her. "Big sister, let me massage your head." Nearby, the beaten official stood aside. He looked even more dejected. "It's over. This Immortal is even more powerful. He's likely here to seize the territory, and taxes will start all over again." Seeing the old man's kindness, Hu Byugui smiled. "Old official, are you all right? Let me untie you." The ropes were quickly removed, yet the old man remained terrified. "Old official, what is the matter, Immortal?" He wondered if this was a smiling tiger, tactic courtesy before force. To his surprise, Hu Byugui handed the official a pill. "This medicinal pill is for healing your injuries." This shocked the old man. Immortals had never cared about them before. Why was he suddenly being given healing medicine? He wondered if he was about to die. Hu Byugui kindly asked, "Are you the only one in the county office? Where are the others?" The official replied hastily. "Reporting to the Immortal, the others are all inside the office." Hu Byugui gently pushed the door open, but the sight before him left him stunned. Bodies lay scattered across the floor. Baiyi couldn't believe it. "Another massacre of commoners?" Suppressing his rage, Hu Byugui asked, "Which sect did that man belong to?" A moment later, a group appeared. The man with the whip from earlier pointed accusingly, "Senior brother, it's the people from the Hebai sect. They've stolen our territory." The senior brother pondered. The Hebai sect and Shushan had always been on good terms. Why would they seize their territory today? His anger became uncontrollable. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in front of them. Hu Byugui gripped his sword and shouted sternly, "Cultivators ahead, halt." He warned them, "You have no right to enter the city." Seeing him, the man with the whip yelled, "That's the kid who stole our territory," as soon as he finished speaking. The others charged forward. "Brothers, attack, teach this kid a lesson." Hu Byugui prepared to draw his sword, thinking, "There are two reasons for your deaths, a life for a life, and I don't want to reveal my true power." He spoke while scattering them like dust. Their swords snapped in half, and they were beaten until their armor was in tatters. Hu Byugui stood tall in the center of the battlefield. The two sides clashed fiercely. Brilliant sword light flashed continuously. As he fought, he whispered to himself, "Everyone who has seen my true strength is dead. I won't be exposed." In an instant, the battle ended, and Hu Byugui remained completely unharmed. He slowly sheathed his sword. From a distance, Baiyi and Li Jiayu watched the entire fight. Baiyi was stunned. "Is my useless senior brother actually this strong?" Li Jiayu admired him even more. "As expected of Big Brother, he's truly terrifying." Hu Buigui somehow produced a fur coat and threw it over his shoulders. Using Immortal Bei Ming's voice, he roared, "From this day forth, this place is the territory of my Chuan Kong Island." After speaking, he tossed the coat aside. Feigning terror, he screamed, "Murder! The Shushan Immortal has been killed by the Chuan Kong Island Immortal." Soon, a crowd from the office and the town gathered, shouting in panic, "Murder! The Shushan Immortal was killed by the Chuan Kong Island Immortal." Hu Buigui gave them a thumbs up and smirked. "Thanks for the cooperation," the official replied. "The High Immortal is truly brilliant." Bai Yi and Li Jiayu both thought to themselves, "This is such a blatant frame-up. I hope the enemy is foolish enough to fall for it. Somewhere else." Xiao Sandao slammed the table in a fit of rage, shouting that it was intolerable for Chuan Kong Island to kill his disciples on Shu Shan territory. A disciple knelt and reported that the townspeople claimed the attackers were cultivators dressed in sheepskin, prompting Xiao Sandao to issue an immediate order. He commanded that the current mission be postponed for a few days, deciding they would head to Chuan Kong Island at once to demand justice. Before long, the commoners were cheering joyfully, celebrating that Hu Buigui had returned after being taken away by a fairy to cultivate. They asked if he had forgotten them, even erecting a sign at his well-preserved home labeled "The Former Residence of Immortal Hu Buigui." Children begged him to show them magic, and while Hu Buigui imagined a warm welcome, the reality was a terrifying scene of his home reduced to ruins. The village was filled with piles of unburied bones, and the familiar wheat fields nearby had been destroyed before they could even be harvested. Overwhelmed with grief, Hu Buigui realized they had been slaughtered without even a proper burial, a scene that left Bai Yi deeply shaken. Unable to hold back her tears, Bai Yi remarked that she had never heard of cultivators committing such atrocities, though Li Jiayu seemed accustomed to it. Li Jiayu explained this was a common tactic to intimidate the masses, while Jia Yi noted that cultivators had long exploited the people to seek their own ascension. Lost in his sorrow, Hu Buigui finally understood why his senior sister had forbidden him from leaving the mountain before he began digging graves for the fallen. Li Jiayu whispered to Bai Yi, questioning if this was truly the village where he grew up, while Jia Yi noted that only Hu Buigui knew the truth. Bai Yi urged him to suppress his grief and stay strong, but Hu Buigui remained silent and continued digging before questioning himself. He wondered why he felt so strangely calm, questioning if the path of cultivation had turned his heart cold, but his companions quickly disagreed. They noted he didn't look calm at all as he mumbled that he wasn't crying, claiming their souls had simply irritated his nose while tears streamed down his face. Bai Yi told him to stop talking nonsense and just let his tears flow, but Hu Buigui wiped his eyes and insisted he wasn't grieving. He insisted he wasn't heartbroken despite his tearful eyes, muttering that he would report to his senior sister after completing 2 tasks. He earnestly asked for their help, explaining that his first goal was to sow discord between the major sects before he defeated a rival disciple. After taking down a rival sect member, Hu Buigui declared that the city now belonged to the Shu Shan sect, prompting the girls to scream, "Murder." They led the crowd in a chant, shouting that a Shu Shan immortal had killed a member of the Yun Dai sect. The crowd joined the chorus of accusations, and soon after, Hu Buigui approached Elder Nasa while disguised as a member of the Yun Dai sect. Dressed in Yun Dai sect robes, he approached the elder with a menacing look, but the grumpy old man told him to find his own master. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the elder as Hu Buigui coldly remarked that he needed to borrow the man's life for his plan. He explained that only an elder's death would suffice before pulling out his sword and letting the man's screams fade away. Hu Buigui then shouted that the elder had been ambushed and killed by the Yun Dai sect, signaling Li Jiayu and Bai Yi to lead the crowd. On their signal, the people roared that the Yun Dai sect had launched a sneak attack on the He Bai sect. The cries echoed everywhere, even reaching a torture chamber where the executioner panicked and rushed outside to investigate. Li Jiayu swiftly cut his throat, declaring that those who harmed the innocent deserved to die, a sentiment Hu Buigui firmly shared. Consequently, the He Bai, Shu Shan, Chuan Kong, and Yun Dai sects became bitter enemies, locked in a cycle of vengeance. He smiled with satisfaction, planning to launch his second phase by mobilizing the branches of the CIA nunnery while the sects were at each other's throats. He intended to help the peasants recover their food for the winter, but Li Jiayu questioned if he really expected assassins to farm. Jia Yi organized a meeting in 3 days to ensure their leader understood exactly what it meant to be a professional assassin. At the CIA nunnery, Han Kuobang remarked grimly that professional assassins knew nothing other than the art of taking lives. He licked his blade and asked if the eldest sister had returned, before hurling his sword into a bloody target. With a murderous aura, he stared at his handiwork and expressed his desire to see just how capable this new big brother truly was. The flavor of this flesh was still not enough, so Han Kuobang decided it needed more salt while two masked figures watched from the trees, confused by what was happening. "What is the elder doing?" one asked, while the other replied that he was crazy, but a hidden weapon suddenly struck their tree, petrifying them as Han Kuobang's warning rang out. He warned them not to think he couldn't hear them from that distance, and asked who dared to call him insane, which was immediately followed by their pleas for mercy. "Elder, please spare us, we won't do it again," they cried, and for those who don't know, Han Kuobang introduced himself to the audience. As everyone can see, he is one of the 8 great elders of the CIA nunnery, but this is just a cover for his true identity as a deep-cover spy. He was dispatched to the CIA nunnery 75 years ago by his benefactor, and his reputation as the god of cooking is trivial compared to his role as an agent. Suddenly, a woman appeared and interrupted Han Kuobang's train of thought, asking how much longer his roast hot pot would take, to which he replied it was nearly finished. Han Kuobang quickly sliced the meat and tried to flatter her, saying he was sorry for the wait, but Shi Wei sternly warned him that if he kept her waiting again, she would refuse to eat his food, so Han Kuobang immediately apologized and promised to improve his cooking skills so she could eat both quickly and well. Shi Wei began to eat without responding, but she suddenly noticed something and asked if the knife he used to cut the meat had been licked by him earlier. Han Kuobang's face suddenly changed as he pulled out 2 blades and sincerely explained that he had 2 knives, the left for licking and the right for cutting. He emphasized that it was the truth, so Shi Wei had no choice but to keep eating, saying she would believe him this once as she carefully tasted the food. She felt a sense of transcendence from the very first bite, but to maintain her dignity, she only said the taste was average, though Han Kuobang saw right through her. "Sister, you clearly enjoyed that, so can't you praise me a little?" he asked, and Shi Wei replied with her mouth full that it was delicious and he was truly impressive. Han Kuobang watched in amazement as she finished the meal so quickly, and soon after, Shi Wei wiped her mouth and spoke with a serious expression. She said she had enjoyed his latest culinary research, and it was time for business, so Han Kuobang respectfully promised to highlight the leader's sophisticated aura during the takeover. He secretly thought that he didn't accept this new leader and wanted to fight him, but then he imagined how powerful and charismatic the recognized leaders actually were. Their strength was indeed formidable and their aura extraordinary, while Shi Wei instructed him to act convincingly, even suggesting he should vomit blood from his injuries. Han Kuobang felt like weeping and pleaded with her, reminding her that he had followed her since her previous life and asking for better treatment. A bottle of wine was then placed before him to be used as medicine for his wounds later, causing Han Kuobang to feel a deep sense of sorrow. "My heart hurts so much," he cried, and a few days later at the CIA nunnery, the center of supreme power, everything was draped in dark, somber colors. The Iron Tomb Conference opened with the 8 elders and all branch managers present, while disciples whispered that the new leader wanted them to become farmers. While saving people was noble, no one seemed to agree with the idea of farming, with some even threatening to revolt if they were forced to do it. Shi Wei went undercover among the disciples to gauge their reactions, and saw the widespread opposition, just as the arrival of the leaders and Hu Buigui was announced. Jia Yi greeted everyone with a radiant smile, and then turned to Shi Wei, loudly welcoming the eldest sister back to the organization. Overjoyed to see her friend, Jia Yi led the way to a group of people who all bowed respectfully and greeted the leaders as they approached. They were invited to the table, and Jia Yi told everyone to sit down and not be too formal, though the atmosphere remained awkward and silent. Suddenly, 2 people raised their hands to complain they had no seats, so Jia Yi pointed toward Li Jiayu and Bai Yi. She explained that these 2 were their distinguished guests and great talents, so the others had to give up their seats and sit off to the side for now. The 2 had to swallow their pride and obey her, and Jia Yi began to address the main issue while everyone was still settling in. She spoke fluently, explaining that she had called this urgent Iron Tomb conference primarily to officially announce their new leadership appointment. Hu Buigui suddenly asked what the proper title for the leader of the CIA nunnery was, but Li Jiayu replied that the eldest sister had always been the sole authority. Hu Buigui fell silent while others began to debate, noting they had always used eldest sister, though the puppet-masked man suggested sect master or cult leader. They felt those titles didn't suit the organization's style, so others suggested chief, since they were assassins, and many other suggestions were put forward. Since CIAI nunnery sounded like a temple, they suggested titles like Valley Master, Cave Lord, or Celestial Master, while Hu Bugui remained silent and Bai Ye had his own thoughts. If it is the Sei temple, the leader's title should be abbess. The two sitting nearby nodded in agreement, finding it logical. Hu Bugui could not help but shout, "Is that really correct? You are an ancient sect of several thousand years, so why is the leader's title so unworthy?" One of the two standing nearby questioned. "If you are so capable, then name it yourself." Hu Bugui began to ponder titles like Abbot, Cave Master, Sect Master, Grand Master, Mage, Palace Master, Island Master, Chief, or President. "Since you have put it that way, leave it to me." He turned to ask Jia Yi why she had chosen such a peculiar name as a temple in the first place. She replied that the sect was founded in a dilapidated temple, so she simply named it Sei Temple. Hu Bugui was stunned by her logic, thinking she was truly something else. After careful consideration, he announced that the highest leader of Sei Temple would be called Big Brother. Everyone was speechless, as the title had essentially not changed at all. "From today, I officially announce that Hu Bugui, the Big Brother of Jia Yi, will become the new Big Brother of Sei Temple. Next, I invite him to speak." Suddenly, a hand went up as Han Kuebang spoke out. "Wait, I am not convinced. Sei Temple is a gathering of heroes, and if the new Big Brother does not show us a few moves, I fear it will be hard to persuade us." Others chimed in, agreeing that the new Big Brother looked ordinary and demanding he reveal his true strength. The disciples chanted for him to show his skills, as Sei Temple used martial arts to forge bonds. Hu Bugui calmly replied that if they insisted, he would take on a few challengers. As he scanned the crowd of disciples, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Breaking into a cold sweat, he wondered what was happening. "Why is senior sister here?" Shi Wei looked at him with a meaningful smile, signaling him to keep pretending and not reveal his true power. Hu Bugui was now truly panicked. He could not understand why his senior sister had appeared there, and tried to reassure himself it was just a look-alike, but Shi Wei waved at him enthusiastically. Realizing it was indeed her, Hu Bugui trembled and told himself that he absolutely must not reveal his external stage abilities during the upcoming duel. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and tried to maintain his composure, saying that the major sects were raising taxes and oppressing the common people. "We must do something about it." Han Kuebang told him not to change the subject, but Hu Bugui ignored him and continued speaking with a voice full of compassion. "While we are dueling, the people are dying. How can you be so heartless? Therefore, let us just cancel this match." Han Kuebang and the others were left confused, while Bai Yi and Li Jiayu were deeply moved by his words. They hurried off to prepare aid for the people. A moment later, Han Kuebang mocked him again, asking if the Big Brother was actually a weakling who was afraid to fight. The others agreed, noting that as an assassin organization, they could not be convinced to follow him if he did not demonstrate his strength. Hu Bugui cursed them silently, wondering what kind of subordinates challenged their leader on the first day, but he knew he had to act to convince them. However, his strength was limited, and if he used his external stage Black Flame, his senior sister would recognize it immediately. The disciples grew suspicious, and even Shi Wei joined in, saying that if the leader was a weakling, they would quit rather than let someone rely on connections to get a free ride. Hu Bugui smiled bitterly and asked his senior sister to stop teasing him. He sighed in helplessness, realizing he had no other choice. Hu Bugui drew his sword and spoke with polite determination, stating that he would have to show them his meager skills. In this situation, he could only use talismans to suppress them, especially since he held an external stage treasure sword in his hand. A disciple suggested they move to the dedicated combat altar of Sei Temple, where statues filled with energy created a powerful barrier. Hu Bugui and his opponent stood in the center of the Earthly Branch's combat altar to ensure a fair fight, with Han Kuebang being the one to face him. Within this altar, one could only rely on their own cultivation, as all talismans and magical treasures were neutralized. Hu Bugui looked around blankly. Those standing outside whispered in surprise, wondering how they had such a powerful altar when there had been no internal duels for centuries. Han Kuebang added that to ensure fairness, both sides had to use weapons of the same grade, and a sword was brought before Hu Bugui. "Big Brother, this is your sword." He remained silent as the other disciples expressed surprise at the rule regarding equal equipment. Hu Buigui could only accept it, noting that he usually fought empty-handed. Han Kuobang politely offered to strike first to show his respect. Hu Buigui felt danger closing in since his talismans and treasure sword were now useless. He suddenly wondered if all of this was his senior sister's doing. He looked weakly toward Shi Wei, who maintained an innocent expression, while he screamed internally that she must have ordered the use of this altar. The rules of the duel have changed, and at this stage I have no choice but to accept the sword. The act is over, and I can no longer pretend as I look at my reflection in the blade. Hu Buigui struggles to stay calm, telling himself that if he can't keep up the act, then so be it. For the sake of the people, it doesn't matter if he is exposed. Next is the post-inauguration interview for Hu Buigui. As the show True Talk, Hu Says begins with Jia Yi introducing the program. Jia Yi, the host, speaks with professional flair, welcoming everyone to True Talk, Hu Says, and introducing herself as the non-human host before presenting today's somewhat dim-witted protagonist. Hu Buigui appears displeased, questioning who she's calling foolish and insisting he only feigns stupidity to ensure his own survival. Pointing at Shi Wei's image, he explains that her initial intimidation forced him to hide his true abilities, and rather than emulating Long Yashin, he was simply playing along. Jia Yi remains skeptical of his Long Yashin claims, noting that she only sees him concealing his intellect, which prompts Hu Buigui to begin his explanation. He argues that if one doesn't hide their intelligence and allows their aura to leak out, others will immediately sense something is wrong, making it impossible to keep any secrets. He shows Jia Yi the images in his mind of a dashing, glowing figure with a visible halo and top-tier gear, leading Jia Yi to nod and agree that his words are absolutely correct as another image appears. Referencing the 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river proverb, he points out a man who is wealthy without even cultivating, his aura fully exposed as a clear sign of a Long Yashin, and Jia Yi agrees once more. Next, a scene of him pleading for his life appears, but they only respond coldly, pointing out how he looks utterly consumed by terror. He looks like someone who clearly lacks a father, and as Jia Yi remains steadfast in her agreement, Hu Buigui asks which of those three types of people, all playing the fool to catch the wise, she would actually believe. Unexpectedly, Jia Yi admits she believes him because he truly resembles a pig, a comment Hu Buigui takes as a compliment, noting that once you possess the aura of a pig, and then use external gear for a sudden reversal, the resulting drama carries a massive impact, though all of that is a matter for the future. Currently, the intense match between Hu Buigui and Han Kuobang is underway, with Han Kuobang striking first while feigning regret and calling him Big Brother to show his respect. He declares he will use his full strength, unleashing a strike so powerful that Hu Buigui's eyes widen, wondering why he'd use an ultimate move so soon and damage their harmony instead of knowing when to stop. Hu Buigui's legs won't stop trembling, making Han Kuobang wonder if he's truly so terrified that he's stopped hiding it, while the disciples watch in disappointment, questioning if this big brother is actually just a coward. Han Kuobang looks dejected and agrees to hold back, but the moment he refocuses, Hu Buigui is already standing directly in front of him, speaking simply. He mentions taking advantage of the distraction, yet his sword fails to touch Han Kuobang, prompting the disciples to mock him for such a shameless and failed sneak attack. However, Han Kuobang is secretly alarmed by the close call, as he had originally planned to test Hu Buigui's strength and then fake a loss, but he was nearly killed in an instant. Han Kuobang exerts his full power, his hair fluttering in the massive surge of energy as he recalls Shi Wei's instruction to use the first move to project killing intent and force Hu Buigui to reveal his true strength. He does exactly that, unleashing his ultimate technique, the severing stream, while remembering Shi Wei's advice to act as miserable as possible when Hu Buigui counters to highlight the man's power. Despite the killing intent and the full-force attack of the first move, Hu Buigui's reaction seems off, leaving Han Kuobang to wonder why he isn't dodging, and if he's simply unable to. The power Han Kuobang generated is so immense that even he grows worried about being unable to pull it back, leaving both him and the disciples in a state of absolute shock. Incredibly, Hu Buigui catches the tip of the blade with just 2 fingers, surprising even Shi Wei as he addresses her as senior sister, explaining he never meant to hide anything but was only afraid of worrying her. Hu Buigui's tone turns solemn as he explains that these flames use memories as fuel, while Han Kuobang is left in a wretched state with his clothes burned to rags. Looking pathetic, Han Kuobang can hardly believe such overwhelming power exists, realizing that there is no longer any need for him to put on an act because his big brother is truly strong enough. Hubyugwi recalls the first time he realized the black flame could consume memories when he was only 10 years old and learning how to use a flint stone. The flint was difficult to use, but he eventually started a fire to cook a meal, only to discover afterward that he could no longer remember his quick password. Hubyugwi remained optimistic, reasoning that since he had already transmigrated, a password was as fleeting as a passing cloud and not worth worrying about. However, after accidentally setting an entire field ablaze, he panicked upon realizing he could no longer remember what his name had been before he transmigrated. Hubyugwi vowed never to use that power again, but life rarely goes as planned, and he was forced to use it once more in the Medicine King Valley to save his own life. As a result, he ended up forgetting whether he had been male or female in his previous life, wondering why such a vital memory had to be the one to vanish. His optimistic soul saved him once again as he decided it wasn't a major issue and vowed to never use it again, but as the timeline returns to the present, and fragments of his memories continue to drift away, he finds himself having used it several more times, yet he consoles himself that saving the common people makes it all worth it. Furthermore, lost memories aren't gone forever. Thinking of cubic functions, Hubyugwi burst into laughter, piquing the curiosity of the disciples. They silently judged him, thinking their new leader's laughter sounded far too crude, which unnerved them as he approached their position. However, Hubyugwi remained polite as he addressed them, noting that the heavy taxes imposed by the great sects had left the common folk starving. As you know, Gongjing spoke from the heart about saving the people, so I want you to help the locals complete this autumn harvest. One disciple agreed that saving lives was noble. But since they were assassins who knew nothing of farming, Hubyugwi introduced Li Jiayu, an expert in the field and a primary school teacher. Li Jiayu could learn quickly with guidance, yet she felt uneasy about her forged credentials, wondering if she really needed them since she was just a farming enthusiast, not an expert. The disciples were stunned, having never heard of a special grade farming mage, yet they still refused to cooperate. They felt it was a waste of energy for cultivators to farm, but Hubyugwi offered 100 acres and 100 spirit stones, promising that farming for the people was the ultimate path. Vowing to become the king of farming and earn a fortune to end his worries, he sparked a massive movement to study agriculture. Li Jiayu presented a systematic plan, but it proved to be a major challenge for Hubyugwi, especially since Shiwei was furious from the very beginning. Hubyugwi approached her timidly, but she suddenly grabbed his collar and told him in a low voice that it was time to discuss his little secret. Weeping uncontrollably, Hubyugwi confessed everything, revealing that he was a transmigrator who possessed a golden finger known as the Black Flame. He omitted the fact that the Black Flame had incinerated his memories, while Shiwei mused that being a transmigrator from another world with innate power finally explained things. She glared at him coldly, asking if he really expected her to believe such a blatant lie, as having such powerful innate skills seemed far too convenient. Hubyugwi nervously thought that innate skills were standard in transmigration stories, but Shiwei then demanded to know if he was colluding with the demon sect. When asked if he practiced the dark arts, Hubyugwi stammered a denial, feeling his end was near until Shiwei asked for his original name and gender to prove his story. Hubyugwi suddenly raised his hands and excitedly recited secret codes and cultural references from his world, including the grueling 996 work schedule. He claimed that true happiness was found in poverty and asked if she believed him now, but she only thought that he had clearly lost his mind. Hubyugwi lamented how difficult it was to prove his identity as a transmigrator, finding it utterly exhausting to explain the concept to a main character. It was an awkward and transparent situation, and Shiwei bluntly told him that while his acting was impressive, she was also an expert in deception. She wouldn't be easily fooled, but offered him a chance to redeem himself if he could just reveal his original name and gender. Hubyugwi felt like he was losing his mind and begged his senior sister to change the subject, as she had already asked him that before. He didn't know the answer, and even when Shiwei questioned him about his age and hometown, he still couldn't remember anything, leading her to ask more questions. She then asked how many people were in his family, how much land and livestock they owned, and the specifics of their annual crop yields. He managed to answer that his family lived in the city and no longer farmed, but he suddenly fell silent, unable to provide any further details. Hubyugwi blushed and finally admitted that he wasn't a transmigrator, claiming instead that he obtained his golden finger after falling off a mountain. Wei accepted this explanation immediately, making Hu Bugui want to cry because she believed a random excuse more easily than the actual truth. Wei told him he was still too naive if he didn't understand the trope of finding fortunes after falling off cliffs, leaving Hu Bugui with no choice but to give up. Deciding to abandon his identity as a transmigrator, he declared himself a local who had found a miracle after a fall, only to immediately slip on the stairs and plummet. As Hu Bugui fell toward the abyss, Wei screamed for him to stay calm and fly with his sword, but he shouted back that he didn't know how. Left speechless, Wei deployed her immortal binding rope, which shot out at incredible speed and successfully managed to snag him. However, the rope had caught him by the neck, making him realize he desperately needed to learn sword flight, while Li Jiayu taught the others that magic was essential for profitable farming. She explained that one person using magic could do the work of 100, increasing wheat yields significantly, while the elders began their agricultural training. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui officially began the arduous task of learning sword flight under Wei's direct tutelage, despite the difficult start. Hu Bugui was a diligent student and asked how to achieve proper balance, to which Wei replied that balance was the most fundamental aspect of flying on a sword. Your cultivation is sufficient, yet you cannot ride a sword, likely due to poor balance. But he soon made progress, remaining steady, as Wei also noticed the distinct quality of the cultivator's techniques. Perhaps the sword doesn't suit him, so let's try another, yet he still cannot fly. Senior sister, you said changing the Dharma treasure would help, but even Wei is baffled now. Why can't he learn it? Is it because I don't know how to teach, or is he just too foolish? Or perhaps there is some hidden curse or restriction I haven't noticed. Those were only the initial sessions. In a short span of time, Hu Bugui rapidly mastered the art of sword-riding flight, cultivating a truly impressive aura. Spiritual energy surged into his feet, propelling his body to glide gracefully through the air, leading Wei to lower her expectations for him. As long as he could fly, the manner in which he did so was irrelevant. Reluctantly accepting reality, Hu Bugui continued to soar through the high, clear blue sky, performing skillful aerial maneuvers. He could even dive from great heights and skim gently across the water's surface. However, Bai Yi and Jai Yi were not pleased by this sight. 3 days had passed, and Hu Bugui continued to fly incessantly like a madman because his mood was incredibly foul. "Senior sister, do not abandon me," he shouted into the void before suddenly plunging straight into the water. As water splashed everywhere, Hu Bugui lay motionless on the surface, his face blank and exhausted. He recalled Wei's words, telling him he was now a mature cultivator, and it was time to forge his own path. At that time, he had replied that he was still far too weak. Wei asked him how much stronger he wanted to be, since he had killed several soul transformation stage experts in a second at Medicine King Valley. She then turned to leave, saying she had nothing left to help him with. Hu Bugui called out in a panic, "Senior sister, don't go." Wei suddenly remembered something and turned back to hand him several sect emblems, instructing him to keep these tokens before they parted ways. She listed them from left to right: How Mu Cliff, the Sacred Fire Cult, the Golden Saber Sect, the Sword Lifting Sect, and Gourd Island. She also reminded him to take over as sect leader if he ever had the time. Looking at him, she thought to herself that even a sword spirit could establish a sect, so how could she have remained idle for 10,000 years? Hu Bugui took them in a daze. Before he could process the sect emblems, Wei handed him a square object, telling him to take this as well. He wondered what it could be. Upon opening it, a brilliant golden light immediately radiated outward, revealing an imperial jade seal inside. Wei solemnly stated that this was the imperial seal of the Eastern continent. Since the nation's founding, it had been proclaimed to the world that he could take this seal to claim the throne. He began to question his very existence, asking, "Senior sister, who on earth are you?" Wei did not answer, only saying softly that she had put some effort into him previously and he shouldn't worry about it. Before flying away on her sword, she left him with one final sentence. "On the day all living beings are saved, we shall meet again." Hu Bugui lay on the water with tearful eyes, repeating, "The day all living beings are saved, we meet again." But the problem he faced now was whether he should go and take over the leadership of these 5 sects or go and claim the imperial throne. This was too much for him, causing him great distress. At this moment, Bai Yi and Jai Yi truly wanted to deal with him. Bai Yi tried to remain calm and spoke. "You'll get beaten up acting like that. I heard the founder of the Eastern Continent's new dynasty was a female cultivator, and the current royals are just regents. But I never expected the founder to be your senior sister." Jia then looked at her with a troubled gaze. Bai then asked, "Sister Jia, why do you look like that?" Jia naturally confessed her thoughts, saying she had always assumed he would inherit her family's throne. Bai responded bluntly, realizing there were many other nations in the world and admitting her own ignorance. Feeling unable to face Jia, she called out to her senior brother, Hu Bugui, to come ashore quickly as the great farming art was nearly complete. Hearing this, Hu Bugui quickly came ashore, his heart filled with determination. Since his senior sister had bestowed so many resources upon him, he could not let her down. He enthusiastically continued, stating that their next step would be to spread the great farming art throughout the world. As he stepped onto the shore, water splashed everywhere, even reaching Bai's feet. He kept moving forward, causing the other two to cry out. "Hey, there is something very important. Your pants have fallen down." As time passed, the fields were dyed a brilliant, shimmering gold. The people cheered joyfully, waving toward Zai AI Temple. An old man said emotionally, "Immortals, thank you. In all my life, this is the first time I have seen cultivators like you. We will forever remember this help. Which sect do you belong to?" "We will surely come to offer our worship later." The disciples had been waiting for this. They were the 102nd Mobile Harvest Squad of Zai AI Temple, yet they remained solemn. Doing good deeds without leaving a name, the Zai AI Temple disciples quickly took their leave, saying they would meet again and promising to return next year. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them spun around simultaneously in a beautiful display. They decided to remove their masks, and one of them remarked that he had been cultivating for decades. He had only felt emptiness and loneliness, not even knowing why he pursued immortality. Behind the mask was a face drenched in tears of emotion. Now being thanked by the local villagers like this, he suddenly felt his life was complete. The other two felt the same, agreeing that they felt that way too. Only now did they realize the truth. Labor is indeed glorious, and this glory was shining everywhere. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui was feeling incredibly bored. Before him lay a pile of ledgers reporting on this year's harvest. The three-person harvest squads had grown to 121 teams, and all crops within 500 miles had been harvested. "That was fast," Jaya said beside him with a hint of joy. "One must reach at least the spirit silence stage to join our Zai AI temple. Isn't this minor farming technique something one can learn instantly?" Seeing Hu Bugui suddenly fall silent, she asked if he was still thinking of ways to expand the spell. Hu Bugui replied quickly, "No, I have already devised the strategy for expanding the magic." He was so distressed he wanted to cry. "I am just wondering where I will get the spirit stones to pay them." Hearing this, Jaya chuckled secretly. 100 acres of land and 100 spirit stones was indeed a lot. Hu Bugui's head ached as he calculated, thinking he might have to contact his senior sister's sects. More breaking news arrived as a disciple ran by, loudly announcing a special report. The four major sects had agreed to a duel at Zhongshan to settle their scores, throwing the entire cultivation world into a state of boiling chaos. Zio Sanda was furious and questioned Immortal Bei Ming. "Your disciple dared to kill mine, do you seek death?" Meanwhile, Shu Shan was in an uproar at Xuan Kong Island. Elsewhere, Yi Jiangnan came to demand justice from Shu Shan, claiming they had never interfered with each other before. The Yun Tai sect was also causing a commotion at Shu Shan, while Lan Mingzhu cursed incessantly. "I came here to tear this place down. Call your people out here." This was the conflict between the He Bai sect and the Yun Tai sect. News spread rapidly that Xuan Kong Island had killed a disciple of the Shu Shan sect. The Shu Shan sect killed a Yun Tai sect disciple. The Yun Tai sect killed a He Bai sect disciple, and the He Bai sect allied with the Shu Shan sect. This made the relationship map between the sects incredibly convoluted. Shizio also concluded that this was the current state of affairs among the four major sects. Shiwei had her own opinion, noting that the He Bai sect and Shu Shan had allied to suppress the others. She believed only by shattering this balance could even greater chaos be created. Shizio asked curiously, "How do you plan to do that?" Without hesitation, Shiwei pointed at her and said, "You go deal with the Shu Shan sect leader." Shizio appeared hesitant, saying it was not right. 3 days later, Lan Mingzhu was intently reading a letter with a distorted expression, unable to believe its contents. The letter clearly stated that Immortal Shizio had battled the Shu Shan sect leader for 3 days and nights, leaving the leader's life hanging by a thread. Lan Mingzhu was deeply saddened and thought, "Why must trouble be stirred up at a time like this? Losing an ally makes the current situation very unfavorable for our He Bai sect." At the same time, Hu Bugui quickly located the first sect Shiwei had mentioned. He and Bai Yi boldly entered one of the 5 major sects of the Eastern continent, the Sacred Fire sect. However, they were met with a scene of ruins that left them in disbelief, wondering if the sacred fire sect had been wiped out. Meanwhile, Shi Wei told Lan Mingzhu that one person's power is limited, so an organization must be formed. Lan Mingzhu replied that a single person's strength is indeed limited, and hesitation leads to failure. At the sacred fire sect, Hu Bugui looked up at the surroundings and saw that the sect had been burned down. Baiyu was more optimistic, suggesting that even if it was burned, the sect must have moved to a new location. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "This is the sacred fire sect. We have not changed our location." The speaker then stepped toward Hu Bugui and Baiyu. The two of them shouted in surprise, "Could you be?" Before them was a frail old man with trembling legs who declared with all his might, "That is right, I am the 40th leader of the sacred fire sect." He coughed incessantly from the effort, and they prayed for him. It seemed he was about to pass away. Hu Bugui did not hesitate to present a token, saying, "I have come here to take over the position of leader." The sacred fire sect leader slowly asked, "What is your Taoist title? Are you the heaven-chosen sword?" Hu Bugui stammered, Yes, I am the Wang Kai layman." He even pulled out a sword and asked, "As for the heaven-chosen sword, is it this one?" The sacred fire sect leader's eyes suddenly lit up like spotlights. "Wang Kai layman, this sword is definitely the one." He was extremely moved. "Hurry, the successor to the sect has arrived." Hu Bugui cheered excitedly. "What? Are there still people left in the sacred fire sect?" Baiyu turned and whispered to him. "This wasteland is surely just a cover to deceive people." Hu Bugui nodded in agreement. "The sacred fire sect is probably hidden beneath these ruins. That makes sense." Both of them turned to look at the sacred fire sect leader simultaneously. He smiled and said, "We were destroyed 400 years ago. I never expected to actually wait long enough for leader Wang Kai." Suddenly, an old man in a wheelchair appeared and said to Hu Bugui, "I have not forgotten the founder's teachings. I have waited here for the new leader for many years." A moment later, 3 other old men arrived to welcome him. "New leader, the retirement funds and medical compensation will surely be paid." Hearing this, Hu Bugui and Baiyu felt lost. Hu Bugui comforted himself, thinking that competition in the cultivation world is fierce, and it is normal for a few sects to fail. But why did it turn out like this? At Himuya, the 3 old men reported in unison that they shared the same fate as the sacred fire sect. Himuya had also been burned to the ground. Hu Bugui asked in a low voice, "Why did the 2 houses fight?" The sacred fire sect leader replied without shame, "It was all because of my peerless beauty. The Himuya leader wanted me for himself." Hu Bugui was so shocked he felt like spitting blood. Is there really this kind of melodramatic script of love and hate? The 3 old men recounted the events of that year. "No, we were all deceived back then." At that time, the 3 of them discovered that he was the leader of Himuya. The Himuya leader said angrily at the time that it was the Shu Shan sect that caused internal division, which eventually led to the destruction of both sects. He continued to fume. "They told me the saintess of the sacred fire sect was secretly in love with me, but was bound by sect rules. I went to the sacred fire sect to demand justice. But then I discovered the sacred fire sect leader was seducing my wife. I could not endure it, so a fight to the death broke out." Hu Bugui's head spun as he heard this. "What kind of family drama are you all acting out?" He even criticized the Himuya leader. "Furthermore, for a man with a wife like you, why bother kidnapping their saintess?" Ultimately, he lacked the strength to care, finding the act of exposing others utterly exhausting as he sighed. Hoping the other sects had survived, Hu Bugui continued his journey, only to find another sect in ruins, though someone still remained. A young boy appeared and introduced himself, asking if he was the legendary Wang Kai cult leader and claiming to be the current Golden Saber sect leader. At the Giant Sword sect, only a cat greeted Hu Bugui, leaving him to weep in exhaustion until Baiyu comforted him, mentioning Gourd Island. Hu Bugui recalled their parting words about returning once he inherited the 5 great sects, to which Jaiyi responded with joy. Anticipating the arrival of many new experts, Hu Bugui and Baiyu vowed to emerge victorious, with him excitedly promising good news. However, reality was quite different. The 3 leaders of the sacred fire cult were merely waiting for their leader to distribute retirement funds. Meanwhile, the leader of Blackwood Cliff nibbled on a vegetable scrap with his last teeth, muttering about his inability to conquer even a wilted leaf. Seeing the Golden Saber sect leader devouring a chicken, Hu Bugui silently urged him to act like a proper cultivator for once. Even the cat from the Giant Sword sect had fish, while he could only stare in disappointment at his supposedly invincible yet underwhelming team. His frustration grew as no one knew the location of Gourd Island, with everyone suggesting it was either a minor sect or part of the Five Greats. These five included the Eastern Heretic, Western Venom, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, and Central Petrification, all of which had declined centuries ago. Gourd Island had reportedly moved a century ago and fared no better, leading Hu Bugui to wonder where his senior sister Shiwei found such unlucky sects. Baiyi nonchalantly chewed on some pungent meat and suggested that if Gourd Island couldn't be found, he should simply inherit the throne instead. Hu Bugui pinched his nose at the smell, noting her strong palate, but she ignored him and pointed toward the royal treasury. She claimed the treasury was full of wealth, and inheriting the throne would end their financial woes, a plan Hu Bugui readily accepted. On a clear day, Hu Bugui and Baiyi entered the palace, but holding the imperial seal made him feel an uneasy shift in the atmosphere. The emperor slowly questioned if he intended to usurp the throne by bringing the seal of the previous dynasty, infuriating Hu Bugui. Unable to speak up, both were berated by the emperor until they were speechless, and he immediately ordered his guards to seize them. As soldiers surrounded them, Hu Bugui and Baiyi fled desperately, with Hu Bugui lamenting the total collapse of all his power bases. He criticized senior sister Shiwei's poor management while she, surprised to find many command tokens left in a chest, began to reminisce. Realizing she had forgotten when these sects were founded, she decided to give the entire chest of tokens to him as a form of support. Elsewhere, Hu Bugui let out a massive sneeze and rubbed his nose, thinking about how narrowly they had managed to escape. When Shiwei suddenly presented the chest of tokens, Hu Bugui jokingly suggested she should just open a workshop to manufacture them. She dismissed it as a trivial matter, and when he asked why she appeared before the world was saved, she claimed this was a one-time exception. Promising to meet again only when the world was truly saved, she turned to leave after bidding her junior brother farewell. Hu Bugui wondered if he should act touched before questioning whether he even needed to bother inheriting these collapsed sects anymore. Deciding it was a waste of time since they were all in ruins, he figured he might as well melt the tokens down for scrap. Since they were made of rare materials, he hoped they were valuable. Among them was a token for the Yun Tai sect. Days later, atop a mountain of towering stone pillars, Immortal Yi Ming of the Black and White sect stood facing his rivals. On other pillars stood Immortal Bei Ming of Mysterious Void Island, Immortal Zio Yao of Yun Tai, and Immortal Shan He of Mount Shu. Lan Mingzhu, also known as Immortal Yi Ming, declared that the long-standing grievances between their four sects would finally end today. Immortal Bei Ming vowed to prove he wasn't a fraud, while Yi Jiangnan challenged Lan Mingzhu for the title of the world's most handsome man. Lan Mingzhu coldly dismissed Yi Jiangnan as an insignificant character trying to steal the spotlight, prompting the latter to boast of his high rank. Unimpressed by someone appearing so late in the story, Lan Mingzhu's disdain drove Yi Jiangnan to attack with his sword, shouting for him to shut up. A flurry of swords swept toward him, but Lan Mingzhu was no amateur, instantly conjuring a protective barrier. "Who are you calling a joke? You're nothing but a bystander." Their collision triggered a violent explosion of energy, forming a colossal sphere of light. Watching this, exalted Immortal Bo Ming thought, "I'll wait for them to exhaust each other, then I'll step in and reap the rewards." Meanwhile, exalted Immortal Shan He and Zio Sandao could only complain about their aching backs. Bo Ming mocked them, claiming he once fought for 3 days straight with 10 companions before the sword debate. "I'm so envious," he muttered before seizing his weapon and diving into the fray. The ensuing chaos shook massive boulders and shattered stone pillars. The landscape was soon rendered unrecognizable. From a distance, 2 figures crouched in the brush, observing the devastating battle. The blonde man watched in a daze, stunned by the sheer power of the He Dao stage, while the pink-haired woman was equally shell-shocked. He lamented that the terrain couldn't endure such force. They wondered if they could actually finish off such monsters, until Gwenny appeared to share his thoughts. He suggested they might all end up mutually wounded, providing an opportunity to take their heads. The blonde man then asked why his second brother didn't go himself. Gwenny explained he had to find his big brother to clarify their intent for the demonic sect and prevent any misunderstandings. He thought it would be ideal if his big brother joined, but since his identity was compromised, he wondered how to enter the He Bai sect until he realized this disguise was perfect. Suddenly, Miss Liang appeared and called out to him. Gwenny panicked, fearing there was a flaw in his feminine attire. However, she only told him to buy an entry ticket. He complied but realized he didn't know where his big brother lived, as they had always met elsewhere. Shi appeared and interrupted his thoughts, asking if they had met before. Gwenny stammered, trying to play it off. He claimed it was his first visit to the He-Bai sect, but Shi's eyes fixed on his flat chest as she smirked, seemingly understanding everything. Her smile made Gwenny shiver, wondering what she had deduced. Currently, the He-Bai sect was a popular destination due to rumors about its female disciples. While many men came to peep at the disciples, others sought a legendary breast enhancement formula said to be perfect for those with small frames. Female visitors with small chests sought out Master Tai Bai. Despite his golden core cultivation, he was famous for suppressing alchemists across the land. He was also renowned for creating this peculiar formula, though he consistently denied any connection to it. Shi, his disciple, was at a loss for words regarding her master's reputation and his strange obsession with those who were less endowed. She didn't hesitate to advertise that her master could transform the physiques of both women and men alike. She tried to reassure Gwenny that with the right medicine, he could achieve his desired look. Gwenny, however, found the idea of male transformation utterly bizarre. Gwenny seriously clarified that he wasn't there for medicine, but to find layman Wang Kai. Shi acted indifferent, but kept questioning his true motives. Gwenny gave a vague response, internally anxious because he couldn't reveal his plan to recruit his big brother into the demonic sect. He knew he had to keep it a secret since his big brother was Tai Bai's disciple. Thus, he decided to use the medicine as his excuse. He claimed he was there for the enhancement formula and asked to see Master Tai Bai. Shi quickly charged him 80,000 spirit stones for the service. Gwenny was sweating bullets but had to agree. He followed her, only to be confused when they arrived at Medicine King Valley. Shi explained that her master was the consort of the valley and had spent his honeymoon there. Gwenny was stunned by this revelation. They soon reached Tai Bai's quarters. Shi introduced him as the master of Medicine King Valley, while Liang Luo watched the beauty with curiosity. Seeing Liang Luo, Gwenny stammered in shock, realizing this person was the son-in-law of Medicine King Valley. Shi continued the introduction for Master Tai Bai. Tai Bai, looking weary, told his disciple he wanted to go back to the He-Bai sect. Shi ignored him and announced that this lady wanted the premium formula, the kind powerful enough to work even on men. She mentioned the client was rich and wouldn't mind the 80,000 spirit stones. Tai Bai's eyes gleamed. Gwenny was terrified, praying for his big brother to save him. Meanwhile, at CIAI Nunnery, Hu Bugui reviewed the ledgers and thanked everyone for their hard work during this year's harvest. The disciples were thrilled to receive their pay of 100 units of magic earth silk and 100 spirit stones. Hu Bugui happily promised not to mistreat them, as they were the backbone of CIAI Nunnery. He announced that he would not only pay wages, but also provide bonuses. Yet the commoners still suffered heavy losses while gathering spirit stones and immortal herbs. Hu Bugui feigned a look of deep sorrow, claiming he could not bear to ignore their plight, and then made a request of his followers. He asked if they could help the commoners finish collecting the spirit stones and herbs, but the disciples saw through his scheme, questioning if he intended to withhold their pay. He promised that once the task was done, they would have all the elixirs and spirit stones they wanted, planning to pose as the demon sect to rob the items back from the major sects. Huo Quabang greatly admired Hu Bugui's brilliant idea, while Jia Yi watched in disbelief that a debt crisis could be handled in such a manner. Baiyu was already accustomed to this, thinking her senior brother was truly wicked, as Hu Bugui acted like a boss with multiple personalities. Even if his company collapsed, he would find a way to use entertainment to clear his debts, unlike a typical failed leader who uses personal funds. Hu Bugui believed that in a crisis, cutting wages would make employees more aware of the severity of the situation. While a normal leader uses staff wages to pay debts, Hu Bugui wondered who would continue to invest, promising to return to the country next week. As a clever leader, even after others paid his debts, he contemplated using the spirit stones the workers mined to pay their own salaries. He told himself he was just an ordinary leader, having spent 1 million spirit stones this year to acquire nearly 10,000 mu of farmland. This exhausted him, and though he could endure for now, he worried about where to find enough spirit stones for the following year. He had to wait for good news from Baiyu, whom he had previously convinced to persuade her father to support their cause. Baiyu was more than willing to help the people settle into their lives, and promised her senior brother that she would convince the emperor. She returned to the palace to find the emperor as exhausted as Hu Bugui, struggling with low tax revenue and unable to pay his officials. Acting as a devoted daughter, she asked her father why he was sighing and offered to share his burdens. The emperor was delighted to see her, asking why she had returned from her cultivation at the Immortal mountain. Bai bowed respectfully to her father, and the emperor quickly told her to rise, checking to see if she had grown thin during her travels. She softly expressed her concern, noting that it was the emperor who had lost weight due to either state affairs or troubles within the harem. The emperor admitted that with chaos in the immortal realm and disasters in the mortal world, the treasury was empty, forcing him to borrow from his concubines. When Bai pointed out that he had started borrowing money, the emperor defensively claimed that for a ruler, it was simply a matter of a couple sharing financial burdens. Bai then presented him with a bottle of medicine, urging him to take it for his health. The emperor became incredibly excited, asking if it was an immortal elixir that would allow him to fight 300 more battles. He mentioned that despite his worries, a group of immortal masters had appeared in the south to help the commoners with their farming. Without their contribution to the national budget, he wouldn't have been able to endure, but now he was more cheerful than anyone. Bai smiled and asked if he knew why those immortal masters were helping the people, to which the emperor asked for the reason. He wondered if it was simply because there were still kind-hearted immortals, but Bai proudly revealed that her senior brother had ordered it. She showed him a picture of Hu Bugui, praising his handsome looks and extraordinary talent, though she quickly realized she had shown the wrong image. She corrected her mistake by showing a handsome portrait of the Haibai sect's pride, who had become one of the 4 strongest experts within a year. She added that Hu Bugui now led the world's top assassin organization, the Kui Nunnery, and had successfully turned many assassins into farmers. By helping the people settle down and raise livestock, he moved the emperor to tears with his noble character. Seeing his reaction, Bai asked him to implement her senior brother's national governance strategy, and the emperor readily agreed. Expecting a miraculous plan, the emperor's eyes widened as he read that a single worker could provide for 100 people. The emperor grew more amazed as he read on, realizing that Hu Bugui's plan was actually quite straightforward. The strategy involved recruiting talented cultivators to teach farming magic, sending them to various districts, and forming treasure-hunting teams. Fourth, he established professional engineering teams for transportation and irrigation, believing that building roads is the key to wealth. Consequently, Hu Bugui became a brilliant leader, pleased with the imperial investment, until Jaya suddenly told him to stop smiling. The Spirit Stone miners discovered an ancient dragon and needed rescue. Hu Bugui was shocked, and upon arrival, the dragon questioned them directly. It asked if he had ordered the destruction of its latrine. Hu Bugui trembled, knowing the ancient dragon was a primordial beast with wisdom exceeding humans. Its power surpassed a true immortal of the Tao integration stage. Its blood could elevate mortals, and its flesh aided in high-level cultivation. While the world had been unable to ascend for millennia, this dragon was a rare true immortal, and it was currently huffing in polite indignation. It demanded to know why its latrine was destroyed. Hu Bugui, nearly blown away by its breath, stammered an apology for the accidental mining damage. The dragon criticized the environmental impact of mining, questioning if all modern cultivators were so selfish, leaving Hu Bugui in deep thought. The dragon spoke articulately while scratching itself, expressing how upsetting it was to find its latrine ruined when it needed to use it. It claimed to have been so angry it cried in front of witnesses, and was forced to find another location to relieve its burden. Hu Bugui awkwardly addressed the dragon as Big Brother Dragon, and when the dragon continued its tale, he asked where the latrine actually was. The dragon slowly explained that the waste it produced was what humans referred to as spirit stones. Hu Bugui was left speechless upon learning that the spirit stones they prized were actually the dragon's latrine. Losing patience, the ancient dragon ordered everyone to stay 300 miles away until it finished its business. It disliked being watched while relieving itself. Hu Bugui quickly obeyed, and time passed rapidly. All members of the nunnery immediately evacuated to a red-hued area, where Hu Bugui and Jaya waited in silence. Jaya spoke first, questioning her own worldview, while Hu Bugui suggested they simply pretend they didn't know the truth. He worried that educated cultivators would soon realize what spirit stones were, but his face turned purple as he was told to stop talking. Hu Bugui couldn't believe that the essential resource for cultivation was actually that, while Jia Yi noted how lucky they were the dragon was kind. She remarked that any other dragon would have shredded them, while the Sai nunnery disciples seemed very interested in the matter. They gossiped excitedly about the rare event and the loud sounds. Once finished, the dragon felt a great sense of liberation. Freed from its discomfort, the dragon sighed in relief before noticing that the group of people looked somewhat familiar. It investigated and realized the truth, leaving behind a massive pile of spirit stones as the Sai nunnery disciples fled in panic. As they ran from the approaching dragon, Hu Bugui shouted for them to wait, but the dragon was already standing before him. With its memory slightly fuzzy after its business, the dragon asked if they had met before, but Hu Bugui didn't dare claim any relation. He quickly denied ever meeting the dragon, appearing quite pitiful in the massive creature's eyes. The dragon didn't press him, simply telling him to protect the environment before departing, leaving a terrified Hu Bugui behind. On its way back, the dragon suddenly remembered the man's eyes, recalling someone from the past who had made a bold demand. It remembered the man asking for its dragon pearl and realized it had never been returned, prompting the dragon to turn back. Hu Bugui froze in despair as the dragon returned, feeling as though the author was playing a cruel joke on him. He felt targeted by the dragon, which politely approached him again to ask for his identity. Still struggling to remember, the dragon asked for his name and if he was that guy, leaving Hu Bugui completely confused. The dragon snorted smoke and transformed into a human to show its true form, but Hu Bugui didn't recognize his past life, Yazayaku. He insisted the dragon had the wrong person, but Jia Yi looked at him with disdain from his shoulder, knowing he was indeed that man. Jia Yi confirmed it was his past life, and the dragon lamented the mistake as it hoped to retrieve its dragon pearl, leaving Jia Yi horrified by his theft. When did this happen? Hu Bugui is not doing much better than you, dragon pearl. What is that? Is it the item where collecting 7 allows one to make a wish? Gu Long began to lament, stating that since the dragon pearl was gone, he was also very sorrowful. Jia Yi shared some knowledge with Hu Bugui, mentioning legends that say a dragon pearl is born every century, much like a cultivator's inner core. Gu Long corrected him, saying it wasn't quite that dramatic. However, if my wife discovers I've lost a dragon pearl, she'll nag me to death, the dragon added. Hu Bugui's jaw dropped as he asked, "You actually have a wife?" Gu Long suddenly changed the subject, noting that Hu Bugui led 10,000 men and remained remarkably steady upon meeting him, showing great courage. Hu Bugui's legs were actually shaking uncontrollably as he stammered, No, I'm nearly wetting myself." Suddenly, Gu Long shifted his massive body. He transformed into a human and offered Hu Bugui a deal, retrieve the dragon pearl from that person, and he would grant him one wish. Seeing Hu Bugui's silence, he probed, "What do you think?" Hu Bugui finally spoke up. "It's no problem at all," he replied, though internally he marveled at the dragon's human form. Still feeling a bit awkward, Hu Bugui asked, "Could I ask what this dragon pearl actually looks like?" Gu Long quickly described it as being about this large, round, black, and very shiny. Still unclear, Hu Bugui asked if he could provide more specific details. He asked how to find it and what its purpose was. Gu Long thought for a moment and admitted it didn't really do anything. It was essentially just a stone from his body. Jia Yi and Hu Bugui were both stunned by this revelation. Seeing Hu Bugui's confusion, Gu Long explained that it was like a pearl, formed from the impurities of the world. Hu Bugui felt his horizons expanding with this new knowledge. Gu Long then confided that a dragon pearl must be kept by one's spouse as a token of fidelity, and if his wife found his pearl with someone else, she would surely think he had been unfaithful. Jia Yi and Hu Bugui asked in unison if it was truly that serious. Gu Long worriedly explained that he had over 10,000 pearls, and though his wife hadn't noticed one missing in 10 millennia, it would be the end of him if she ever found out. Hu Bugui turned to Jia Yi and asked, "He said he has over 10,000, but didn't you say they only produce one every century?" Jia Yi shook his head, unsure. Gu Long then clarified. The dragon race does indeed produce dragon pearls every 100 years, but they can produce 20 to 30 at a time. Hearing this, Hu Bugui came up with a suggestion. "Next time you produce them, just report one fewer than the actual count. After all, you're the only one who knows the exact number." Gu Long was enlightened and joyfully exclaimed that he hadn't thought of such a solution in 10,000 years. He then grasped Hu Bugui's hand like a long-lost friend. "You are truly the most intelligent creature I have ever encountered," the dragon praised. Hu Bugui began to question his own reality, wondering if he was actually that brilliant. Gulong draped an arm over Hu Bugui's shoulder and asked if they were mining spirit stones. To repay him, the dragon offered to bring the stones himself so they wouldn't have to dig anymore. Hu Bugui realized he had forgotten the stones belonged to the dragon. From that day on, they no longer worried about a shortage of spirit stones. Furthermore, Hu Bugui asked Jia what their relationship had actually been 10,000 years ago. The past grew even more mysterious. Jia solemnly reported that everything had been built to the highest standards, and beautiful bridges began to appear. A magnificent architectural project was also completed. Han Kuobang calmly reported that they had leveled 2 mountains to clear a massive plot of land. Even if Gu Long suffered from constipation, this area would be more than sufficient. Since his last bathroom break caused thunder and lightning, they had set up lightning protection arrays on the nearby mountains. They even considered the possibility of him having diarrhea and built a lake to ensure the spirit stones wouldn't be washed away. Hu Bugui nodded, impressed by the thoroughness. He then turned to Han Kuobang and asked why he had built a restroom right in front of their sect's gate. Han Kuobang simply replied that it made digging easier. Hu Bugui lost his temper and shouted for it to be rebuilt immediately. Han Kuobang hurried away just as a group of disciples from the AIAM sect arrived in tears, crying out for their leader to help them. Hu Bugui was confused. "Weren't you supposed to be delivering spirit stones to the counties? Why are you in this state?" he asked. One of the 3 recounted how they had followed orders to deliver spirit stones to the counties, earning the respect of the local people. However, when night fell, the Haibai sect arrived on schedule to collect the goods. They eagerly inquired about how many spirit stones had been gathered. They threatened consequences if the amount was insufficient. Waiting for them to lower their guard, the disciples ambushed them on the road, planning to steal the spirit stones back. But just as they descended to carry out the robbery, at this point, Hu Bugui saw nothing unusual, thinking everything was going according to plan. The disciples continued, explaining that they were unable to defeat them and were instead robbed of everything by the Haibai sect. The 3 disciples knelt and cursed the wretched Haibai sect. "Those were my savings from the last 80 years, they wailed, noting that the enemy had an increasing number of trump cards. Hu Bugui sighed and told them to stop crying, promising to compensate their losses. He even promised to pay their wages. Immediately, cheers erupted as they praised their wealthy leader and asked about their compensation. Hu Bugui stood there, completely stunned, surrounded by disciples on all sides. He asked in a low voice, "Weren't you the ones who failed at a robbery and ended up getting robbed yourselves?" They all agreed in unison, claiming the enemy was simply too powerful. Hu Bugui's expression couldn't have looked more pained, yet he found himself speechless. In the end, only a quarter of the team succeeded, while the other 3/4 were robbed themselves. Not only did they blow through Gu Long's generous gift, but they also lost 300,000 spirit stones. Hu Bugui sat at home reflecting, realizing that the major sects sent only their most skilled members to collect taxes. Splitting up to plunder made victory difficult, so Hu Bugui suddenly had the idea to consolidate their forces and fight one battle at a time. However, the issue was how to pay them, as owing wages would surely bring divine retribution, until someone stepped forward with a suggestion after examining the command medallions. There were many valuable items, and Hu Bugui excitedly asked how many spirit stones they fetched, to which Jia quickly replied that each sold for 300,000. With a total of 2.7 million, Hu Bugui carefully examined the sect leader's medallion, noting its superior quality, as Jia continued her report. She mentioned finding medallions for the Black-White sect and Yuntai sect, surprising Hu Bugui since those sects were founded by his senior sister. Jia presented the result of a partial fusion and asked if he wanted to attempt to inherit the legacies of the Black-White and Yuntai sects. Hu Bugui coldly remarked that no one would recognize such a thing, yet the Yuntai sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Western continent, emerged regardless. Hu Bugui presented the token, identifying it as the sect leader's insignia of his Yuntai sect, while elsewhere, Yi Jiangnan introduced himself. "I am Yi Jiangnan, sect leader of the Yuntai sect known as the Carefree Immortal," he said solemnly, insisting he was a serious man despite the flamboyant title, as Lan Mingzhu watched. Lan Mingzhu and Beiming Shangxian both questioned why he dared use the name Carefree when he wasn't even a main character, to which Yi Jiangnan confidently replied it was due to his good looks. He was immediately met with playful blows from the other 2, who scoffed at his vanity and asked if being handsome could actually put food on the table. Flustered, Yi Jiangnan explained that his master was named Xiaoao, but fled to escape debts, leading the creditors to give him this title as a way to mock him. Realizing the title meant carefree debt evasion, the two nodded in understanding, and Lan Mingzhu quickly helped him up. Lan Mingzhu expressed sympathy for their shared plight of having unreliable masters before immediately pivoting back to the main issue at hand. He demanded half of Yi Jiangnan's territory to settle the grudge of the Yuntai sect killing his disciples, then turned his attention toward Xiao Sandao. He told old Xiao to take half of his own territory to compensate the Yuntai sect for the disciples that Shushan had previously killed. Xiao Sandao was deeply moved by the gesture, while Yi Jiangnan carefully calculated the situation and realized he wasn't actually losing anything. Then, along with Xiao Sandao and Lan Mingzhu, he turned to ask Beiming Shangxian how he intended to pay for the Shushan disciples killed by those from Xuan Kong Island. Beiming Shangxian was horrified, asking if they truly expected him to surrender half of his territory as compensation as well. Yi Jiangnan pointed out that since they had all given up half, he should too, as the three of them had already made peace with one another. They threatened to join forces if he continued to cause trouble, leaving the aggrieved Beiming Shangxian speechless, while Xiao Sandao harbored his own secret agenda. Xiao Sandao proposed that since half of Yuntai's territory was taken, Xuan Kong Island's compensation to him would settle the debt between them. They decided to isolate Beiming Shangxian to resolve the conflict, leaving Xuan Kong Island as the only party to suffer a significant loss. Furthermore, the world established by the Black-White sect had taken shape, and Yi Jiangnan pondered deeply as he flew back on his sword. He mused that the resolution of these conflicts was a blessing in disguise, and planned to urge his disciples to gather spirit stones and herbs to prepare for the demon sect's assault. Suddenly, he noticed a shower of colorful leaves, and as he stared at the red carpet before him, Yi Jiangnan stood frozen in confusion. He wondered why there was such a grand reception given his frugal nature, only for two elders to suddenly appear and shout at him. They accused him of disregarding the council's decisions and summarily stripped him of his position as sect leader, leaving Yi Jiangnan speechless with disbelief. The two elders pointed toward a man sitting with great dignity and ordered Yi Jiangnan to pay respects to their new sect leader, Layman Wangkai. Hu Bugui maintained a calm exterior while inwardly wishing they would stop calling him Layman Wangkai, but the two elders continued in unison. They explained that the sect founder had prophesied a man named Layman Wangkai would one day arrive with the heaven-chosen sword to inherit the leadership. Indeed, Hu Bugui was that very man, and since he possessed the heaven-chosen sword, the elders were determined to uphold the founder's sacred instructions. Yi Jiangnan was enraged, questioning how they could treat him this way after all the blood he had shed and the contributions he had made to the sect. Hu Bugui felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting on his own hard work for the sect and how miserable it felt to be suddenly cast aside. Yi Jiangnan roared that he would never accept this so-called Layman Wangkai, and after resigning in a fury, he drew his sword and flew away. Leaving behind a pointed remark about how they would pay off that 8 million debt, Hu Bugui thought he had misheard and immediately turned to ask the elder what 8 million he was talking about. "I didn't mishear, did I?" The elder replied with a smile, explaining it was a debt the previous sect leader had taken out, and after 300 years of payments, 8 million spirit stones still remained. Hu Bugui suddenly realized he had unfinished business, remembering a pile of laundry at home that hadn't been washed yet, so he rushed off at full speed, muttering that if he didn't wash them, they would become toxic. Before departing, he politely said they would meet again if fate allowed. Then Hu Bugui walked dejectedly down the deserted road, his heart filled with frustration as he whispered to himself. He felt he shouldn't have placed so much hope in the sect his senior sister left behind, while Jia Yi expressed disbelief, noting it was a miracle they hadn't closed down despite such massive debt. It truly was a miracle, to which Hu Bugui replied that the Yun Dai sect's scale was simply so large that creditors didn't dare come to collect, a realization that seemed to enlighten Jia Yi. Nodding, she remarked that it was indeed a great sect with an equally great debt, but Hu Bugui shook his head in surprise, suggesting that the opposite might actually be true. The lesson here was that borrowing money could help expand a sect's scale, and once the sect became large enough, it became even easier to borrow more money. Borrowing 100 taels makes you a grandson, but borrowing 10 billion makes you a grandmaster. As long as the sect is big and the debt is high, no one dares collect, leading Jia Yi to add that the Haibai sect was quite honorable for actually paying. Lan Mingzhu suddenly felt more at ease as if someone were praising him, just as Dongfang Yuzhai called out, asking if his master was even listening to what he was saying. He recounted the incident involving CIAN and the Haibai sect, reporting that the Haibai sect's investigation team had been attacked, which must have been the work of the demon sect. It couldn't be taken lightly, yet Lan Mingzhu happily remarked that not only were they unharmed, but they had also plundered some money from the demon sect, which was a good thing. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected the demon sect's strength to be so pathetic, having initially considered them formidable opponents, while Dongfang Yuzhai expressed his own perspective. "Master, what I'm concerned about isn't the demon sect, but the fact that we were robbed." He made a valid point that the demon sect had failed their robbery and ended up being robbed themselves. If this kept happening, they wouldn't dare rob them anymore, and if they didn't attack, they couldn't rob them back. Lan Mingzhu was stunned by these words, grabbing Dongfang Yuzhai's shoulders and shaking him, telling him he shouldn't think that way. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Dongfang Yuzhai didn't understand why Lan Mingzhu was reacting this way and asked his master what he meant by those words. Lan Mingzhu quickly took his pulse, saying he needed to check on him, only to discover in shock that these were the unmistakable signs of qi deviation. Lan Mingzhu began his investigation, asking Yuzhai what cultivation techniques he had been practicing lately, and if he felt anything unusual, to which Dongfang Yuzhai replied nonchalantly. Everything was the same as usual with nothing out of the ordinary, until Dongfang Yuzhai suddenly remembered and mentioned he had recently been using the 3-flower fiend-refining pill. His cultivation was rising rapidly, and he would soon break through to the nascent soul stage, causing Lan Mingzhu to mutter about how precious those pills were, and if Teibai was really that generous, but Dongfang Yuzhai replied. It wasn't perfected Teibai, but Gwenyi who gave them to him. And after hearing this, Lan Mingzhu honestly told him that Yuzhai was indeed still the same old Yuzhai. The qi deviation wasn't too severe yet and could still be cured, but he still didn't understand and asked Master Lan Mingzhu what he meant by that. Lan Mingzhu couldn't help but scream in his face that Gwenyi was the leader of the demon sect, questioning how he dared to eat something given to him by that man. He asked if he could be a bit smarter, yet the man only replied with a simple, "I see," leaving Lan Mingzhu feeling completely exasperated. Since he couldn't become smarter, he would have to find time for secluded meditation so he could help him dispel the demonic energy, but the conversation didn't end there. Dongfeng Yuzhai added that he had also given half of those 3-flower fiend-refining pills to Xu Wei, leaving Lan Mingzhu horrified as he called him a true talent. He dashed off so fast he nearly broke the house pillars, praying that nothing would happen to Xu Wei, while at Medicine King Valley an exquisite box was presented. Buying 10 courses of treatment at once would come with a free 3-flower fiend-refining pill, leaving Gwenyi confused about the 10 courses, though he could only ask how much they cost. The 3 people in front of him simultaneously held up 5 fingers, leading Gwenyi to think it was 50,000, and since he had already spent 80,000, it didn't matter. He needed to finish this quickly to go find his big brother, and the thought made him happy, thinking that 50,000 was a great deal. However, the 3 of them, including Teibai, spoke in unison that it was 3 sets of 50,000, making Gwenyi feel extorted at 150,000, yet he accepted it just to finally go find his brother. But he felt something was off, wondering where he had seen this box before, as Gwenyi couldn't understand why his brother wasn't at the Haibai sect or with his sister-in-law. Where could he have gone? His sister-in-law was too vigilant to ask directly, and all the major sects had already gone down the mountain to collect taxes. Could his brother have gone down the mountain too? At that thought, he decisively flew off on his sword, worried about a mysterious group recently attacking the major sects and hoping his brother wouldn't encounter them. A moment later, Gwenyi's junior brothers and sisters watched him in silence, not daring to speak, until the blonde-haired one asked if their second brother had found a new hobby. The pink-haired girl wondered if Big Brother wanted a 50-50 gender split among the 4 heavenly kings, while the spiky-haired man also spoke up. He suggested they go live-stream some face-slapping since they were bored, but the other 2 punched him for interrupting their discussion about Big Brother. They scolded him for wanting to live-stream. Then, Gwenyi asked for their thoughts on allying with the group that had been raiding the major sects. He argued this would not only crush the cultivation world, but also protect Big Brother from harm, and the blonde man added his input. He noted those raiders were incompetent and often got robbed themselves, and the pink-haired girl questioned if anyone would even work with the demon sect. The spiky-haired man mentioned that the CIAI and group wouldn't do anything without being paid, causing everyone to fall into a worried silence. When he asked how he knew about CIAIN, and the spiky-haired man explained that many in their sect earned money by taking assassination contracts from them. Winnie was stunned to learn that killing people could be so lucrative, and the man explained that they provided the muscle while CIAI and provided the gold and intel. Winnie urged them to contact CIAI and immediately, but the others watched him leave with a sense of unease. They told the second brother to change out of his female attire, while a chaotic battle seemed to be unfolding at the Haibai sect. Lan Mingzhu cried out in concern for Shu Wei's safety as he flew through the area, leaving a trail of fire that incinerated the protective talismans. He moved so quickly that he outran the explosions, eventually stopping to admire the destruction and concluding that his speed would keep him safe. With his clothes in tatters, he knocked on the door and called for Shu Wei, but there was no response after he waited for a moment. Lan Mingzhu was relieved she wasn't home to see him injured, but the door suddenly opened to reveal Hu Buqi instead. Hu Buqi informed him that his senior sister was out, and Lan Mingzhu felt a sudden urge to silence the boy to keep his embarrassing state a secret. Hu Buqi then presented a damaged command medallion and asked the sect leader for more information regarding the object. Lan Mingzhu was shocked to see the token in the boy's possession, though he pretended it was just a piece of junk he had never seen before. Hu Buqi pointed out that he hadn't even mentioned it was a token yet, catching the sect leader in a blatant lie. Lan Mingzhu immediately snatched the medallion and hurled it away with all his might, claiming it was merely a slip of the hand. The medallion flew straight through a stone lotus pedestal, which horrified Lan Mingzhu because that was his master's place of seclusion. That stone lotus at Lionhua Peak was the home of Qiushui Hai Immortal, the former leader of the Haibai sect. She was a peak Dao integration expert and the world's top immortal before she retired and passed her title to her disciple, Lan Mingzhu. When she abdicated, other sects didn't dare object because they were too intimidated to stand before her. Qiushui Hai Immortal was ranked 8th simply because she considered it a lucky number, and at that moment, she was admiring a finished painting. She hoped Baiken Hai Immortal would appreciate her work, but her peaceful moment was interrupted by a flying object. The medallion Lan Mingzhu threw destroyed her artwork and caused the entire Lionhua Peak to explode. Lan Mingzhu watched in despair as the smoke cleared to reveal a tunnel leading beneath the lotus pedestal. A furious Qiushui Hai Immortal demanded to know who disturbed her as she charged toward the hovering medallion. She grabbed the token and immediately rushed toward Lan Mingzhu and Hu Buqi, sensing both their auras on the object. She pointed out the strong aura belonged to Lan Mingzhu, and the weak one belonged to Hu Buqi as she interrogated them like a wrathful Asura. When she asked who was responsible, both men immediately blamed each other, sparking a heated argument. Hu Buqi insisted the sect leader threw it, while Lan Mingzhu argued that it wouldn't have happened if the boy hadn't brought it to him. Qiushui Hai Immortal promptly slapped Lan Mingzhu to the ground and scolded him for his behavior. She claimed she never taught them to dodge responsibility, while Lan Mingzhu grumbled that she had dumped the sect on him to avoid her own debts. Ignoring his complaints, she asked the trembling Hu Buqi if the token was his and inquired about his Taoist title. "You possess the sword of heaven's choice?" Hu Buqi quickly drew his sword, named Wang Kai, and asked if this was it. Immortal Qiushui pondered whether such a name and a counterfeit-looking treasure sword could truly exist. "There is no mistake," she said, putting her arm around his shoulder affectionately. "From this day forward, you are the sect leader of the Black and White sect." Hu Buqi was left in a daze. "Am I really inheriting the Black and White sect just like this?" Lan Mingzhu was naturally indignant, protesting, "Master, you cannot pass the position of sect leader to him." Immortal Qiushui turned to him and said, "No one knew the chosen one would have a title like Wang Kai, nor did they expect the sword of heaven's choice to be such a worn-out blade." She concluded that he must be the genuine article. Lan Mingzhu still refused to accept it, arguing that even so, it was unacceptable. "Because he is the heartbreaker that Immortal Bai Chen has been hunting down." Hearing this, Immortal Qiushui was so shocked that her composure wavered. Deceiving someone's feelings and causing them to suffer for over 200 years was a grave matter, while Hu Buqi felt that something was amiss. He couldn't keep up with the pace of the conversation, but Immortal Qiushui's next reaction was, "Little Lan, you are nearly 400 years old now. It is time for you to retire." Lan Mingzhu felt insulted, claiming that aside from Immortal Shiyu, he was the youngest among the 10 great immortals. Immortal Qiushui was actually happy for him, saying that retiring at such a young age to enjoy life was something others would envy. He questioned her with an angry expression. "Master, I worked hard for a century to pay off the sect's debts. Are you really forcing me to retire like this?" Immortal Q Shui snapped back. "What did you say?" She paused to think, wondering how it was possible for her massive debts to be cleared in just over 100 years. Lan Mingzhu was relieved, thinking his master still had some sense, but Immortal Q Shui suddenly grabbed his shoulders and asked, "Little Lan, what method did you use?" She speculated in shock, wondering if he had sold his body, leaving her utterly horrified. "Because although you are handsome, aren't you uninterested in women?" She suddenly recalled a few past events. "When you were still a young man, I tried to seduce you many times, but you never even blushed. I thought you were impotent." Wait, she thought deeper. Could it be that he didn't sell himself to women, but rather? A BL-style image flashed through her mind. Immortal Q Shui felt extremely apologetic for his suffering, but her main concern was whether he was the top or the bottom. Lan Mingzhu looked utterly miserable while Hu Bugui watched the master and disciple talk, thinking he had overheard something scandalous. Lan Mingzhu suddenly snapped at him. "What are you so surprised about?" before making a declaration. "For the future of the cultivation world, I will never hand over the position of sect leader to you." He then explained his reasoning to Immortal Q Shui. "Master, if he becomes sect leader, Immortal Bai Chen will surely slaughter the black and white sect." Curious, she asked Hu Bugui, layman Wang Kai. "What exactly is your relationship with Immortal Bai Chen?" He was confused, asking who she was. Lan Mingzhu kindly explained that she was once the world's greatest beauty, nearly 300 years old and the oldest living immortal. But after being abandoned by your past life, she has secluded herself and rejected all worldly love. Now, she is known as one of the two great heavenly calamities. Hu Bugui felt exhausted hearing about his past life. He decided to give up the position in front of the sect leader, thinking that staying alive was more important. However, Immortal Q Shui refused to let him quit. "You are the destined sect leader, so you must take the role," she added. "As for the grudge between you and Immortal Bai Chen, I will handle it." After saying that, she flew off on her sword, leaving a message that they were like sisters. Hu Bugui asked the sect leader if his master could actually defeat Immortal Bai Chen. Lan Mingzhu replied that while his master was the strongest immortal, she naturally couldn't win against Immortal Bai Chen. He knew the reason why. Although both were at the Dao integration stage, Immortal Bai Chen had partially succumbed to darkness, giving her the upper hand. Hu Bugui didn't dare to linger. "Sect leader, to avoid involving the black and white sect, I bid you farewell." He carefully instructed him to tell Immortal Bai Chen he wasn't there if she came looking. He immediately fled at top speed. Lan Mingzhu thought that if he controlled the black and white sect, the cultivation world would be in danger. He clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to prevent him from establishing any power. He calculated that as long as the man remained alone, he would pose no threat. Hu Bugui stood silently in the shadows, watching the crowd. The current situation was the first cooperation negotiation between the Se nunnery and the demon sect. Gwenny was surprised to see him, and Hu Bugui was equally stunned. To understand this situation, one must go back an hour when a Se nunnery disciple rushed in with urgent news. "The demon sect sent someone to discuss cooperation with us." Jia Yi gasped. "The demon sect?" Han Kuobang slammed the table. "We are a righteous sect." "How can we cooperate with the demon sect?" Unexpectedly, Jia Yi said to let them in to see what they wanted. Han Kuobang quickly tried to stop her, saying he would rather starve to death. Even if he were killed while looting, he vowed never to cooperate with the demon sect, yet now he firmly declares the deal is struck. Han Kuobang spoke calmly, stating that by partnering with the demon sect, they would no longer fear starvation or being killed during a heist. Jia Yi was at a loss for words, while Gwenny remained indifferent. He thought Jia Yi looked familiar, wondering why the leader of Se nunnery resembled his big brother's sword spirit, though he quickly dismissed the idea. He was certain he had misidentified her, as the blonde man from the demon sect suggested that since they agreed to the plan, they should discuss the profit split, with the pink-haired girl proposing 30% for the others, and the spiky-haired man claiming 70% for themselves. Gwenny was startled and urged the three of them not to decide things on their own, as there was an 80% chance that the opposing leader was actually their big brother's sword spirit. Jia Yi naturally disagreed, pointing out that the majority of the spirit stones being gathered by the great sects were actually provided by them to support the common people. She argued that receiving only 30% would be a loss, and proposed that the spirit stones used to aid the people be fully reimbursed first, with the remaining loot split 70-30. She appeared very satisfied with her own suggestion, but the members of the demon sect voiced their opposition in unison. When asked about the remaining 70%, Jaya coolly replied that they would take 70 while the demon sect took 30, prompting the angry cultists to slam the table in protest. Everyone except Gwenny objected, claiming the share was too small and demanding at least a 50-50 split, with the blonde man being the most vocal opponent. He argued that their work was both exhausting and dangerous, so wanting a larger share was reasonable, but Jaya remained unfazed and simply said, "Very well." Thinking she had been persuaded, Han Kuobang rushed to stop her, reminding her that providing intelligence and cover for the demon sect was also a difficult task. He countered with a proposal of 40% for them and 60% for his side, and from that point on, the negotiations became incredibly tense. Just then Hu Bugui arrived. To avoid Immortal Chen, he couldn't return to the black and white sect for the time being, so he slowly walked inside. Seeing the current situation, he asked what was happening, causing the demon sect members to freeze as Gwenny stammered that he was their big brother. Jaya happily approached and patted Hu Bugui on the shoulder, introducing him as the leader of Sai Nunnery and stating that he would decide the profit split. Hu Bugui was taken aback by the mention of a split, so Jaya carefully explained everything to him, leaving him in silent contemplation. Unexpectedly, he spoke up fiercely, asking if it was a joke and how righteous people like them could ever cooperate with the demon sect, before shouting at Gwenny and accusing him of being one of them. Hu Bugui scolded them passionately, declaring that Sai Nunnery would rather starve to death or be killed during a robbery than ever work with the demon sect. Han Kuobang suddenly found those words familiar, as if he had just heard them elsewhere, while Gwenny glared at Hu Bugui with a dangerous look that made him feel uneasy. He asked if Gwenny wanted to fight on his territory, but to his surprise, Gwenny happily took his hand and praised his words, announcing he would disband the demon sect immediately. He declared that the demon sect would cease to exist from that day forward, as they turned over a new leaf to join Sai Nunnery, respectfully reporting their submission. Gwenny stated that the demon sect would now fully obey Sai Nunnery, leaving Jaya staring in disbelief and Han Kuobang completely stunned. Hu Bugui remained adamant, claiming the demon sect only committed evil deeds and he would never cooperate, but Gwenny tried to entice him by offering to refine pills to boost their combat strength. The blonde man joined in, boasting of his great strength and ability to help them eliminate cultivators. The pink-haired girl mentioned that the demon sect had plenty of accumulated wealth, and the spiky-haired man added that since they both killed cultivators, their goals were the same. This statement caused both Hu Bugui and Gwenny to freeze, as if their pressure points had been struck. Hu Bugui thought for a moment before realizing something was wrong and pointed at Gwenny, stating that the demon sect was nothing like his Sai Nunnery. He argued that they always had an ulterior motive for everything they did, whether it was murder or robbery, and questioned how they could expect him to believe they wanted to submit. The demon sect members were speechless and could only admire their leader's brilliance, while Gwenny urged them to find a way to convince him. The blonde man suggested telling the truth, that he was their future boss and they were actually subordinates of his sister-in-law. The pink-haired girl argued that their past life leader was more credible than a story about the future, while Gwenny stared intensely at the spiky-haired man, making him wonder if he had said something wrong. Gwenny smiled and patted his shoulder, telling him he had done well and promising to pay him back for the money he intentionally took from him during mahjong. The spiky-haired man was dazed, realizing he had indeed been cheated, while Gwenny honestly told Hu Bugui that they had a reason for joining Sai Nunnery. He explained that he had promised someone to keep that reason a secret, and when Hu Bugui expressed surprise, Gwenny whispered that he would tell him if he promised to keep the secret as well. "That is not an issue," Gwenny calmly fabricated a story. "In truth, we are all your senior sister's subordinates ordered by her to assist you." This left Hu Bugui utterly shocked. "What, my senior sister?" Gwenny continued. "We were originally commoners who were victimized by cultivators. The demon sect was established to eradicate those cultivators who plague the world and to safeguard mortal peace. Its founder is your senior sister." Hu Bugui's eyes widened in disbelief. The senior sister he deeply revered was actually the sect master of the demon sect. Gwenny kept moving forward, without any sign of stopping. "Your senior sister felt you had matured and feared that our assistance might wound your pride. Consequently, she forbade us from disclosing the truth to you. Hu Buigui feigned reluctance, pleading with him not to inform his senior sister. Deeply moved, he wept, believing his sister truly cared for him. Watching this, Gwenny couldn't help but smirk, thinking that the eldest brother had fallen for the act. The demonic sect members behind them were also filled with admiration. "Second brother, you really can lie without even blinking. That's impressive," they thought. Suddenly, Hu Buigui stepped forward and took a position on high ground. He announced that if they weren't the evil sect rumored in the martial world, he would agree to take them in. The demonic sect members bowed politely, thanking him for his grace. Hu Buigui nodded in approval and gave them their first task. Gwenny was thrilled, thinking they were already heading out to kill someone. However, Hu Buigui took on the role of a diligent teacher instead. He began lecturing on the key points of planting winter crops. The demonic sect members stood there dazed, unable to fathom why they had to learn how to farm. A blond man grew impatient, stating that his blade could no longer wait. Hu Buigui explained that compared to killing cultivators, helping the commoners with their crops was the most urgent priority. He lectured carefully, noting that they hadn't prepared in time for this year's autumn harvest and could only manage 500 units of land. But since the world was vast, he intended to plant rice across the entire realm next year. However, the demonic sect members had other ideas, thinking their leader's passion was being wasted. Soon after, SAM released an advertisement declaring their intent to become the kings of agriculture. "Come to SAM for free lessons and guaranteed success," the notice read. This announcement spread everywhere, highlighting that their Immortal farming program had trained over 10,000 disciples. Luoyang, one of the 4 major branches of SAM, was bustling with activity. People stood in orderly lines, waiting to have their blood tested for innate talent. One tester had to use 5 pens at once just to keep up with the pace. Everyone was reminded not to push, as they would all be tested after registration. Li Jiayu, the person in charge, announced the results. A talent of 3.5 yin is suited for the irrigation class, 2.7 yang fits the planting class, 0.9 goes to the kitchen. Then, a child stepped up. The child trembled in fear at the sight of the needle, but his father proudly comforted him, saying the whole family was watching. The little one continued to cry. "It hurts so much," he wailed as a drop of blood fell onto the testing rod. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from it. Li Jiayu was stunned by the child's immense talent, which was high enough to join the reserve cadre class. The father asked in confusion why his son wasn't being sent to the fields. The child was also curious about what a cadre was. Another disciple explained that his talent was too exceptional to be wasted on manual labor, so they would train him to be a leader. But the boy shook his head, refusing the offer. Li Jiayu explained that cadres were powerful cultivators who didn't need to work the fields to have food. Hearing this, the father had a violent reaction. "So they're just useless idlers who do nothing. My son cannot become someone like that," both father and son protested together. "We want to farm, not sit around doing nothing." Li Jiayu thought the man was insane, but she placed the talented boy into the all-purpose farming class anyway. The father and son were overjoyed, believing they would never go hungry again and hoping to feed their entire village. As things proceeded, a new figure arrived. Yi Jiangnan was utterly baffled by the situation at SAM, wondering why they were all farming instead of working as assassins. Suddenly, someone whispered to him from behind, asking if he wanted a shortcut to pass the talent test and guarantee his admission. Yi Jiangnan glared at him, asking if he looked like someone who came here to farm. The man replied with disdain, mocking him for acting tough just because he had some cultivation. "Without our supplies, how would you even cultivate?" Yi Jiangnan's face darkened as he thought that without cultivators' protection, these mortals would have died long ago. He felt disgusted as the demonic sect appeared and SAM went wild. Sects that collected taxes were being attacked, and even his own sect leader had been robbed. Just as chaos was about to erupt, someone ran over shouting breaking news. The demonic sect had announced its disbandment. Yi Jiangnan couldn't believe his ears. Then another piece of news arrived. The Yuntai sect announced that Xiao Immortal had been demoted. Yi Jiangnan immediately corrected them, stating that he had resigned voluntarily. He added that those sects were drowning in debt, so no one would actually want to be their leader. However, the boy's next words struck him like a dagger. "There's no pain without comparison. The Hebai sect had twice the debt, but announced they've paid it all off." Yi Jiangnan's face turned purple with rage. He hoisted the boy up and roared for him to shut up, but despite his fear, the child continued to speak. Experts believe Xiaoyao Immortal's business failures were the main reason for his downfall. This only fueled Yi Jiangnan's fury. As he prepared to strike the boy, something suddenly bound his hand. A voice rang out, greeting him after a long time and identifying him as Xiaoyao Zai, the most handsome man in the world. Yi Jiangnan recognized the voice as Qiushui Immortal, who then caught the boy. Bichen Immortal also appeared, complaining that no handsome man was ever any good. Yi Jiangnan felt as if he had been paralyzed. As Bichen struck him, she cursed, saying she hated living handsome men the most. A massive surge of energy erupted, obliterating everything in the surrounding area. Everything was crushed, leaving only Yi Jiangnan's legs visible, yet he still managed to choke out his thanks to the senior for showing mercy. As Qiu Shui and Bai Chen turned to leave, Qiu Shui asked if she would just leave him buried, but Bai Chen indifferently asked if she was expected to pull him out. Qiu Shui was struck with shock, wondering who that person could be and musing that Bai Chen must have been deeply scarred by her former lover. She didn't even want to utter his name, but Bai Chen suddenly laughed and declared that if it truly were him, he wouldn't survive the day. At the Haibai sect, Lan Mingzhu was in high spirits, certain that with Bai Chen's return, Hu Bugui's days were numbered. Suddenly, a flash of light heralded Bai Chen's arrival, and she immediately slapped Lan Mingzhu, criticizing him for being far too handsome. The manor's pillars shattered, and the courtyard was destroyed, leaving Lan Mingzhu buried in the earth with his face battered beyond recognition. Lan Mingzhu groaned that his looks weren't his fault, leaving Qiu Shui speechless, while Bai Chen demanded to know the location of that traitor's reincarnation. Qiu Shui chimed in, calling him Little Lan and asking for Wang Kai's whereabouts, but Lan Mingzhu explained the boy had fled long ago. Bai Chen sneered at the idea of him avoiding her, while Qiu Shui remarked that no one would dare face her given her current volatile state. Zhao Sandao suddenly appeared and asked Little Lan if he'd heard that Zhao Jiaozi was fired from the Yuntai sect, leaving Qiu Shui stunned. Recognizing her, Zhao Sandao greeted her as Senior Qiu Shui and asked if she had finished her seclusion, but she frantically warned him to stay back. Zhao Sandao was baffled by the sudden chill in the air until Bai Chen spoke up, noting that it had been 200 years since they last met. She remarked on how handsome Zhao Sandao had become, causing him to recoil in terror before he was struck down with a sickening crunch. Amidst the familiar sounds of destruction, the victim wheezed out his thanks, while Bai Chen looked around in annoyance at the number of men present. As she cursed their existence, Dongfang Yuqi arrived with a thunderous crash, prompting a panicked Qiu Shui to wave him away. Before she could finish her warning, Dongfang Yuqi was sent flying by a powerful strike, slamming into a cliffside where he remained embedded in the rock. Standing nearby, Lan Mingzhu was filled with awe that a single punch from Senior Bai Chen could completely dispel the demonic energy within Yuqi's body. Just then, another person rushed in to ask sect leader Lan if he had heard about the demon sect's dissolution, while Qiu Shui watched on calmly. Realizing it was only the brawny man from Xuankang Island, she relaxed, but Bo Ming was instantly terrified upon spotting Bai Chen. Bo Ming stammered in shock at Bai Chen's presence, and soon the group sat around a table in an uncomfortably quiet atmosphere as Lan Mingzhu plotted. He knew he had to keep her away from Shiwei at all costs, while Bo Ming and Qiu Shui were both lost in their own frantic thoughts. Qiu Shui reassured herself that since Bai Chen was back, that man must be dead, and Wang Kai only looked as good as the brawny man from Xuankang Island. Since Bai Chen wouldn't target ugly men, the oblivious Zhao Sandao wondered aloud why his simple visit had turned into such a serious meeting. Bai Chen mentioned the rumors of that person's return, but Bo Ming cautioned her that not everyone present was an ally, so they couldn't speak of him. This confused her since Qiu Shui was the only outsider, but Bo Ming whispered to Bai Chen that only Elder Dai was their true ally. She ignored him for a moment before coldly stating that she had come to kill, and no one would be able to stand in her way. Qiu Shui protested that he couldn't be killed as the future leader of the Haibai sect, before projecting a vivid image of Hu Bugui from her forehead. Bai Chen studied the image before asking Bo Ming if this was truly the reincarnation of that man, to which he confirmed that it was indeed him. After a long silence, Bai Chen suddenly erupted, screaming that it was impossible for such a majestic hero to have become so idiotic. Lan Mingzhu added fuel to the fire by reminding her that the man had even turned into a pig before, which only deepened her dejection. Deciding that such an ugly man wasn't worth the effort of killing, she turned to leave, her back radiating a sense of profound loneliness. She told Qiu Shui that she no longer cared if she wanted to make him the sect leader, a declaration that filled Qiu Shui with immense relief. Lan Mingzhu and Bo Ming both protested, asking if she really intended to let the reincarnation of the man who had hurt her so much go free. Qiu Shui immediately snapped, asking why one ugly man was making things difficult for another, and Bo Ming suffered the exact same fate. As for you, it is not your turn to speak. Meanwhile, at the CIAIN headquarters, Hu Bugui was preoccupied with his reflection, leaving Jia Yi confused about his actions. She asked why he kept staring at the mirror, to which he replied that he felt people had been calling him ugly lately. Speechless, she wondered if he truly didn't know his own looks. As your immortal sword, I feel my value has plummeted. Suddenly, Han Kuobang approached, carrying something with him. Big brother, the funds for opening schools in various locations have arrived. He added that their newly constructed restrooms were also completed. Hu Bugui flipped through the ledgers and smiled, thanking him for his hard work. He then instructed him to send people to the warehouse to distribute the necessary funds. Suddenly, Hu Bugui stammered, saying he needed to find Brother Long for help before sprinting away, crying out for Brother Long to save him. Jia Yi asked Han Kuobang how many spirit stones they had spent this month. When he replied 2.08 million, she began to sweat profusely. Education is truly expensive. Han Kuobang then remembered that a certain county refused to pay taxes after hearing the demon sect had disbanded. Someone had been killed by a certain sect, and he seemed worried that the news of the demon sect's dissolution had spread everywhere, ending the threat. Many regions are rising up against the cultivation sects. Jia Yi asked in shock why he hadn't mentioned it sooner, leaving Han Kuobang feeling aggrieved. Before I could speak, Big Brother had already run off. Suddenly, Gwenny stepped forward, his voice soft yet filled with determination. There is no need for concern. We will handle the matter of revenge. The demon sect appeared, confident as if they were the natural enemies of cultivators. Who else could it be but us? CIAIN attempted to provide relief within a 500-mile radius, but other areas remained in misery. Since the demon sect disbanded, why must they still pay taxes? The old man knelt, weeping and pleading as he clung to his leg, but he remained indifferent as if it were nothing significant. He stared intently at the old man's face and said coldly, "What do you know? The demon sect is treacherous. The news of their dissolution is surely a lie." His voice grew into a shout, striking fear into others. "If I let my guard down, the demon sect will launch a surprise attack and take our lives." He continued to threaten them, terrifying the old man. "Do you want your whole family to die? If not, hand over the spirit stones and immortal herbs immediately." He then slapped the old man without hesitation. "Otherwise, for the sake of world peace, we wouldn't risk our lives to oppose the demon sect." Suddenly, a dark figure leaped down from the roof. Startled, he noticed the figure quickly approaching from behind to eliminate him, but he was no amateur and sensed the incoming energy. He sneered, "HMPH trying to ambush me?" immediately after. The figure swung their blades in an X shape. A single mistake would have been fatal. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the dangerous strike by leaping into the air. Avoiding the blow, he wondered if this was the legendary bandit. However, the danger was far from over as the stranger moved with incredible speed. He couldn't even see the person's silhouette clearly. Pleased with himself for dodging the attacks, he chuckled, wondering how he should deal with them. But Gwenny was already waiting behind him, thrusting a sharp sword directly into his chest. As blood gushed out, Gwenny's face remained cold and expressionless. He collapsed, coughing up blood as he gasped that he had been too careless. Having completed the task, Gwenny exclaimed that everyone had witnessed it. He ran into the sword himself. "It had nothing to do with me. Brother, no matter how hard life gets, you shouldn't be so quick to seek death." But those words came too late, as the man would never wake up to hear them. Upon hearing this, Gwenny showed a clear reaction, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What exactly are you implying?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense, becoming terrifyingly quiet as if the space existed only for them. He explained to his younger brother that they must maintain professional ethics and couldn't skip the performance just because no one was around. Then he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, as if announcing to the world that the killers were from Xuan Kong Island and the Shu Shan sect. He then flashed a sinister smile, chuckling as he noted that the Shu Shan sect uses swords, leaving no room for suspicion. Meanwhile, at the Hai Bai sect on Tian Yuan Peak, Shen stood by the window, gazing at the scenery before calling out, "Zio Lanlin. I suspect someone is intentionally inciting a war between the four great sects." He continued, noting that his disciples had all perished by blades and swords. Since Kong Island uses staves, it couldn't have been them. Standing behind him, Mai Ming immediately asked why he was only mentioning this now, to which Shan He replied clearly. Naturally, it was to level the territory of Kong Island. Mai Ming questioned further, asking if he was hiding at the High Bai sect for this very reason. Shan He suddenly turned solemn, declaring fiercely that it was to cultivate and grow stronger. Suddenly, his legs gave out with a loud thud as tears began to flow like a river. Stuttering, he explained that he didn't know why the Shiyu sect had been hunting them lately, while Mai Ming shifted his tone and replied quickly. Isn't it because her cultivation has risen recently, increasing her need to attack? Mai Ming asked, while Shan He stammered that he wasn't sure if her power had grown. But her needs are indeed great, Shan He added, and Mai Ming nodded, telling him to hide at the Haibai sect for a few days near the great deity. Seeing Shan He's pitiful state, Mai Ming advised him to take refuge there, though Shan He's life at the Haibai sect felt more like a vacation. A table of fresh fruit and fine drinks sat before them as they reclined on elegant wooden chairs, with Shan He happily remarking that the Haibai sect was the most comfortable place. While the great figures rested, the mortal world was drenched in blood, led by individuals like Guan Yi, who were known as the Four Heavenly Kings. Alongside the demon sect's alliance, cultivators were dispatched by various sects to collect taxes with a massive and powerful force. Dressed in pure black robes and fox masks to hide their identities, they saw branches of the Se nunnery open wherever the demon sect struck. Farming techniques were widely promoted, as mages and saints devoted all their energy to improving the lives of the common people. Eventually, someone noticed the anomaly. Mai Ming, one of the 5 great immortals, frowned and shouted, wondering why the demon sect and Se nunnery seemed to be allies. In the courtyard behind the main hall, a brooding Mai Ming pondered deeply, deciding that he needed to conduct a thorough investigation into the Se nunnery. He climbed the stairs with meticulous care, until he found Yu Zhai practicing his swordplay on a towering cliff and called out for him to come over. Hearing this, Yu Zhai leaped down and landed safely before a stunned Mai Ming, bowing respectfully to ask if his master had any instructions for him. Seeing Yu Zhai's politeness, Mai Ming considered the deviousness of the Se nunnery and their cleverness, yet he chose to remain silent about his suspicions. Mai Ming turned and left Yu Zhai standing there in confusion, while he walked away thinking it would be better to seek help from Qin Yang instead. Assuming she was free, he headed to the Haibai sect's Zio Fei Peak, a place characterized by sturdy walls and ancient black roof tiles. In a misty area where female disciples bathed after training, Qin Yang soaked in the clear, fragrant water, though her mood remained somber. She complained that since almost all the disciples had left the mountain, there was no one to peek at them, a sentiment shared by the other young women nearby. Just as they were lamenting the lack of secret admirers, a nearby tree canopy rustled and emitted a strange, sudden noise. Qin Yang reacted instantly, sensing an intruder and using her magic to punish them as she rose from the water, revealing her striking figure. Her magic blast hit the trees, but no one was there, leaving only scorched bushes and making Qin Yang wonder if she had simply been mistaken. Mai Ming, who had been hiding in the bushes, narrowly escaped a dire fate and stumbled down the stairs, his nose bleeding from the sight of Qin Yang. He thought to himself that if Qin Yang were allowed to leave the mountain, many fellow cultivators would be in danger, imagining muscular men in peril. He envisioned them boasting to their last breath, with one praising another's massive chest, while the other replied that he was just as impressive. He quickly dismissed those ridiculous thoughts, firmly deciding that letting them leave the mountain would only tarnish the sect's reputation. Entering the hall where new disciples were training, Mai Ming shook his head at their weakness and sighed, noting that all the core disciples had already left. Only the useless remained on the mountain until he suddenly looked up, his eyes widening as he realized there was still hope at the foot of the mountain. Before Mai Ming was the gate post, a glimmer of hope, so he immediately approached the gate guard who was currently fast asleep. "The gate ticket revenue hasn't been great lately, has it?" he asked, causing the guard to wake up trembling and stammer that the other sects were busy. The guard insisted it wasn't his fault the tickets weren't selling, and seeing his pale face, Mai Ming adjusted his posture and gave a gentle smile. "There is no need to fear. You have been very diligent since joining, and I will not punish you for the poor sales, especially since you are quite clever. Your cultivation is also decent, so I have an important mission for you," Mai Ming said, offering a few more compliments before getting to the point. Go down the mountain and investigate if the nunnery is colluding with the demon sect. Once finished, you will become a direct disciple. The guard was overjoyed and eagerly asked what the mission was, wondering if he was about to find glory, while Mai Ming maintained his kind expression. Descend the mountain to see if the nunnery is in league with the demon sect, and upon your return, you shall be named a direct disciple. Indeed, after receiving such encouragement, the soldier was filled with enthusiasm and vowed not to fail the sect leader's expectations as the atmosphere grew heated. Determination shone in his eyes as he wondered if his luck was finally turning since the sect leader still remembered him. He danced with joy, feeling as though his world was filled with bliss. Mai Ming interrupted to ask for the disciple's name, to which he replied that he was Gu Liang, disguised as a commoner to investigate CIA nunnery under the sect leader's orders. He was incredibly excited upon receiving the mission and immediately headed down the mountain. But since he was only at the soul record stage and couldn't fly, he had to buy a horse. Consequently, Gu Liang visited a stable to inquire about a good horse, asking the owner for the price while the man politely welcomed him. The horse dealer looked as relieved as if he had found a treasure, but Gu Liang lacked the funds for a high-quality steed, as his limited budget prevented him from buying a fine animal. Only a scrawny, stunted horse remained unsold in the stable, so the owner was naturally delighted to finally sell it, yet Gu Liang still walked proudly alongside the wide-eyed creature. He thought about completing his mission to receive top-tier teachings for a bright future as he arrived at CIA nunnery. Standing nervously at the entrance to begin his investigation, a stranger in black robes suddenly appeared. Wearing a red demon mask, the person approached and asked if he was there to learn or apply, explaining that the current intake for students was full and he should wait for the next term. The man in black further explained that to apply as a teacher, one must be at least at the soul record stage and undergo a month of training in Luoyang before they could start teaching. This left him speechless and wide-eyed with shock, eventually exclaiming in surprise at how professional CIA nunnery seemed to be. Despite his trembling fear, Gu Liang braved the situation to complete Mai Ming's mission, volunteering as a teacher by claiming he was at the late soul record stage. He reasoned that being a teacher would allow him to uncover more secrets than being a student, and he was subsequently taken to Luoyang for training. There, Gu Liang trained alongside thousands of others from CIA nunnery under a beautiful instructor, whose stunning and curvaceous figure captivated every male student. Her black cheongsam accentuated her fair skin and flowing pink hair, providing a motivation that kept students diligent until a special figure unexpectedly appeared during a routine lesson. 3 men in black immediately stepped forward to greet their leader, who gently acknowledged their hard work in return. However, Gu Liang broke into a cold sweat the moment he saw the man, anxiously wondering to himself what was going on. He was shocked to see Hu Bugui there acting as a leader, dressed in luxurious purple robes that radiated an air of nobility. Despite his status, he maintained a friendly and gentle demeanor toward the students, telling them to continue their studies while he observed. Li Yuji then introduced the students to Hu Bugui, explaining that this was the teacher training class comprised of talents recruited from various places. Compared to the black-clad group from CIA nunnery, Hu Bugui's appearance was as striking as a brilliant star in the night sky. Hu Bugui expressed his hope that everyone would study farming techniques diligently to later teach others and benefit the common people. The students immediately replied in unison, thanking the principal for his guidance, which left Hu Bugui feeling a bit dazed and confused. Li Yuji then led him to another classroom for the treasure-hunting training course, making Hu Bugui wonder why they needed such a team when he already had Brother Long. After he left, the room buzzed with chatter about how young the leader of CIA nunnery was, though others noted that powerful masters often possessed eternal youth and that Hu Bugui was indeed the boss. Gu Liang's mind raced as he debated whether to report this to the sect leader, deciding it was too dangerous to risk exposing his identity and that he should observe for a while longer. He shook his head while thinking, acting as if others could read his mind, as Li Yuji resumed leading the lesson. She pointed to the board and began explaining efficient farming techniques, noting that since mortal agriculture was limited, they needed new methods so one person could feed 100. She spoke with great passion, and as a month passed quickly, the most outstanding students of the training course were finally honored. Holding a small box containing a shimmering golden pearl, she warmly presented the 3-flower slaughter refining pill to Gu Liang for his hard work as the other students cheered. He stood there in a daze, unable to believe his eyes as he held the precious pill, an item that even those of higher status found difficult to obtain. Overjoyed, Gu Liang cherished the pill like his own child and bowed deeply to Li Yuji to express his gratitude. Gu Liang vowed with determination to work even harder for the sake of the common people, prompting a smile from Li Yuji. Looking at Gu Liang with pride, she loudly urged the other students to follow his example by diligently cultivating and honing their skills to save the world. As she boosted everyone's morale, Gu Liang stood there with a radiant face, feeling the admiration of those around him thanks to his relentless efforts. He earned the trust of Hermitage and was tasked with teaching cultivation techniques to the locals. Soon, Gu Liang was even named the elite teacher of the year as he gained the faculty's respect. He was also honored with 2 primal essence pills to aid his core formation, leading Gu Liang to tearfully vow that he would not fail everyone's expectations. With tears streaming down his face, Gu Liang soon successfully formed his core, officially entering the Golden Core realm and earning a promotion to intermediate teacher. 3 mysterious figures in black robes and red ghost masks personally delivered his certificate, which Gu Liang accepted with a heart full of immense pride. He declared with iron determination that he would continue striving for even greater achievements before slowly making his way into the room. As he sat gently in his chair, the awards and certificates spread across the table served as a testament to the relentless effort he had invested over the past year, and he lost himself in the moment of admiring them. His heart swelled with joy and pride, realizing these achievements were not just the fruits of his labor, but the milestones of a journey that had completely transformed his life. With eyes sparkling with resolve, Gu Liang told himself he would work even harder next year, especially considering the task of becoming a branch manager. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind that made him freeze for several seconds. His hands still clenched as he realized he had forgotten the primary mission assigned by his sect leader. He suddenly remembered that he had become so accustomed to the comfortable life and benefits at Hermitage, which helped him reach the Golden Core realm, that he had neglected his original goal. He told himself he couldn't keep living in such luxury and indulgence forever, realizing as time slipped away that he needed to return to the righteous path. Back at the Lan Mingzhu sect, the weather was beautiful that day, with a clear blue sky and brilliant golden sunlight illuminating the vast, lush mountains. Lan Mingzhu was still waiting for news from the disciples sent to investigate Hermitage, but a year had passed without a word, leaving the sect leader looking haggard as he wondered why no report had arrived. Meanwhile, the demon sect had vanished, and the immortal cultivation sects had returned to their normal lives, yet Hermitage was expanding its influence at a staggering pace. Inside the magnificent imperial palace, the emperor read a decree to his ministers, proclaiming Hermitage as the state protector immortal cult, and its leader as the state protector Grand Mage. After hearing the decree, Hu Bugui stood still for a long moment while the surrounding officials stared at him, as he had never expected such a turn of events. He could only offer a forced smile, thinking the emperor was quite stingy for giving only words without any spirit stones, but the emperor seemed to read his mind and remarked that he wasn't wealthy either. The emperor suggested that, as a celestial being, Hu Bugui should forget about a few pounds of spirit stones, and after the announcement, Hu Bugui stepped forward to bow and accept the imperial decree. He could feel the hostile gazes from the surrounding officials, as envy and resentment were clearly visible in their piercing stares. One official with a fierce expression watched Hu Bugui intently, thinking to himself that this man was indeed the leader of Hermitage. In the center of the palace hall, Hu Bugui remained confidently radiant despite the scrutiny of thousands, while that official glared at him with eyes full of hatred and jealousy. It turned out that man was a spy for the Heibai sect who had finally found the sect leader, and he wasn't alone, as a Shushan sect spy was also hiding in the crowd, hoping for a reward for delivering a portrait. A spy from the Yuntai sect was also present, whispering to himself to wait for the future of the king, while Hu Bugui remained unaware of the lurking danger. Hu Bugui stood in the hall with a somber expression, feeling a vague and unsettling premonition that something was wrong. News from the spies was quickly sent back to their respective sects, and portraits of Hu Bugui were rapidly dispatched in every direction. A messenger from one sect arrived at a hot pot restaurant where customers were dining as usual, with the table fully set with various dishes. The messenger stood before the shop owner and requested a pot of hot soup, using their secret code to transmit the hidden information. Another method involved tying a scroll to a sharp blade, and chanting an incantation to make it fly through the sky like a brilliant streak of light. In an instant, the scroll containing the portrait of the sect leader reached Lan Mingzhu, who opened the precious document with great care. Upon seeing the image, he was utterly astonished to realize that this person was indeed the leader of Hermitage. Lan Mingzhu did not recognize Hu Bugui in the drawing, but praised his exquisite appearance as that of a significant figure, ordering a thorough investigation into his identity. At the Shushan sect, the atmosphere was entirely different, as they tossed the portrait scrolls aside without the slightest bit of regret. The Shushan disciples in their green robes were shocked that anyone could look like that. One angrily threw a scroll to the floor before quickly picking it up to look again. Two nearby disciples stared wide-eyed and burst into laughter because the drawing was so mediocre and lacked any refined detail or sharp features. They looked at each other and muttered, wondering if the sect leader of Hermitage truly looked like that or if he was even a real person. The sect leader is still recuperating at the Hao Bai sect, so we must quickly send this portrait there for his judgment. They immediately dispatched the painting to him. Meanwhile, the situation at the Yundai sect was even more dire. Despite the beautiful rainbows and warm sunlight outside, the atmosphere within was anything but peaceful. One elder shouted that the new sect leader had run away and questioned if they should recall Zio Yuzai, while another proposed the unique idea of disbanding the sect and splitting the assets. Following the discussion, the crowd grew gloomy, and when asked if they required more intelligence, they snapped back that it was useless without a sect leader. "We are going bankrupt," the elders barked, their faces twisted with such intense irritation that they looked ready to detonate like atomic bombs at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, the soldier who had just reported on the portrait of the nunnery's sect leader slipped away, muttering that he should just give it to the Haibai sect to at least make some money. He was a double agent for the Haibai sect. Moments later, a scowling Lan Mingzhu arrived and demanded to know who the person in the portraits was, feeling utterly perplexed by the three vastly different depictions. He scratched his head in deep thought, wondering how one person could look so different, before deciding only one could be real and asserting that no one on earth could be more handsome than himself. He dismissed one portrait as being 80% exaggeration, even though it was actually the most accurate one, and then grimaced at the next, calling it a hideous drawing. Assuming the artist was some senile old man, he turned to the third painting, which he found to be the most believable and realistic of the bunch. With a majestic air and a powerful physique, the identifying features were clear. He was certain this had to be the leader of the nunnery. Lan Mingzhu spoke with absolute certainty and a sinister expression, wondering if he should use a disguise to lure the snake out of its hole. Before departing, he instructed Shanhe to watch over the Haibai sect, but the man was still fast asleep and hadn't woken up yet. Although the Haibai sect was considered a prestigious guest of the nunnery, they usually only sent disciples for commissions. This time, Lan Mingzhu appeared in person. Moving with a light and rapid stride, he reached the main gate of the sect, where a large plaque clearly displayed the words, "The 11th branch of the nunnery." The black lettering stood out against the yellowed backdrop of the aged sign. Upon entering, he loudly announced that he had a major deal to discuss with their leader. Holding up the portrait of the man he sought, he was met with a guard's dismissive tone, claiming they had too many members to find someone without a name. Lan Mingzhu sighed, noting that since everyone wore masks, finding someone was naturally difficult, though he secretly suspected the guard was just putting on a top-tier performance. To make things easier, he decided to use an old but effective trick, producing several spirit stones of various colors and sizes to show the guard. He asked the guards to spread the word, offering a staggering 1 million spirit stones for this commission, a sum large enough to captivate anyone. He figured the people of the nunnery were all money-hungry and wouldn't be able to resist, and just as he expected, the news spread like wildfire. The entire nunnery was in an uproar over the million-stone deal, with their leader shouting orders to find the man in the portrait at all costs. The subordinates cheered and jumped for joy at the prospect of such a massive profit, while Hu Bugui, watching from behind a curtain, was equally stunned by the sect leader's wealth. Jia Yi, standing beside him, wondered what kind of connection this person had with Lan Mingzhu to make him search so frantically with such a fortune. Hu Bugui shrugged, suggesting it might be a romantic matter or perhaps a member of his harem, which made Jia Yi laugh just as the busy harvest season arrived. It was time to test the students' proficiency in the sword-controlled tilling technique, with trainees practicing hard for their periodic evaluations to prove their quality. Since the farming process was divided into stages, each student specialized in one type of magic, forming groups to demonstrate the mystical skills they had mastered. Glowing swords streaked across the ground like the wind, causing the earth to tremble as they filtered the most exceptional students from the rest. Every trainee had a unique way of casting spells, such as the Heavenly Maiden seed scattering technique, as they all strove to excel in their advanced training classes. One young man was training intensely for the upcoming exam, gritting his teeth as he channeled his power to perform the Heavenly Rain technique until a dark cloud finally appeared. With so many students, some were bound to fail. The young man felt a wave of disappointment when his cloud turned out too small to be of any use for the farmers. Seeing this, Gu Liang flew into a rage, rushing over to scream at him for falling asleep in class instead of studying. He forbid the boy from ever calling himself his student again, while the youth scrambled to escape Gu Liang's mounting fury. Their motto was to plant on everyone else's land until there was no room left for others. They were divided into 3 units: the tilling team, the seeding team, and the irrigation team. Life had become so prosperous and easy that many people took up gambling, which only fueled Gu Liang's anger as he demanded they go back to school to learn farming. They bore the brunt of his wrath as he chased them down, brandishing a massive axe while screaming in a terrifying frenzy. He scolded them for wasting their days on mahjong, prompting them to quickly apologize and promise the Immortal that they would study their techniques diligently. Exhausted from the chase, Gu Liang wiped the sweat from his brow. He was now the head of the 404th branch of the Se nunnery. Gu Liang, originally a mid-stage cultivator, knew that as long as there were enough spirit stones and immortal herbs, these elementary farming spells would make growing rice a simple task. Miss Liang hurried to the fields to announce to the villagers that no gratitude was necessary, as she was simply doing her duty. From that day forward, they received hundreds of crates filled with spirit stones daily, leaving the commoners of the lower realm overjoyed and cheering together. Conversely, Hu Bugui rushed to Gu Long and pleaded desperately for the giant beast to exert himself one more time. The creature replied that he truly could not produce any more, his voice trembling as he finally confessed the long-held suffering in his heart. He wept and shook, explaining that the 10,000-year-old hoard in his stomach was completely empty, forcing him to seek help from his senior sister, Shikiaju. Hu Bugui's wailing grew louder as he begged her at the top of his lungs to provide him with spirit stone reinforcements. Shikiaju, who was about to enjoy her tea, sighed and looked at him with disappointment, telling him that his boasting had finally caught up with him just as she predicted. Hu Bugui's eyes sparkled when he heard her words, and Shikiaju smiled as a shimmering golden cloth box appeared in her hand. Looking like his ultimate savior, he took the box with extreme care and precision, praising his senior sister for her brilliance. Inside was a brown-covered book featuring a delicate peach blossom illustration, leaving Hu Bugui confused since it contained no spirit stones. Shikiaju explained that the book listed the 100 wealthiest families and sects on the continent, suggesting he send men to rob them. With a sharp and dangerous glint in her eyes, she noted that this would solve his stone shortage, but Hu Bugui shook his head, refusing to follow such a plan. He didn't dare listen to her suggestion, but she sipped her tea and calmly remarked that robbery was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. She revealed the harsh truth to her junior brother, stating that no one who accumulated such massive wealth could ever truly be considered clean. Hu Bugui began flipping through the pages and asked in a disappointed tone why their master's wealthy medicine King Valley wasn't listed. Shikiaju replied that medicine King Valley had originally been in the east but moved to the west and changed its name to escape debts. Even so, creditors often tracked them down, leading a dejected Hu Bugui to remark that every sect he encountered lately seemed to be bankrupt. Suddenly, his expression shifted from indifference to shock as he realized she was referring to a sect in the west, wondering if it was Gourd Island. Shikiaju laughed at his foolishness and asked when he would inherit the leadership of Medicine King Valley, leaving him stunned as thoughts of bankruptcy swirled in his head. Wearing a dazed smile, he finally closed the box and bowed in gratitude, promising his senior sister that he would put the gift to good use. Soon after, a movement to distribute land and spirit stones began, meaning people no longer had to mine in the mountains or worry about taxes. Men in black from the Compassion Nunnery were assigned to deliver stones to households, with one shouting at the gate for the county magistrate to come out. The magistrate rushed out to receive the stones and bowed deeply, swearing that he would never forget such immense kindness. Afterward, the government officials rudely told the sect collectors to take this year's tax and get lost, their arrogant attitude on full display. The sect members who came to collect the stones trembled in fear at the terrifying and haughty behavior of the commoners. Despite the unpleasant treatment, they didn't care as long as they got the stones, carrying the heavy baskets across the mountain paths. However, most of those spirit stones were intercepted by the Compassion Nunnery, leaving the cultivators injured and screaming in broad daylight. Lan Mingzhu was left speechless and frustrated seeing his disciples beaten, while the commoners began to worship a #1 immortal. A massive portrait of Hu Bugui was erected in the city to honor his love for the people, yet he failed to recognize himself in the image. He wondered who this person was and why they received such reverence, lamenting that his own hard work for the people went unnoticed. Bai added that the people didn't even know the man's name and simply called him that person, while Hu Bugui walked the crowded streets in sorrow. He longed to feel that kind of affection, but was startled when a roadside vendor held up a knife and shouted for people to see the statues of that person. His eyes widened in shock as he saw the meticulously carved and painted statues that the people were using to pray for peace. Every detail of the handsome figure's hair and clothing was perfect, and Hu Bugui realized that fans of that person were everywhere he looked. Even children were delighted by pillows featuring the man's image, and vendors were even selling limited edition toilet brushes modeled after him. He walked a bit further and encountered another man sincerely burning incense and praying to that person for protection. Praying for a son soon, praising that person's boundless merit as the greatest in the world, the noble title of that person echoed everywhere. Hu Bugui felt an overwhelming sense of self-pity as he stood by a tree, his heart heavy with sorrow and his face clouded in tragic misery. His anger and irritation flared at the repeated mention of that title, and gritting his teeth as fury surged, he couldn't believe that despite his efforts to improve their lives, they worshipped an unknown stranger, causing him to scream out. Who on earth is that person, and why is he so famous? He shouted in the middle of the street, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Someone mocked him, saying, "Look, someone is imitating that person's clothes. It looks quite similar, but how dare you dress like him when you know nothing about him?" A nearby scholar spoke up mockingly, accusing him of being shameless. Hearing this, Hu Bugui's dark-rimmed eyes flashed with a sinister look as he frowned and muttered to himself. "Have I really hit rock bottom to be ridiculed by a mere passerby?" he wondered, while the other man continued speaking without pause. "That person brought peace and prosperity to the people, and everyone adores him," the man said. Hu Bugui scoffed and asked what earth-shattering feat he had achieved, prompting an immediate collective response from the crowd. That person brought favorable weather and bountiful harvests, advanced education, taught immortal arts, and ended the monopoly of the cultivation clans. Everyone beamed with pride at the mention of him, and even the man who had just scolded Hu Bugui changed his tune, passionately recounting that person's great deeds. "His merits are endless, and though no one knows his name, everyone calls him that person," the man said, to which Hu Bugui blankly replied, "It sounds like you're talking about the Sai Nunnery, aren't you?" The man nodded, confirming that person was indeed the leader of the Sai Nunnery. Hearing this, Hu Bugui let out a forced, awkward laugh, his head snapping back in sheer shock. Inside the Sai Nunnery cave, a red sign with large gold letters hung high on the rock wall, reading, "Investigate diligently, leave no one behind," as Jia stood above. Her voice echoed down in a fit of rage, calling them a bunch of useless fools for failing to find a single person, clearly incensed with her subordinates. She pulled out a sketch of that person and asked if they didn't want the 1,000,000 spirit stones, while Han Kuobeng rolled up the portrait with a frustrated expression. "Whether full-time or part-time members, we truly don't have anyone like this, with such a unique appearance if he were here. We would have found him long ago," he finished, as the black-robed subordinates of the Sai Nunnery huddled together, further fueling her explosive anger. She shouted that she wouldn't accept any more excuses, questioning how the sect leader of the Heibai sect could possibly have deceived them. "The portrait he provided must be a fake. Don't try to fool us," the subordinates muttered, communicating through mysterious and dangerous-looking hand signals. To push them to finish the task quickly, Jia resorted to her final tactic, standing with hands on hips and a determined gaze, claiming they only failed because they hadn't tried hard enough. Soon, Hu Bugui appeared at the cave entrance with a steady stride and announced that there was no need to search further, as he had found that person. The subordinates were overjoyed, cheering and dancing while showering him with praise, calling him a true leader for accomplishing what others could not. Han Kuobang stepped forward to ask where that person was, and with a solemn gaze toward the distant horizon, Hu Buigui slowly declared that, after days of searching, he realized he was that person. I've realized the man in the portrait is none other than myself. That painting is actually a portrait of me, the leader of the Sai nunnery. The subordinate stood frozen in silence, and seizing the moment, Hu Buigui snatched the scroll from Han Kuobang's hand to reaffirm his claim. The person in this drawing is me, he said, as the subordinate silently and thoughtfully examined the portrait. After a pause, Hu Buigui continued, explaining what his investigation revealed. The supreme immortal the world speaks of is the leader of the Sai nunnery. I don't know why I'm praised so much, but since they don't know my name or who drew this, they call me that person. Jia Yi and Han Kuobang finally understood the situation, their expressions brightening as they realized the truth. Indeed, one shouldn't jump to conclusions without a thorough investigation, Jia Yi exclaimed, while Han Kuobang added that they just needed to hand over their leader to get the 1,000,000 spirit stones. The time had come, and though Hu Buigui felt conflicted, his subordinates continued their boisterous laughter and chatter to ease the awkward atmosphere. He cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I've come up with a plan to get the money. Look who I've found," as the person he brought stood right behind him. To everyone's surprise, this man's appearance and mannerisms, especially his face, were a perfect match for the image depicted in the portrait. He stepped inside and shyly greeted the sect members, leaving them stunned as one of them asked if he was really going to have this man impersonate him. Han Kuobang pointed at the man Hu Buigui had brought and loudly declared that he was the one they were looking for, to which the man replied, "Hello, I am that person." The double's face was a perfect match for the portrait, with every facial feature and body shape aligning flawlessly with Lan Mingzhu, the sect leader of the Black and White sect. His expression was incredibly stern, his furrowed brows reflecting his attitude toward the Zai Temple faction as he thought to himself that this man was their leader. I suspected him of colluding with the demon sect, and seeing him in person now, he definitely looks like he is in league with them. The double's expression remained remarkably calm and cold, as if he were bloodless, so Lan Mingzhu spoke first to break the awkward silence. "Greetings, I am Lan Mingzhu, the sect leader of the Black and White sect. I heard that you spent 1,000,000 spirit stones just to meet me." Guanhai Shangxian, who was currently disguised as the leader of Zai Temple, slowly and respectfully raised both hands to show his regard. Upon hearing those words, Lan Mingzhu's face showed signs of dissatisfaction and annoyance, as mentioning spirit stones immediately made their intentions far too obvious. Not wanting to be outdone, Lan Mingzhu replied in a firm and powerful tone, acknowledging that the man before him was currently a very famous figure in the world. Zai Temple has managed to spread so widely in just a single year, which is why I have come here seeking your guidance, Guanhai Shangxian replied. "Oh, is there something even more important than 1,000,000 spirit stones?" This polite remark from Zai Temple made Lan Mingzhu scowl even more as he thought, spirit stones, will you ever stop?" Lan Mingzhu continued by asking if the man knew the details regarding the recent rumors that the demon sect had been disbanded. As soon as Lan Mingzhu finished speaking, Guanhai Shangxian's face froze in shock, leaving him almost speechless and unsure of how to respond to the man opposite him. Seeing his side losing ground, Han Kuobang gnashed his teeth in frustration, though he could do nothing but feel bitter and resentful internally. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, and seizing the opportunity, Han Kuobang quickly prepared to play his trump card, realizing he had almost forgotten it. "I haven't submitted the report the leader asked me to write yet, so I'll take my leave first," Han Kuobang said, choosing to flee to avoid the difficult question. Leaving Guanhai Shangxian alone to face Lan Mingzhu, Han Kuobang casually ran out of the cave, his soul feeling as light as a soaring bird. This action caught the attention of both Lan Mingzhu and the leader, but in an instant, Han Kuobang quickly returned with the completed report in hand. He decisively handed the report to the two leaders who were conversing, his face beaming as he politely asked the leader to look it over. He used both hands to present the report with maximum respect, but Lan Mingzhu curled his lip in dissatisfaction and interrupted, asking to put the report aside and finish the discussion about the demon sect. Guanhai Shangxian replied with a stern gaze, stating he would know how to answer after reading the report, which left Mingzhu exclaiming in shock and confusion. In a brief moment, Guanhai Shangxian finished reading the thick report Han Kuobang had brought, then leaned forward and calmly stated that Zai Temple had actually destroyed the demon sect. This news hit Lan Mingzhu like a thunderbolt, shocking him to his core as his eyes widened in extreme panic, unable to believe what he had just heard. Are you saying all the villains of the demon sect were wiped out, and only a few small fries remain? Guanhai Shanxian continued. His chilling tone made the atmosphere gloomier than ever as he told the great sects they could rest easy, since there was nothing left to spread. The situation had become much more serious than the black and white sect leader anticipated, and he was even warned not to increase the taxes anymore. Mingzhu's emotions hadn't settled as he wondered who had been robbing the great sects, to which Guanhai Shanxian calmly replied that killing was normal in the cultivation world. Besides, everyone knows you collect taxes, so if they don't rob you, who would they rob? A slight smirk appeared on Lan Mingzhu's lips as his expression shifted. No longer panicked, he became incredibly confident, thinking that Zhi Temple was not to be trifled with since they destroyed the demon sect and were loved by the people. Suddenly, Mingzhu asked if they had met somewhere before, a question that made Guanhai Shanxian feel a bit intimidated. He was stunned and sweating profusely from anxiety as he stammered that sect leader Lan should stop joking, as he rarely socialized and no one knew him. Mingzhu didn't let it go, continuing his suspicion by asking if the man's hair was actually a wig as his doubts about the man's identity grew. Questioning if the person before him was truly the leader of Zhi Temple, the man replied that his hair was healthy and never fell out, so there was no need for a wig. Guanhai Shanxian tried to deny the sect leader's words and distract him, but Mingzhu's brows furrowed, and his eyes grew sharper than ever as he looked at him. "What is a monk like you doing here? Who are you calling a monk? I'm just balding." At last, the truth that had been hidden for so long was finally revealed. Guanhai Shanxian slammed his hand on the table in a rage, shouting over Lan Mingzhu's insult to his appearance, and his true identity was finally exposed. Only then did he realize the gravity of the situation, his face turning ashen and pale with terror. After exposing his identity, Lan Mingzhu felt immensely satisfied and arrogant, laughing loudly in Immortal Guanhai's face. Ultimately, Lan Mingzhu departed without paying a cent, leaving him frozen in place, watching Mingzhu's silhouette fade in silence. Only the sound of his giggling echoed in Immortal Guanhai's mind, as the intelligence regarding his identity was quickly leaked. The fifth among the immortals, Guanhai, attained the Tao by gazing at the blue sea, hence his name, but now he was furious. He immediately tore out his few remaining hairs. Being bald, he was often mistaken for a Buddhist disciple despite trying many remedies for centuries. Yet his hair wouldn't grow, leaving only a tiny tuft that couldn't cover half his scalp as 2 streaks of tears rolled down his face. He turned and sobbed, "Little brother, you must continue treating my baldness," to which Hu Bugui emerged from the cave and replied, "Rest assured, Immortal. If I can help you grow that much, I can certainly help you grow a full head of hair, but you must continue impersonating the leader of the CIAI nunnery." His voice firmly addressed Guanhai Shangxian, Guanhai Tingtao, and Raiyue Rongguang, reflecting on the past and present amidst the poetic scenery. With rolling hills and waves crashing day and night, the mountain air brought a sense of profound peace and serenity to everyone. This was the realm of the fifth immortal, Immortal Guanhai, who closed his eyes to better sense the world around him. His soul was at ease until a massive wave struck the cliff, sending sparkling droplets of pure seawater flying beautifully under the golden sun. However, the wave also washed up sea creatures like octopuses, crabs, and coral, which were all swept onto Immortal Guanhai. Lying motionless, he spat out a mouthful of salty seawater and stared blankly at the scene, noting the sea was rougher than usual today. The water he spat out sent the sea creatures fleeing in a panic, desperately trying to escape the discharge from his mouth. Immortal Guanhai then wondered what the people hiding behind him were doing, but he decided to pretend he hadn't noticed them. He knew many people were watching him meditate on the rock, so he ignored them to see what their true intentions were. Sure enough, a large group of sturdy men stood behind him staring, and a few in the front even knelt down. They bowed repeatedly, wondering how much longer the great master would sit, and if he would grant their request for mercy. They whispered about when the monk would finish his cultivation, judging by his bald head, which caused Immortal Guanhai to shout in anger. "Who are you calling a monk? I am not a monk," he yelled, frustrated by the constant misunderstandings caused by his baldness. To clear the air, he stood up and declared sternly, "I am an immortal cultivator, not a Buddhist master. You have the wrong person." His attitude frightened the crowd, yet they noticed he looked exactly like the man in the sketch they were passing around. as someone whispered that the painting seemed magical. Immortal Guan Hai studied it closely and admitted it did resemble him. A man in the crowd announced loudly that they had come to learn the celestial farming method the Immortal was reportedly teaching. Another man claimed the prefect had sent him to seek the Tao, and soon the crowd began to argue amongst themselves. People from Nanjiang, the East Continent, and Ocean Island all vied for attention while Immortal Guan Hai watched them, feeling deeply conflicted. Teaching the celestial farming method? Me, he muttered, completely bewildered by the situation as a large question mark formed in his mind. In nearby Shenyang County, a massive golden statue had been erected to honor a figure deeply revered by the local people. They saw the statue as a symbol of the hero who saved them from famine, and they welcomed Immortal Guan Hai with great enthusiasm. Everywhere he went, people of all ages poured into the streets to greet him like a returning superstar. When a local pointed out the CIAI Nunnery Shenyang branch, the Immortal was stunned, wondering if he had heard correctly. He wondered why an assassin organization like the CIAI Nunnery had turned to farming just as someone rushed toward him in a hurry. A disciple of the CIAI Nunnery who was scouting the area saw the Immortal and gasped in shock. "You are." The Immortal's bald head was so prominent in the crowd that it seemed to glow, yet he looked exactly like the man in the portrait. This person immediately bowed in respect, apologizing for not knowing the boss was visiting. But Hu Bugui, standing beside the Immortal, told him he was greeting the wrong person. Returning to the CIAIAM branch, Hu Bugui invited the Immortal into the study to discuss business, where 2 cups of steaming hot tea sat on a wooden table, emitting a gentle fragrance. The conversation began with Hu Bugui explaining that the Immortal had been misunderstood due to his resemblance to the drawing, causing the Immortal's eyes to widen in shock. He expressed disbelief that CIAIAM had turned to farming during his years at sea, praising Hu Bugui's talent while sincerely apologizing for the unfortunate misunderstandings. Even so, the Immortal remained annoyed at being called a grandmaster despite not being a Buddhist, standing up to point at Hu Bugui and insisting he was not a monk. His voice trembled as he lamented that among all the cultivators, only he faced such questions, complaining that his magic and pills were useless for his hair, which left Hu Bugui feeling awkward. Recalling his senior sister's advice to befriend eccentric top-tier experts, Hu Bugui brought out several bottles of precious medicine, including some 7-day resurrection pills. He figured it was better to give them to the elder for nourishment to help with hair growth, placing the 7-day resurrection pills neatly on the table while muttering to himself. Though he felt using such rare pills for hair growth was a waste, he was eager to try, and after just one breath he felt as if he were soaring toward the moon. Feeling incredibly refreshed and joyful, Hu Bugui helped him apply the divine medicine to his head to stimulate hair growth, muttering that he refused to believe it wouldn't work. 2 hours later, a patch of hair actually grew on Immortal Guan Hai's 500-year-old bald head, sending the Immortal into a state of ecstatic joy. After so much effort, his hair had finally sprouted, and he thanked Hu Bugui profusely, calling him a true brother until Hu Bugui felt quite dizzy. Hu Bugui awkwardly mentioned that while the hair issue was settled, he needed the Immortal's help, and to repay the favor, Immortal Guan Hai agreed to pose as that person so Hu Bugui could hide his identity. This allowed Hu Bugui to act secretly behind the perfect cover he had created, while Immortal Guan Hai was received and treated with exceptional hospitality. Hu Bugui personally washed and massaged the Immortal's head, leaving him feeling blissful and satisfied as his mind drifted into a dreamlike state. Hu Bugui gently remarked that CIAIAM would still need his help in the future, and the Immortal, feeling like he was in heaven, muttered that helping the people was his duty. His eyes gleamed with impatience and excitement as he wondered when the rest of his hair would grow, placing high expectations on the rapid growth Hu Bugui promised. Hu Bugui washed his head, looking slightly stunned by his words before regaining his composure to calmly explain that this was a century-old condition. He noted that healing required patience, which the Immortal found logical, while on the surface, Hu Bugui continued to respond with a cheerful demeanor. Internally, however, his sole purpose was to exploit the Immortal's appearance to conceal the true identity of the CIAIAM leader. He continued the hair washing as the medicinal foam increased, and a light fragrance filled the room, with tiny bubbles floating through the air. Inside the dark and damp cave of CIAIAM, the air was stifling and gloomy, with sharp stalactites hanging from the ceiling like suspended blades. They posed a threat to anyone who was careless, and in this terrifying setting, two figures draped in black cloaks were whispering to one another. It was his senior sister, Shikiaju, who had come to investigate her junior brother's situation, angrily asking what their boss had been doing lately since there was no news. And Kwabang replied wearily that they were very busy with farming and had no time for anything else, noting that the major sects had even stopped collecting taxes. The brothers hiding behind the bushes were bored to death, while his four extraordinary brothers, the four heavenly kings, were frustrated by the long wait. They had sat still for so long that birds had nested on their heads, and Han Kwabang added that the boss spent all his time doing nothing but washing hair. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance, causing Shikiaju to startle and ask if she had misheard him about the hair washing. A voice echoed from the cave asking why his senior sister had come, and then two people stepped out, Immortal Guan Hai and Hu Bugui. Hu Bugui walked ahead, expressing his surprise at seeing his senior sister, but Shikiaju shook her head and denied being his sister. However, Hu Bugui insisted he wasn't mistaken, and suddenly a small, beautiful lock of Shikiaju's hair slipped out from her cloak. It emitted a shimmering light as she turned away to speak of the day the world would be saved, causing Hu Bugui's face to redden as he pouted. He complained that they had played this game 3 times already, and it wasn't fun anymore, before proceeding to explain his plan for a body double. He boldly declared that he would return to the Heibai sect to inherit the leadership, with clear plans to reform the sect and rebuild the cultivation world toward a new era of peace. Hu Bugui spreads his arms to welcome the first rays of the sun, letting out a refreshed shout. He then mentions that regarding Immortal Bai Chen, whom his past life cast aside. He has resolved to face her with courage and settle their grievances once and for all. His voice is resolute, claiming it is all for the sake of the common people. This demonstrates an admirable sense of duty and devotion to the lives of the people. Sitting nearby, Immortal Guan Hai agrees, praising his heroic spirit of self-sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Shikiaju claps without emotion. She mentions that if it concerns Immortal Bai Chen, she heard the woman no longer intends to hunt him down. Hu Bugui is taken aback, as he had just finished mentally preparing himself. He is surprised she no longer wants to kill him. Shikiaju maintains her composure and explains that Immortal Bai Chen originally despised handsome men who were still alive. Although he is still living, she does not consider his appearance attractive enough to be worth the effort of killing him. His facial expression changes instantly. He feels conflicted, unsure whether to view this as good or bad news. Despite feeling ridiculed, he is relieved to still be alive. Seeing her junior brother's naivety, the senior sister immediately explains the situation to him. Both Immortal Qiu Shui and Immortal Bai Chen are currently staying at the sect. Immortal Bai Chen purchased a vast amount of premium materials to sculpt statues of handsome men. At that moment, images of the gods' powerful and vibrant physiques appeared, drawing the attention of many women. Immortal Bai Chen personally crafted all those statues so she could admire them every day. Meanwhile, in just 3 days, Immortal Qiu Shui spent all the spirit stones and pills the sect had accumulated over 80 years. She lived extravagantly, wasting money on useless pleasures and causing a severe depletion of spirit stones. She refused to be outdone, as all disciples in the sect are treated equally with unlimited access to resources. Shikiaju's voice softens as she nears the end of her story. She warns him that he must absolutely never return to inherit the Heibai sect. Her words leave him in deep thought for a long time. Soon after, his entire body seems to turn to stone, freezing him in place. Hu Bugui begins to lament that the sect will surely go bankrupt. Suddenly remembering something, he notes that Senior Qiu Shui is still spending freely despite owing him 9 million spirit stones. His face gradually becomes gaunt and frail, resembling a soulless husk. Hu Bugui remains motionless, lost in thought for 10 hours. Actually, after 3 days of careful consideration while confined in a dark, damp cave, he reflects quietly on his life. Suddenly, his petrified body begins to crack, with small fragments flying in all directions as if he is awakening from within. Faint rays of light emerge, illuminating the entire area. He declares that since Heibai sect is the world's greatest, he must inherit and reform it. Only then can he reform the entire cultivation world, ensuring the people are no longer oppressed and the bloodshed ceases. Breaking free from the stone layer, he resolutely asks who else would do this if not him. Ultimately, Hu Bugui decides to inherit the Heibai sect. He ignores his senior sister's advice, noting that with 3 immortals in the sect, creditors would not dare collect their debts. He had prepared these precautions even before deciding to take over the sect. However, a major problem remains: how to persuade sect leader Lan to step down. At Tianyuan peak of the Haibai sect, the weather is pleasant and cool. Lan Mingzhu quickly accepts his request and happily agrees to hand over the leadership. Upon receiving the precious jade seal from sect leader Lan, he is stunned by how quickly the transition occurred. Meanwhile, Immortal Bai Chen remains focused on her daily task of sculpting handsome men. Outside the hall, she carves 2 statues under the brilliant golden sunlight. After working for a while, she stops to admire her creations. Feeling some details are still imperfect, she uses a large hammer to make adjustments. The sound is so loud it seems capable of awakening the statue's senses. He is so terrified his eyes flash gold and his nose bleeds as he lets out a scream of horror. Lan Mingzhu pats his shoulder and cheerfully remarks that Wang Kai is exceptionally intelligent and possesses startling talent. He calls him a rare genius capable of inheriting the leadership. It seems the sect leader is tired of the role and only wants a replacement to lighten his burden and retire peacefully. He tells him to perform well and not fail his expectations. These words make him so angry his skin crawls, wondering if the sect leader took the wrong medicine. He wonders what his 2 senior sisters have done. Glancing at his beautiful sister, his face pales. Later, the Haibai sect holds a high-level meeting. All executive members gather to prepare for the leadership transition, and Wang Kai is also in attendance. Sitting with the experienced seniors, he feels slightly flustered. Regardless of the debt, he believes he is the one to inherit the Haibai sect and reform the cultivation world. He secretly hopes Immortal Qin Yang will not object. However, reality proves otherwise, as Immortal Qin Yang is the first to protest vehemently. She raises her hand high and declares her opposition. Hearing this, he stands motionless for several seconds with a cold, expressionless face. Good grief, how blunt. Qin Yang declared in a dignified voice that Master Qiu Shui's return had once again burdened the Haibai sect with a massive debt. We must rely on sect leader Lan's ability to repay it. Sitting nearby, Immortal Qiu Shui gently intervened, telling her disciple not to criticize her master in such a manner. Sect leader Lan chuckled and replied that Qin Yang overestimated him, as Wang Kai's money-making skills were just as formidable as his own. Despite this, her attitude remained uneasy as she crossed her arms in annoyance, wondering how a man who didn't like women could possibly know how to earn money. Although her practical views were rooted in good intentions for the sect, they wounded his pride, leading him to reflect privately. What does earning money have to do with whether one likes men or women? Besides, I am not a deviant. This is all just a misunderstanding. Setting aside his personal feelings, he focused on the main issue and responded seriously, acknowledging that Immortal Qin Yang's concerns were valid given the immense debt. Wang Kai then pointed directly at Lan Mingzhu and declared his decision. He decided to appoint sect leader Lan as the financial manager of the Haibai sect, specifically tasked with debt repayment, leaving Lan Mingzhu stunned and hesitant. Qin Yang refused to let it go, her voice still bitter as she noted that even so, little Lan was no longer the sect leader, and his authority had diminished. She feared this would hinder the repayment progress, while Lan Mingzhu was so distressed he nearly spat blood and swayed with exhaustion as the conversation between her and Wang Kai continued. Wang Kai further proposed selecting handsome and elegant disciples to establish a lakeside villa at the base of Xiao Fei Peak. She fully agreed with Wang Kai's suggestion, and as the two shook hands on the deal, Lan Mingzhu watched in disbelief with his mouth agape. When asked what they planned to do with the disciples, Wang Kai replied that he was their new sect leader, completely winning her over with just a few words. Immortal Qiu Shui joined in the discussion, stating that since Qin Yang had agreed, layman Wang Kai would assume the position of sect leader, and the matter was settled. However, the next obstacle he had to overcome was Tai Bai, who slammed his hand onto the table and sternly commanded everyone to wait. Lan Mingzhu quickly explained that he had stepped down voluntarily, and there was no need to intervene on his behalf, but Tai Bai's expression remained deadly serious. The old man demanded that his alchemy duties be halved, and that he would no longer work overtime, insisting on recruiting more alchemists or he would oppose the decision. His demands startled everyone, who had expected a much more serious issue, only to realize that Tai Bai simply did not want to work extra hours anymore. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's expression soured, and even he was taken aback, covering his mouth to whisper to his master whether these terms were meant for him or sect leader Lan. Tai Bai's face looked quite intimidating as he asked if an explanation was still necessary, his deep voice sending a shiver through anyone who heard it. Deeply impressed by the response, he let out an exclamation before Wang Kai slammed his hand on the table with absolute determination. Acknowledging perfected Tai Bai's hard work, he decided to double his compensation, allowing him to earn more for less work with no overtime, and further announced. He would recruit 50 more people for the alchemy team led by perfected Tai Bai, a bold move that left the gathered seniors with no further objections. Tai Bai immediately brightened up, feeling immense pride in his disciple as he nodded and praised the boy for his cleverness. With that settled, he gave his approval for the leadership, adding another vote that officially made Wang Kai the sect leader of the Haibai sect. Meanwhile, Qin Yang thought to herself that Tai Bai and his disciple should have coordinated their story beforehand, as their acting was far too transparent. Outside, the rain began to fall, pitter-pattering across the sect's courtyard and chasing away the heat with a refreshing breeze. Lan Mingzhu convened the sect assembly, conjuring an ice umbrella to shield himself from the storm as he announced that Hu Bugui would inherit the position of sect leader. In the courtyard, the drenched disciples whispered among themselves, noting that since it hadn't rained during the last assembly, they thought the sect leader had lost his touch. One disciple asked what was being said, while another focused only on the rain, until someone shouted that Hu Bugui was apparently being made the new leader. Everyone was stunned by the news, their eyes widening as Hu Bugui finally appeared, casually waving to the crowd and announcing his new identity. The new sect leader of the Haibai sect, layman Wang Kai. Amidst the majestic mountains, a voice rang out discussing the current state of the world. When recounting the 3 greatest events of the past century, one must mention alchemy master perfected Tai by breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Immortal Guan Hai successfully regrowing his hair after centuries of baldness, and the world's preeminent Haibai sect appointing a new successor. The speaker nibbled on a slice of watermelon while holding it up to inspect, as Nai Ming and Xiao Sandao conversed nearby, with Nai Ming posing a question. After listening to Nai Ming, Xiao Sandao sat up and asked skeptically what Hu Bugui could have possibly done to persuade the entire sect. Nai Ming countered by asking if he truly believed the man was out of options, to which the other replied that with only a golden core cultivation, there was no way he could succeed. He glanced at Xiao Sandao and smiled, remarking that the Haibai sect was far more complex than imagined, just as a short figure suddenly rushed forward. Upon closer inspection, it was a bald elder with a face flushed with rage, screaming about how a disciple who had only been there for a few days could be appointed sect leader. He called it ridiculous and insisted that if there were a queue, it should be his turn. But before his outburst could be addressed, another issue arose. Another voice rose in protest regarding the female disciples' living quarters being much larger than the males, as a group of men stormed in demanding the new sect leader support them. Not to be outdone, the beautiful female disciples also rushed forward to protest, pointing out that the last 2 sect leaders were men and demanding gender equality. They chanted slogans against gender discrimination, but the chaos continued as a group of people dressed like vagrants suddenly appeared to join the protest. They complained that outer disciples had no rights and demanded better treatment, while one man with tearful eyes shouted his opposition to educational privilege. As they demanded equal education amidst the chaotic protests, Xiao Sandao and Mai Ming continued their conversation from the floor above. Mai Ming remarked on the overwhelming amount of trouble, to which Xiao Sandao replied that such peculiar problems could only exist within his sect. Hearing this, Mai Ming proudly claimed that the sect only survived because of his good looks, which kept the female disciples obedient and the males full of admiration. As they looked down, Xiao Sandao pointed out that the crowd seemed to be under control just as a white light appeared, revealing a graceful and beautiful figure in white robes. It was none other than Shikiaju, who remained calm and composed before the rowdy crowd as she began to speak in a tranquil voice. She announced that the sect leader was preparing a courtyard at Xiao Fei Peak for the recruitment of male disciples, causing the men to immediately gather and whisper. One man burst into laughter, noting that Xiao Fei Peak was usually for female disciples, and sensing that some special benefits were coming their way. They immediately tossed their signs aside and happily dispersed, praising the new sect leader for truly understanding their needs. Although the men had been dealt with, the female disciples remained steadfast and refused to back down, chanting slogans against gender discrimination in unison. They insisted that women could also lead, and demanded that the position of sect leader alternate between genders, regardless of what their senior sister said. The crowd agreed, arguing that even if Hu Bugui was gay, he was still a man, and therefore his appointment was inherently unfair. With a sharp gaze, Shikiaju covered her mouth and laughed, asking if they had forgotten that there was no real difference between her or Hu Bugui leading. Her words silenced the women, who quickly lost their aggression and agreed that there was indeed no difference before they all decided to disperse. Finally, Shikiaju glanced at the remaining disciples, who grew timid as the others left, none of them daring to meet her gaze. After a moment, their blue-haired leader explained that most outer disciples were commoners with no resources, causing their cultivation to progress very slowly. They were trapped in a cycle where they couldn't become inner disciples or obtain pills, noting that only senior brother Liang had succeeded, yet the sect had sent him to his doom. The group burst into tears, lamenting that senior brother Liang had been missing for a year and was likely dead, which stirred a sense of sympathy in Shikiaju. She gently replied that Hu Bugui also came from a humble background and would surely improve their treatment as sect leader, but they remained unconvinced. They stood up and shouted that he must be a secret young master, for there was no other way he could have cultivated so quickly and become the sect leader. They insisted he had a wealthy and powerful family, leaving Shikiaju with a darkened expression as she realized she couldn't find a way to refute their logic. She reluctantly promised to give them half of whatever was plundered from the inner disciples, prompting them to leave while praising her as a good person who had never robbed them. Shikiaju muttered that they were far too poor to be worth robbing, her sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining crowd. Her threatening tone made the bald elder wary as she smiled coldly and remarked that only one final nuisance remained to be dealt with. She softly asked the elder if he desired the position of sect leader, causing him to shout in fear for her to stop being reckless since he was her senior. Shikiaju's face softened, yet her voice remained menacing as she mentioned their massive monthly debts and the fearsome power of Bai Chen and the Qiu Shui Immortal. The bald elder wiped his sweat and quickly changed his tune, declaring that only a fool would want to lead the Haibai sect, while Hu Bugui looked on in a daze. Recount the story, on that day, he became the leader of the world's greatest sect. But as he reviewed the ledgers, he felt something was amiss and began to imagine returning to the modern era. In this vision, he was a powerful CEO with Nai Ming standing beside him as his superior, who gave a cold laugh and spoke. "Little Hu, your performance is excellent, so the company has decided to appoint you as the chairman." Nai Ming's coldness suddenly shifted into a laugh. He grabbed 2 buckets and bid Hu Bugui farewell, leaving him standing there in total confusion until 2 police officers suddenly arrived to arrest him. Still bewildered, Hu Bugui returned to reality and rested his chin on his hands with a grimace, wondering if he had been trapped and if banks even existed in the cultivation world. He wondered how those 2 immortals managed to borrow so much in a single month, or if the Haibai sect had established its own bank. Finance is quite lucrative, but as he muttered to himself, Shikiaju approached and explained that while she didn't know what a bank was, the 2 immortals had borrowed from a money house. "Exactly, a money house. So there really is a place to take out loans here," he exclaimed, while Shikiaju watched his excitement with a sigh and confirmed its existence. When Hu Bugui asked for the location, they headed to the Great Sect Money House, where Shikiaju continued her explanation as they stood before the entrance. She explained it was co-founded by the 4 great sects with its headquarters at their own sect, a fact that left Hu Bugui standing at the gate, moved to tears. With tears in his eyes, he lamented how they could spend borrowed money so quickly, while Shikiaju calmly noted that sect leader Lan established the money house to settle the sect's debts. Hu Bugui remained silent and confused until Shikiaju mentioned that the annual profit distribution was reportedly around 5 million. His eyes instantly lit up, and his jaw dropped as he excitedly declared he would just borrow 100 million, secretly plotting to use the funds for the Sai nunnery. Cutting his fantasies short, Shikiaju grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away, lecturing him despite his protests. She told him to focus on his duties as leader instead of the nunnery, explaining that, like the martial world, a new successor must pay respects to the other 3 major sects. These were the Yuntai sect, Xuankang Island, and the Shushan sect. Meanwhile, Nai Ming sat back comfortably, enjoying some watermelon and juice. He remarked, "Can't you handle the visits yourselves? After all my years of hard work, don't I deserve a little relaxation?" Consequently, only Shikiaju accompanied Hu Bugui, with one standing on a flying sword and the other drifting through the air as they traveled. They flew straight toward their destination until they finally reached the Shushan sect, where Shikiaju's sword slowly descended to the earth. The landing kicked up a cloud of dust that drew the curious male disciples out, only to find Hu Bugui standing there instead of Shikiaju. As he stood upon the sword, the onlookers began to gossip about the new Haibai sect leader's unique style, with one even praising his impressive and cool landing. Hu Bugui and Shikiaju regained their composure and approached the disciples, where Hu Bugui introduced himself as the new leader of the Haibai sect. He asked for their leader's whereabouts, but the disciples bowed and explained that their master had left for a vacation at the Haibai sect a month ago and hadn't returned. Hu Bugui was left utterly bewildered, and after the group returned to the Haibai sect, Nai Ming showed no surprise when he heard the story. He simply waved it off, mentioning that the Shushan sect leader had likely rushed back home the moment he heard they were visiting. Hu Bugui remained silent before they flew back to the Shushan sect, only to find the situation unchanged as a guard spoke up. The guard explained that their leader had immediately left for the Haibai sect upon learning of his visit, causing Hu Bugui's face to darken as he clenched his fists in anger. Losing his patience, he voiced his suspicion that they were playing a prank on him and continued to grumble to Shikiaju as they flew. It appeared the major sects refused to acknowledge his status, while elsewhere the other leaders discussed their plans, with Immortal Bo Ming calling their current tactic useless. He questioned if they were summoned just to witness this mess, while another added that since Nai Ming had lost his own position, he couldn't possibly help them reclaim theirs. Nai Ming sneered over his drink, explaining he only gave up his title to protect his reputation, noting that destroying the beloved Se nunnery would cause a public outcry. He stood up and walked away, suggesting they make Hu Bugui the alliance leader so he would be the one to destroy the nunnery and take the blame. He asked for their thoughts with a smile as a heavy rain began to fall outside, the rhythmic patter on the roof creating a soothing sound. The rain cooled the recent heat as Shanhei remarked that while the people had feared them for millennia, things had changed over the last 2 years. He complained that they were now being treated with contempt, while Immortal Bo Ming arrogantly argued that after eons of protection, they were entitled to collect taxes. Ever since CIA nunnery taught them to farm, their hearts have changed, and Yi Jiangnan remarked that the bald Guan Hai had likely lost his wits, as everyone was now pursuing cultivation. If that were the case, cultivators would lose their prestige, and while his reasoning seemed sound, Lan Mingzhu softly noted that CIA nunnery taught cultivation alongside farming. It was highly probable that they were the ones responsible for raiding the great sects, and the private discussion among the four grew increasingly tense. Immortal Bo Ming continued by stating that given CIA nunnery's current scale and rapid growth, they could not survive for long without a massive source of income. Shortly after CIA nunnery began their agricultural efforts, the major sects were raided, making the dissolution of the demon sect a highly suspicious coincidence. Although Guan Hai claimed to have wiped out the demon sect, it was possible he had allied with them, and now suspicion once again fell upon Immortal Guan Hai. Mingzhu's gaze revealed his firm conviction in this judgment, as he seemed to have silently confirmed that otherwise, CIA nunnery could not have raided them so easily. Shanhei felt deeply skeptical about why Immortal Guan Hai would do such a thing, while Jiangnan sarcastically suggested that the man was likely trying to accumulate merit just to regrow his hair. By intentionally bringing up Guan Hai's centuries of suffering, he made Immortal Bo Ming frown, yet the latter still agreed that the reasoning was plausible. He would stop at nothing to grow his hair back, and after hearing this, Mingzhu took a sip of tea and let out an elegant, soft chuckle. If simply being kind to the common people could provide a cure, there would be no need for cultivation, which is the pursuit of the great Tao where the mind remains unburdened by external matters. Jiangnan firmly asserted to everyone that Guan Hai was nothing more than a failure for mingling with mortals daily instead of transcending the mundane world, and their conversation continued as rain fell upon the leaves outside. The rain made the foliage appear even more lush and vibrant, and after further discussion, Lan Mingzhu concluded that they would support Hu Bugui as the alliance leader to eliminate CIA nunnery. Warning that the coming war would inevitably bring casualties, he sighed wearily and remarked that the disciples' deaths were a worthy sacrifice to preserve their reputation, as Shanhei viewed their lives as mere refuse. Sacrificing many lives meant nothing more to him than trampling grass, and Immortal Bo Ming slammed his hand on the table, declaring that they would have no future if CIAI nunnery was not destroyed. Meanwhile, Jiangnan nonchalantly sighed and remarked that since he was no longer the sect leader of the Yuntai sect, it did not matter to him if everyone perished. His words left the other three questioning their very existence as they glared at him with intense hostility, causing a chilling silence to permeate the entire room. The three of them were so enraged they felt like vomiting blood, and in their fury, they kicked Jiangnan away from the table, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Demanding to know why he hadn't mentioned it sooner, they ordered him to reclaim his position as sect leader, but Jiangnan simply sobbed that he had already resigned. He argued that returning now would be humiliating, but instead of showing sympathy, they grew even more irritated and began hurling sharp, insulting remarks at him. They told him to just keep up appearances, claiming that only the shameless could truly be invincible under heaven, and ordered him to return immediately. A peaceful morning began with a clear blue sky, free from the gloomy dark clouds of previous days, and the scenery at the Yuntai sect appeared remarkably refreshed. The sect was adorned in a vibrant leaf blue hue that created a refreshing and unique aesthetic, and Hu Bugui appeared looking far more majestic and dignified than usual. He walked slowly and greeted the elders, noting it had been a long time since they last met, and the white-haired elders were delighted to see him and rushed over to check on him. Good news spread that sect leader Wang Kai had finally changed his mind, and it was rumored that the four great sects had joined forces to open a bank with substantial annual profits. Hu Bugui quietly asked an elder about the commissions, and the man openly shared that the annual profits were quite high, with commissions reaching 500,000. However, this figure surprised Hu Bugui because it was far lower than that of the Haibai sect, where the annual income reached 5 million, prompting the elder to explain. He explained that they only held a 5% stake when the bank was established, and though Hu Bugui's gaze turned cold, he maintained a respectful demeanor and thanked the elder. He introduced himself as the new leader of the Haibai sect coming to visit Immortal Zioao of the Yuntai sect, but the elders urged layman Wang Kai to stop joking, as Zioyazi had been expelled, and he was now their leader. Standing behind him, Shikiaju quickly spoke up, suggesting to her junior brother that concurrently serving as the sect leader of the Yuntai sect was not a bad idea. Hu Bugui considered that an 8 million debt was manageable compared to 2 years of profit from the Haibai sect, and as he sat upon the dragon throne bathed in light, thousands of Yuntai sect members hailed their new leader. With Hu Bugui now controlling 2 of the 4 great sects, his influence became immensely powerful, but suddenly an elder stepped forward to deliver a report. He informed the leader that the 8 million debt Zioyazi managed was due this year, bringing the total debt to over 800 million, prompting a shocked response as to why this wasn't mentioned earlier. For the first time in his life, he heard a figure so staggering it made him want to scream and vomit blood, creating a memory that would surely haunt him forever. It was an unforgettable burden that left him in indescribable despair, and in his helplessness, he could only cry out to his beloved senior sister for help. However, her attitude remained indifferent as she softly remarked on the beautiful weather, just as familiar footsteps suddenly echoed. Yi Jiangnan was deeply shocked to see all his subordinates and disciples now strictly obeying the new sect leader, causing him to howl in rage. "You heartless people, do you truly no longer need me? Hu Bugui, I will never forgive you," he roared, pointing his finger directly at Bugui's face in fury. Without any hesitation, the man who once wished to abandon the Yuntai sect leader's throne now desperately wanted to reclaim it from Bugui. Both he and she witnessed everything, and the 2 siblings simultaneously came up with an idea. "Senior sister, I suddenly have a brilliant plan," he said. "I do as well," she replied calmly, while he looked up from the noble dragon throne and proposed, "Immortal Zioao, would you like to become the vice sect leader of the Haibai sect?" This novel idea left Jiangnan astonished. "Huh," he blurted out before an involuntary smile spread across his lips. "Afterward, I will dispatch the sect leader to the Yuntai sect to handle the debt repayments," he said, just as Lan Mingzhu suddenly flinched, feeling as though someone was mentioning his name. He rubbed his shoulders and spoke while shivering, feeling a sudden chill down his spine. After days of traveling, Hu Bugui finally completed his formal visits, as Shanhe remarked that Shushan and the Haibai sect were long-time allies. "I will assist you unconditionally," he stated, though in contrast to his attempt at being sociable, Immortal Boeming remained cold and distant. Crossing his arms, he replied indifferently, "I only agreed out of respect for the other sects, so do not misunderstand. leaving Bugui bewildered as he wondered why they hadn't made things difficult for him as expected. Faced with the cooperation of the sect leaders, he couldn't help but feel suspicious, while Qiu Zhu cautiously warned her junior brother that such anomalies surely hid an agenda. Meanwhile, a stranger appeared atop an observation tower. Likely an assassin hired to eliminate Hu Bugui, he gripped a sharp blade, ready to strike at any moment before lunging down like a bolt of lightning with a loud cry. "Die, you little thief, Hu!" he shouted during his assault, declaring he must avenge his sect leader, yet both he and his senior sister remained perfectly composed. Showing no fear toward the assassin's sharp blade, a sudden flash of red light appeared as the strike was parried by another sword held by the small figure of Jai Yi. A fierce duel ensued, yet he and his senior sister stood still without intervening, as every one of the assassin's strikes was blocked, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly tense. After a period of combat, the two remained deadlocked, while the two observers on the ground watched in silence, their eyes filled with amazement as they followed every sword stroke. "I was waiting for you to make a move, senior sister," he remarked, to which she replied, "and you aren't going to act?" leaving Jai Yi infuriated that they were both just standing there watching. "Are you two just going to stand there like statues and watch? I'm quitting," she snapped, prompting them to reply in unison. "Then let us strike together," as they moved immediately. He launched a decisive counterattack against the cold-blooded assassin targeting him, as a burst of blue energy exploded from his body, sending the man flying back to collapse with a painful scream before Bugui's senior sister took her turn. She delivered a finishing blow with a powerful spell, channeling all the energy into the enemy, who not only took the hit but shrieked in agony as his HP dropped by 9,999. The outcome was clear as victory belonged to the two of them. He and Shikiaju stood firm, while the assassin's body slammed into the ground with a resounding thud. Despite his battered body, he struggled to declare that the leader of the Yuntai sect would always be Senior Zio-Oyazi, and that he would never acknowledge Bugui even in death. Bugui approached him gently and expressed his empathy, admitting that it was indeed difficult to accept a stranger like himself, suddenly inheriting the position of sect leader. "I understand how you feel," he said, but the assassin refused to listen and barked, "Save your breath. As long as I draw breath, I will never let you off." Bugui was forced to reveal the truth, explaining that he had appointed Senior Zio-Oyazi as the vice sect leader of the Haibai sect and increased the benefits for all Yuntai sect disciples. These words caused him to gradually calm down as he scrambled to his feet, saying that it was acceptable then, even though the bloodstains on his back were still clearly visible. His attempt to assassinate Bugui likely stemmed from absolute loyalty to Zio-Oyazi, but after hearing the explanation, he changed his tune and praised Bugui as a great leader, asking about the current benefits for the Yuntai sect. Bugui replied, "Like this and like that," illustrating with his index finger while Jaya stood beside him with her exquisite sword, her arms crossed in a serious manner. "Where did your earlier momentum go?" he teased, and after the assassin incident concluded, Bugui returned to the sect with his senior sister, sighing and muttering that being a sect leader was truly no easy task as similar events continued to occur with the same results. Qiu Zhu glanced at him with a cold gaze and remarked that they should just kill anyone who refused to listen as they had before, an attitude that caused Bugui to break into a cold sweat. "Senior sister, could you please not be so violent?" he said while trembling, only to be startled by a sudden, piercing scream that made him freeze for several seconds. "Saintly mothers, you are all just saintly mothers," a voice cried out, prompting Bugui to turn around in annoyance and shout back, Who dares call me a saintly mother?" His face showed extreme irritation as he turned his head to see a scholar shouting boisterously at the gate, calling them hypocritical fools for spending all day farming for free. The youth continued to hurl vulgar insults while pointing and mocking everyone, complaining that the commoners had been spoiled and refused to pay him a single coin for slaying demons. He then began to wail, asking how they expected him to survive while witnessing this scene. Bugui felt conflicted and pitied the man, but suddenly a disciple in black robes approached him, cracking his knuckles with a provocative tone. "Oh, you actually dare to show your face here? He must have committed some misdeed to leave such a poor impression and be driven away." He swiftly summoned a long, sharp sword and stated that a report arrived yesterday about a cultivator who slaughtered a village chief's entire family over unpaid fees. Ignoring the disciple's words, he continued to scream with resentment, claiming that as a cultivator, he had every right to kill mere mortals. "Do you even care how many ants you've crushed?" he ranted incessantly in broad daylight, insisting that cultivation made him superior to others. He questioned if they were insane for serving mortals instead of seeking the great Tao, prompting Bu Gui to speak up, citing an old proverb. "When one man attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven," he said, his voice turning the man's face pale as Bu Gui stepped forward. He asked if the people dying of hunger and cold outside were worth less than the man's pets, while his senior sister stood nearby, softly trying to stop him. "Junior brother, do not be so violent," she urged, just as a surge of immense energy erupted from him, awakening the spirit within. An ethereal mist enveloped him as he declared that if a cultivator only cared for his own animals while ignoring the people, he had no right to exist. His powerful words left everyone in deep thought as he recalled his childhood curiosity, remembering the days of playing with toys and eagerly watching Tezuki on TV. He realized that many demons in those stories were actually the corrupted pets of gods, sent down to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. He wondered why these divine pets were allowed to kill and burn in the human world, only for the gods to protect them when the great sage tried to intervene. Bu Gui pondered why the men of Liangshan were hailed as heroes despite slaughtering innocents, a concept he found impossible to accept in his heart. He felt it was absurd to praise those who committed evil against the innocent, noting that if he were a victim of such heroes, he would reject those tales entirely. With a fierce look and a furrowed brow, Bu Gui firmly declared through his visible discomfort that those who take lives must pay for their crimes. He asserted that this principle applied to everyone, from the outlaws of Liangshan to the Daluo golden immortals, before drawing his blade to punish the man before him. Bu Gui lunged forward, refusing to forgive the murderer, while the man, facing death, stubbornly demanded to know who the boy thought he was. The man arrogantly questioned if Bu Gui thought he could lecture him, unaware of the power he was provoking as their opposing auras clashed. The battle began, but Bu Gui quickly gained the upper hand, shattering the man's sword into pieces that flew back and sliced into his arm. Remaining composed, Bu Gui delivered a precise strike, driving his sword into the ground and leaving a massive crack across the white tiles. Furthermore, the man was instantly engulfed in dark blue divine flames, his agonizing screams echoing as he cried out for his primordial spirit. His body slowly dissolved into ash, leaving only bloodstains and a sword mark on the white floor as Shikyu Zhu suddenly appeared. Having witnessed everything from behind, she understood her junior brother better than anyone, yet his terrifying power still left her in awe. She spoke calmly while clapping in praise, but despite his previous cold-blooded actions, he now felt a wave of regret for losing his composure. Looking up at the sky, he lamented his temper in such a beautiful world, while two disciples from CIAI nunnery watched in shock at his unprecedented rage. They never expected to see Bu Gui so brutal, deciding then that the new rule of CIAI nunnery was to pretend they didn't know him if they met in public. When asked why he didn't use such strength more often, he explained it only manifested when he was truly furious, as Qiu Zhu crossed her arms. She indifferently remarked that powerful formations always required strict conditions, suggesting the power within him operated on a similar principle. Bu Gui found her logic sound, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. It felt as though he had lost a crucial piece of his memory during the fight. His expression soured as he wondered what he had forgotten, and even after returning to the sect to rest, he remained lost in deep thought. Shenhe sat opposite him, confused as to why the boy who came to pay his respects was now just sitting there staring blankly. As Bu Gui remained silent, still trying to remember his lost thought, Shenhe began to overthink the situation, sweat pouring down his face in anxiety. He worried that Bu Gui had discovered their newly formed plan and was silently testing him, which would be a disaster if true. Paralyzed by fear, Shenhe recalled their meeting with the other three, wondering if there was a traitor hidden among their ranks. He ruled out Lan Mingzhu and Bei Ming Shangxian, reasoning that since little Lan had proposed the plan, he couldn't be the mole. He dismissed Chuan Kong Dao for being too dim-witted, leaving only one suspect, Zhao Yaozai, the former sect leader of the Yun Tai sect. His eyes widened as he became convinced that Zhao Yaozai was the traitor, even as a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts continued to plague him. Bu Gui remained immersed in a chilling silence. Initially, when he arrived at the Yuntai sect to inherit the leadership, he had refused immediately. He had handed over the position with both hands, but looking back now, he seemed to have realized something as Shanhe's deductions were currently almost flawless. Suddenly, a servant rushed in with shocking news, and whispered in his ear that Hu Bugui had appointed Zio Jiaozai as the vice leader of the Haibai sect. When the news finally reached him, Shanhe was utterly stunned, thinking to himself that being the vice leader of the world's greatest sect was far better than being the leader of a sect burdened with hundreds of millions in debt, and Shanhe became trapped in an endless spiral of thought. That man was not only farsighted, but also harbored a truly terrifying plot, while Bugui had been lost in his own wandering thoughts this entire time. He could not recall what he had forgotten, no matter how hard he tried, leaving Bugui's face looking dazed and quite unsightly. He even poked his nose, yet Shanhe still could not trust the man before him, wondering if little Lan thought he could be ignored just because his lifespan was short. That was a massive mistake, and Shanhe's attitude soured visibly as he grew more wary of Bugui's role in the plan to destroy Zii Temple. "I will personally come to kill you," he thought, but Bugui's sudden innocent remark caught Shanhe completely off guard. Startled, he finally remembered what he had forgotten and clapped his hands together, excitedly asking how he and his senior sister had first met. Afterward, Bugui clutched his head and wept as he realized the memories of this lifetime were beginning to fade away after only a few uses. Seeing him scratching his head in such misery, Shanhe waved his hand and asked Leader Hu if he intended to say anything after being there so long. "Forgive my rudeness as I was just contemplating an important matter," Bugui replied shyly, though Shanhe remained extremely vigilant. On the surface, he spoke gently, saying he understood how busy Leader Hu must be managing both the Haibai sect and the Yuntai sect. But internally, he was filled with dread, fearing that the important matter was their plan to destroy Zii Temple, so he spoke up to break the awkward silence. Shanhe took the initiative to mention that Zii Temple had been very flamboyant lately, deciding to get straight to the point to see how the other would respond. Bugui was astonished by those words, replying that he saw Zii Temple doing good deeds by helping the common people and acting responsibly. Bugui's answer caused him to lose his composure, as he argued that they had severely damaged the funding and reputation of the major orthodox sects. These words left Leader Hu deeply confused, while Shanhe turned away, secretly gloating that the man was clearly showing his true colors. He was indeed siding with Zii Temple, forcing the sect leader of Shu Mountain to use a great deal of mental effort just to converse with Hu Bugui. As the two discussed everything under the sun, a suspicious group walked slowly up the mountain and encountered Bugui's senior sister, who was waiting for them. She twisted her hands sinisterly and told them to stop, leaving the men pale with fright as Shu Wei tried to earn money to cover the Haibai sect's deficit. The scenery in the vast forest that day was beautiful, with blue skies, white clouds, golden sun, and birds chirping in the air. Suddenly, a strange object darted through the green grass as two spirit beasts engaged in a fierce and dramatic chase. The spirit rabbit leaped forward, nearing the spot where Bugui was cultivating with intense focus, causing the fierce tiger behind it to freeze in shock. At that moment, Bugui was concentrating his full power with his eyes closed to sense the essence of the world and temper his internal energy. A moment later, the tiger was lured in by the mischievous rabbit and braked in terror to avoid hitting him, imagining the fierce Chen Xing whipping beasts with a cane. This caused it to fall into a state of panicked shock, as just the thought of that scene made it tremble and become extremely cautious. It looked around and saw no one else, leading it to believe that Bugui was merely a small, insignificant human boy who posed no threat. The thought of revenge for its younger brother took root in its mind, and its face twisted into a sinister and ferocious expression. Without further hesitation, it lunged forward at a terrifying speed, baring its sharp teeth and claws to attack while he sat still. It intended to tear Bugui's body into 100 pieces to avenge its brother, but reality was different as Jia Yi opened her eyes just in time. She noticed the threat and cast a spell upon the violent spirit beast, proving that despite her small stature, her power was truly immense. That beam of light pierced through the tiger, wounding it severely before its body rolled across the ground with blood erupting from its mouth. Another tiger emerged from the brush, observing its kin lying motionless in a pool of bright red blood. It instinctively suspected the nearby stranger of the murder, its massive shadow looming fearsomely from the thicket. After a moment of silent calculation, the tiger lunged at Bugui, who was currently focused on his meditation. Bugui swiftly defeated the beast in the blink of an eye, leaving the tiger's parents stunned as they watched from the trees. They cried out in grief for their son, but Jia Yi's overwhelming power easily subdued them regardless of their numbers. 4 crimson pools stained the green grass before the eldest tiger of the pride finally made its move. It roared in agony for its fallen grandchildren, yet the entire tiger lineage was soon left utterly defeated. While the tigers lay in pain, Bugui sat calmly on a rock and sighed over his stagnant cultivation level. He considered using medicinal pills before noticing the heap of beasts behind him and gasping in total shock. As he wondered what had occurred, Jia appeared hovering in the air to explain the situation to him. She explained that she killed a tiger attempting to eat him, then dealt with its relatives who came for revenge. Bugui looked at the massive tigers and, recognizing Jaya's terrifying strength, asked if the whole family was dead. A sudden explosion shook the forest, sending a large log hurtling through the air toward the two of them. Bugui calmly channeled his energy to deflect the log, his eyes cold as he performed his magic without hesitation. The true figure behind the earth-shattering blast finally appeared, walking aggressively across the grass. This tiger was extraordinary, boasting shimmering gold and black fur with fierce red flames burning upon its back. It roared that he had gone too far by slaughtering the clan before launching a fierce assault on Bugui. It demanded to know why he killed its kin, its strike creating a blinding light that forced Bugui to shield his face. He felt an overwhelming pressure capable of erasing everything in its path as the force sent him tumbling back. Bugui's expression turned grim as the beast lunged for a fatal strike, which he narrowly managed to dodge. He barely survived the massive monster's wrath, which left the entire forest trembling from the sheer force of the impact. Trees fell and animals fled in chaos, leaving Bugui paralyzed on the bare ground, saved only by his defensive talismans. Bugui struggled to sit up, his body covered in abrasions from the impact, though his injuries were not critical. He wondered how such a powerful beast could exist behind the Haibai sect as the creature returned for vengeance. As a sect leader, Bugui countered the attack, his body erupting with a powerful surge of purple-black flames. The beast was shocked by the intense heat and found itself unable to escape the swirling vortex of dark fire. The experienced beast landed safely despite its injuries, and suddenly recognized Bugui as old memories surfaced. It recalled how cultivators had hunted magical beasts toward extinction over the past tens of thousands of years. Within the Haibai sect's lands lived the 4 bandits: Tiger Ancestor, Tiger Leopard, Bear King, and Ice Saint. The tiger approached Wang Kai with burning rage, its massive form towering high and blotting out the very sky. It roared that 7,000 years ago, a pact was made for humans and beasts to cultivate in peace. It demanded to know why he killed 10 of its descendants, prompting Bugui to raise his hand to stop the fight. He insisted it was all a misunderstanding, and the tension vanished as the tiger stood before Wang Kai. As he tried to explain that he never intended to kill the tiger's kin, the beast became visibly confused. It wondered why he had suddenly become so spineless, while Wang Kai began to defend himself like a seasoned lawyer. Your children and grandchildren attacked me first, so my celestial sword only acted in self-defense, but its overwhelming power led to this tragedy. The fox listened in silence as he continued, arguing that to some extent its descendants had brought death upon themselves, before Wang Kai finally asserted it was a case of suicide. The fox's eyes widened as it processed Wang Kai's words, but it suddenly exploded in rage, throwing a heavy punch that sent earth and stone flying in all directions. "Do you think I'm a fool?" he roared. Fortunately, Wang Kai dodged the strike, yet he was still suppressed by the shockwave, coughing up blood as he gritted his teeth to stay focused. He raised his hand to manifest a formation as the sword embedded in the ground shook and flew toward him, landing firmly in Wang Kai's grasp. The sword forced him to brace himself against its terrifying power, but the fox did not hesitate, swinging its arm down for another devastating blow. Wang Kai nimbly evaded the attack, but realizing the situation was dire, he paused to think, acknowledging that the fox's strength was far too overwhelming for him to face. "I can't win this," he thought, just as Jia appeared to remind him that he still had an unused trump card and should deploy it immediately, to which Wang Kai readily agreed. "Then let's use it," he decided as the fox struck again, shouting that it had been 7,000 years and it wanted to see how much his strength had evolved. Wang Kai stopped dodging and concentrated his spiritual energy, manifesting a purple ring of fire around his body just as the fox's strike collided with the flames. Violent shockwave instantly erupted, the collision of their 2 powers causing a massive explosion that shook the entire forest. Amidst the thick smoke of the explosion, Wang Kai stood firm with his sword raised, turning to Jia Yi to ask her to remind him if he forgot anything. Perched on his shoulder, she agreed as Wang Kai raised his sword to the sky, causing a surge of spiritual energy to envelop the blade and erupt upward as they prepared to begin. Patterns on the blade glowed as spiritual energy flowed into Wang Kai's arm. He then lowered the sword with a grim expression, intent on ending the fight quickly. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Kai lunged at the fox with lightning speed, skillfully dodging the fox's counterattack with expert precision. He swung his sword, releasing a powerful burst of spiritual energy that caught the fox completely off guard, severing its arm before it could even process the blow. It howled in agony as its arm flew off amidst a spray of blood, while Wang Kai stood tall, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent as he asked if it was too late for a reconciliation. The scene shifted to a bustling street filled with people and chatter, where two young men walked along, humming a tune to themselves. The sect leader told us to patrol the streets, they sang while skipping along happily, enjoying their task. They stopped at an old man's watermelon stall and asked if the fruit was ripe, to which the old man looked at them skeptically, noting that the melons were already cut open. "Can't you tell if it's ripe?" the old man asked. One of the youths tasted a piece, prompting the old man to tremblingly ask the Immortals for 9 coins. Instead, the youth smashed the melon and shouted, "What? You want money? I've never paid for watermelon in this southern city," after bullying the old man. They left with 2 more melons, leaving the old man trembling, as the 2 youths from the Hibai sect continued their conversation, with the one whose hair covered his eyes speaking. "The sect leader sent us here specifically to harass the commoners and ruin the sect's reputation," he said, while the one carrying the melons replied that they had always been bullies. "Why use the word specifically?" they joked as they approached a rice stall, where the owner calmly fanned himself and confirmed he had freshly harvested rice. The youth refused to let it go and threatened to smash the stall unless the old man provided unhusked paddy instead of processed rice. With a gentle wave of his hand, a bag of paddy appeared before the youth as the old man calmly presented the unhusked grain. The man stared in disbelief before another stepped forward defiantly, demanding 50 kilograms of paddy be husked immediately. "Husk it for me right now," he demanded smugly, insisting on both the rice and the bran without a single thing missing. Thinking they had cornered him, they were surprised when the old man remained composed, focusing his spiritual energy to use the grain-hulling art. In an instant, the husks were perfectly separated from the grains, and within a minute, 2 bags, one of rice and one of husks, appeared before them. "It's done," the old man said, leaving the 2 thugs speechless at his miraculous magic, though they refused to back down. They escalated their demands, asking for 50 kilograms of perfectly whole grains and 50 kilograms of broken rice with no whole grains mixed in. In less than a heartbeat, the old man fulfilled the request, presenting 2 bags exactly as described before asking if they preferred brown or polished rice. "Japonica or indica, we even have long-grain rice. Want a sample?" he asked, causing the thugs to drop their watermelons in shock as they stood there flustered. It was just a simple meal, so there was no need for such categories. Unable to find a reason to bully the old man, they used force and threw his rice bucket away. He roared, asking if he was being called uncultured, and they furiously slashed the rice bags while screaming that a prisoner like him dared to insult them. The other man pointed his sword at the elder and remarked on his nerve, prompting the old man to surrender and explain that he was only stating basic knowledge known to everyone. Infuriated by the implication that he wasn't human, he was about to strike when a sword flew in and disarmed him, saving the old man as the blade pierced the earth. A mysterious man appeared and conjured a magical array, demanding to know which immortals were causing such a disturbance, while the crowd cheered for the arrival of the exalted one of CIAIAM. Gu Liang stepped out from the hazy smoke and declared in a cold voice that CIAIAM would never forgive those who dared to harm the city's people. The 2 adversaries showed no fear upon seeing Gu Liang, with one of them smirking and remarking that the representative of CIAIAM had finally made an appearance. He boasted that he was a disciple of the Hibai sect, the world's greatest sect, led by the renowned layman Wang Kai Hu Bugui. They clapped triumphantly and dared him to strike them if he had the courage, leaving Gu Liang surprised and questioning the situation internally. He clutched his head in confusion, wondering how Hu Bugui had become the leader of the Hibai sect and if the leadership had changed during his 6 months as a spy. He wondered if the promise to make him a core disciple was still valid, while the oblivious crowd continued to shout their support for Gu Liang. The onlookers jeered that the so-called greatest sect was nothing but a group of bullies, and that layman Wang Kai was surely a scoundrel. A flash of light suddenly slit their throats and threw the scene into chaos as innocent people fell, and the two men finished off the crowd. They turned to Gu Liang with defiant glares, pointing to the corpses strewn across the ground and challenging him to do something about the massacre. The bustling street was turned into a scene of horror as the two continued to mock him with contemptuous faces, daring him to attack them. They doubted he would challenge the Haibai sect for the sake of commoners, while Gu Liang remained silent, seemingly locked in a fierce internal struggle. They approached him with mocking tones, telling the boy to go ahead and strike since they would stand perfectly still, prompting Gu Liang to let out a heavy sigh. He looked at them with a frigid gaze and remarked that it was just as well they didn't recognize him, despite his 10 years with the Haibai sect. He ascended into the sky and gathered spiritual energy to manifest a massive array that rained down sharp ice shards, though the two men did not hesitate to counterattack. They used the Eolian Earth Grace to hurl a cyclone at Gu Liang, who countered by replicating the move with double the power, causing a violent collision between the two storms. The resulting earthquake left the two enemies defeated by Gu Liang's superior technique, and they trembled as they rose, shocked that he possessed a nascent soul cultivation level. Moments later, one of the men was impaled from behind, and Gu Liang looked down at the fallen body with a frigid expression. He used magic to retrieve his sword and stated that failing to protect the people would make him no better than a beast, unlike the men he was facing. As the sky cleared, the soldiers cheered his words about protecting the innocent, declaring their lack of fear toward the Haibai sect. They urged him to finish the enemies off, and Gu Liang looked toward the supportive crowd with a smile, noting that everyone seemed to be on his side. He hoped the repair costs for the city wouldn't be taken from his wages, and the crowd assured him it was fine, though over 10 similar challenges occurred in the following weeks. Despite Gu Liang's presence, the low-level members of CIAIAM suffered heavy losses, leading a worried, exalted Immortal Guanhai to wonder why Wang Kai was attacking them after taking over the Haibai sect. He set the papers down with a grim expression, realizing that if this continued, the situation would inevitably escalate into a major war. Determined to get answers, exalted Immortal Guanhai rushed to find Hugh Quibang, his haste leaving his wig sitting crookedly on his head. When asked about Wang Kai's whereabouts, Hugh Quibang suggested he was at the Haibai sect, prompting Guanhai to immediately teleport there, only to be halted by a guard. The guard told the high monk to stop and buy a ticket, which infuriated exalted Immortal Guanhai, who snapped that he was merely balding and not a monk. He pointed to the 3 tufts of hair on his head and scolded the guard for being blind, insisting that he clearly had hair and was not a monk. The soldier trembled as he realized he was facing exalted Immortal Guanhai, the leader of CIAIAM, while Guanhai menacingly cracked his knuckles. He ordered the guard to inform their sect leader of his arrival, causing the terrified soldier to scream that CIAIAM had come to challenge them. Exalted Immortal Guanhai was immediately surrounded by the Haibai sect's disciples, one of whom shouted for the others to hold him back while they summoned the elders. Meanwhile, the elders were chatting merrily, oblivious to the outside world. Yi Jiangnan took a sip of water and whispered for the play to slowly unfold. In the meantime, another sect leader was locked in a fierce battle with the fox, leaving only 2 others available to provide timely reinforcements. However, by the time they arrived, it was too late. Immortal Guanhai had already annihilated every member of the sect in the blink of an eye. Xin Yang screamed in rage, demanding to know what he was doing. Seeing her, Immortal Guanhai dropped the person he was holding as Immortal Qiu Shui arrived, equally incensed. She attacked with magic while demanding an explanation, but Immortal Guanhai suddenly coughed up blood, which began streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was shocking for the prestigious black and white sect to use such evil arts. Spiritual energy is the source of life, and the higher one's cultivation, the purer it becomes, as Immortal Guanhai stood lost in thought. Reinforcements from the black and white sect rushed to attack him, but a surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted beneath their feet, dragging them to the ground. Binding formation suddenly manifested, trapping Immortal Guanhai and the disciples. Stunned by the unfamiliar array, he wondered what it was as the formation activated, hurling the disciples away. Immortal Guanhai stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror as the souls of the black and white sect disciples appeared to be drained away. Their bodies withered like dead branches before they collapsed to the ground one by one. Immortal Guan Hai watched in stunned silence as they breathed their last. He grabbed the collar of a fallen disciple and examined him closely, realizing the truth. He glanced at the bodies scattered across the ground. Their spiritual power drifted from their bodies, converging at a single point in the sky. Immortal Guan Hai looked up and used his remaining strength to manifest spiked chains around himself for protection against the array's devastating strike. As the chains loosened, Immortal Guan Hai remained unharmed, still gripping the disciple's collar. "Heaven and earth are born from existence," he began solemnly. "And existence is born from nothingness," he continued. "To sacrifice disciples just to activate the return to void formation." He turned back with a cold gaze. He looked at the two women with disdain, mocking the renowned black and white sect for using such dark arts. Both Xin Yang and Immortal Q Shui were stunned, seemingly unaware of this forbidden technique from 100,000 years ago. "Who is behind this scheme?" Immortal Guan Hai muttered. Having exhausted his strength to resist the horrific magic, his body began to tremble violently before he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he whispered his last words, "It seems that even in death, I am still just a bald man." He then fell still, leaving the two women in a state of shock. Xin Yang rushed toward him, her voice filled with concern as she called out to the bald man. However, Immortal Q Shui quickly grabbed her arm and shouted for her to wait. She warned Xin Yang that although the formation had vanished, there was no guarantee it wouldn't reactivate if she stepped inside. Xin Yang grimaced and asked Immortal Q Shui what they should do, questioning if they were really going to leave his body abandoned right in front of their sect's entrance. Immortal Q Shui was utterly speechless. "Are you going there to collect a corpse instead of saving him?" she asked. Xin Yang frowned in confusion, repeating, "Saving him." "It's so dangerous, why would I try to save him?" she argued. The two women stared at each other, both at a loss for words. About 10 minutes later, standing over Immortal Guan Hai's body, Xin Yang and Immortal Q Shui began scattering joss paper, muttering about how tragic the situation had become. "Even after we clean this up, we must find the culprit. Guan Hai, I'll burn all the money I owe you," they said, assuming he was already dead. As they continued their ritual, he suddenly raised his hand and whispered weakly, "I think I can still be saved." The two women froze in their tracks. Unable to believe their eyes, they watched as Immortal Guan Hai mustered enough strength to perform magic, summoning a massive blade and shouting, "A ray-breaking sword." This was the token of a legacy disciple, specifically used to shatter difficult formations. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared and spoke softly, "Senior Guan Hai. This junior has come to rescue you." However, as soon as Dongfeng Yuzhai arrived, the formation began draining his spiritual energy, leaving him in total shock that he couldn't break it. Immortal Guan Hai's massive sword shattered into pieces. Outside, Xin Yang and Immortal Q Shui also sensed the abnormality within the formation. "This is bad, it's too dangerous," Immortal Q Shui exclaimed. Suddenly, a purple magical sword plummeted from the sky like a falling star. The two formations collided, triggering a massive explosion. Moments later, the mysterious formation within the black and white sect was dispelled. Xin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? The activated return to void forbidden art has vanished." As the magic dissipated, the sword regained its form and pierced the ground. The mysterious figure stood before Immortal Guan Hai and asked gently if he was all right. Immortal Guan Hai looked up and weakly asked who he was. The person reached out to lift him up, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I should have realized that the Hall Master's abdication was part of a conspiracy." Upon seeing the person's face, Immortal Guan Hai gasped, "It's you again." The figure turned toward Xin Yang and Immortal Q Shui, carrying Guan Hai as he said, "Pardon my intrusion, immortals. I shall take my leave now." After speaking, he glanced at his sword, worrying that his unique sword-riding stance would surely give his identity away. Wang Kai thought to himself, if he had gently carried exalted Guan Hai and soared away on his sword before the two ladies, they surely would have agreed that such a cool flying posture could only belong to scholar Wang Kai. At that thought, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing he couldn't fly a sword and wondering how to escape as he tremblingly carried Guan Hai away one heavy step at a time. Walking was his only option, while everyone seemed to have forgotten Dongfeng Yuqi, who was wailing over his snapped blade and lamenting the loss of his formation-breaking sword. Exalted Q Shui approached and asked why he was sobbing like a girl over a mere broken sword, to which Dongfeng Yuqi hastily explained that it was the token of the Haibai sect's chief disciple. Exalted Q Shui nonchalantly summoned a sword and offered it to him, followed by a second and a third, as a pile of blades tumbled out like cheap market toys while she offered him even more to use. Dongfang Yuqi didn't even have time to be moved, simply shaking his head at the bulk goods before suddenly shifting his demeanor and declaring that the sword was not the priority. He solemnly bowed to Exalted Q Shui and reported that the Hu Zhu in the rear mountains had been slain, leaving the exalted Immortal unable to believe her own ears. She demanded a repetition as Xin Yang chimed in, claiming it was impossible since even a Dao integration exalted Immortal like himself was no match for the Hu Zhu. Exalted Q Shui sternly inquired when this occurred, and Dongfang Yuqi replied that he had rushed to the scene just moments ago after hearing a strange disturbance. It took less than the time to drink a cup of tea, leading Exalted Q Shui to wonder if a reclusive true Immortal had appeared to slay the Hu Zhu so swiftly. With shimmering eyes and a hopeful voice, Xin Yang asked her if the man in black who had just shattered the ruleless formation was the culprit. The three of them agreed in unison that if this were true, the Sai nunnery was certainly not simple, their cold gazes turning toward Wang Kai as they suspected him of being the perpetrator. Wang Kai had only managed a few steps away, grumbling about how heavy the senior was, which seemed to put the other three at ease regarding their suspicions. Concluding it couldn't be him, Exalted Q Shui began seeking information from the four calamities, bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. Identifying herself as the former leader of the Haibai sect, Q Shui paid her respects to Senior Xing Wang, who helplessly told her to stop asking because he knew nothing. He remarked that the tiger had been boasting about challenging that great lord, before Gui Bao widened his eyes cutely and claimed he was merely a harmless cat. Insisting he had never harmed anyone, he was followed by Qing Bing, who looked at the sky and claimed to be just a tiny bird, leaving Exalted Q Shui at a total loss. She wondered who could possibly terrify the other three members of the four calamities so much, and as she sat dejectedly in a corner, a girl suddenly appeared behind her. The purple-haired girl asked if it wasn't obvious who could achieve such a feat in the last 10,000 years, adding that he had returned, which left Exalted Q Shui gasping in shock at her appearance. When asked why she was wearing such makeup, Exalted Bai Chen shyly snapped back, asking if this wasn't her usual look while posing provocatively and claiming it was her natural beauty. Exalted Q Shui stood there speechless at Bai Chen's overwhelming confidence, but as Bai Chen continued to strike poses, Dongfang Yuqi suddenly came running toward them. He waved and shouted for his senior sister Q Shui, but upon arriving, he stared at Exalted Bai Chen in confusion and asked who the senior was, prompting a sharp glare from Q Shui. After being told it was Exalted Bai Chen, Dongfang Yuqi scratched his head and innocently remarked that he almost didn't recognize the old senior with all that makeup on. Exalted Q Shui stood by with her jaw dropped in shock, while Bai Chen's expression instantly soured and her fists clenched in rage upon hearing the words old senior. In a sudden explosion of emotion, Bai Chen lunged straight at Dongfang Yuqi and delivered a powerful punch directly to his face. The decisive blow sent Dongfang Yuqi soaring into the air as Bai Chen sternly demanded to know who he was calling an old senior, though her fury was far from spent. She quickly took flight toward Dongfang Yuqi and delivered a merciless kick to his face, questioning him about who exactly he thought looked like a different person after putting on makeup. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Sai nunnery, where a man held a stack of documents and irritably read a report concerning the real and fake leaders. Over the past half-month, the Haibai sect, Chaos Insect, Xuankong Island, and various other sects have challenged our branches over 100 times. He ground his teeth in fury and crumpled the paper, noting that while some branches had been victorious, 72 of their locations were destroyed with casualties reaching the thousands. Upon hearing this, Gyuni knocked over his teacup in a rage, his face contorted with bulging veins as he screamed that the great sects were being too oppressive, sparking a chorus of war cries from the others. They called for total war and a focused strategy to annihilate the Haibai sect first, amidst which a white-haired man stood up to speak. He suggested that since their leader was the head of the Haibai sect, he should just tell them to line up for execution, earning a nod of approval from the two men beside him. Hu Bugui remarked that while the plan was sound despite its eccentricity, he needed time to consider it before making a final decision, prompting the other two to question him loudly. Asking if their leader was hesitating, Hu Bugui simply waved them off as he walked away, stating he was going to check on the severity of Exalted Guan Hai's injuries. Upon opening the door, Hu Bugui was stunned to see High Immortal Guan Hai, sporting vibrant golden hair, admiring himself in a mirror. The High Immortal turned and asked how his new look appeared, to which Hu Bugui bluntly inquired without hesitation. "High Immortal, did you perhaps suffer a head injury? Why are you so thrilled over a mere wig?" Hearing this, High Immortal Guan Hai sprang up and declared that it was actually his real hair. In his overwhelming excitement, he stood up so abruptly that he collided with Hu Bugui's face, causing both of their noses to bleed. However, that did not dampen High Immortal Guan Hai's spirits in the least. He laughed heartily and explained that his hair had regrown after his nascent soul shattered. Observing the High Immortal's enthusiasm, Hu Bugui remarked on how he could remain so cheerful despite losing his cultivation, to which Guan Hai calmly responded. He insisted that his hair was far more important than his cultivation level, leaving Hu Bugui to scratch his head in bewilderment until Bai Yi rushed in frantically to find him. "Senior brother, a major crisis has struck the sect. Senior sister sent me to bring you back immediately." Hu Bugui turned in surprise to address junior sister Bai Yi before the gravity of the situation hit him. "A major crisis? Does it involve the forbidden array that previously injured High Immortal Guan Hai?" Bai Yi quickly shook her head, clarifying that the trouble was actually waiting outside. A mob had gathered, shouting that the sect master of CIAI Temple was a tyrant and calling for their defeat so that they could no longer practice cultivation. The angry crowd consisted of members from various sects hurling insults and demanding the alliance leader take action or retire to a farm, prompting Hu Bugui to hurry to the assembly. Seeing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, he asked what was happening, leading Lan Mingzhu to tearfully recount how the Yuntai sect was attacked by CIAI Temple, leaving dozens injured. Zhao Sandao slammed the table, boasting that Shushan had fought hundreds of battles against CIAI Temple, while High Immortal Bo Ming also struck the table in silent fury. The table shattered into pieces as High Immortal Bo Ming broke into a cold sweat, struggling to remember his lines before simply shouting curses at the wretched CIAI Temple. High Immortal Qiu Shui added that disciples from the Haibai sect had also reported being ruthlessly attacked by CIAI Temple while they were out running errands. Yi Jiangnan noted that with High Immortal Guan Hai severely wounded, the Haibai sect, as the world's premier sect, should lead the others in a campaign to eradicate CIAI Temple. Hu Bugui felt as though these people were merely playing the victim while being the aggressors, wondering how so much conflict had erupted during his mere 2 weeks of cultivation. As Hu Bugui frowned, sensing something was amiss, he noticed an unfamiliar face among the group and wondered who this elder could be. High Immortal Qiu Shui introduced the newcomer as High Immortal Bai Chen, leaving Hu Bugui utterly shocked by the woman's bizarre appearance and history. High Immortal Bai Chen shyly asked why the young sect master looked so startled, claiming she had always possessed such world-shaking beauty. Hu Bugui felt completely out of touch with the current state of the world, while elsewhere, Shi Yu arrived at Shi Wei's place of seclusion to deliver a serious update. Shi Wei, the cultivation world has become extremely unstable lately, as someone appears to be uniting various sects and powerful factions. Holding a stack of documents, she continued by sharing vital intelligence gathered by her boyfriend regarding a significant development. The various sects had formed an alliance to destroy CIAI Temple and appoint the Haibai sect as the leader, a revelation that left Shi Wei in deep thought. She realized that CIAI Temple had threatened the interests and dominance of the cultivation world, making it an inevitable target for their hostility. Shi Wei felt a hint of regret, thinking she should have prevented him from becoming the Haibai sect master to avoid losing their strategic advantage in this dangerous situation. At CIAI Temple, everyone gathered for a meeting where Shi Wei informed them that the cultivation world was indeed preparing for an all-out assault. Han Kuobang was eager for the confrontation, and the other disciples agreed that they must dismantle the cultivation world for the sake of the common people. 2 members of the demon sect mocked them for their self-righteousness, while Quenny expressed his anticipation, stating his black flame could no longer be restrained. A white-haired man expressed concern about whether they could actually defeat the 8 High Immortals the enemy possessed. He calculated that since High Immortal Guan Hai was currently weakened, his second brother could only manage to handle 2 of the opponents at most. He questioned if anyone else could stand against a master of the Dao integration realm, causing the strongest members of CIAI Temple to look around awkwardly. Han Kuobang suggested that the remaining 7 be left to the eldest brother, a proposal that immediately caused the meeting room to erupt into a noisy debate. They praised the eldest brother as the best in the world, citing his hit-and-run tactics and mastery of flanking maneuvers, while Shiwei felt a sense of relief. Realizing she was no longer alone, she silenced the room and commanded everyone to follow her orders to ensure their victory over the cultivation world. Han Kuobang looked at her with admiration for her commanding presence as the various sect leaders continued their meeting at the Haibai sect. Let's take this opportunity to secretly strike the major sects. What do you all think? The three from the demon sect immediately agreed, noting that striking first would grant them the advantage. This will terrify the sects and keep them from joining the fray. Han Kuobang muttered to himself as he pondered the current situation. If so, our only remaining opponents are the Hao Bai sect and a few high-level cultivators. Suddenly, Gu Liang raised his hand to voice his concerns. But how do we handle those high immortals? I fear they'll retaliate against the tribes and commoners, as they can wipe out a city in an instant. Shu Wei replied with a confident tone regarding the plan for them. I have a clear plan. The sect leader of Shushan and the lord of Chuankong Island will be handled by her. Immediately, a proud voice rang out. I am the high immortal Shi Yu. Is there anyone who doesn't know me? Han Kuobang and the disciples were instantly thrilled to have high immortal Shi Yu on their side. What a stroke of luck! The beautiful Shi Yu looked at Han Kuobang and spoke in a challenging tone, saying she would help, but she required payment. Shu Wei, familiar with Shi Yu's habits, simply responded as Shi Yu pressed Han Kuobang into a seat and asked with a giggle. How would you like to be my 10th boyfriend, little senior brother? Han Kuobang couldn't think straight and could only reply meekly that he was still a virgin. I hope the high immortal will be gentle. Shu Wei looked at them and then told the others that Elder Han had sacrificed himself for the cause, urging everyone to follow his example. The two from the demon sect stared in pure admiration, wishing they could also sacrifice themselves, but Gwenny immediately struck them, telling them to calm down as they were sent flying into the ceiling. Looking regretful, they apologized to their second brother. Shu Wei then remembered old immortal Mo Dai's group and spoke to everyone with a firm tone. Following this expansion, old immortal Mo Dai's female troop received excellent reviews, so they won't be participating in a battle that harms the common people. However, there is one thing to note. Previously, the Hao Bai sect had high immortals Bai Chen, Qiu Shui, Mai Ming, and Qin Yang. Shu Wei continued her analysis, noting that while it seemed daunting, it wasn't actually that bad since Bai Chen and Qiu Shui didn't care for the cultivation world. As long as we gain the upper hand, they won't risk a fight to the death. Furthermore, high immortal Qin Yang is quite wicked. But as long as we don't provoke her, she won't take the initiative to act. Excluding those three, Shu Wei concluded that our only enemies are Lan Mingzhu and Zio Jiaozi. Shu Wei outlined a detailed plan to have their eldest brother bring Zio Jiaozi back to the Yuntai sect to serve as the vice sect leader. Once the demon sect destroys the Yuntai sect, we'll wait for the chance to kill Zio Jiaozi. Then, your eldest brother will send Lan Mingzhu to scout the major sects, where we'll set a trap to eliminate them. She concluded that if the Shushan leader, the Chuankong lord, Zio Jiaozi, and Lan Mingzhu were dead, the encirclement would fail. The disciples immediately praised her as expected of their eldest brother's senior sister. They clapped enthusiastically at her strength. Meanwhile, at the Hao Bai sect, everyone sat around a broken table and suggested that sect leader Wang Kai take action. He should destroy the Sai nunnery and become the alliance leader of the cultivation world. Lan Mingzhu added that cultivation techniques must remain with the major sects and never be widely shared. Zio Tandao agreed, fearing chaos if everyone could use magic to kill. Yi Jiangnan also concurred that to protect the people and prevent world disorder, they must destroy the Sai nunnery. High Immortal Bo Ming had no objections either. Hu Bugui couldn't believe his ears, wondering if they really wanted him to destroy the Sai nunnery, but the four of them glared at him threateningly. He realized they wouldn't let him refuse. Since they had decided not to spare the Sai nunnery, a decisive battle was inevitable. Hu Bugui flashed a dangerous smile. It seemed he would lure each major sect in and eliminate them one by one. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, while Lan Mingzhu felt a chill down his spine at the sight of his smile. Why does this kid smile like a villain? Finally, Hu Bugui made his decision to summon the major sects for a cultivation assembly. They would discuss the plan to destroy the Sai nunnery, with Hu Bugui deciding to become the alliance leader to lead the campaign against them. As soon as he spoke, everyone bowed respectfully to their wise leader. However, High Immortal Bai Chen was worried, asking Qiu Shui if it was truly all right to have such an ugly man as their leader, to which Qiu Shui forced a smile. Hu Buigui protested, arguing that he hadn't chosen to be born this way and asking the High Immortal to stop mocking his appearance. He began to doubt his life, wondering if he truly was that hideous. Looking at the men and women there, he reluctantly had to admit it was true. Who could blame him when everyone in the cultivation world was so stunning? Hu Buigui thought of the elder to find some comfort. Fortunately, your looks are on par with mine, or I'd be dying of embarrassment. Just as he thought of him, the elder appeared, calling out to the High Immortals and sect leaders. Something terrible has happened. Hu Buigui immediately asked what was going on. Just then, a disciple from Chuankong Island was carried in, gasping for the island lord and reporting that the sect had been attacked with severe consequences. Please return quickly. High Immortal Bo Ming asked in shock, shaking his disciple and demanding that he repeat what he had just said. What on earth happened? He could not believe his eyes and demanded an explanation, as Immortal Bo Ming had not yet recovered from his state of panic. Speak, tell me now. The elder urged the immortal, reminding him that his disciple had already drawn his final breath, causing Bo Ming to stomp the ground in fury. His expression shifted into a mask of pure rage, as he declared his intense frustration before abruptly announcing that he had urgent business at home. He took his leave immediately, leaving everyone bewildered about the situation. Yet there was one person who remained completely indifferent to the chaos. While Immortal Bo Ming rushed back, another figure was approaching. On Bo Ming's hanging void island, Gyuni had already reduced the place to an indescribable ruin. The white-haired man leaped forward and shouted for no one to disturb his second brother as he swept through the crowd, leaving countless disciples of the island wounded. With his dying breath, a disciple wheezed that Immortal Bo Ming would surely kill them all, to which Gyuni replied that the threat had been neutralized. Despite being covered in wounds, Zhou Tiankai struggled to stand, wondering what kind of technique could destroy all magical artifacts even after his sword had shattered. Zhou Tiankai remained determined to fight with all his might, because he intended to take control of the hanging void island himself. The white-haired man lunged behind Zhou Tiankai and screamed for him to die, but the genius remained alert, his sharp gaze shifting backward as he blocked the strike. At that moment, blue veins bulged across his neck and face as he let out a powerful roar, using his full strength to send his opponent flying backward. Suddenly, Gyuni appeared behind him, but with his keen senses, the man lowered his center of gravity and counterattacked, nearly knocking Gyuni off balance. He followed up with an elbow strike that slammed Gyuni deep into the ground, leaving the white-haired man watching from afar in shock at how he could withstand the flame of deathly silence. A moment later, Gyuni reappeared beside the white-haired man with a darkened expression, as if he had glimpsed a demon lurking within their opponent. Could it have happened back then? On the other side, Zhou Tiankai seemed to erupt in flames as he challenged them to focus their attacks on him. Gyuni wiped the blood from his face and muttered to himself, wondering if the man had become accustomed to the flame of deathly silence after being consumed by it once. Your talent is truly terrifying, he shouted suddenly, and from behind him, several dark figures emerged like invisible shadows. Gyuni declared that the man must die today, while Zhou Tiankai began to emit thick black smoke that blanketed the area as masked figures appeared. Looking at the battle with concern, one of them identified themselves as a member of the demon sect's 72 earthly envoys, here to destroy the wicked hanging void island. The black-clad group watched silently as Gyuni and his allies struggled against Zhou Tiankai, knowing that it was not yet the right time to intervene. Zhou Tiankai seemed to gain even more power as he let out a thunderous roar, releasing a massive shockwave that sent Gyuni's group and the surrounding debris flying. Everyone was pushed back in different directions, leaving them unable to move, while a haggard Gyuni found himself pinned against a wall. He muttered that the man had not only avoided the flame of deathly silence, but could now even utilize it, as the other two lay exhausted from the blast. The man wielding twin short swords gasped, noting they were all at the deity transformation stage, while the black-haired man wondered how one person could fight four of them. Now enveloped in cold blue flames, Zhou Tiankai boastfully revealed that he had already broken through to the Dao integration stage, leaving the four of them speechless. With eyes full of rage, Zhou Tiankai clenched his fists and vowed to avenge his fellow disciples before his body released another terrifying surge of energy. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed along with a cold voice asking Zhou Tiankai if he intended to continue his descent into error, causing him to go on high alert. Shikiaju appeared and looked him in the eye, stating that the hanging void island had lost its humanity by oppressing the people and asking if he truly didn't realize his sins. Zhou Tiankai gathered a massive amount of power in his palm and shouted angrily that she was speaking nonsense, as the island was a prestigious righteous sect. Yuni was shocked by Shikiaju's arrival and called out to his sister-in-law, just as Zhou Tiankai attacked, accusing her of being the mastermind. Suddenly, a gold coin was thrown, quickly forming an array that began to drain the opponent's magical power, leaving Zhou Tiankai in utter shock. He screamed in confusion as his demonic strength was rapidly siphoned away, allowing Shikiaju to seize the opportunity and move behind him. She chanted the incantation for the Kun Heaven cord, and a golden rope shot toward Zhou Tiankai, binding him tightly without leaving a single gap. The constriction of the rope made him howl in agony, as Shikiaju quickly applied several talismans to his forehead and back to completely suppress him. Afterward, Shikiaju landed on the ground with one knee down, while Zhou Tiankai's entire body remained covered by her restrictive talismans. He could no longer see anything and could only let out faint cries as Qiu Zhu turned to the crowd and said coldly, "It's over." She raised the copper coin, her gaze as cold as ice, and said, "The power in your body has been drained by my treasure, even with a fusion realm cultivation. You cannot escape these immortal ropes and sealing talismans." Just then, Wenya's group ran over cheering, and one asked, "Sister-in-law, what treasure is this?" It even absorbed the ancestral silent flame. Qiu Zhu glanced at them emotionlessly. "This is one of the 7 great treasures of Immortal Sword Ao Tian, but it's ruined after one use." She clenched her fist and told Wenyi, "Quickly bring the list of murderers from Xuan Kong Island and its subordinate sects for Brother Zhu to see." Wenyi was surprised. Qiu Zhu walked toward the genius with a cold gaze. "His talent is extraordinary and he is an upright man. I believe that once he knows the truth." "You will no longer aid the wicked." Zhu Tiankai gritted his teeth and asked angrily, "The truth? What truth?" At that moment, several books flew toward him. They quickly stacked into high piles that towered over Wenya's group. The lists of victims from the past 2 years are all here. Totaling 717 volumes and 497,491 people murdered. A short-haired man picked up a book and read, 3 cities and 48 villages. Zhu Tiankai was shocked. Were all these people killed by my Xuan Kong Island? Impossible. Xuan Kong Island would never do such things. Qiu Zhu looked at him with disdain. She said coldly, "You are a genius recognized by the immortal realm who only focuses on cultivation, so you don't know the cruel reality of the lower realm. Or you can wait for your master to arrive and ask him." Then, Qiu Zhu flicked her finger, and the talismans vanished, revealing Zhu Tiankai kneeling before the books. His voice trembled, "It's impossible, impossible, impossible." His eyes were wide and bloodshot. Qiu Zhu paused and clasped her hands behind her back. "After all these years, I have also learned from him." Her gaze softened as she continued, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, and to ensure peace for 10,000 generations." After they left, Shikiu Zhu noted that Shizayo might not need to act. Shizayo put her hands on her hips and asked, "Have you already found a way to deal with that fool?" Qiu Zhu smiled. "It was just a chance encounter." When you suddenly froze and exclaimed, "It's High Immortal Shizayo!" The man beside him shouted, "It's the High Immortal Shizayo who devours men without leaving a bone." At that moment, a white-haired man stretched and yelled, "I want to eat meat," while a pink-haired girl touched her chest and said, "Mine isn't small." "Why does no one notice me?" Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. Shizayo looked up, realizing it was time to return as a pillar of light descended. Amidst the dust, High Immortal Bei Ming appeared with a complex expression. Half an hour ago, Bei Ming was rushing on a drum at breakneck speed. His face was expressionless, but he knew the young genius had reached the fusion realm and could at least protect the sect from total annihilation. Bei Ming stood on the drum and observed the scene below. "Damn it, the casualties are devastating. It will take decades to recruit more disciples." Beneath his feet were blood-stained ruins and the corpses of the disciples. Bei Ming threw out a green silk ribbon to search the debris and shouted for his disciple. He clenched his fists and scanned the area, wondering if even the genius had fallen. Tiankai trembled as he flipped through the pages of the books. His lips moved as he read the names of the victims. Bei Ming appeared and saw the genius sitting amidst a mountain of books, reciting the names of the dead. Bei Ming's eyes narrowed as he roared, "The sect has been wiped out and you brat are sitting there reading. What are you doing?" He then blew the books into ashes. Zhu Tiankai's eyes widened in terror as he called out to his master, but he wasn't afraid of Bei Ming's power. He only wanted to ask one thing. Did our Chuan Kong Island truly slaughter those innocent commoners? Bei Ming froze at his disciple's question and tried to evade it with anger. Right now, I want to know who destroyed my sect. Zhu Tiankai did not back down and insisted on getting an answer from Bei Ming. Master, did Chuan Kong Island really massacre those innocent people? Bei Ming glared at him with a sharp, threatening gaze. Although Zhu Tiankai trembled slightly, he proved to be much more stubborn than expected as he begged for an answer. Bei Ming showed no remorse. He treated it as a matter of course, saying cultivators kill people. Zhu Tiankai's face contorted in grief as he wailed, "What I practiced was not the path of an immortal." Bei Ming had spent his whole life viewing killing as a common occurrence, so he truly didn't understand why his disciple was so angry. The book Zhu Tiankai was reading fell to the ground. He no longer considered Bei Ming his master and signaled that they did not share the same path. "I bid you farewell from here." Bei Ming's expression changed as he shouted, "What's wrong with you? You are in the fusion realm?" Suddenly, smoke surrounded him. A strange circular object fell before him as Shikiazhu appeared, manipulating the ring in her palm while Bei Ming shrieked in terror at the sight of the Haibai sect member. Shikiazhu took an immediate dislike to him and delivered her judgment, declaring that immortal Bei Ming and Xuan Kong Island would vanish starting today before hurling the circular object forward. It instantly emitted strange plumes of purple mist, and a spectral warhorse appeared to surround her weapon before the horse leaped upward with a look of pure delight. Immortal Bei Ming, a veteran of the martial world, shouted in shock upon recognizing the proud Heaven Sword Immortal's technique as his eyes widened at the sight of the spirit horse trampling toward his face. In a move he never anticipated, the horse used his stout body as a springboard to launch itself into the sky while Bei Ming clutched his head and screamed in agony. His divine sense was shattered as purple smoke suddenly billowed from his entire body, while Shikiazhu's weapon fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Bei Ming's rage reached its peak as he roared that a Dao integration stage cultivator like him could not be killed so easily, but Shikiazhu simply ordered her subordinates to finish him off. Her majestic warhorses obeyed the command as the purple flames transformed into human figures and dove down toward Bei Ming's head to execute the order. They combined their attacks and sliced Bei Ming into 1,000 pieces in an instant, while Shiyu fanned himself and explained that the spirit horse slaughter coin, one of the proud Heaven Sword Immortal's 7 great arts, had been consumed by the flame of deathly silence and turned to ash as she tearfully lamented. It was heartbreaking that the weapon met its end after only 2 appearances, while Bei Ming's soul stood nearby, vehemently protesting his own demise. He shouted that he was the one who had actually died, but he was now trapped inside a tiny jar held firmly in Shikiazhu's grasp. When asked about trapping him in the jar, she assured Shiyu that he would never escape, prompting Shiyu to chuckle and offer an explanation. His soul had sustained severe damage, and since this vessel was specifically designed to imprison spirits, he would be unable to leave for at least 180 years. She snatched the jar from Shikiazhu and decided to keep watch over it herself, intending to use her techniques to torment him, which Bei Ming immediately protested. He urged her to be a decent person, and after finishing her discussion with Shiyu, Shikiazhu turned back to check on Zhu Tiankai. When asked about his plans, he pouted and whispered that Xuan Kong Island had committed too many sins for him to seek any revenge. He noted that since the benevolent convent had destroyed his sect, he couldn't join them, but Shikiazhu pulled out a cheap poster of Hu Bugui and announced that he was their leader. She mentioned that he didn't need to repay Hu Bugui for saving his life, which made Zhu Tiankai recall that fateful night when Hu Bugui gave him a pill to survive, leaving him deeply moved. Zhu Tiankai sincerely bowed and apologized for Xuan Kong Island's heavy sins, begging to join them instead. He wanted to atone for his master and fellow disciples, but Shikiazhu covered her mouth and laughed, pointing out that they were the ones who had wiped out his entire sect. Zhu Tiankai dismissed it as the price they had to pay, and his slippery attitude even caught Shiyu by surprise. Shiyu questioned his sense of morality, while Shikiazhu patted Zhu Tiankai's shoulder and praised his devotion to justice before her eyes sparkled as she shifted to the main task. She assigned him a vital mission to eliminate evil for the people, while elsewhere at the Yuntai sect, a large crowd had gathered around Zhu Tiankai. Gwenny and Red Hair made a grand entrance as Zhu Tiankai led the way, shouting for the Yuntai sect to listen up. He declared that they were surrounded and should surrender immediately, while Shiyu and Shikiaju watched the entire scene from atop the city walls. Shiyu wondered if they should really start the battle this way instead of using a sneak attack, but Shikiaju already had her own plan in motion. Recalling how their allies were defeated by enemy elders at Kong Island, she decided to task 5 people with drawing the attention of the top experts this time. She also stationed troops throughout the forest to ambush the ordinary disciples behind the mountain, confident that this would significantly reduce their own casualties. Shiyu admired her sophisticated strategy, while Zhu Tiankai's group approached the leaders of the Yuntai sect. However, Wenyi and his 3 companions were dissatisfied with the plan, grumbling that they were the core members and shouldn't let a newcomer take the lead. Wenyi decided to escalate things by pointing forward and declaring that Big Brother Zhu Tiankai would destroy the Yuntai sect today. But as soon as he finished, he and the others collapsed while clutching their chests. Pretending to be gravely wounded from the previous battle on Kong Island, Zhu Tiankai saw through their ruse and coldly noted that they were conveniently injured right after the challenge. "Are you trying to trap me?" he asked while assessing the situation, deciding that a gentleman should use words before resorting to force to make the Yuntai sect submit. If that failed, he would resort to force later, while the Yuntai sect elders laughed uproariously as if watching a comedy, wondering who this person thought he was. It turned out to be the gorilla from Kong Island, a remark that struck a nerve and sent Zhu Tiankai into a blind rage, just as a bearded old man launched a fierce attack. "Today I shall discipline this gorilla on your master's behalf," the man shouted, but an infuriated Zhu Tiankai lunged forward and delivered a thunderous uppercut that sent the old man flying. He roared, "Who are you calling a gorilla?" as thunder crashed above, and Zhu Tiankai charged again to engage in a fierce struggle, shouting that the old man was the real gorilla. "Your entire sect is full of gorillas," he yelled while the group behind them sipped tea and cheered, shouting that Zai Zhou was the best and incredibly powerful. As they praised Zai Zhou's brilliance, a group of black-clad figures suddenly appeared behind the Yuntai sect and harshly commanded them to surrender the sword or face death. Back at the Hai Bai sect, the battered, bearded old man frantically reported to the sect leader that the people from Kong Island had already reached the Yuntai sect. Hu Bugui fell into deep thought, wondering if the successive incidents at Kong Island and the Yuntai sect were the CIA nunnery's revenge, finding those people truly detestable. They had acted without consulting him, and as he glanced at the composed Yi Jiangnan, suspicion grew in his heart, prompting Hu Bugui to speak up. "Senior Zio Yaozai, do you not intend to return to the Yuntai sect to provide reinforcements?" he asked, but Yi Jiangnan calmly replied that he was now the vice-sect leader of the Hai Bai sect. He claimed the fate of the Yuntai sect no longer concerned him, yet Hu Bugui remained skeptical, wondering if he could truly abandon those he had known for centuries. At that moment, Zio Sandao approached Yi Jiangnan and reproachfully reminded him that he had been raised by the elders of the Yuntai sect since he was a child. "Will you really just stand by and watch them suffer?" he asked, and Lan Mingzhu quickly added that sect leader Hu Bugui had only recently taken over the Yuntai sect. Since he was still unfamiliar with many things, they argued that Yi Jiangnan was far better suited to unite the elders and disciples against their enemies. The two stood before Yi Jiangnan and repeatedly urged him to go, insisting that the danger facing the Yuntai sect was something only he could handle. They claimed only a man of his caliber could resolve the crisis, causing Yi Jiangnan's expression to darken before he suddenly scratched his hand and let out a soft laugh. "Is that so? Must it really be me?" he asked, and then Yi Jiangnan vanished instantly, leaving behind only the echoing sound of his laughter as he departed. Lan Mingzhu and Zio Sandao shared a triumphant high-five before Lan Mingzhu glanced back and addressed sect leader Hu Bugui. He suggested they continue discussing the specific plan to destroy the CIA nunnery, leaving Hu Bugui silent, though he eventually noted the meeting had already lasted half a day. "Everyone else has left. How much longer do you two plan to talk?" he asked, while secretly thinking that he needed to find a way to escape immediately. He needed to investigate if the CIA nunnery was truly behind everything, while Lan Mingzhu argued that because of the nunnery's vast power, their plan and contingencies had to be meticulous. He secretly plotted to keep the boy occupied so they could win, while Zio Sandao hoped Zio Yaozai would survive a bit longer, just as Bai Yi poked her head in to make an announcement. "Sect leader Hu Bugui, you have a visitor," she announced, and Hu Bugui looked at her as if she were his savior, telling junior sister Bai Yi she had arrived at the perfect moment. He quickly excused himself, telling the two seniors that he was going to meet an old friend and would return shortly, suggesting they continue their discussion without him. Lan Mingzhu found the situation comical, wondering where he could possibly have an old friend when his entire village had been slaughtered. After they left, Hu Bugui asked who it was, and she explained that their eldest sister had sent word for him to stall the Immortals with a meeting while she eliminated the other sects. His face turned pale as he asked if his sister was behind the attacks, and Ba Yi nodded, noting that the demon sect's black flame was the ultimate bane of all cultivators. She whispered that a total purge was underway, and that rumors claimed Xu and Kong Island had been destroyed, with the immortal Bei Ming reduced to nothing but ash. "We are currently at war with the Yun Tai sect," she added, prompting Hu Bugui to laugh and wonder if he should celebrate such wonderful news. She urged him to return to the meeting and stall the Shu Shan sect leader until their sister finished destroying the Yun Tai sect and could return to deal with Shu Shan. Hu Bugui smiled and told her to leave it to him. Then he cheerfully returned to the room and greeted the two seniors, announcing his return. He pulled up a chair and began discussing the plan to destroy the CIA nunnery in detail, asking the two seniors to evaluate a strategy he had developed. Zhao Sandao and Lan Mingzhu both told him to proceed, both secretly intending to stall him, though Hu Bugui was certainly no easy target himself. He secretly decided to hold the two of them back, while Hu Bugui began to talk incessantly as the Yuntai sect was engulfed in a chaotic and bloody scene. The battle had reached a brutal stage where Zhu Tiankai, having defeated his opponent, coldly strangled a white-haired old man. The old man threatened with hatred that the sect leader would never forgive such heretics before his body vanished, and Shi Qiuzhu, having finished her task, suggested they hide to ambush Zioyazi. Tiankai nodded in agreement as a sword was thrust into the ground, and Han Kuobang knelt before Shi Qiuzhu, consumed by rage. The headquarters was under attack, and the branches were surrounded, while a man with a blood-stained sword declared he was a Nanlin soldier from Zayuan acting on Hu Bugui's orders. The Haibai Gong sect leader moved to eliminate the Sai nunnery cult, where a group in black was bound as various sects and clans joined the raid, leaving the ground bloodied and most members dead. The captives were all beheaded as a leading swordsman shouted that their alliance leader, Hu Bugui, had already made his declaration clear. This was the fate of those who dared to oppose the cultivation world, yet when he opened the door to issue a threat, he found the place completely deserted. A soldier rushed over to report that the citizens were all hiding in their homes, and none dared to watch the execution, causing his expression to turn cold. He ordered that anyone who refused to come out should have their entire family slaughtered, leaving the terrified soldier to stutter that the people of Sai nunnery were already dead. "What else is there to see?" he asked with a dark tone, suggesting they capture some criminals to pose as members of Sai nunnery and execute them for the public. The soldier obeyed and flew into the city on his sword, loudly warning that everyone must witness the execution of Sai nunnery or face the extermination of their entire families. He aggressively kicked the door open and led a group inside as shouts erupted from within, with people screaming that they would not die in peace. Blood splattered against the windows amidst agonizing screams as one man wept, pleading that he was not a member of Sai nunnery and asking why he was being taken. He pointed at a statue of Hu Bugui and claimed that even their toilet brushes were shaped like people from Sai nunnery, while another man arrived and threw down yet another victim. He shouted that the household had carved a statue of that rebel and must be connected to Sai nunnery, just as a crowd began to gather around them. In the middle of the courtyard, the captives awaited their deaths, while an old man covered a child's eyes and whispered that Sai nunnery would surely return to avenge them. Tears streamed down his aged face while, at the same time, a figure appeared in the dense forest, walking with heavy footsteps upon the ground. Gu Liang, his body covered in wounds, spoke with resentment about being the only survivor before a group of people suddenly appeared while he was hiding in exhaustion. As the Sai nunnery disciples rushed forward to fight, Gu Liang gripped his axe and shouted Mount Hua cleaving power to bolster his spirit, but the disciples fell while he tried to shield them. He urged everyone to flee, but a disciple replied that their cultivation was too low to escape, and that he should use his superior strength to break the siege before they all charged forward. They were determined to fight to the death, since Sai nunnery could be reborn as long as its core members survived, leaving Gu Liang to watch his comrades' bravery in shock. They repeatedly urged Senior Gu Liang to leave, causing a wave of emotion to surge within him as tears fell, and he blamed himself for not being the one to protect them. It was humiliating to let them sacrifice themselves for him, and Gu Liang, consumed by a deep sense of shame, punched a nearby tree in his fury. Filled with determination to avenge them and not waste the lives they sacrificed to save him, Gu Liang quickly set off on his journey. The situation was too urgent and had to be reported to the headquarters immediately, but after only 5 steps, he suddenly spotted a motionless body on the road. Gu Liang rushed over and recognized the elder, shaking him despite the fatal wound to his chest, and asking if he was alive until a hand suddenly covered his mouth. A soft voice told him to be quiet as the person pulled Gu Liang into the nearby bushes and signaled for silence, explaining that the headquarters had been surrounded. They had not yet departed, and he was told to play dead to survive, leaving Gu Liang in disbelief that the headquarters could be surrounded as the other man handed him a broken, stained sword. He was told to stay quiet and play dead, so Gu Liang complied and lay down as if resting in the sun while smoke rose from the headquarters and shouts echoed about the wealth of Sei nunnery. An old man busily looted treasures like the 3-flower qi refining pill, while telling High Immortal Guan Hai that his cultivation was gone, and he should stop resisting. Guan Hai maintained a cold expression and turned away without a word, asking what their search for High Immortal Guan Hai had to do with someone like Hizele. Hizele was his true name, and wearing a mask, he turned back to look at the other man, pointing out how unkempt and long his hair was. He asked why he was being confused with a bald man, leaving the old man startled as he questioned if he was not Guan Hai, to which Hizele responded with a contemptuous sneer. He claimed he had been imprisoned there for opposing Sei nunnery, and thanked them for the rescue, which the old man joyfully accepted as the truth. As a member of the Haibai sect, it is my duty to assist immortals, but I expect you to send a 300 spirit stone rescue fee to my sect once you return home. Guan Hai was not surprised by their behavior. While at the Yuntai sect, bloody battles raged on as Yi Jiangnan and Zhou Tiankai continuously unleashed moves to defeat their foes. A powerful blow snapped the sword in two, giving Zhou Tiankai the clear advantage as Yi Jiangnan was painfully knocked to the ground. Yet he could not keep silent, wondering what that black flame truly was as Shikiaju coldly approached him. She then turned to assign a task to Shizayo, leaving the area to her while they returned to reinforce the Zuyai nunnery, all while keeping an eye on Hu Quabang. He was clutching his injured arm in pain, so she told her to treat him before setting off with 4 of her companions. "We are going back to kill them," she declared, heading toward a ruined area where several people were seen carrying large beds. A loud voice commanded others to carry items away and lend a hand, while 2 cunning men laughed about finally achieving great merit. Suddenly, dirty water flowed from somewhere as a man in green relieved himself in a corner, muttering about how few women there were in the Zuyai nunnery. Complaining about the boring and severely skewed gender ratio, another man in a different corner busied himself with opening a treasure chest. He was stunned to see books scattered inside that seemed to shine in his eyes, wondering if they were secret manuals as he picked one up in shock. Realizing it was a memoir, he broke into a sweat while reading the disgusting entries about a pervert who even documented stealing his senior sister's undergarments. He tossed it aside and set the pile of books ablaze, watching the fire spread rapidly while muttering about how it had wasted his time. Finding nothing useful in the room as smoke filled the cave, 2 different sects suddenly began to clash, with a man in purple shouting at the others for daring to steal their loot. The opposing side pointed fingers and argued they had found it first until a powerful arm appeared, and a voice commanded them to stop. Another hand reached out to maintain the peace as a burly, white-haired man appeared in a rage, grabbing the arms of the 2 who had been arguing. He told them the sect leaders would divide the spoils later, and that the urgent priority now was to ambush the main force of the Zuyai nunnery. Their faces turned pale as they pleaded with the elder to let go, promising they understood, while high above, a small bird encountered countless tiny specks in the sky. A moment later, a crowd swept past the bird so quickly it couldn't even flap its wings, while on the ground the footsteps of a group in black emerged. They quickly gathered at the cave entrance where Gwenyi gritted his teeth in anger, frustrated that they had arrived too late. One of the men in black approached the bushes and discovered a corpse, causing him to flee in terror while shouting that something was wrong. Gwenyi's scream echoed through the forest upon hearing the news, shocked that Immortal Guan Hai had been killed as 3 bodies lay motionless at their feet. Shikiaju frowned at the sight, knowing that even though Immortal Guan Hai had lost his cultivation, he still possessed the potential to recover it. His death meant a massive loss of combat power, but suddenly, something caught the eyes of both Kiaju and Gwenny, making them stare in shock. The three corpses suddenly sat up, and the masked one remarked that it was only them, while another dusted himself off and said he was done acting. Gwenny stammered in disbelief that they were alive, but Kiaju calmly insisted they were dead and told him to dig a grave until Guan Hai stopped her. "Wait, we just returned from the brink of death, so could you be a bit gentler?" Gu Liang pleaded as he ran over to explain the situation to his senior sister. He told her they were all dead and begged her for revenge, while Gwenny angrily vowed that he would not be human if this grudge went unavenged. After they vowed to kill those from Shushan and the Haibai sect, Kiaju's face darkened as she glared at Gu Liang and asked why he was calling her senior sister. Realizing he had slipped up, someone in the crowd pointed at him and shouted that they remembered him as the ticket seller from the Haibai sect at the foot of the mountain. Kiaju's expression turned cold as she asked if he was a spy, a word that made the already stressed members of the Zuiai nunnery react with suspicion. Terrified, Gu Liang knelt and denied being a spy, but then tearfully admitted his identity was exposed, leading the group to tie him up tightly as he desperately tried to explain himself. He looked down with wide, confused eyes, claiming he wasn't a real spy, but admitting he had no idea how to explain the situation any further. Observing his hesitation, Kiaju had her own suspicions and noted solemnly that the Haibai sect possessed many powerful immortals. With their forbidden black flame techniques, it would be suicide to face them head-on, so they could only settle things with Lan Mingzhu outside the snowy mountains. Her eyes were as cold as a blade as she ordered the encirclement to move, and though Gu Liang was surprised, she immediately obeyed. Gwenny and the pink-haired girl shared the same thought as they watched his pathetic display, noting how decisively he had agreed before they entered the dense forest. Kiaju led the group and ordered them to find an ambush site, while disciples from the Haibai sect and Shushan argued heatedly in a different forest. Kiaju quickly directed them to strike first while her group flanked from behind, but they refused to be cannon fodder and questioned why they had to lead. Upon arrival, Kiaju's group witnessed total chaos as she and Gwenny recognized their opponents, who also saw familiar faces, causing both sides to stop and stare in silence. The Shushan disciples cried out in panic that the main force of the Zia convent had returned, prompting Gwenny to point at them and shout that the time for revenge had arrived as his subordinates charged. A brutal battle erupted with the sound of clashing steel echoing through the woods, while Lan Mingzhu of the Haibai sect glanced at the person next to him and questioned them. When he asked who they were, a subordinate leaned in and whispered that she was the spy he had planted in the Zia convent, leaving Mingzhu bewildered. As Gu Liang explained, he searched his memory while Xiao Sandao and the others watched in confusion, wondering what was happening until Mingzhu suddenly signaled Xiao Sandao to start acting. He claimed to remember before bowing and cupping his hands to bid farewell, expressing concern that Ziyuzi would be unable to manage the situation on his own. He announced his intention to head to the Yuntai sect to provide support before winking flirtatiously at the person before him, while repeatedly signaling Xiao Sandao. He told him to keep the man occupied, and Xiao Sandao quickly winked back in agreement while Teibai stood by, completely baffled by the dramatic display of affection. In a secluded spot, Lan Mingzhu teased Gu Liang with a hint of reproach, remarking that he had assumed she was long dead after 2 years of silence. Gu Liang boasted of her success to the sect leader, explaining that she had successfully infiltrated the Zia convent and risen to a mid-level leadership role. She claimed they trusted her completely, but Lan Mingzhu coldly noted he had already figured out Kiaju was the leader and questioned her remaining usefulness. Gu Liang froze and tried to save face by praising the sect leader's intelligence before shifting to a serious tone to deliver her report. She informed him that the Zia convent's main force had returned to headquarters, presenting a perfect chance to wipe them out, which Lan Mingzhu acknowledged with confident, shining eyes. He declared that he would personally lead the charge to ensure success, though his supposedly grand vantage point turned out to be nothing more than a simple stone step. He leaped down and left Gu Liang at a loss for words, while he felt a surge of complex emotions, wondering why Kiaju had chosen to oppose the cultivation world. He followed Gu Liang into the woods to find Kiaju, as she informed the sect leader that their ambushing forces were waiting just ahead. They were supposedly just waiting for his command when white smoke suddenly surrounded them, revealing that it was actually Kiaju's people who had set the trap. Gu Liang lunged forward with a triumphant laugh, telling him he had been tricked, which caused Lan Mingzhu to clench his fists in rage and curse her for the betrayal. Gu Liang made a quick escape while mocking him as a fool, leaving Lan Mingzhu to look around in growing concern, as he realized he could no longer sense any presence. A voice pierced his mind, telling him his failure to sense anything was because cultivation magic was useless in this forest, just as Shikiaju emerged from behind a tree. The shadow of the ancient dragon soared through the sky as it grumbled about the long journey to its friend's house just to use the latrine, even if it only happened once a year. As it traveled, the sigil on its forehead glowed crimson, and it grew wary upon entering a bank of red clouds filled with the thick scent of death energy. Driven by curiosity toward the dense death energy, the ancient dragon accelerated through the heavens, its fiery body scorching the clouds before it transformed into a human. He plummeted with lightning speed, leaving trails of orange light in his wake, looking quite handsome as the convent disciples cleared the battlefield of corpses below. The ancient dragon surveyed the mountain of corpses and deduced a fierce battle had occurred, just as Shu Wei emerged from a cave and remarked that the dragon had arrived at the perfect moment. After the junior requested his assistance, the ancient dragon reverted to its true form and began to greedily and frantically siphon the spiritual energy from the surrounding forest. However, it became so bloated from its greed that its belly swelled and its jaw tightened, forcing it to realize it could no longer take in any more energy. Fearing it would take days to recover if it overindulged, the ancient dragon quickly took flight and bid them farewell before Shu Wei returned to issue new orders. Taking advantage of the depleted spiritual energy, he ordered Jia Yan to set up the death silence barrier while Guanyi radiated dark energy and promised to handle the task. Gloomy blue formation resembling a cage appeared in the sky as Shu Wei coldly explained that the black flame had neutralized all spiritual energy, rendering immortal arts useless. Even though he was surrounded, Mingzhu remained composed and questioned where they had acquired such a formation and the help of an ancient dragon, noting they had become quite powerful. Shu Wei did not hide the truth, showing the book to boast that the deadly silence flame array was his invention, as recorded in his diary. She indifferently explained that she had simply used it because she happened to encounter the ancient dragon. Mingzhu refused to believe it and summoned his sword, declaring that his internal energy remained at the high immortal level despite the lack of environmental qi. However, the power surrounding him flickered like dying embers before vanishing, causing the pink-haired girl and Guanyi to burst into laughter. They mocked him for trying to use magic, noting that the deadly silence flame array would collapse upon such an attempt, leaving Mingzhu pale and sweating. He asked if that was a new name for the formation before turning to flee, calculating that he only needed to escape the array to become invincible again. He believed he would be the world's strongest once more, but Gu Liang suddenly lunged at him to intercept, though Mingzhu reacted with extreme speed. As he dodged to the side, Gu Liang lost his balance and crashed face first into the ground, prompting Mingzhu to bark that the boy couldn't use magic either. At that moment, Guanyi suddenly appeared behind him, stating that holding him back for just a moment was enough before swinging his sword with great force. Mingzhu swiftly raised his blade to parry, the sharp steel clashing loudly as he arrogantly warned them not to underestimate a high immortal's physical power. The two blades ground against each other with intense friction, sending a shower of bright sparks flying into the air. Guanyi frowned coldly, claiming he had struck lightly because he didn't underestimate him, as three figures dove toward Mingzhu while he roared in resentment. He screamed for them to die and for the path of cultivation to avenge his village, just as a blinding purple light suddenly pierced straight down from above. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion and billowing white smoke, Mingzhu's blade shattered into 3 pieces, sending Guanyi's group flying back with various injuries. They stared in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how the black flame had no effect on him, leaving the blonde-haired man in a state of extreme confusion. It turned out Mingzhu followed the ghost path rather than traditional cultivation, as eerie skulls with glowing red eyes manifested around him while he sneered. He mockingly asked if they thought he hadn't found a way to counter the deadly silence flame over the millennia, as a massive surge of power erupted from him. Mingzhu arrogantly stated he had sought a countermeasure since learning that person possessed the flame, then launched a direct attack that Guanyi struggled to repel. 2 terrifying forces collided as if to tear the very fabric of reality apart, proving that the might of one of the 5 high immortals was truly extraordinary. A swarm of eerie spirits from Mingzhu's power shattered Guanyi's defense, sending him tumbling 80 meters away and leaving him coughing up blood. Guanyi could only gasp for air as the others cried out for their second brother in panic, while Mingzhu remained standing completely unscathed. He gently stroked a spirit and coldly remarked that since the deadly silence qi originated from the resentment of death, he would use that very same power to counter it. He continued, explaining that he had harvested millions of cultivator souls over the ages, each serving as a shield against the deadly silence flame. Claiming the flame could never destroy them all, he released the spirits, which coalesced into a massive force and soared into the sky with horrific screams. However, they were soon intercepted by a formation, and though the ancient power attempted to pierce through, it only managed to cause minor cracks. As the two powers clashed and spirits shrieked, a person hiding in the bushes watched in terror, wondering what this horrific power was before Shu Wei appeared. She arrived just in time to stop Mingzhu, her expression icy and her gaze sharp as she was met with his questioning tone. Mingzhu stated he was an ancient dragon and questioned why she was acting like that man and opposing the cultivation world regardless of their past. With a face full of killing intent, he argued that Hu Bugui was as useless as mud and lacked any ambition at his early golden core stage. Shu Wei remained silent as he ranted, her ears ringing from hearing that name repeated so many times while she watched him. Shu Wei calmly retorted that people often repeat their mistakes despite knowing they will fail, adding that she had never helped him before. She admitted she only cared for herself and him rather than the people, noting that his soul had been damaged through many reincarnations. She wondered if she would regret not helping him before his soul vanished entirely, which drove Mingzhu into a fit of madness. His handsome face contorted in agony as he barked that the man wouldn't survive many more lifetimes anyway. He asked if she was just playing with him for fun before unleashing his power, warning that the world would be overrun by monsters if cultivation fell. Lan Mingzhu's expression darkened like a gathering storm as he prepared to strike, his power surging with the conviction that the cultivation world must endure. "I will no longer allow you to stand in my way," he declared, leaving Shi Wei startled as she sensed an imminent grave danger amidst the overwhelming pressure. She urgently commanded everyone to fall back, but Lan Mingzhu, his eyes rolled back in fury, merely curled his lip and whispered, "It is too late." Countless spiritual rings converged and hurtled down like lightning, roaring toward the earth as the terrified onlookers below huddled together at the sight. They braced for a final stand, attempting to shield themselves with the black flame array, yet they were scattered before they could even complete the technique. The vengeful spirits plummeted relentlessly toward them, yet despite striking the ground twice right where Shi Wei stood, she remained unharmed. Shi Wei suddenly realized something was amiss, her eyes widening in shock as she understood that they were not the intended targets of the assault. Lan Mingzhu smirked and tightened his fist, chanting, "Void return grand array," as a massive formation suddenly manifested throughout the surrounding forest. Legions of spirits obeyed his command and tore through their bodies amidst earth-shaking screams, leaving one victim with vacant white eyes as if his soul had been snatched away. Ferocious spirits swarmed around Shi Wei, yet she did not move, prompting Lan Mingzhu to close his eyes and mutter solemnly, "Shi Wei, it is time for your reincarnation." "Let go of this obsession," he said, as the scene shifted to Lan Mingzhu introducing himself as the realm's preeminent high immortal. While hyping himself up, Lan Mingzhu and his disciple soared through the vast sea of clouds on their flying swords as the disciple asked a worried question. "Sect leader, do you truly intend to face the enemy by yourself? Isn't that far too perilous?" the disciple asked, earning a contemptuous smirk from Lan Mingzhu. "In battle, cultivation level is everything. Numbers are irrelevant," he replied coldly, privately certain that his immense power left him with nothing to fear. He scanned the area, unsettled by the eerie silence of the forest and sensing a trap, yet he reassured himself that his strength would prevail just as a dozen black-robed assassins ambushed them. An explosion rocked the path as the ambushers jeered about him, falling into their trap, but Lan Mingzhu merely frowned, looking down on them like insects with a chilling sneer. "I am the greatest under heaven," he bellowed, summoning 10 vengeful spirits whose overwhelming power immediately forced agonizing screams from his enemies. As souls were ripped from their bodies, High Immortal Guan Hai stood by in astonishment, wondering why he remained completely unaffected by the technique. Lan Mingzhu glanced at him with a faint smile, noting the move's ineffectiveness against followers of Buddha, though Guan Hai quickly protested that his full head of hair proved otherwise. Wei stood and looked defiantly at Lan Mingzhu, explaining that these imprisoned souls only targeted those with inferior cultivation, which was why Guan Hai was spared. Guan Hai laughed, realizing that while his cultivation was gone, his soul's realm remained intact, which only served to infuriate Lan Mingzhu further. Lan Mingzhu sent Guan Hai flying 100 meters with a powerful strike, barking at the bald donkey to be quiet while the latter insisted he was no longer bald. Turning back with a frigid gaze, he pointed at Wei and told her to escape the cycle of reincarnation and live as an ordinary human in her next life. He summoned hundreds of spirits that slammed into the earth, creating a massive cloud of dust as they began to merge into a new form. The spirits coalesced into a gargantuan, roaring, carnivorous flower that towered over Wei, shattering the ground and uprooting trees with a single violent strike. Faint ripples of energy dissipated into tiny blue specks in the air, while in a distant, silent hall, the sound of footsteps echoed as someone ascended the stairs. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silence as Shiyu reached the door and shouted for Zhao Sanjiao to come play, only to freeze in shock at what she saw. The interior was a disaster of charred debris and wreckage, with a dark, swirling vortex manifesting right in the center of the room. "Is anyone there? Save me!" High Immortal Shah, he cried out desperately, his body covered in talismans as he begged for assistance. Ignoring his pleas, Shiyu simply asked if Hu Bugui had already departed, just as a figure streaked across the clear blue sky. Hu Bugui left a long green trail in his wake, pondering why sect leader Lan had departed so abruptly, and sensing that something was definitely wrong. He decided to seek out his senior sister for answers, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a monstrous carnivorous flower with a hideous face. Revolted by the creature, he flew closer to investigate just as the flower crashed into the ground with a thunderous boom, while a voice called out from above him. "Oh, is that not the ghost lotus pond?" The strikingly handsome Gu Long remarked, noting with surprise that someone was actually utilizing such a technique. He marveled at the fact that, despite it being only a single blossom, someone had actually resorted to using it. A woman's silhouette appeared beside him, stunningly beautiful and exuding an immortal aura as she wondered if the girl could endure. Hearing this, the ancient dragon chuckled smugly, claiming he used a dragon pearl to create her so demonic arts could not harm her. The ancient dragon's sudden appearance startled Hu Bugui, who asked about the senior's identity before the dragon pulled the girl toward him. He proudly presented her to Hu Bugui, announcing that Lady Bai Lu was the master who raised his pets. He asked if he had ever seen a true immortal, noting how cute Bai Lu was while the dragon giggled at a dazed Hu Bugui. Hu Bugui was stunned by the introduction of such a figure, as the trio flew toward the chaotic explosions where Wei remained unharmed. Whenever spirits charged to attack, a blue barrier appeared to protect her, blocking the storm of incoming ghosts. The spirits were diverted in two directions and exploded harmlessly behind her while Wei watched in stunned silence. Fire spread everywhere, charring trees and turning the earth into scorched mud, showcasing the terrifying power of those evil spirits. The lush land instantly turned to ash, yet Wei's spot remained green as she stood silently, waiting for the next assault. Lan Mingzhu wanted to continue, but stopped with a frustrated frown, questioning why his attacks were being avoided. Refusing to believe she was so powerful, he hurled more projectiles at her like a game of dodgeball, screaming that it was impossible. He commanded dozens of spirits to strike, but as they reached Wei, they were diverted and soared endlessly into the sky. Wei touched her forehead, sensing something strange, while a pale Lan Mingzhu muttered in fear that she hadn't even moved to dodge. He wasn't under an illusion, yet he couldn't hit her. Suddenly, a blue force attacked him from behind but was devoured by his spirits. Sensing danger, Lan Mingzhu spun around and shouted as a mysterious black figure appeared amidst a flash of purple light. With eyes glowing blue, Hu Bugui demanded to know what he was doing to his senior sister while Jia flew beside him. Jia transformed into a purple spirit sword, which Hu Bugui seized to unleash a massive surge of power against Lan Mingzhu and his spirits. Lan Mingzhu stood frozen in shock as Hu Bugui and Jia moved in unison, surrounded by a dramatic cloud of dust. He had hidden his skills well, standing firmly in front of Wei to shield her from that lunatic. He replied that his sister told him to hide his abilities, then rushed to her side to check if she was all right, pointing at her glowing forehead. He jokingly remarked on how bright her forehead was, but she coldly replied that she didn't know what was happening. She insisted she wasn't losing hair, leaving Hu Buigui impressed that his senior sister had seen right through his teasing. Lan Mingzhu healed the wound on his cheek, and coldly noted that Hu Buigui actually knew the flame of dead silence. His injury healed with incredible speed, as he remarked that he knew the truth the moment the sword returned to him. He claimed the foolish act was a facade while Hu Buigui kept his sword leveled, though Shi Wei only focused on one specific detail. She asked what he meant by foolish, and Hu Buigui quickly claimed it meant handsome and mighty, though she knew he was being dismissive. She questioned his dismissiveness, while Lan Mingzhu unleashed his energy, shouting that he wouldn't hold back since he had approached. He vowed not to let him go, but as he grew enraged, a small hand touched his shoulder and a gentle voice told him to calm down. Lan Mingzhu's power instantly vanished, and he retreated in fear as the girl warned that being too agitated would hinder his path. She noted he wouldn't achieve immortality as his spirits vanished, leaving a pale, sweating Lan Mingzhu to wonder in silence. The suffocating pressure made him suspect she was a true immortal, as she spoke about the heavenly Tao of life and death. Bai Lu stood before him with her hands behind her back, her small frame terrifying him as she accused him of imprisoning souls. She stated it defied the heavenly Tao, prompting a trembling Lan Mingzhu to explain he only did it because someone sought to destroy the cultivation world. He claimed it was a last resort. Meanwhile, Hu Buigui approached Shi Wei to introduce Bai Lu as a true immortal and the ancient dragon's master. Hu Buigui said with a devious smirk, "Keep watching. It seems they are causing quite a bit of trouble for sect leader Lan." The two of them chuckled in unison. Hu Buigui laughed arrogantly while Shi Wei maintained her icy expression. Winning without even trying, Hu Buigui thought to himself as he watched the other two lose. However, since they hadn't been summoned to the front yet, they remained unafraid. From a distance, Bai Lu snorted coldly. "You two over there, I am not finished speaking." Her words instantly silenced their celebration. With a slight flick of her finger, a surge of magical power appeared and yanked Hu Buigui into the air. He let out a sharp cry, his mouth hanging open in shock. He was then dragged toward Bai Lu. She looked at him and smiled. "You and your subordinates condensing yin energy into physical form is an act that defies the heavenly Tao." Hu Buigui failed to grasp her meaning. He frowned in confusion at the mention of condensing yin into reality. Bai Lu used the imagery of the heavens, the earth, and the galaxy to explain that hatred, resentment, and fear were all fleeting things. Yet you have gathered them into a cluster of flames, a tangible entity that can be seen and touched. Unconvinced, Hu Buigui countered her using scientific principles. "Fire is a state of plasma. It shouldn't be considered a physical object, right?" Bai Lu refused to back down, retorting with chemistry that plasma consists of atoms and ions after electrons are stripped away. "On a microscopic level, it is indeed matter." Hearing this, Hu Buigui simply picked his ear and gave a lazy compliment. "As expected of the true immortal, you certainly know a lot." Shi Wei stood beside them. She listened to their debate without understanding a single word. Her mind was filled with confusion, yet she maintained her cold facade. Lan Mingzhu, however, looked utterly bewildered. To him, their words sounded like an alien tongue. "Why can't I understand any of this?" Seeing that she had said enough, Bai Lu turned her attention toward Lan Mingzhu. With a wave of her hand, she called out, "You, come here as well." Lan Mingzhu was suddenly pulled toward Hu Buigui, and the two were pressed tightly together, both looking as though they had swallowed a fly. Bai Lu looked at the pair and continued, "True immortals exist to uphold the order of the heavenly Tao. Since you both have defied it, I cannot simply ignore your actions." Feeling wrongly accused, Lan Mingzhu and Hu Buigui both raised their hands to explain. "Great one, I only wish to protect the cultivation world." Hu Buigui added, "I only wanted to help the common people escape from oppression." Bai Lu did not believe them and exposed their reasoning. "These are merely excuses the two of you have made." She explained to each of them, "You cannot possibly kill every cultivator. As long as humans exist, the cultivation world will inevitably flourish again." She then turned to Lan Mingzhu. "Cultivators cannot wipe out all mortals either, because they still rely on mortals to survive. When cultivators realize that mortals can no longer sustain them, they will naturally reduce the pressure and return to caring for them." Hu Buigui was as stubborn as a devil. Hearing Bai Lu's words, he refused to submit and shouted, "Are we supposed to just let cultivators oppress mortals as they please?" Bai Lu replied softly, "Even without cultivators, there are still emperors and bureaucrats. And there are also scammers and tyrants." She used the analogy of large and small trees to illustrate that, in nature, the strong will always overshadow the weak. Large trees block the sunlight from reaching smaller ones, making it difficult for them to survive. Even if a large tree is cut down, countless saplings will grow and struggle against one another. In the end, only one tree will rise high enough to monopolize the sunlight. Bai Lu continued, trees, flowers, birds, and fish, all things in existence follow this pattern. Humans are no exception. This is the heavenly Tao, the natural law of the world. After speaking, she ascended into the air, her power radiating in all directions and forming a ring of energy behind her. She declared, those under heaven must either follow its will or be reduced to dust. Bai Lu tilted her head up and looked down at Hu Buqi and Lan Mingzhu with a frigid gaze. The choice is yours. Hu Buqi and Lan Mingzhu remained defiant, neither willing to yield. Hu Buqi raised a hand mockingly. I didn't understand a word except for those last two sentences. But usually fools tend to flock together. Lan Mingzhu agreed. It seems you understood the same part I did. With that, they kicked off against each other and moved apart. Suddenly, an invisible force caused both of their faces to darken as they were forced to kneel on the ground. Bowing their heads, they pleaded, we were wrong. Please spare our lives, Great One. Hu Buqi looked at Lan Mingzhu and whispered, Sect leader, aren't you going to struggle at all? Your image as a high immortal is completely gone. Lan Mingzhu replied irritably, why bother? I don't want to die yet. Shikiazhu stood nearby. Witnessing this scene, she was somewhat surprised. They certainly begged for their lives quickly. However, Jia did not think so. After all, they were facing a true immortal. Bai Lu hovered above them, continuing her sermon. Cultivators and mortals, life and death, all follow their own inherent laws. There is no need for you to save them, nor is there a need for you to kill them. Those who talk of morality often live long lives. Jia nodded in agreement. True immortals really do love to lecture, it's so tedious. Bai Lu glanced at the two and said, now, I shall send your souls into the cycle of reincarnation to dissipate the deathly energy. Lan Mingzhu refused to sit idly by. He wept bitterly and begged Bai Lu, claiming that his power was the result of thousands of years of accumulation. Hu Buqi was also concerned about this matter. However, what he truly cared about was not power, but whether his memories could be restored after being lost. Bai Lu remained firm, asserting, if you both take the initiative to change your ways, the heavenly Tao will not fail you. With that, she raised both hands and performed several strange gestures while muttering under her breath. Suddenly, a surge of power from an unknown source appeared. It struck Lan Mingzhu directly in the stomach, making him feel as though he would vomit up 10 bowls of rice. He let out a miserable cry, unable to even open his eyes. Seeing him in such a pathetic state, I really wanted to burst out laughing. I was afraid his saliva might splash into my mouth, as I watched Bai Lu suspend him in midair with a strange band of energy, causing Jia Yi to burst into laughter. Pointing at Lan Mingzhu, she mocked him for finally meeting his match, but he was too breathless to respond as Bai Lu continued her explanation. I will lead souls unable to reincarnate back to the heavenly Tao, she vowed, while Lan Mingzhu struggled with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins until a surge of green energy erupted from his mouth. Bai Lu coldly tightened her grip and attempted a finger snap with trembling fingers, just as Gu Long appeared behind her. Leaning in, he advised his master to stop trying to snap if she could not do it, noting that spells did not require such gestures, leaving Bai Lu stunned for 3 seconds. Refusing to give up until she succeeded, she persisted, and Gu Long, acting as both her voice actor and servant, immediately understood her intent. He instantly created the effect, causing a golden vortex to manifest in the sky and gradually widen its reach. It siphoned the strange green substance from Lan Mingzhu's body until the last of it was gone. Then the vortex shrank and closed to reveal a floating yin-yang bagua symbol. Lan Mingzhu clutched his throat and gasped for air, while Bai Lu, having finished with one subject, turned her attention to the next one waiting. It was now Hu Bugui's turn. He knelt before her with a pleading gaze, begging her to be gentle with him. Bai Lu reassured him before starting, explaining that since the resentment had fused with his soul, she could only work directly on the soul itself. She extended her hand, and with a touch far gentler than what Lan Mingzhu experienced, Hu Bugui's past life soul was instantly drawn out. As Bai Lu used her magic to pull the soul closer, Gu Long appeared and handed her a pink, cat-paw-themed blender. He even provided sound effects as she placed the soul inside, jokingly asking if she was making a smoothie and needed sugar, ice, or milk, which startled Hu Bugui. Sensing something was terribly wrong, he wondered if a mistake had been made, realizing his momentary lapse in judgment. Realizing he had entrusted himself to the wrong person, he was now being liquefied and spun around in the machine, crying out desperately for someone to save him. Bai Lu then opened the lid, releasing a small spark of electricity. But instead of Hu Bugui, she prepared a funnel, a pitcher, and even a straw to collect the liquid. Jia Yi and Shikiaju watched the grim scene, with Jia Yi worrying that if he died, they would have to search for his next reincarnation. Fortunately, Hu Bugui survived, though he had separated into layers, and a nervous Bai Lu used a straw to extract the galaxy-colored top layer, admitting it was her first time practicing live. She confessed she usually relied on GPT, while Gulong cheered her on, though his promise of it taking only a moment ended up lasting an entire hour. Finally, the mixture was separated into 2 unlabeled bottles, and Bai Lu handed the blue one to Gulong, who immediately downed the entire thing in one gulp. The liquid's effects immediately sent him into a state of bliss, after which Bai Lu approached the motionless Hu Bugui and poured the contents of the remaining bottle into his mouth. Hu Bugui didn't choke, but instead woke up instantly, prompting Jia Yi to shout with joy upon seeing him open his eyes and realizing he was still alive. Shikiaju remained composed, stating that a true immortal's methods would never be fatal, and Bai Lu smiled at her, confirming that as a true immortal, she never took lives. She explained that since one was a mortal and the other a reincarnated rock spirit, she would not let them die, but suggested Shikiaju return to her original form. Upon hearing that she was an obsession from a dragon pearl turned human, Shikiaju's eyes widened in shock, while Hu Bugui gaped in disbelief. The revelation of an obsession from a dragon pearl becoming human left Jia Yi so stunned she could not close her mouth, wondering if she was not the spirit's sword after all. Confused and wondering if her mother had lied to her about being the spirit's sword, she clutched her head in distress before a sudden realization struck her. Realizing she did not even have a mother and there was a misunderstanding, she was interrupted by Bai Lu, who pointed at Shikiaju and told the little spirit's sword to stop overthinking. While one looked dejected and the other stood frozen in surprise, Bai Lu explained that within all things in heaven and earth, each soul is unique, and the heavenly Tao never allows for twin souls. Years ago, she had exhausted 2 lifespans, so he used the dragon pearl to dissipate her obsession and ensure her next life would be peaceful. Seeing Shikiaju's eyes fill with sadness, Bai Lu offered her encouragement and promised to help her remember before attempting to snap her fingers once more. Gulong stood behind her, silently praying she would stop snapping to avoid further embarrassment, which only made an annoyed Bai Lu tell him to shut up repeatedly. She turned back to Shikiaju, promising to help her remember while feeling completely unashamed of her inability to produce a sound with her fingers. Gulong, acting as both servant and jester, prepared to provide the vocal accompaniment for his master, just as a mysterious wind suddenly swept through. Shikiaju's garments and hair fluttered as a beam of light struck her face, making her wonder if she was reincarnating or meeting a divine ideal, but a man appeared instead. He offered a technique to preserve memories for the next life, presenting a dragon jade and explaining that exchanging her spirit root would allow her to retain her past. This was Zhao Yijio of Shushan, who lived 7 centuries ago. He glanced at her and remarked that he was only there to help because of a certain man's request. A white-haired man knelt before a dark, sword-wielding figure, struggling to speak despite his severe injuries. He promised to hand over all of Shushan's treasures and secret arts to rebuild the sect if the other would agree to assist him. He asked to sever her obsession before handing a golden core to the long-haired man, who then ended it all by decapitating him. The truth only emerged millennia later. There was never a way to keep memories via a spirit root. The dragon jade was merely used to cut away her obsessions so she could be reborn as an ordinary human. For now, the priority was rescue. 700 years ago, Shu Wei's immense obsession merged with the dragon jade to create a new existence. The true soul would spend eternity without worries, while Bai Yi's split souls from 7 centuries ago would inevitably be drawn back together, making Hu Bugui just a fragment of himself. Realizing his existence was essentially a void was a bitter truth, but he finally understood why Bai Yi always appeared near Shu Wei and Hu Bugui, leaving Shikiaju stunned. She was shocked to realize she was merely a substitute, a fact she had sensed since childhood, but only now fully remembered due to the overwhelming revelation. Gulong appeared behind her to explain that the dragon race exists beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. This explained why previous attacks had no effect on her, leaving Jia Yi speechless upon learning that her companion was not even human. As the 3 conversed, Hu Bugui lay exhausted on the ground while Lan Mingzhu regained consciousness, realizing that he was the only actual human among them. Like a mother preparing her daughter for marriage, Bai Lu warned that those outside the 3 realms and 5 elements cannot remain in the mortal world, offering 3 choices. The first was to return the dragon jade and vanish as a lingering obsession, while the second was to return it and merge with her original soul. The third option was to follow her and transcend the 3 realms and 5 elements, a prospect that left Shikiaju looking increasingly hopeless. Sensing she might be taken away, Hu Bugui dragged himself up, questioning if every choice simply led to her demise. However, he soon processed the information and realized the final option meant attaining immortality, causing his eyes to light up with hope. He immediately raised his hand in support, urging his senior sister to choose the third path, but Bai Lu then delivered some startling news. Leaving the 3 realms meant she could never return. While true immortals can travel freely, other entities do not share that privilege. She described the dwelling of a true immortal as a place of profound solitude where one feeds on starlight, as a galaxy-patterned void appeared. Bai Lu turned to Gulong with suspicion, noting that a nebula had suddenly dimmed because the little dragon had been overeating lately. Further investigation revealed someone in the mortal realm was defying heavenly fate, appearing several times a day instead of once every few days as before. Gulong chuckled and scratched his cheek in embarrassment after being caught consuming vast nebulae, just to produce spirit stones for himself. Bai Lu gently advised Shikiaju that she had one day to decide before ordering the little dragon to leave, as she summoned a teleportation portal. Before they vanished, Shikiaju begged for more time, to which Gulong calmly replied that one day in heaven equals a year on earth before Bai Lu hurried him. She threatened to withhold his food for 3 years if he didn't move, and then both vanished, leaving behind a void as if a storm had just passed. The true immortals departed as quickly as they arrived, leaving Shikiaju to realize that she still had 1 year remaining. Hu Bugui lay motionless from exhaustion, while Lan Mingzhu calculated that he might still be the strongest person left despite his own fatigue. He wondered if she was truly his junior sister, as golden hair fell like leaves, revealing the presence of Guanhai Shanxian. The immortal, who had worked himself to the bone for his master, lamented his hair loss and asked where their leader had gone. Suddenly, the sound of Jai Yi relentlessly striking a training dummy echoed, as she vented her frustrations or perhaps sought to grow stronger. They had remained secluded for over 10 days when Han Kuobang appeared beside Guanhai Shanxian, carrying a massive weapon that carried deep significance. These events required deep contemplation to fully grasp, a fact that even the young and vigorous Guanhai Shanxian seemed to understand. Yu Kuobang dealt a fatal blow to his bald head, causing him immense pain. "Hey, Baldy, stop having such wild thoughts." Shikiaju stepped out and ordered her subordinates to follow her, as they still had work to do. "Let us rebuild the Haibai sect together." Ending everything, Jai Yi rushed over in concern to ask about her. "But what about you?" Shikiaju showed no fatigue. "Don't worry, I have my own plan." She then ordered Huo Kuobang to summon Shi Yu and Zhou Tiankai so they could head to the Haibai sect. He obeyed with a sinister grin. They hadn't emerged for 10 days, and she knew exactly why. It was an unspoken understanding. "I hope old Zhou is all right." Under a clear sky at the Haibai sect manor where cranes fly freely, Lan Mingzhu spoke deviously to someone from the Benevolence Nunnery. "By framing Hu Bugui, I helped the people and absorbed the core of the Benevolence Nunnery. I've achieved my goal perfectly. This media campaign was a total success." Zio Sandao listened to this man's constant boasting, but could only watch with his arms crossed. "Fine, you're amazing, but did you call the 4 major sects here just to listen to you brag?" Lan Mingzhu closed his eyes, acting serious. Besides the 4 great immortals, the core members of the Benevolence Nunnery are here too. Don't you see how powerful the Haibai sect is now? Think about it. Do you want to join the Haibai sect? Brother Zio, what do you think? Zio Sandao's eyes widened at the suggestion. He stared blankly as a pair of figures appeared, and they could even talk. "Bo Ming, Zio Oyazi, what do you think?" Immortal Bo Ming and Yi Jiangnan were on either side, but unfortunately they were trapped in jars. The 2 of them could only watch without being able to act. "We're in this state, so how do you think we feel?" Lan Mingzhu was left speechless. These 3 had appeared out of nowhere to interrupt him, and it turned out they were summoned by Dongfang Yuzhai on his orders. "But there's a mistake. Come here. I told you to call them for a meeting because I didn't know they were dead. There's no need to invite the deceased." However, he insisted they weren't entirely dead. "I've invited everyone the master told me to bring, and they've all arrived." Lan Mingzhu never expected him to bring the entire clan here. He pointed at the crowd, wondering why they had all shown up. He scratched his head, feigning ignorance. When I went to invite Immortal Bo Ming and Senior Zioyazi, I happened to run into Immortal Shi Yu and Senior Chi Yu there as well. He suddenly grew angry and looked closely at them. Realizing there was no way it was such a coincidence, he knew they were definitely waiting for him. Hu Bugui immediately raised his hand. I'm also the acting leader of the Yuntai sect, so I came. Zhou Tiankai added, as the top disciple of Chuankong Island, I will naturally succeed the leadership. Then Immortal Guan Hai explained his reason. I'm just here to watch the drama, so just ignore me. And with that, the introductions concluded. So Leader Lan, the 5 of us are here to discuss the sect merger. Lan Mingzhu still didn't understand and pointed at the 3 ladies. Master Senior Bai Chen, Qin Yang, why did you all side with him? Qin Yang pouted and explained. He said that after the cultivation world is unified, all the handsome men in the world, like Hong Har and Erlang Shen, would gather at the foot of my mountain. Immortals Qiu Shui and Bai Chen looked at Shikiaju with admiration. Your disciple said you're a talent chosen by the true immortal. Could you ask him for the secret to immortality for us? Lan Mingzhu finally realized what was happening. He pointed at her, exposing the truth. The true immortal only said he wanted to take you away. He never said he chose you. But she ignored him. There are 4 of us here. Your words carry no weight. Shiyu raised his hand to testify, and Jia Yi did the same. Shikiaju won the argument 3-1. She sat down and said seriously, Leader Lan, it's time for you to retire. Lan Mingzhu still had a card to play, but Hu Bugui's reputation is ruined. He can't be the leader. He still had grounds to oppose her. Because in a year, the true immortal will take you away, so you can't be the leader either. Shikiaju wasn't easily deterred. If my junior brother and I can't do it, does that mean there's no one else? He irritably pointed at Immortal Guan Hai standing nearby. Are you planning to let this bald donkey be the leader? He was just there to watch the show and ended up getting insulted. Immortal Guan Hai was indeed furious. He slammed the table and shouted at Lan Mingzhu, Who are you calling a donkey? I'm just losing my hair. As soon as he spoke, the rest of his hair fell out rapidly, leaving Lan Mingzhu in shock. Lan Mingzhu glanced at Immortals Qiu Shui and Bai Chen, who were laughing behind him, and a bad feeling washed over him. His voice trembled as he asked, You aren't planning to let those 2 old ladies be the leaders, are you? Do you want to destroy the cultivation world? Be careful or I'll report you to the true immortal. But Shikiaju wasn't that reckless. Don't just talk about destroying the cultivation world. I suspect those 2 might even destroy the mortal maiden sect. This time, even Shiyu, who was sitting nearby, was added to his list. Do you really intend to make her the sect leader? Shiyu was naturally confident, easily imagining what the future would hold given his personality. Sect leader, do I look like someone who would do something so foolish in your eyes? Lan Mingzhu could no longer guess and had to lean in close to question her. So who exactly do you plan to appoint as sect leader? She remained unfazed by the situation, as it was someone who would surely satisfy Lan Mingzhu. However, this posture made Hu Bugui jealous, causing him to slam the table and stand up, saying they were getting too close, just as a subordinate arrived to announce a guest. Over here, it turned out to be Bai Yi, who poked her head in to greet everyone, amazed by all the important figures and asking why she was summoned. You've arrived just in time, Shikiaju said, immediately pointing at Bai Yi and identifying her as the one, leaving Lan Mingzhu speechless as the mystery was revealed. Truly, he finally broke into a satisfied smile, realizing she was the perfect choice for sect leader, and thus the meeting concluded. Leaving a bewildered Bai Yi wondering what happened as the Hebai sect changed leaders again, proceeding with the coronation despite the torrential rain. Lan Mingzhu stood proudly on the platform, using his power to create a protective umbrella above while delivering a stirring speech. Everyone applauded our new sect leader, while the disciples could only stand in the rain, clapping with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. We aren't even sad, just shocked at who the new leader is, as a dazed Bai Yi appeared between Shiyu, Shikiaju, Hu Bugui, and Qin Yang, who all offered congratulations. Bai Yi was led to the stage for her introduction, still in a daze, while Lan Mingzhu announced that the leader of the loving-kindness nunnery would be the vice-sect leader. Immortal Guan Hai enthusiastically braved the rain, waving to everyone as he took the stage, while the disciples merely thought he was just some bald guy. These new leaders are quite strange, and Immortal Guan Hai suddenly felt an odd sensation, as if someone were mocking his baldness. Things soon returned to normal as the meeting continued at a grand villa. where Shiyu pulled 2 jars containing Immortal Bei Ming and Yi Jiangnan from his secret pocket. With Chuangkong Island and the Yuntai sect agreeing to merge with the Hebei sect, Shikiaju wanted to know the Shushan sect's stance on the matter. Zhao Sandao had been meditating with his eyes closed for a long time, forcing Lan Mingzhu to snap his fingers to wake him, mentioning that his junior sister Bai Yi was now sect leader. "Do you have any objections?" Lan Mingzhu reminded him that she was his disciple, not his junior sister, and Zhao Sandao was startled when she said she knew everything. It turned out to be Lan Mingzhu's ultimate strategy, as merging the 4 great sects would not only maximize their scale, but also unify the coordination of resources. Zhao Sandao agreed immediately, leaving the others unable to argue, as his flattery skills seemed to rival those of sect leader Lan. Late at night, the watch drums sounded as a gentle breeze blew, and a branch fell on the head of a young girl by the window, who was Bai Yi, a cultivator of 3 years. Now the sect leader of the Hebei sect, she told herself that unifying the 4 sects and the cultivation world was a goal she had always aimed for. However, the harsh reality left her pensive, realizing she was only at the spirit accumulation stage, convinced that this must all be a dream. She changed her clothes, folded them neatly, and placed a lotus flower on her chest, lying straight on the bed with her hands folded, questioning her own ambitions. How could I possibly aspire to be the eternal number 1? She thought it was wrong and hoped everything would return to normal after a nap while the wind continued to blow. Leaving the window open showed how good the security was, but despite following every procedure, Bai Yi could not escape the reality of her situation. As she rested in the garden, countless people greeted her as sect leader, praising her as the world's top beauty, and she even received sweet compliments from someone's successor. Even a reporter from the Xianxia News came for an interview, asking sect leader Bai for just a moment of her time, equivalent to the burning of an incense stick. Shiyu patted her shoulder jokingly, asking if she enjoyed being sect leader and offering to introduce her to some handsome men within the sect. It wasn't over yet, as she had to sit on a high throne while everyone bowed to serve her, with the righteous Qi gang arriving to pay their respects. The Funiu sect also came to visit, honoring her with titles of supreme literary and martial virtue, destined to unify the immortal realm for eternity. Bai Yi could only utter a faint "wait" before becoming too exhausted, finally deciding to use her escape techniques to flee the grounds when no one was looking. Thanks to her mastery, she quickly left the villa undetected, though she was so confused she broke into a cold sweat and finally screamed, asking what was happening. Breaking news. The leader of the loving-kindness nunnery has just been appointed as the vice-sect leader of the Hebei sect for some unknown reason. Guan Haishang Xian's hairstyle, featuring a bald patch right in the center, has become a fashionable trend, and he looks truly dashing with it.